Chapter 1, 1025, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 43. Sunny followed the network of underground tunnels to reach the barracks, and then emerged from them, near where the Rhino was parked. Breathing in the cold air, he spent a moment to enjoy the lack of desire to cough. The strange trauma he had received after touching the nightmare gate was all but gone now, and walked forward through the darkness. Snow was crunching under his feet. Weird. Is this a good sign or a bad sign? The street illumination in the city often went awry because of the numerous gates outside and within the wall. Usually, the army technicians and civilian personnel would fix and replace the damaged components promptly, but this section was barely lit. No one seemed to have cleaned the snow in a while either. Had the state of the city deteriorated to the point where no one bothered with these things anymore? Or was it simply the result of so many people having already been evacuated? By now, only about a third of the initial 200 million remained trapped in Falcon Scott. Maybe the person assigned to maintain this small corner of the city was already safely across the strait, with no one to replace them. Perhaps it was both. Glancing at the dark sky, Sunny rubbed his face and walked toward the Rhino. The last few days had been hectic. By all accounts, he should have been dead tired and on the verge of collapsing from sleep deprivation. However, Sunny felt fine. In fact, he felt rather great. His body was full of vigor and vitality, while his mind was fresh and focused. The reason, of course, was the shroud of graceless dusk. He glanced down, studying the transcendent memory. The graceless dusk looked like a simple tunic of fine, soft silk. He had expected it to be white, but to his surprise, the tunic turned out to be of a rich and beautiful black color, with intricate patterns embroidered along its collar, hem, and sleeve edges with silver thread. The hem reached just below his knees, while the sleeves ended at his elbows. The tunic was tied at the waist by an unadorned cord of black silk, and came with a pair of dainty shoes made of the same fabric, with a soft sole that was more suited for a well-tended garden than wilderness. Sunny enjoyed the fact that it allowed him to move around without making the slightest noise. The shoes only looked dainty, too. The black silk that the tunic and the shoes were made of was light and soft, but more durable than tempered steel. Sunny had tested how impervious it was exactly, and was surprised to find out that the cruel sight could not pierce the thin fabric no matter how hard he tried. It did not burn, get wet, dissolve in acid, or suffer damage from any other elemental attacks he had at his disposal. Only the sin of solace managed to cut the black silk, and even then, with a lot of trouble. Which was not to say that the graceless dusk could serve as a good suit of combat armor. The tunic itself left his forearms, shins, head, and neck exposed, while the soft shoes only covered his feet and ankles. Worse than that, neither were rigid. While the black silk was very hard to pierce, it did nothing to stop blunt attacks and concussive trauma. The marble shell could deal with that to some extent, but it was still not an ideal situation. However, Sunny did not really care. The graceless dusk did not make any noise and was extremely light, not constraining his movements at all. More importantly, the other benefits of the transcendent garment far outweigh its lackluster defense. Elk Novel World, Som Sanbe, a great relace for Wu. The four blessings were a great boon, as well as the reason why he felt so invigorated, despite the recent lack of rest and sleep. The blessing of flesh and the blessing of spirit made him tire much slower, both mentally and physically, while the time he needed to recover from fatigue was drastically cut. In the days after the battle with the devouring cloud, Sunny had only slept for a couple of hours at best, and yet he felt very refreshed and energized. The blessing of soul, meanwhile, boosted the rate at which his essence regenerated. That was an awfully pleasant and valuable benefit, especially here in Antarctica. Finally, there was the blessing of mind. That one was the strangest, but also the most powerful. The enchantment did not exactly make him smarter or more insightful, but it did make his mind more productive. It was as though there were several compartments within his head now, each capable of running a separate task concurrently, as long as it was not too demanding. That made simple calculations and analyzing clear information easier and faster. The effect was not new to Sunny, since he had been doing more or less the same thing for a long time in order to control his shadows. Lai was long used to perceiving and comprehending the world from several different viewpoints, which all but required him to sort of split his consciousness into several streams. However, after doing some research due to the graceless dusk, he had discovered that most people found such a task to be hard or even impossible. In any case, his already deviant ability to partition his mind and multitask was boosted even further by the blessing of mind. Needless to say, all of that was extremely useful when applied to weaving. With his mental capacity increased and his essence regenerating at a much faster rate, Sunny had finally been able to crack the case and turn the devil's needle into a memory. Everything more convenient at lightningnovelworld.com. He was not sure that he would have been able to achieve quite the same result without the boost provided by the 4 blessings. There was the 5th blessing too, the blessing of dusk. This active enchantment was a very insidious one. It allowed Sunny to establish a telepathic connection with another person, or even several, to communicate with them through words and other, more crude means of sharing information such as emotions and vague images. Sadly, he could not simply read their minds, since the communications had to be intentional. That said, the recipients of the link were also unable to refuse it. If Sunny wanted, he could bombard them with the most gruesome and loud thoughts, causing something akin to a mental shock. Those with weaker minds were outright stunned, while those with resilience and discipline were at least bound to be disoriented. Of course, the first person Sunny had tried to communicate with telepathically was Saint. To his disappointment, the blessing of dusk did not work on her at all, probably due to the shadow's immunity to mind attacks. He still did not know what was going on in that beautiful onyx head of hers. And speaking of Saint, entering the dark interior of the rhino, Sunny called the taciturn night forth. She stepped out of his shadow, the plume of her helmet brushing against the vehicle's roof. Suddenly, the massive APC seemed cramped and narrow. Looking up at his loyal devil, Sunny smiled. "Are you hungry? How about a late-night snack?" 1026, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 44. The graceful knight stared at him indifferently, not showing any reaction. The ruby jewels of her eyes glowed with menacing crimson flames, revealing no emotion. Sunny sighed. "Oh, come on. Don't you understand what is happening? Just emote, please. It won't kill you, I think." Saint remained silent and as aloof as ever, causing his heart to ache. Cursing under his breath, Sunny looked away and summoned the runes. The shimmering symbols appeared in the air in front of him. Name: Sunless. True name: Lost from Light. Rank: Ascended. Class: Devil. Shadow cores: 4/7. Shadow fragments: 2,973/4,000. Memories: Silver Bell. Puppeteer's Shroud. Midnight Shard. Extraordinary Rock. Prowling Thorn. Endless Spring. Dark Wing. Moonlight Shard. Weaver's Mask. Broken Oath. Autumn Leaf. Cruel Sight. Covetous Coffer. Heavenly Burden. Memory of Fire. Memory of Ice. Strike of Thunder. Morgan's Warbow. Shadow Lantern. Bone Singer. Shadow Chair. Overpriced Saddle. Dying Wish. Sin of Solace. Bitter Cusp. Stifled Scream. Weaver's Needle. Essence Pearl. Nimble Catch. Shroud of Graceless Dusk. Siege Souvenir. Incessant Seeker. His shadow fragments were already closing in on 3,000. That was not the important part, though. Sunny studied the list of his memories with a pained expression, then looked down and concentrated on Saint's name. Idu. Onyx Saint. Shadow fragments. 196 out of 200. He was so close. She was only 3.5 fragments away from saturating the counter. Sadly, there was no time to hunt for memories anymore. There was no time for Saint to slowly recover in his care in case she got wounded either, which was why he had not sent her to defend the wall in the last couple of days. Sunny could have gone and begged for a few memories from people he knew, but there was no need. He had been prepared to fail to reach his goal on time. All it meant was that he had to sacrifice several memories of his own. The problem was that he cherished all of his memories. They were all useful in their own way. Some were integral to his battle prowess. Some were a form of insurance for unexpected situations. The Dark Wing and the Heavenly Burden, for example, were far from stellar memories. However, he needed them in case there was no way to avoid an aerial fight. Other memories possessed useful elements that he wanted to replicate one day. Some memories Sunny had outgrown but was attached to them sentimentally. More than that, he hoped to pass them on to Rain should she become a sleeper. Really, there was only one useless memory in his arsenal, the silver bell. However, Sunny was reluctant to sacrifice it. That was the first memory he had ever obtained, and the first memory he had changed with sorcery. It was also a memento that reminded him of happier times. It's just a dormant memory of the second tier too. Consuming it won't satiate Saint at all. Nevertheless, he had to sacrifice something. In the end, Sunny sighed bitterly and summoned 3 memories. A heavy kunai, a glistening gem made of polished red coral, and an arrow with green fletching appeared in front of him. The last one was the incessant seeker, an ascended arrow of the second tier he had received recently. It was as powerful as the strike of thunder, but possessed enchantments that guided it toward a single target and enhanced the damage dealt to that sole enemy, which was a real boon. However, Sunny had many other ways to deal high damage to a single target. The second memory was the broken oath. As always, Sunny winced when its soul-eroding aura started slowly dissolving his own soul. Ach, nouvelle world. Som sanbe agreat relace for Wu. It was a great charm that had served him well many times in the past, and synergized perfectly with Saint's immunity to soul attacks. Its power as an awakened memory of the first tier was not great, though. With the caliber of enemies Sunny was facing these days, it was like a drop in the ocean. Aside from that, Saint was mostly fighting alongside Nightmare now, and would hopefully be surrounded by more shadows in the future. The others did not possess the same immunity, which limited the usefulness of the red gem. The first memory Sunny summoned was the Prowling Thorn. He sighed again, looking at the kunai with regret. There was nothing wrong with the throwing dagger, and they had gone through a lot together, but it had outlived its usefulness. Sunny would have preferred to keep the Prowling Thorn simply for utility, but the situation demanded he let go of something. Sunny had already lost the Patient Avenger, and now he was going to lose 3 more perfectly fine memories. He felt as if his heart was bleeding. Waste. Such a waste. He closed his eyes and then handed the dagger, the gent, and the arrow to Saint, without looking. Here. You eat these. Enjoy your meal. The graceful onyx knight silently took the memories and crushed them in her fists, without pausing even for a moment. Hearing the dreadful sound, Sunny was stunned. She didn't even hesitate. Those were very precious. Damn it. Opening his eyes, she saw 4 streams of radiant sparks being absorbed into the shadow's body. Then her eyes flashed with dark glee. The tunes still tung in the air, the counter showing shadow fragments. 200 over 200. In the next moment, the shadow that existed where Saint's soul should have been suddenly rippled. The 4 dark etimbres in its depths shone with lightless radiance, and wisps of black flames rose from her armor. Sunny took a step back, mesmerized by the familiar scene. He had already seen it once, back when his taciturn knight ascended. In the next moment, Saint's figure was enveloped entirely by the black flames, making it impossible to see her. A powerful gust of wind blew through the interior of the rhino, both unbearable heat and chilling coldness, assaulting Sunny at the satiny time. He blinked. Crap. Maybe I should have done this in the Soul Sea. But there was nothing he could do now but wait. Nervous for his expensive APC, Sunny summoned a barrier of shadows to surround Saint. A minute passed in tense silence. Then 2. Then something exploded within the barrier, shattering it easily and sending Sunny flying back. A wave of darkness rolled through the rhino, turning its interior into a mess and cracking its armored windows from within. The enormous vehicle shook and trembled, then grew still with a loud groan. Sunny scrambled back to his feet and stared at Saint, who was standing in the same spot, seemingly unchanged. However, the darkness dwelling within her was now much deeper and more frightening. Her onyx body was radiating a sense of vast, dreadful power, and the menacing crimson flames dancing in her ruby eyes were brighter. His shadow, now a transcendent devil, tilted her head slightly, looking at him with her usual indifference. But Sunny could feel a hint of emotion hidden behind it. Pride, satisfaction, gratitude. Slowly, a wide grin appeared on his face. Sunny brushed the graceless dusk, straightened, and looked at the menacing devil with a smile. Should I start calling you Saint now, huh? 101027, The Fall of Falcon Scott. 5. His shadow was a transcendent now. Sunny found it hard to believe, even though he had been the one who made her transcendence possible. It was just that saints held a special place in human culture. They were the epitome of vast and unobtainable power. They were more demigods than people, enigmatic and awe-inspiring, so distant as to almost be ineffable. He was now a master himself, and on top of that, one of the strongest there was. But even still, a huge gap separated Sunny from someone like Sky Tide or Bloodwave, which he did not dare test. To think that a similar existence now served him, it was hard to comprehend. Saint's transcendence, without a doubt, marked a new chapter in Sunny's rise to power. Of course, it was unclear where the Onyx Knight was truly equal to the mighty saints of the human race. In terms of purely physical prowess, she was at least on par with them, and most likely far superior. Her skill was outstanding, as was her talent and willpower. After all, Saint had always been outstanding. She often triumphed over adversaries that were much more powerful than her. But so were human transcendents. There was no such thing as an average saint. Each and every one of them were the absolute best of the human race, battle-hardened warriors of utmost talent, resolve, and ability, with thousands upon thousands of bloody fights under their belt. There was also one fundamental difference between humans and creatures, such as his shadow. Humans possessed aspects, while creatures did not. Saint had just gained her powers, wielding elemental darkness, to strengthen her body and her weapons. However, every human transcendent wielded a powerful aspect and was armed with several potent abilities, including the transformation. They were also all carriers of the nightmare spell. Simply put, Sunny did not know who would end up victorious if Saint fought a human transcendent. He had a feeling that, by herself, the Onyx Knight would lose. However, if she was augmented by his shadows, the result might be very different. Luckily, he had no intention of combating saints anytime soon. Dismissing the shadow, Sunny sighed and spent some time cleaning up the mess her transcendence had made of the interior of the Rhino. The APC was in a sorry state, but still functional. See, the day is only getting better and better. Or was it night? Here in Antarctica, it was always night, so sticking to the old notion of time was getting harder and harder. He made himself a late supper, or an early breakfast, and settled in the lounge area for a few minutes. After a while, his communicator made a familiar sound. It seemed that the Siege Capital's communication array had activated, as it usually did twice a day, sending packets of data to those with a bandwidth quota. Sunny looked at the new message with some relief. Rain was doing fine, it seemed. Her response was shorter than usual, but she was obviously not experiencing any symptoms of being infected by the spell. He had always been worried about his sister, and after observing so many mundanes being killed by the first nightmare here in Antarctica, and having killed many monstrous abominations their bodies had turned into, that worry only grew stronger. Sunny sighed. She's okay, she's safe. There's no reason for her to contract the spell, to begin with, and even if she does, Serpent is with her. Sunny missed his serpentine shadow. It would have been tremendously useful during the Southern Quadrant campaign, considering how dire his need for essence had been from day one in this cold hell. Not to mention the versatile and powerful nature of Serpent's abilities. And yet Sunny had not regretted leaving it with Rain even once. Her safety took precedence. And he, over my dead body, well, Obviously, that's kind of a given. With that, Sonny forced a pale smile onto his face and picked up his communicator. Had many other ways to protect himself. If anything, experiencing the bitter hardships of the Antarctica campaign without the serpent had given him an opportunity to learn how to manage his essence with utmost efficiency, as well as vastly improve his control over it. Thinking of his shadows, Sonny suddenly felt curious about their relationship to his class. Even though the soul serpent was currently away, each of the shadows occupied one of his cores. Did it mean that he would only ever be able to control 7 of them at most? If that were the case, maybe the dismal rate at which he received echoes was not such a terrible thing. He might have been very upset if someone like Kurt, the awakened psychopath he had killed in the waking world, prevented him from turning Nightmare into one of his shadows. That time, his dislike of the man and of the idea of owning human echoes had prevented Sonny from wasting fragments on the transformation, but he would have caved in if given a better opportunity. Or, wait, would he have even been able to make Kurt into a shadow without losing Saint or Serpent? He was just an awakened monster back then, possessing only 2 shadow cores. I'm rambling. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, staring into the distance. He was thinking about unnecessary things to distract himself from what was about to come. Goliath was approaching, the creature that had almost killed him once. The fallen Titan had already destroyed 1 siege capital, so there was a real chance that Falcon Scott would be destroyed by the abominable giant as well. Sonny and Jet were determined to slay the gargantuan creature of stone, but anything could happen, even if their preparations worked. There was no telling what damage would be done to the city wall before the Titan perished. If he perished, this day might turn out to be the last day for many, many people, maybe even Sonny himself. He closed his eyes for a moment. Over my dead body. Well, obviously, that's kind of a given. With that, Sonny forced a pale smile onto his face and picked up his communicator. His response to Rain did not contain any of the grave worries that gnawed at him. Even though she was smart enough to read between the lines, Sonny made an effort to hide the ugly truth as well as he could. That was for his benefit, too. While writing messages to Rain, Sonny was almost able to believe in his own lies. Not knowing the truth was a solace. 1028, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 46. Sometime later, the members of his cohort approached the Rhino. Belle, Dorn, Samara, Kimmy, Luster. Walking inside, they froze for a moment, studying the upturned interior of the APC and the cracks in its armored windows with stunned expressions. After a while, Luster cleared his throat. Sir, what happened?" Sonny gave him a deadpan look. "I had a lady over. She transcended." The young man laughed nervously. "Ah, good one, sir." After that, he practically ran to the pilot's cabin to check on the internal systems of the Rhino. As Luster went through the diagnostics, he kept mumbling under his nose. "Gods, did he crash it into a Titan? This damage, oh my poor baby." Sonny shook his head and addressed the rest of his soldiers, speaking loudly enough for Luster to hear as well. "Prepare yourselves. Army Command is certain that Goliath will reach the city either today or tomorrow. In any case, we won't be leaving the wall until he does. This is going to be the big one, guys." His soldiers grew somber, their eyes full of calm determination. Sonny nodded. "Don't worry about the Titan himself. Colonel Jet and I will take care of the big bastard. However, Goliath is not going to show up alone. And, judging by how Erebus Field fell, there is a big chance that the wall will be breached. I don't need to tell you how important it is to prevent the nightmare creatures from getting inside. However, if the situation becomes hopeless, be ready to retreat to the secondary line of defense within the city." He paused for a moment, looking at them with a serious expression. "Don't be stupid and die an unnecessary death. I need you alive, to fight tomorrow and the day after tomorrow and the day after that. Dying might as well be considered desertion at this point. No one is allowed to die without my permission. Understood?" The members of his cohort grinned, then saluted. "Yes, sir." "Wouldn't think of it. I am scared of you way more than I'm scared of death, sir. I wouldn't dare." Sonny blinked a couple of times at that last one, then nodded. "That's great. Let's go then." Soon the Rhinos started and moved forward with some effort. They drove across Falcon Scott, where a lot of streets were now empty, and a lot were unlit. Snow piled high in some areas, and in others, crowds of refugees were anxiously hurrying through the cold. Luster was stubbornly sticking to only the well-illuminated roads, for some reason, which made the progress a bit slow. The wall steadily grew closer and closer. Before they reached the secondary defense ring, however, Sunny suddenly ordered him to stop the APC. The young man looked back with a silent question. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then said, "Wait for me here. I won't be long." With that, he left the Rhino and walked toward a familiar dormitory tower, which happened to be nearby. No one was cleaning the snow in front of its entrance this time. Sunny stood there for a minute or two, staring at the flimsy door with a grim expression. Eventually he sighed. "Even if the whole city is destroyed, this damn dormitory must remain standing. I'll make sure of it." With that, he turned around and started walking away. When he did, however, he almost stumbled into someone approaching the dormitory. "Watch where you're going, Heidi." "Huh? Sunny?" He sighed and looked up, noticing Beth and Professor Obel. They must have been returning from their own shifts. Beth at the volunteer center, the old man at the engineering wing of the government complex. The young woman blinked a couple of times, staring at him with surprise. Before Sunny could come up with something to say, she asked, "Aren't you cold?" He opened his mouth, then looked down at the thin silk tunic covering his body. Indeed, it did not look exactly like something a person should be wearing in the middle of winter. Sunny cleared his throat. "I'm not, actually, elemental resistance, you know," Beth scoffed. "You're still a human, are you not? Put something warm on for spell's sake. I imagine fighting on the wall with a running nose is not a great idea. Ascended snot is still snot." He looked at her silently for a few moments, then suddenly laughed. "Ah, yes. I am still a human, that's true. Thanks. I'll try to remember that." Professor Obel took a step forward, smiling. "Were you on your way to visit us, Major Sunless? Come, come. There's no point in standing here, in the cold." Sunny smiled, then lightly shook his head. "No, I was actually on my way to start the shift on the wall. Army Command is expecting a big fight, so it's all hands on deck. Well, even more so than usual. In any case, make sure to remain inside and be careful in the next day or so. Things might get a little hectic." The old man nodded with a sigh. "I see. Well, we won't keep you then. Please stay safe." He moved forward, but then paused and patted Sunny on the shoulder. "Ah, maybe you'll stop by after your shift then. It's nothing much, but Beth received a bit of extra rations today. We are planning to cook up a feast for everyone who is still waiting for a ticket in our block. I will save you a portion." Sunny remained silent for one moment too long, then shrugged. "Why not? It's a promise." He watched Professor Obel and Beth disappear inside, then slowly turned around and walked back toward the Rhino. As he walked, the smile disappeared from his face, replaced by a dark, ruthless expression. Deep shadows nestled in his eyes. It's time to kill a Titan. What happened at Erebus Field could not be allowed to repeat itself. Goliath had to die, and Sunny was just the person to kill him. An eye for an eye, a death for a death. Sunny was a very petty and vindictive person, and the two of them, they had a score to settle. 1029, The Fall of Falcon Scott. 47. The winds were howling as they crashed into the colossal bulwark of the city wall. The soldiers of the First Army were shivering on the battlements, staring into the hazy mist of the blizzard with grim expressions. These were the lucky ones. The less fortunate were far below, on the ground, ready to defend the breaches with their lives. Because of the ugly rifts in the defensive barrier of the city, the logistics of the siege had become much harder. Today, it was especially so, since no one knew the direction from which the Titan was going to attack. Goliath could come from the south, marching across the ravaged landscape and shaking the earth with his every step. He could come from the north, emerging from below the dark waves, to attack the port fortress first. For all Army Command knew, he could even crawl from under the ground. The scope of the Titan's abilities was still a mystery. That was why the defenders were dispersed along the whole perimeter of the wall, instead of congregating at one or several of its sections. However, Sunny and Jet, as well as their two cohorts of irregulars, had found themselves in a familiar spot. Right above the main entrance of the siege capital, not too far away from the nightmare gate that had torn through the wall not too long ago. Sunny was sitting with his back against the alloy parapet, meditating. Soul Reaper was standing nearby, looking across the vast killing field, the landscape obscured by the veil of snow. Both were trying to ignore the whispers of the call. It was more than a bit annoying to have to deal with it on top of the sickening anxiety of waiting for the start of the battle. Sunny sighed, then looked up at Master Jet. His hair was getting in the way, so he brushed it aside. Before he could speak, she suddenly asked, "Why don't you cut it?" He coughed in embarrassment. "Oh, the thing is, mundane scissors and auto barbers stopped working on me. I should probably just use a sharp memory and cut it myself." "Yeah, that's what I'll do, one of these days." Jet looked away with a smile. "I know a guy back in NQSC. He's very in demand, as one of the few awakened hairstylists around. There are many saints among his clientele, but if you want, I can get you a recommendation." Sunny laughed. "Sure, when we're back in NQSC." He remained silent for a few moments, then asked, "How sure are you that we'll be able to destroy Goliath?" Soul Reaper hesitated. "As long as you pull off your part of the plan, pretty sure. Bloodwave will step in if something goes wrong too. It's a shame that Sky Tide is away fighting the Winter Beast again, but we should be all right without her." Sunny nodded. "I think so." However, Jet interrupted him by raising a hand. He grew quiet and raised an eyebrow. She looked into the darkness with a calm expression. "Listen." Sunny did so, hearing nothing but the wind and the stifled breaths of the thousands of soldiers surrounding them. Then, a muffled sound reached his ears from somewhere far away. Boom. And then, after a long and arduous pause, again, boom. Sunny stood up, staring into the blizzard. Suddenly he felt a chill creeping up his spine. He's coming. From a vast distance, the thunderous steps of the colossal giant were rolling over the world. Even though the soldiers could not see anything because of the raging snowstorm, the sound alone made them pale and grasp their weapons with trembling hands. Boom, boom, boom. Each one assaulted them, almost like a mental attack. Jet tried to contact Army Command, then cursed when the interference made it impossible. Calling out one of the messengers, she said tersely, "Inform the HQ that Goliath is approaching from the south. We need reinforcements here as soon as possible. Go." The pale-faced messenger saluted and disappeared from view, and then there was nothing for them to do but wait. By Sunny's side, the members of his cohort were preparing for battle. Everyone around was doing the same, and from the impenetrable white haze beyond the wall, the steps of the giant continued to boom, slowly growing louder and closer and much more frightening. Boom, and then, after a torturous span of silence, again, boom. Sunny gritted his teeth, and on the battlement behind him, 4 shadows shivered. Hidden in the blizzard, Goliath was slowly approaching Falcon Scott. No one could see him, but the heavy steps of the Titan sounded like foreboding war drums. Soon, the ground started shaking with each of them. The tremors traveled through the alloy structure of the city wall, making it vibrate. Sunny felt his body growing stiff, as if paralyzed by the memory of being crushed and broken by the giant's foot. Humans could not really recall pain, but remembering the feeling of being hurt was very easy, especially if one was hurt terribly. He had almost died that day. He should have died, if not for a couple of memories and a bit of luck. His body remembered being destroyed. Snarling, Sunny shook off the paralyzing fear and peered into the blizzard, hoping to see the hateful shape of the walking mountain. Instead, he just heard, boom, boom, damnation. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the thunderous steps stopped. A moment later, a rift appeared in the wall of the blizzard, and for a few moments, he could see far and wide. Sunny's eyes narrowed. Out there at the edge of the killing field, a giant creature stood in front of the mountains. Taller than the city wall by far, the Titan looked like a mountain himself. His vaguely humanoid body was broad and misshapen, made of uneven, weathered stone. He had 3 mighty arms and one enormous eye that stared at the soldiers of the First Army with an alien, cold, terrifying malice. The milky eye was completely white, having no iris and no pupil. Behind and around the Titan, a vast and dark sea of bodies was undulating as it flowed down from the slopes of the mountains. Nightmare creatures, a stunningly large horde of them, were following the fallen Titan. For a moment, the world seemed frozen. In that dreadful instant, Sunny forced himself to smile. All of it. Him, coming to Antarctica, marching with the First Army across its cold expanse, surviving LO-49, clawing his way back north with a train of refugees. The long weeks of fighting at Falcon Scott had been for this moment. He looked at Goliath with murderous intensity. "Come here, bastard." In the next moment, as if answering his call, the giant stepped forward. 1030, the fall of Falcon Scott. 48. As soon as Goliath took a step forward and the wall vibrated under Sunny once again, he called upon Saint. By his side, Master Jet mounted the parapet of the battlement, clinging to it with one hand and ready to push herself away. In her other hand, the slender glaive weaved itself from snowflakes. The sea of nightmare creatures flowed forward, overtaking the marching colossus. The familiar thunder of discharging railguns tore the snowstorm apart, and the turrets joined them a moment later, drowning the world in a roaring cacophony. A tall and graceful figure clad in onyx armor stepped onto the wall from the shadows. Instantly, her fearsome presence permeated the air, making soldiers turn around and crane their necks, staring at the menacing Black Knight in fright. Saint's ruby eyes flashed with cold crimson flames. Someone yelled, "It's Mongrel! Mongrel is here! Thank the gods!" Their calls rolled across the wall, and the soldiers that had been shaken by the terrible visage of the marching Titan regained some of their confidence. Even though Saint was dwarfed by the looming shapes of bulky MWPs, at that moment, she seemed much greater than the towering machines. "Show that ugly boulder who's in charge, Mongrel." As for Sunny, no one paid him much attention. Whatever fame he had earned among the fighters of the First Army paled in comparison to his flamboyant alter ego. After all, unlike him, Mongrel was a mysterious character. People were free to fill in the blanks using nothing but their imaginations, and the things they came up with were always much more fantastical than the truth. Well, at least the version of the truth about Sunny that he shared with the world. The actual truth was so outlandish that no one would probably believe it. Doesn't matter. Watching Goliath walk forward, Sunny summoned a very special memory, the one he had worked so hard to create. His payback gift to the stone giant. The siege souvenir. Suddenly, a very lengthy and sharp javelin appeared in Saint's hand. It was about 3 meters long, incredibly heavy, and entirely white. A sense of immense, wild, destructive power radiated from the white javelin, making even Sunny himself feel slightly uncomfortable. Of course, the javelin was the quill of the corrupted devil he had collected from an army warehouse a long time ago. The thing Sunny had spent most of his free time in Falcon Scott trying to enchant. The siege souvenir was now a transcendent memory, and a very special one at that. Several transcendent soul shards, as well as rivers of essence that formed numerous shadow strings, had gone into its creation. The difficulty Sunny had met was merely one of scope. Of all the enchantments he had learned, and 2355 recreated before, that one was the vastest and most difficult. However, there was no alternative. The long javelin possessed only 2 enchantments. The first one was Death Dealer, which Sunny had copied from Morgan's warbow. Bestowing that one to the Devil's Needle had been hard, but also somewhat straightforward. The difficulty Sunny had met was merely one of scope. Of all the enchantments he had learned and recreated before, that one was the vastest and most difficult. However, there was no alternative. Death Dealer was the most destructive single-target enchantment in his arsenal, and so nothing else would have done. It was also extremely, dreadfully gluttonous in its consumption of essence, but not gluttonous enough as far as Sunny was concerned. That was where the second enchantment he had bestowed on the siege souvenir came in. That one had no name, because it was invented by him. Creating it was not technically hard, but required Sunny to teach himself an entirely new facet of weaving, as well as accomplish something he had never done before, not simply copy but disassemble and heavily modify an existing enchantment. The enchantment that had served as the basis was the Unbroken of the Midnight Shard. It allowed the wielder access to a vast reservoir of power when at death's doorstep, as long as the wielder refused to surrender and kept fighting against overwhelming odds. Sunny was not interested in augmenting the javelin with additional power, nor was he interested in creating a limitation tied to how close someone was to death or their character. What he was interested in was the reservoir itself. After all, Death Dealer had to be powered by something. And so, Sunny had spent many arduous hours studying the weave of the Unbroken, trying to understand how it worked, what element of the tapestry of ethereal strings was responsible for which part of it, and how to isolate the effect he wanted to achieve, how to create a reservoir of power that could feed the siege souvenir from the inside. In the end, with the timely help of the graceless Dusk, he had succeeded in both of his undertakings. The white javelin was much longer and heavier than an arrow. In fact, calling it a javelin was somewhat misleading, since it was more akin to a projectile worthy of a siege engine. Nevertheless, it possessed the capacity to deliver the same devastating force as an arrow sent flying with the help of the Death Dealer, only at a much greater scale. A lot of power was needed to achieve that effect, much more power than anyone in Falcon Scott could have supplied in one go. That was why Sunny had enchanted the siege souvenir to possess an independent reservoir of essence and siphoned a sea of it into the javelin over the days. He had basically created an entirely new type of memory. Weak memories usually possessed passive enchantments that were powered by the ambient essence used to manifest the memory. Powerful memories usually possessed active enchantments that required the wielder to manipulate and spend their own essence in order to use them. The siege souvenir, meanwhile, possessed a dire enchantment that fed directly on the javelin's own essence. The result of his hard work was a tremendously powerful memory. It was so powerful, in fact, that only refined material, harvested from a corrupted creature, could withstand the dreadful enchantments. Anything less would have disintegrated under strain. Even then, the siege souvenir was bound to be a one-use memory. The quill of the corrupted devil was not going to survive the release of its own destructive power. There was one last hurdle to overcome to make use of it, though. Not just anyone could wield it. Even Sunny himself was not strong enough to make use of his creation in the intended way. That was why he had needed Saint to evolve. He needed a transcendent being to bring forth the siege souvenir's potential. And now he had one. 1031, The Fall of Falcon Scott. 49. Goliath walked forward, the world quaking under the weight of his steps. The sea of nightmare creatures was flowing past his titanic feet, and all around them the furious blizzard was slowly retreating, the winds dying down as pale starlight washed over the vast killing field. On the tall, broken wall of the city, thousands of turrets were roaring as they sent rivers of bullets into the attacking horde. The moonless night was torn apart by the glow of overheated barrels, the shine of swift tracer rounds, and the flashes of railgun rounds striking their targets in a conflagration of force, heat, and blinding light. A few of those heavy tungsten rounds had hit Goliath, only to disintegrate fruitlessly, without leaving even a scratch on the stone hide of the menacing Titan. The soldiers of the First Army trembled as they joined the barrage. The mundane soldiers, the awakened, the towering war platforms, the few masters that were still alive after 2 weeks of the dreadful siege. On the ground near the breached sections of the wall, others were shivering as they craned their necks to stare at the approaching Titan. However, Sunny remained still. Closer. Get closer. He was perhaps the only human in Falcon Scott who wanted the colossal giant to walk faster. The siege souvenir could only be used once, so he had only one shot to shatter Goliath's stone carapace. Standing indifferently by his side, Saint raised the long javelin and placed it on her shoulder. The four shadows moved, fusing with her onyx armor. It shone with black radiance, and the feeling of great power emanating from the graceful figure of the taciturn stone knight instantly became much vaster, much deeper, and much more terrifying. At the same, darkness flowed from Saint's gauntlet, slowly spreading across the length of the white javelin. Its whiteness was consumed, replaced by a lightless blackness. While the transcendent devil herself was augmented by the shadows, her weapon was now enhanced by the blade of darkness. There was the mantle of darkness, as well, which made Saint stronger when surrounded by darkness and shadows. Sunny summoned the shadow lantern, allowing it to consume all surrounding light. Soon, the three of them, Sunny, Saint, and Jet, were hidden from sight within a circle of deep shadow. Almost there. The fastest of the nightmare creatures, those that had survived the barrage, meaning the strongest and most vile of them, were already moments away from reaching the wall, separating into four wide rivers of flesh to attack the four breaches. Goliath, meanwhile, was a few steps away from crossing half of the killing field. Sunny looked directly at the hateful giant and prepared to give Saint the command. At that moment, however, something changed. The Titan's massive, malformed head turned slightly, and his soul eyes stared back. Sunny shivered. There were thousands and thousands of humans on the wall, and all of them must have looked like mere ants to Goliath. However, somehow, it felt as though the Titan was gazing directly at him. The weight of that gaze was almost physical. No, it was much more dire than that. Sunny gritted his teeth, feeling a very bad premonition grasp his heart. What? Then the milky surface of the giant's eye quivered and slid away like an eyelid. Behind it, a second eye was revealed. Unlike the first one, which was white and had neither an iris nor a pupil, that one was of a furious red color, as if made of pure magma, and had three incandescent pupils floating in its depths, like windows into a scorching inferno. Suddenly, Sunny was enveloped by unbearable heat. He felt water streaming down on him, and looked up to see the snow clouds melting in the skies above. Bizarrely, it was raining in the middle of the polar winter. Beneath him, the 70-meter-tall defensive wall of the city suddenly moved and groaned. Glancing over the parapet, Sunny saw with horror that the impregnable alloy, it was melting too. All around him, the mighty MWPs were collapsing into puddles of liquid metal, the pilots screaming as they burned alive. The barrels of the powerful turrets disappeared into streams of incandescent drops, and the mighty railguns grew silent. A few meters away, Samara screamed and flinched back from her rifle, a vicious burn marring her cheek. Across the entire southern section of the city wall, the great defensive barrier bent and deformed, moments away from collapsing entirely. Countless people plummeted to their deaths or were consumed by the immolating heat. All of it happened in an instant. Gods! Knowing that there was no time to waste, Sunny shuddered as he changed his command slightly and sent it to Saint. The Onyx Knight instantly moved. Taking a single step, she raised the javelin behind her. For a moment, Saint's entire body turned into a graceful arch. From the tip of her foot, to her hip, to her shoulder, to her fist. Then her hand whipped forward, and the battlement under her shattered from immense pressure. Even her vambrace cracked, shards of onyx falling down like precious gems. At the last moment, the four shadows slid from her fingers and wrapped themselves around the siege souvenir. The long, immeasurably heavy javelin shot forward with the speed of lightning. Immediately, there was a deafening boom of sound barriers being pierced, and a powerful shockwave rolled across the battlement, throwing people off their feet. The artificial memory streaked across the black sky like a line of pure darkness, creating a whirlpool of hurricane winds in its wake. A split second later, it hit Goliath's right in the eye. There was a flash of light, and then a world-shaking thunderclap, and then the sound of shattering stone. The siege souvenir plunged right between the Titan's three pupils, disappearing into the red molten eye entirely. Then it burst from the back of the giant's head in an explosion of broken stone. Your memory has been destroyed. As Sunny watched in stunned silence, vast cracks snaked through Goliath's head. The colossus froze in a strange pose, its torso leaning slightly back. His eye was completely destroyed, and his head shattered and fell apart, giant slabs of stone plummeting down from a great height. The walking mountains swayed, twitched, and then slowly started to tilt. Everyone, both the humans and the nightmare creatures, froze, watching the Titan fall in utter shock. Sunny blinked. What just happened? As if responding, the spell whispered softly into his ear. You have slain a fallen Titan, minor shard of the Stone Titan.
Kishum.
Your shadow grows stronger. 1032, The Fall of Falcon Scott. Gay. The colossal, headless body of Goliath tilted forward and then started to fall. Because of its enormous size, it seemed as though the giant's corpse slowly floated through the air instead of crashing down in an obliterating avalanche of stone. However, hundreds of nightmare creatures below were already panicking as they tried to flee and escape being crushed to death. Sunny froze, momentarily stunned. What just happened? He had killed the damn bastard. How? That was not what was supposed to happen. Sunny had poured countless hours into creating the siege souvenir and making sure that Saint would transcend in time. However, he had never expected to slay the fallen Titan with one strike. A Titan was a Titan. They were not supposed to die so easily. The plan was for the javelin to shatter the stone carapace on the chest of the giant, creating a path toward his heart. Master Jet was supposed to enter the breach and destroy Goliath's soul cores from within, while Sunny and Saint would attack from the outside. Together, they were meant to slowly bring the giant down, and maybe even survive the process. When the Titan had revealed his incandescent eye and started melting the city wall, Sunny was forced to switch targets and command Saint to aim for the eye instead. He had never thought that Goliath would be killed by that single strike. Was that eye the Titan's Achilles heel? Kim had not noticed a pronounced vulnerability after they encountered the giant on the coastal highway, though. Maybe her powers were not enough to see it. Or was the vulnerability only exposed when Goliath revealed his inner, hidden eye? In any case, the Titan was undoubtedly dead. Sunny had killed him. For a moment, a dark glee ignited in his heart. That's for Erebus Field, you foul bastard. And for me, too. That is payback for almost killing me. But then his glee disappeared. By all accounts, Sunny should have felt exhilarated. He had killed a Titan after all. But instead of joy, he felt chills running down his spine. Suddenly tense, Sunny looked around. The armaments of the defensive barrier were all but destroyed, and the wall itself was damaged and deformed. A few sections had collapsed entirely, but most still stood. The defenders had suffered heavy losses, especially among the pilots burned to death with their MWPs. Many soldiers had lost their rifles, and the outer layers of their powered armor suits were severely damaged. However, there were still enough of them alive to continue the fight. Maybe. Luckily, most awakened had managed to dismiss their steel memories, saving them from being destroyed, and were now summoning them back. Everyone was still in utter shock, mesmerized by the sight of the slowly toppling colossus. Something was wrong, though. Very, very wrong. Goliath should not have died that easily, or that fast. Master Jet, who had been hanging outside the wall, ready to push herself forward to follow the plan and attack the Titan, climbed back and looked at him, a rare expression of bewilderment written on her face. Sunny, what the hell? How? He did not answer, staring past her at the falling mountain. I killed him. I did. Even before the body fell, wine crack appeared all across it. Chunks of stone were splintering off and falling down. From the distance, it almost looked as if the giant was been diseased, his skin covered by sores and ulcers. And the cracks, behind some of them, instead of solid stone, there was nothing but darkness, as if parts of the Titan's body had been hollowed out long before the battle. Moments before the massive corpse crashed into the ground, Sunny's eyes widened. Curse it! In the next second, the colossal mass of stone collided against the earth, making the whole world shake. Enormous clouds of snow, dirt, and debris rose into the air, and countless nightmare creatures were crushed under the obliterating weight. A thunderous roar rolled over the killing field, and shards of stone shot outward like bullets, decimating even more abominations. One more section of the wall collapsed. However, that was not what Sonny was looking at. His gaze was locked on the massive corpse itself. When Goliath's body hit the ground, large portions of it cracked like the shell of a rotten egg, and from within, a tide of darkness flowed, eviscerating the few wounded nightmare creatures that still clung to life and stretching toward the broken city wall like black tentacles. The heart of darkness. The river of black beetles had mysteriously disappeared some days ago, and almost at the same time, Goliath's speed had decreased. The beetles liked to tunnel through mountains and devour mighty creatures from within. The fallen titan had been like a walking mountain himself, and mighty beyond belief as well. Someone should have guessed that the giant might have been parasitized by the legion of the tiny, dreadful creatures, but no one had. It was so clear. In hindsight, Sonny himself had been too blinded by the threat of the Titan to consider such a possibility. His preconceived notions of what constituted power, and his personal animosity against the stone giant, resulted in a ruinous case of tunnel vision. Damn it! He glanced at the city defenses once again, realizing that almost everything that could have been used against vast swarms of tiny vermin had been destroyed by Goliath. The First Army had been prepared to face one overwhelming enemy, not myriads of dangerous, but comparatively weak creatures. He looked at Jet, his lips trembling. Bloodwave. She frowned. What? Sonny grabbed the Soul Reaper by the shoulders and barked. Bloodwave. Summon Bloodwave here. He's our best hope of stopping the heart of darkness. She hesitated for a short moment, then looked beyond the wall and hissed an explicit curse. Then Jet took a step back and started summoning a memory that was supposed to give the fearsome saint a signal to abandon his duty of protecting the ships and join the battle. Sonny, meanwhile, was already moving, calling upon a few memories of his own. He had no idea how they would be able to handle both the vast horde of nightmare creatures that had come with Goliath and the tide of black beetles with the defensive barrier ruined and barely holding. The wall was severely damaged, and many of the soldiers had either died or were rendered helpless, their weapons destroyed. And yet they had no other choice but to fight and claw the victory out of fate's grasp somehow. There was simply nowhere to retreat. For a few moments both Sonny and Jet stood motionless, staring at the tide of enemies advancing at the damaged wall. Their faces were grim. Eventually Soul Reaper spoke in a dark tone. This is bad. This is really bad. That was an understatement. Currently, Falcon Scott was facing two threats. The first one was the uncountable horde of nightmare creatures that had followed Goliath and was now flowing across the killing field like a dark tide. Some of them had already reached the deformed barrier and engaged the defenders of the breaches in a furious melee. Some infiltrated the city through the new fissures in the melted wall and were now rampaging in the staging area. With the turrets destroyed and the mighty railguns heavily damaged, there was no way to slow down the advance of the horde. Even the MWPs were destroyed, and most of the soldiers had either lost their weapons or were seriously injured. The only ones who remained relatively unscathed were the awakened. There were around 700 of them on the southern section of the wall, and most were still able to fight. There were reinforcements coming from the other 3 sections of the wall, but it was going to take some time for them to arrive, time that they did not have. The second threat was the heart of darkness. 4 rivers of dark beetles were flowing toward the ravaged wall, reaching for it like giant black claws. Each individual beetle was capable of biting through powerful armor-type memories, metal, and flesh. Their only redeeming quality was that the tiny vermin were not too hard to crush, which was why Army Command had planned to rely heavily on the powerful defensive armaments in case the Dark Swarm showed up. With those armaments mostly destroyed, the danger posed by the Heart of Darkness had risen tremendously. There were several ascended with aspects suitable to face such an enemy as well, but some of them had died in the past 2 weeks, while others were not on the southern section of the wall, since no one had expected the Heart of Darkness to attack that day. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Sunny looked at Jet. So, what do we do? At that time, a familiar flaming arrow, albeit much weaker than it had been during at that time, a Tamiler naming arrow, albeit much weaker than it had been during the battle against the devouring cloud, flew into the mass of beetles from somewhere much further down the wall. Winter was still alive, at least. Master Jet let out an angry hiss. There is no choice but to retreat to the secondary defense perimeter and enact the following protocol. However, even that is impossible right now. If we don't want to lose the city, we need to push the horde back and give the men enough time to run. We also need to obliterate the damned bugs. Push back the horde. Sunny suddenly felt cold. There were so many holes in the city wall now that it was basically useless. That meant that the only way to stall the abominations was to sortie out and face the nightmare creatures on the killing field, blade against claw. Needless to say, that was nearly a suicide mission. Even if the defenders of Falcon Scott succeeded, their losses would be staggering. There was another option, of course. The awakened could abandon the mundane soldiers and run. Logically speaking, leaving mundanes to die and preserving the arguably more valuable asset was a valid strategy. War was not a purely logical affair, though. The most reasonable strategy was not always the best strategy. Things like spirit, morale, and mutual trust had much greater weight than Sunny had once thought. For any army without these intangible qualities would be doomed. As a colonel and an ascended, Master Jet was the senior officer on the southern section of the wall and the person in charge. The decision was hers, and Sunny did not envy her position one bit. She lingered for a few moments, then took a deep breath and shouted, her voice spreading far and wide due to the effects of a special memory. "This is Soul Reaper Jet. All awakened assemble in cohorts and prepare to sortie. We must push the enemy back. All mundane personnel abandon the wall. I repeat, abandon the wall. I am ordering a full retreat to the secondary defense line." As soon as the echo of her voice disappeared into the cold night, Jet stepped toward a messenger that had lost his footing during the Titan's attack, grabbed the man by the collar, and pulled him to his feet with one powerful motion. The slightly disoriented soldier stared at her with a pale face. She looked at him somberly for a moment and then said quietly, "Inform Army Command to prepare the Rampart Protocol and be ready to activate it as soon as I give the command. If I die, they should act at their discretion." The frightened man nodded and disappeared, using his aspect ability to run at incredible speed. With that done, Jet glanced at Sunny. She remained silent for a moment, then smiled darkly. "Are you ready?" Sunny shook his head. "Not even a little bit." Soul Reaper laughed and turned to the killing field. Her smile disappeared like a phantom. "Well, tough. While the awakened are fighting off the nightmare creatures, someone has to deal with the bugs. They absolutely cannot be allowed to enter the city. I'll stop the left. Swarm, send that awesome echo of yours to face the middle left one, and go to the middle right yourself. Bloodwave will handle the last one. With some luck, the Ascended who were supposed to deal with them in the first place will arrive to reinforce us before everyone dies. The couple of them, who are still alive." Sunny looked at her with a dubious expression. "How am I supposed to fight against countless thousands of tiny bugs?" Master Jet sighed. "You're resourceful. Figure something out, and if you do, let me know. I am asking myself the same question." With that, she turned away to give orders to her cohort. Sunny did the same. Bell, Dorn, Samara, Luster, and Kim were looking at him, their eyes uncertain. He forced out a smile. "You all heard the boss. We are going to sortie with the rest, then push forward and block one of the beetle swarms. I'll take point. Samara, you lost your rifle, so just blast any that get past me with essence. You'll be our secondary slayer. Luster, support Sam. Bell, Dorn, and Kimmy. You guys will protect Luster and Samara. Don't let the bugs bite through your armor." His soldiers looked at each other, then silently nodded. A few moments later, Soul Reaper's voice rolled across the battlements once again. "Attack." Chapter 1, 1034, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 52. The special chutes built into the wall had mostly been destroyed or damaged, so the awakened had to use other means to sortie into the killing field. Some rappelled down, some summoned memories capable of slowing one's fall, some simply used the exposed framework of the Great Barrier to swiftly climb to the ground. The few surviving masters stationed on the southern wall went first to clear the landing. Saint mounted Nightmare, who leaped from one protruding sheet of deformed alloy to another, reaching the swarming abominations in mere seconds. Wielding the cruel sight, she quickly slaughtered the nearest enemies. Sunny was not far behind. He glided through the air using the dark wing, then dismissed it a couple dozen meters above the ground and plummeted down, landing among the nightmare creatures like a cannonball. The sin of solace danced, effortlessly slicing through flesh and bone. It took Sunny only a few seconds to carve out a small island of safety. The members of his cohort joined him, forming a beachhead. More awakened followed behind them, grim determination shining in their eyes. Everyone knew that for many, if not most of them, this was going to be the last fight. Nevertheless, no one tried to flee or turn back. It is strange. Cutting down a lunging beast, Sunny glanced at the descending awakened. Surely, all of them valued their lives. Maybe if left alone, most would listen to their fear and their desire to survive, and choose to save themselves instead. However, they had all been swept up in the moment and lost their reason. They were all individuals. But more than that, they were also parts of something much larger right now. A crowd, a mob. A collective had no fear of death because the destruction of one of its small parts did not mean the destruction of the whole. Maybe that was how these people suppressed their utterly natural and reasonable desire to live, knowing that even without them, the larger entity they belonged to would continue to exist. Was that what Professor Obel had meant when he said that humanity needed a bit of stupidity to survive? In any case, the feeling was alien to Sunny. He had spent most of his life being refused and rejected by the collective, so naturally, he valued himself more. There was really nothing more valuable than himself and things he personally held dear. And yet, here he was, charging into the horde of nightmare creatures with the rest of the awakened of the First Army. Of course, his situation was vastly different. Sunny was pretty sure of his ability to at least escape alive, no matter what happened, but he was still taking a great risk for no apparent reason. Was it stubbornness? Was it pride? Was it spite and unwillingness to admit defeat? Or had he actually become infatuated by the same sense of collective responsibility as these selfless people? He truly did not know. However, the word selfless seemed rather vile and frightening to Sunny. After all, his self was all he had. Without it, what was the point of staying alive? Gritting his teeth, Sunny brandished the sin of solace and pushed forward, cutting through one abomination after another like a ruthless, eerily graceful butcher. At some point, his three shadows joined him, wrapping themselves around his body, the fourth one he had sent to help Nightmare. Sunny was surrounded by a fine haze of blood, but whenever drops of it fell on his black tunic, they rolled off the soft silk without leaving the slightest trace. The graceless dusk remained immaculately pristine. He left the hundreds of awakened behind and advanced into the horde, leading his cohort toward the river of black beetles. Luckily, it was not very hard to reach, because the dark river was flowing forward to meet them as well. Before the irregulars clashed with the claw of the heart of darkness, though, Bloodwave finally arrived at the battlefield. The mighty saint landed like a falling star, causing the earth to split and a shock wave to spread outward in all directions. Away from water, most of his powers would be of no use, but a transcendent was still a transcendent. Wearing dark gray armor sewn of shark skin and wielding two curved swords, Bloodwave instantly turned into a whirlwind of steel, moving with such speed and force as to resemble an annihilating blur. Countless nightmare creatures disappeared into it, and the blurry twister instantly turned red from the mass of blood. More than that, the champion of the House of Night was perfectly aware of his vulnerability on land. For that reason, his soul arsenal included many powerful memories to account for that weakness, among other things. As soon as Bloodwave appeared, three echoes manifested by his side. One was a monstrous crab the size of a house. One resembled a towering golem of wet clay, and the last one was ethereal and elusive, like a creature made of fog. Sonny's eyes glinted when he realized that the creature shrouded in fog was actually transcendent itself. It would have been powerless underwater, but here, under the walls of Falcon Scott, the echo could exert truly devastating power. A small shadow fell from the sky, and a familiar black bird landed on Bloodwave's shoulder, cawing something into his ear. A moment later, the saint and his echoes changed direction, heading for one of the 4 rivers of darkness. Maybe we can actually pull this off. Throwing all unnecessary thoughts out of his head, Sonny concentrated on carving a path toward the tide of beetles. Somewhere behind him, hundreds of awakened were desperately pushing against the horde of frenzied abominations, killing and dying without holding anything back. An ear-splitting groan of tearing metal thundered as another section of the wall collapsed, unable to withstand its own weight after suffering severe damage to its inner structure. He paid it no attention. How am I supposed to fight against the damn bugs? The sin of solace could cut through dozens with each swipe, but there were countless thousands of them. Trying to kill the entire swarm with a sword was no different from trying to cut the sea. He had a couple of tools capable of mass destruction. Shadow manifestation, the strike of thunder. He could also control the swarm, somewhat, with the dying wish. Best of all, the beetles would have to try very, very hard to bite through the marble shell. Sonny was not too worried about his defense. It was the offense that posed an issue. I guess I'll just have to manage somehow. A few moments later, the mass of nightmare creatures around them, then consumed by bloodlust. It seemed that the heart of darkness cared, diminished, and those who did lunge at the cohort looked more panicked, not about whom it devoured, humans or abominations. And there, behind these last few monsters, the tide of darkness was rushing towards Sonny once again. 1035, the fall of Falcon Scott. Also Ibamo 53. As the river of darkness surged forward to devour Sonny, the small lantern of black stone hanging on his belt opened and a tide of shadows rose from within it to meet the swarm of beetles. He held nothing back, unleashing every wild shadow he had tamed, from mundane and shallow ones to those that were ancient, vast, and unfathomably deep. The night itself seemed to move as well. It moved to answer the call of the Master of Shadows. 2 dark tides met with a deafening thunder, and thousands of beetles were instantly broken, crushed, and ground into black dust. Some shadows were vanquished too, and yet even more persisted. Permeated by Sonny's essence, they were as deadly and resilient as an ascended weapon would be. With no sun and no moon to illuminate the skies, there was nothing but dim starlight and a few distant flames to chase away the darkness. The whole world was shrouded in shadows, and so Sonny had an almost infinite well of them to call upon. The only limitation was his essence. However, the number of beetles was even more limitless. Despite thousands of them being destroyed in the initial confrontation, it was no more than a drop in the ocean. Already, even more were surging forward, crashing into the wall of shadows and tunneling into it with their sharp mandibles. Gritting his teeth, Sonny poured more essence out, strengthening the wall and turning it into a tall dam. Almost instantly, cracks appeared on its surface, and a moment later, the river of dark beetles overflowed, spilling over the top of the dam and spreading wide to encompass it from the sides. Funneled by the dying wish, all of them rushed toward a single point. Sonny himself. Die. He launched himself forward, moving with enough speed to leave afterimages behind. The sin of solace lashed out, slicing through 24 beetles with a single strike. Almost at the same, a radiant orb of charged essence shot past Sonny and violently exploded in the surging mass of darkness. Samara had joined the fight, using her aspect ability directly instead of channeling it through the tungsten rounds of a rifle. Together they managed to slow the beetles down a little. Sonny turned into a whirlwind of annihilating jade, delivering 6 swift attacks in an instant. However, even though cutting through the small creatures was not too hard, The effectiveness of these attacks was low. Almost instantly, he switched to using the flat of the jade blade to crush them. With his strength, each blow sent a concussive wave through the mass of dreadful pests, damaging and breaking their tough little bodies. His mind was split, one part commanding his body, the other controlling the manifested shadows to hold back the dark river. And yet, it was not enough. Damnation! No matter how fast Sunny moved, and how many blows he delivered, the number of beetles was down as many small creatures as he could. Kim, with her rapier and buckler, was the least suited for 15 to 13 this battle, but she did her best to lessen the pressure on the two formidable warriors, simply overwhelming. Already, many had flowed past him. Some tried to turn around to attack from behind, but the pressure of the thousands more pushing forward brought them away, forcing Belle, Dorn, and Kim engage the creatures in melee. Out of the three, Dorn was able to destroy the most with his aspect abilities and the heavy sledgehammer. Belle used himself as bait, phasing from place to place and using his sword to cut down as many small creatures as he could. Kim, with her rapier and buckler, was the least suited for this battle, but she did her best to lessen the pressure on the two formidable warriors. Behind them, Samara continued to charge small beads of alloy with essence and flicking them into the mass of beetles, each streaking through the air like a bullet and exploding into a wave of destructive force. Once her supply of alloy beads and needles was exhausted, she would have to use the crudest form of attack and simply toss out projectiles formed of unrestrained wild essence. They were holding for now, but the tide of dark beetles was growing more and more overbearing with each moment. Their number endlessly swelled, and the dam of shadows was being continuously destroyed and rebuilt, consuming Sunny's essence like a gluttonous beast. Some distance away to his right, Bloodwave and his echoes had engaged another tentacle of the heart of darkness. To his left, Saint and Nightmare were holding back the third, and further still, behind them, Jet and her cohort were fighting the fourth. This isn't working. This is not enough. Sunny knew that, if nothing changed, he and his soldiers would be devoured by the appalling vermin. Already, many of the dark beetles had gotten past his defenses and bitten into his skin. Their sharp mandibles only left shallow scratches on it, which almost immediately healed. But still, the memory of one of these vile creatures crawling inside his ribcage made him shudder. It was only a matter of time before several bites would turn into a dozen, then 100, then 1,000. Would the marble shell be able to withstand countless thousands of mandibles plunging into it? Even if it did, it was only his skin that was so resilient. Once he was buried under a cold, slithering carpet of darkness, the beetles crawling into his mouth, into his nostrils, into his ears, into his eyes. Would he be devoured from within? The sin of solace laughed. Wouldn't that be a sight to behold? Ah, yes. Yes, it would. I can't wait. Uttering a silent curse, Sunny tried to pay the whispers of the jade sword no attention and concentrated on eviscerating as many of the beetles as he could. I need to think of something. He could always use Shadow Step to escape. Not quite. The last time, a few beetles were pulled along with him as he stepped through the shadows, most likely because the small creatures were not, in fact, alive. Not alive? A bizarre idea suddenly appeared in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Even if it worked, he would only be buying himself a few seconds of respite, at most. What Sunny really needed was to enhance his offensive ability, to find a way to destroy much more beetles every moment. However, he was only human. There was only so much that his small body, no matter how strong, could do. No, his best hope was shadow manifestation. He was already using it to hold the river back and grind many beetles into dust. But that was not enough. Was there anything else he could do? Summoning a dozen shadow hands to crush and obliterate the beetles would work, for a bit, but it would also burn his reserves of essence with terrible speed. Those hands would not be able to strike with as much strength as he himself could as well. Damn it! If Serpent was here, I could have ordered it to assume the form of a massive monster and crush thousands of the damned vermin with each step, consumed by revulsion and fear at the thought of being eaten from the inside, driven to his limits, and desperate to find a way to defeat the river of darkness. At that feverish moment, Sunny suddenly felt something click in his head. scraps and pieces of previously accumulated experiences connected together, forming a tentative hint of a revelation. The revelation was strange, unclear, and dubious. That should not be possible, right? However, he really could not see why not. Sunny sensed the endless ocean of formless shadows around him, all malleable and ready to answer his call. If Soul Serpent was not here to assume the shape of a dreadful monster, why not try to turn into one himself? 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Able Guilty 31036. The Fall of Falcon Scott. 54. The formless ability allowed Soul Serpent to assume the shape of any shadow contained within its master's soul, as long as it was the shadow of a creature that was of the same or lower class and rank. Once transformed, Serpent would not only look like the creature, but also inherit its traits and abilities. Sunny, however, was not the Serpent. While he trained his mind and body to possess some facets of the formlessness of shadows, he was still a human. Even if he used Shadow Step to turn incorporeal, he would not be able to make use of the same mystical ability. He could, however, command the shadows and manifest them into tangible forms. What did it mean? Slowly drowning in the tide of black beetles and feeling their sharp mandibles scrape against his skin, Sunny continued to fight and think. His thoughts were desperate and feverish, but at the same time, his mind was strangely calm. His first uses of shadow manifestation had been very simple, nothing more than shapeless shadows turned tangible and pushed into motion. The only form they had was the one caused by the motion itself, and so they looked like dark tentacles. Later, Sunny trained for a long time to be able to effortlessly manipulate the shadows into more structured shapes. Chains, blades, walls, and a few more. With those, he had made several incredible achievements. Building a bridge over a vast chasm, stopping the advance of a mighty titan, were not things a master was supposed to be capable of doing. However, his crowning achievement in the use of shadow manifestation was the Shadow Hands. Although not as powerful, durable, and numerous as the dark chains Sunny could create, they were vastly more complex and intricately structured. A hand had to have a rigid frame, flexible joints, dozens degrees of freedom, and many more aspects that few people ever stopped to consider. Controlling one was also much more complicated. Currently, Sunny could skillfully implement two types of shadow hands. The cruder and larger ones acted as an independent fighting force during battles, while the much more agile ones, scaled to the size of his body, were used to give him an extra pair of hands for complicated tasks. So, if he could already create hands and arms, what was to stop him from shaping shadows into a full creature? Sunny growled, as he was pushed back by the river of darkness, wide cracks appearing on the dam he had created. Behind him, Belle, Dorn, and Kim were barely holding on against the ever-increasing number of the vile beetles. Just at that moment, Dorn was a split second too slow to bring his sledgehammer down, and one of the small creatures landed on his armor. The enchanted metal instantly split. But before the beetle could burrow under the giant man's skin, Kim's rapier flashed and pierced the beetle. The sharp blade wounded Dorn as well, but receiving a shallow cut was infinitely better than having a murderous little creature tear through his insides. Sunny gritted his teeth, striking down with the sin of solace. What was to stop him? The answer was very simple: complexity. Even shaping a functioning hand was already incomparably hard. He had spent a lot of time teaching himself how to shape shadows into hands on the fly. Creating an actual moving construct in the form of a creature would have been 100, if not 1,000 times harder. Plus, such a creature would not be very deadly, since in the end, it would just be a more complicated ascended weapon. There was something that could solve both of these problems in Sunny's possession, though: his knowledge of shadow dance. Shadow dance allowed him to observe a person, or a creature, and learn the very essence of their style and physicality, then shadow it. How they moved, how they thought, how they felt, how soul essence flowed through their body. Of course, none of that would be possible if he did not first understand the structure of the body itself. If Sunny knew how a body was shaped and worked on an instinctual level, The task of forcing shadows into that form would become much, much easier. Additionally, he did not have to make that form act independently, to translate his own power through it instead of relying solely on the strength of the shadows themselves. He could build it around himself like a shell. He could wrap it around his body like his own shadows wrapped around it. It's like a suit of exoskeleton armor in the shape of a nightmare creature, a shell of shadows, with me powering it instead of the other way around. If he succeeded, he would be able to assume the shape of a nightmare creature, just like Soul Serpent could. Of course, there would be a vast difference. Unlike his shadow, Sunny would not inherit the creature's attributes and abilities, but the physical form itself was already enough. He took a deep breath, almost swallowing one of the beetles. A savage expression appeared on Sunny's face, and he flinched back, narrowly avoiding the lunging pest. Would he really be able to pull this off? There's only one way to find out. To attempt something like that, though, Sunny needed two things. First, he had to choose a suitable form, and one that was exceedingly familiar to him. The better he knew the shape of a creature, the higher his chances of success would be. And even though he had shadowed many abominations over the years, there were very few that Sunny was confident in recreating. Secondly, he needed some time, with nothing to distract him from the task. Even if it was just a few seconds, attempting something that crazy for the first time could not be done in the middle of a furious melee. Sunny could come up with some monster to try turning into, but several seconds of peace were much harder to come by. Unless... Soon, a large alloy chest appeared in front of Sunny, large enough for him to comfortably lie on. 15. It was the covetous coffer. The bizarre idea that he had thought of some time ago suddenly popped back into his mind. He crushed 100 beetles with an obliterating strike of the flat of his jade sword, then continued to rain one attack after another on the inexhaustible river of vermin, summoning a new memory at the same time. Soon, a large alloy chest appeared in front of Sunny, large enough for him to comfortably lie on. It was the covetous coffer. Sunny commanded the memory to open its lid, then pushed it on the side and swiftly hid behind it. He also called back the deepest and most ancient shadows unleashed from the shadow lantern, hoping to shape them into a monstrous form. The coffer was a storage memory, and by now its capacity was rather large. After months spent in Antarctica, that space was mostly empty. All kinds of things could be stored inside the alloy chest, with two restrictions. The things could not be too big, and they could not be alive. The black beetles, though, were not alive. Sunny did not know what they were, but since the creatures could travel with him through Shadow Step, which suffered from a similar limitation, there was a good reason to believe that the coffer would be able to swallow them as well. And it did. Positioned between the tide of black beetles and Sunny, who wore the dying wish, the alloy chest was like a bottomless abyss. A river of the vile creatures flowed into it, hoping to tear through the bottom of the coffer and get to the human hiding behind it. However, all of them simply disappeared into the spatial storage space instead. A second passed, and then another, with countless thousands of beetles entering the dark chasm of the coffer's maw and never appearing again. After one more second, though, the storage space started to overflow. The lid of the chest instantly snapped shut, and then the memory dissipated into a whirlwind of white sparks. The river of beetles surged forward to devour the human. What rose from the veil of sparks, however, was not a human at all. Instead, it was a fearsome creature that towered at almost 3 meters in height, with onyx black skin and a bestial, demonic face. Its mouth was full of sharp fangs, and 4 long horns crowned its head, protruding from dark, coarse hair. The creature had 4 hands that ended with sharp claws and a long, twisting tail. Its eyes were entirely black, with no irises and 2 vertical, furious pupils. A terrifying growl escaped from its mouth. Success. Of course, Sunny had chosen the shape of a creature he was most familiar with. The Shadow Spawn Devil. 1037. The Fall of Falcon Scott. 55. Sunny had spent many long months in the body of the nameless shadow spawn. From the bloody floor of the Red Colosseum to the burning streets of the Ivory City, he had fought countless battles with the creature's four clawed hands. However, he had never experienced being the Shadow Devil as an ascended. Possessing the power of a master and augmented by shadows, he exploded with truly terrifying might. At 3 meters of height, Sunny had suddenly turned into a vicious herald of destruction. He lunged into the mass of dark beetles, eviscerating hundreds of them in a split second. He was holding a sword in each of his 4 hands. 2 of them were the Sin of Solace and the Midnight Shard, and 2 were shaped from shadows. Each moved with staggering speed, weaving a translucent sphere of devastation in the river of darkness. Fighting with 4 swords was, perhaps, not the best idea against most opponents. However, Sunny did not need a lot of control and agility to deal with the beetles. All he needed was speed, more attacks, no matter how crude. With 4 swords and longer reach, the rate at which he destroyed the vile creatures increased tremendously. He cut and crushed them with his 4 swords, stomped them with his clawed feet. Even his tail was swiping through the swarm, obliterating many beetles. For a few moments, the river of darkness seemed to slow its advance. Sunny used those moments to slaughter even more, alleviating the pressure on his cohort and allowing Samara to renew her bombardment of charged essence. The strangest thing about it was how comfortable he felt. Even while shaping the shadows into the form of the Shadow Devil, Sunny had no idea of how easy or hard it would be to control that shell. As it turned out, it felt almost indistinguishable from the real thing. All he needed to do was summon the memories of the second nightmare into his mind and bring them to life with the help of Shadow Dance, like shadowing a memory of a creature instead of the creature itself. Of course, the demands were high. He needed to know the shape of the shadow shell in startling detail. Sunny suspected that he would not have been able to turn himself into many other creatures, if any at all. However, his knowledge of the shadow spawn was nothing short of instinctual. Instead of controlling the construct consciously, he simply allowed himself to become it. The other demand was essence. Sustaining the shadow shell burned through it with dire speed. His reserves were not exhausted yet, but he knew he wouldn't be able to keep being the shadow spawn for long. He had to do a lot of other things as well, like power his memories and manifest more and more shadows to repair the tall dam. The situation had improved, but they were still on a timer. If nothing changed soon, the result would be disastrous. Don't think about it right now, just kill. Kill as many as you can. The damned beetles have to have a breakpoint too. Everything turned into pure chaos. Sunny felt as though his physical power was almost uncontrollable now. He pushed and pushed himself, expecting to hit a limit, but that limit never came. His speed, his strength, his force, all of it had vastly increased, to the point where his thoughts were starting to fall behind his movements. Countless thousands of beetles were destroyed. Faced with the hurricane of swords, claws, horns, and fangs, the river actually recoiled, giving up several meters of frozen soil. Sunny thrust one of the shadow swords forward and let go of it at some point. Instead, arcs of electricity appeared on his palm and then formed into an arrow that seemed to be made of lightning. Sunny stabbed it into the mass of beetles, causing an incinerating chain reaction to destroy numerous creatures. He was hurt by the devastating current of electricity as well, but due to the elemental resistance of the marble shell and the augmentation of the shadows, the damage was superficial and almost tolerable. There was no time to think, only to fight. Somehow, miraculously, Sunny was holding the swarm of the black beetles back. The dying wish was pulling them toward him like a magnet, but instead of washing the towering shadow devil away, like a dark tide, they were being constantly ground to dust, cut to pieces, and incinerated by lightning as soon as they entered within his reach. Those that flowed past Sunny were dealt with by the members of his cohort. Samara was causing one explosion after another to bloom amid the swarm, while Luster fed her a steady flow of essence. Both were nearing their limit, but they had not reached it yet. The same was true for Belle, Dorn, and Kim. Sunny couldn't see Saint and Nightmare, but from the glimpses of how little progress the second swarm had made, he knew that they were doing their part as well. The third swarm, the blood wave was supposed to deal with seemed the most damaged. The three echoes were holding it back, but the fearsome saint himself was nowhere to be seen. He was probably hidden somewhere within the river of darkness, fighting furiously. Since the echoes had not dissipated, he had to be alive at least. The only ones Sunny knew nothing about were Soul Reaper and her cohort, since they were too far away. Still, he believed that Master Jet would not go down easily. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Sunny could feel his shadow shell slowly coming undone. After long minutes of rampaging within the dark river of vermin, it had sustained a lot of damage. He tried to repair the wound delivered to the towering shadow devil by summoning and manifesting more shadows, but many beetles were already crawling within. Their mandibles scraped against the silk of the graceless dusk, or his skin from time to time, fruitlessly for now. His every muscle was burning from strain, and his mind was becoming clouded from fatigue. It took a lot to keep the shadow shell intact and moving. He had to let the dam crumble a couple of minutes ago already, because the pressure of it all was just too demanding. Nevertheless, Sunny kept fighting. In fact, the more tired and fatigued he became, the fiercer his rampage grew, and the louder the sin of solace laughed, whispering ugly truths into his ears. You'll never give up. Leave your soldiers to die and save yourself. Come on, it's so easy. Just turn into a shadow and slip away. No one will now. No one will tell. Everyone will just die. How irritating. Sunny tossed the strike of thunder into the surging mass of beetles once again, enduring the piercing pain of being electrocuted by its lightning, and felt one of his two shadow hands crumble down. Ah. Not good. He prepared to summon a new shadow to reshape it, but then something changed. A strange ripple went through the river of darkness, and it suddenly lost cohesion. The purposeful tide of black beetles grew discordant and shapeless, many of them simply growing still. Some continued to throw themselves at Sunny, while others scurried away. Nestled within the battered shadow shell, he blinked. What just happened? 1038. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 56. Tired. So tired. Sunny smashed through the nearest beetles and jumped back, sliding a few dozens of meters across the ground as his claws left deep grooves in the frozen soil to slow him down. In front of him, the river of darkness was falling apart. The dark beetles, who had been acting like a single organism before, were now aimless and sluggish. Some grew lethargic or started burrowing into the ground, while others were wandering away. A few hundred were still pursuing him. With a thought, Sunny deactivated the dying wish and watched the small creatures dash away in fear. The swarm ceased its purposeful advance and instead flowed outward, losing the shape of a giant tentacle of darkness. It was as though a tank of water had been broken, water spilling to the sides. Utterly, chillingly exhausted, Sunny panted heavily inside the shadow shell. There were several beetles still crawling within it, stubbornly trying to bite through his skin. However, even their vicious bites had grown less determined. The breaking point? Did they reach it? His tired mind wanted nothing more than to release the manifested shadows and let the shadow devil form crumble into nothingness. But he forced himself to remain vigilant. Looking left and right, Sunny saw that the two neighboring swarms were in a similar condition. This was good news, but also bad. Now that the heart of darkness was acting directionless, its deterrence seemed to have lost most of its power. The horde of nightmare creatures, which had been scared away by the dark beetles, was already starting to tentatively move closer to the group of humans. Crap. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, then turned around and took a few steps toward the members of his cohort, who were similarly spent and battered. His soldiers, however, recoiled away from him. He looked down in confusion for a moment. Oh. With that, Sunny finally let the shadows comprising the shadow spawn return to their natural form and flow back into the intricately engraved lantern hanging on the black silken cord tied around his waist. The towering four-armed devil suddenly crumbled into a cloud of darkness, and a pale young man, in a beautiful black tunic, stepped out of it with a stagger. Ah! Sunny fell to his knees, then raised his fist and angrily struck the ground several times, crushing the scurrying beetles. Captain, is that you? He glanced at Kim, who was staring at him with wide eyes. Of course, it's me. Who else would it be? And it's Major now, damn it. He slowly stood up and summoned the endless spring, taking several large gulps of cold, refreshing water. Perhaps dismissing the shadow shell outside the city wall was not the wisest decision, but he felt that he would not be able to sustain it much longer. At least that way, he would have a tiny bit of essence left for whatever it was that would happen next. The wall. Sunny looked back, finally witnessing the full scope of the damage done to the defensive barrier. The southern span of the wall was terribly deformed and broken, with many sections laying in giant piles of broken, melted alloy. Much more of them than when he had left it. Somewhere beside it, hidden by the sea of abominations, the awakened of the First Army was still holding the horde back. He wondered how many of them were still alive. What is going on? Why did the heart of darkness suddenly stopped beating? Where the hell are? Shaken, he looked to his left, where Saint and Nightmare and Soul Reaper's cohort had fought. His shadows were already approaching, both littered with wounds. Neither had perished, but they did sustain a lot of damage. Even Saint, who was transcendent, and thus much more durable than Sunny, had suffered dreadfully while battling the swarm of black beetles. Maybe because the small creatures were especially proficient at gnawing through stone. The mantle of darkness was slow to repair the damage as well, almost as if Saint's internal source of true darkness was as exhausted as Sunny's reservoir of essence. Her wounds were healing, nevertheless, just not at all as fast as he would have wanted. There was one more figure making its way toward him as well. Sunny felt extremely relieved when he recognized Jet, Soul Reaper. Did not look good. Her armor seemed to have been destroyed at some point during the battle, and now she wore only the uniform bodysuit, its smart fabric wet and heavy with blood. Her face was ashen. In a few heartbeats, all three arrived. In the same span of time, the nightmare creatures started to draw closer, madness and hunger burning in their eyes. Sunny was the first one to speak. "Master Jet? What happened? Why did the bug suddenly—" She staggered, forcing him to support her. Sunny and the members of his cohort looked at the leader of the irregulars with concern. Jet took a few raspy breaths, then said in a hoarse voice, "I'm all right. It was Bloodway. He fought his way to the center of the swarm and killed the thing in charge." Sunny blinked. "What? How? And what exactly did he kill?" She shook her head. "I don't know." It was only then that Sunny realized that Soul Reaper was alone. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Your cohort?" Jet gritted her teeth. "Dead." Then she pushed herself off of him and straightened. "The Ascended that were supposed to reinforce us are also dead. They couldn't fight their way through the horde. And speaking of the horde, we need to get the hell out of here fast. We need to reach the secondary defense line really soon. Otherwise, Army Command is probably going to blow us all up." Sunny froze for a moment. The Rampart Protocol. The First Army, of course, had all kinds of contingencies. There were a few set in place in case the city wall fell too, from relatively tame to really drastic. The Rampart Protocol was the most drastic of them all. There were tunnels dug below the killing field and under the span of abandoned streets between the city wall and the secondary defense line as well. All of them were choke full of powerful explosives, most of them created with the use of spell tech. All those explosives were set up to go up in flames together, turning everything outside the secondary barrier into a vast, scorching inferno. That measure was only supposed to be implemented after every soldier had safely retreated into the safety zone, and most of them already had. Army Command would probably wait for Sunny, Jet, and especially Bloodwave to return before pulling the trigger. But the situation was extremely chaotic, and communications were down. There was just no telling for sure. Damnation! Sunny glanced to his right and saw a battered Echo. The other two must have been destroyed, and a fearsome figure in shark skin armor emerged from the mass of dark beetles and dashed toward them. Some distance behind the pair, a mass of abominations were already lunging forward. He looked back at Jet and grinned. "Then what the hell are we waiting for? Run!" Chapter 1, 1039. The Fall of Falcon Scott. Fifu. 57. Bloodwave reached them just a moment later. The mighty saint looked spent. Sunny shivered when he noticed that his armor was torn, and there were ugly injuries covering his body. Out of the three echoes, only the monstrous crab remained. The other two had either been destroyed or dismissed to save them from perishing. Even the transcendent echo is gone. Gods, what could have destroyed one of those and severely injured a saint? The heart of darkness. Just what kind of creature was it? He felt a bit of dread and a bit of curiosity. However, now was not the time to ask questions. Their small party had to hurry and fight their way back through the boundless horde of nightmare creatures. Being awakened, 2 masters, 1 saint, as well as 2 powerful shadows and an echo. They were an exceedingly formidable group. Granted, all of them were wounded, tired, and low on essence. Still, cutting through the horde while keeping everyone alive would not pose a problem. In theory, Bloodwave studied the rest for a moment, then sent his echo forward and growled, his voice husky, low, and domineering. "Move." Saint spared the mighty saint an indifferent glance, then mounted Nightmare and sent the dark destrier into a gallop, the spearhead of the cruel sight igniting with the incandescent white glow in her hand, a shield made of pure darkness weighing on the other. They moved ahead of the party, cutting into the horde as a fierce vanguard. Soul Reaper was just behind, accompanied by the members of Sunny's cohort. Bloodwave and his echo flanked the awakened, protecting them from the frenzied nightmare creatures. Sunny himself took up the rear position, dragging his tired body along and preventing the abominations from attacking the backs of his soldiers. In a cacophony of chilling howls, they dove into the mass of abominations. Blood, severed flesh, and fragments of broken bone instantly filled the air. Damn it! Damn it, damn it. No one in the group was weak, and some of them were truly powerful. However, the horde that Goliath had brought to the walls of Falcon Scott was simply too vast. Countless nightmare creatures were throwing themselves at the exhausted humans in a rabid frenzy, every moment, from every direction. Slowing down meant being buried under a mountain of monstrous bodies and torn apart. Their only chance was to cut through the mass of abominations, faster than the abominations could pile up on them. Sunny continued to fight with his teeth gritted. The rearguard position was the most awkward because he had to move backwards at considerable speed while slaughtering the mass of nightmare creatures pursuing the party. By now, they were deep inside the horde, and the abominations were surrounding them on all sides. With how sharp and swift the sin of Solace was, no creature could resist its blade. Sunny was managing somehow for now, but his battered body was hurting all over. Even though the marble shell had yet to succumb to an attack, the few blows he failed to dodge or deflect still delivered some damage. It was only his skin that was as hard as stone after all, not his entire body. A sufficiently powerful strike would send a concussive shock through his insides, potentially causing internal organs to rupture. That hadn't happened yet. But being hit still hurt. What the hell? It just never ends, does it? Today he had killed a titan and faced a creature that might have been even more wicked. Despite it all, the hard part was not over. The fact that everything around him could blow at any moment, plunging the whole place into an inferno of immolating flame, both mundane and magical, did not make Sunny feel any better either. Slowly, the ruined walls of the siege capital drew closer. Bloodwave's echo was almost destroyed, causing the saint to dismiss it. Master Jet took its place with a resigned expression, her wounds starting to bleed again. The somber glaive was nowhere to be seen, but a slender naginata appeared in Soul Reaper's hands instead. Using it, she cleared the right flank of the formation with several vicious strikes. The pressure on Sunny was also increasing. By now, he was forced to support himself with shadow manifestation from time to time. His already pitiful reserve of essence was diminishing even further with each use, and yet they continued to cut through the horde unimpeded, the ground sleek with blood under their feet. After what felt like 1,000 years of slaughter, the party finally reached the melted ruin of the city wall. In front of it, the awakened force in charge of the southern section was holding back the ocean of nightmare creatures. what was left of it at least. A grim expression settled on Sonny's face when he realized that of the initial 700, perhaps only 200 remained. Reuniting with the line of awakened soldiers gave them a moment of respite and gave the desperate soldiers a much-needed morale boost. Soul Reaper, Mongrel, and Devil. All three were famous champions of the First Army, and although few soldiers knew what Saint Bloodwave looked like, the Transcendent of the House of Night had a presence that made it impossible to mistake him for an ordinary person. Seeing them return alive from the sortie, the awakened regained some of their spirit. No one was out of the woods yet, though. There was a large distance separating the wall from the secondary defense perimeter that had been established deep within the city. That whole abandoned area was set up to go up in flames as well. Sonny looked through one of the numerous breaches in the deformed wall, noticing that the staging area on the other side of it had already been evacuated. The mundane soldiers had retreated, taking the logistics personnel, medical officers, technicians, engineers, and all other non-combatants with them. The vast resources stored inside the staging area were all left behind. Tall crates of MWP munitions, carcasses of slain nightmare creatures, loader robots, and so on. A wealth of supplies, much of it highly flammable or outright explosive, was going to be blown up once the Rampart Protocol was initiated, too. Usually, Sonny would have been pained to see all these riches go to waste. But right now, he did not care. Usually, Sonny would have been pained to see all these riches go to waste. But right now, he did not care. All he cared about was not being near when they did. 1040, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 58. Right. Now, we just have to get to the secondary defense line. Once we're within the city instead of on a plane, evading the abominations should be much easier, so the last stretch of the way won't be as hard. Sonny glanced at his companions, evaluating their state. Everyone was exhausted, dirty, and covered in blood, both their own and that of nightmare creatures, but alive. The only problem now was to somehow extricate themselves and the 200 surviving awakened from the attacking horde. At that moment, as if to answer his thoughts, Bloodwave turned to look at the mass of abominations. Then the enigmatic saint glanced at Master Jet. "Take your soldiers and go, Soul Reaper. I will hold the beasts back for a bit. Tell your commanders to activate the explosives as soon as you're past the defense line." Sonny stared at him in shock, feeling that these words sounded a bit like a farewell. You, Bloodwave gave him a strange look. I think you might have misunderstood, Sunless. I'm not trying to sacrifice myself. It's just that an explosion like that won't harm a Transcendent too much. The Awakened, however, or even someone like you, better not risk it." Sonny slowly nodded. Indeed, corrupted nightmare creatures could survive a nuclear explosion without too much trouble, some fallen as well. Rampart Protocol was not going to kill a Transcendent like Bloodwave, or even seriously inconvenience him. Master Jet nodded. "We'll be going then." The Saint nodded, then took a deep breath and started summoning several memories. Sonny did not know what exactly the memories were, but judging by the fact that Bloodwave had promised to hold back the horde, the whole horde, all by himself, the abominations were in for a nasty surprise. Jet looked at him, then said quietly, "Once we start running, don't stop until you're safely behind the army fortifications. I'll stay back a little to make sure that everyone who is still alive gets safely out of the blast zone before Army Command begins the party. Expect to enjoy fireworks as soon as we see each other again." Sonny forced out a pale smile. "It's going to be terribly loud, isn't it? Damn, my poor ears." With that, he spared her one last glance and turned to his cohort. "Come on, go." Almost as soon as they dashed toward the nearest breach in the wall, Master Jet's voice boomed once again, spreading across the whole length of the battlefield. "Retreat!" The surviving Awakened of the First Army did not make her ask twice. Delivering one last attack, they used their remaining strength to momentarily push the enemy back, then turned around and ran. To call it a retreat was a bit of a stretch. There was no order or strategy to it, just a desperate wish to survive. The defense line instantly collapsed, and the soldiers dove into the ruins of the city wall, their backs to the enemy. The only saving grace of the whole thing was Bloodwave, who somehow managed to fulfill his promise and stall the enormous horde of nightmare creatures all by himself, at least for a few moments. What happened outside the wall next, Sunny did not know. He thought that he heard the roar of a rushing tide of water, but at that point, there was no time to turn around. Sunny and his cohort flashed through the abandoned staging area and escaped into the empty streets beyond. Here, everything was shrouded in darkness. Many buildings had collapsed, creating a complicated labyrinth of snow and broken concrete. Others still stood, but were charred black by the flames. Some streets were strangely untouched and eerily empty, and of course, there were functioning roads that the First Army had maintained to deliver people and supplies to the wall. Sunny led his people to one of these roads. Luckily, all of them could see in the dark thanks to Kim, so the lack of illumination was not a problem. Their running speed was not much lower than that of a moving PT-Fee, but nevertheless, he felt a pang of regret for a moment. I'm going to lose the Rhino. His reliable APC was currently parked in a different section of the staging area, near where they had started their shift. Sadly, the battle had taken them far away from the main gate of the city, so there was no time to search for the mighty vehicle. Once this whole place blew up, the Rhino would undoubtedly be destroyed as well. Damn it, damn it. Gritting his teeth, Sunny continued to run. He had to lead his people to safety. That took priority over everything else. Currently, they were slightly ahead of the rest of the retreating Awakened. The span of the southern section was very long, so no one else was in view. Right now, all that mattered was speed, and each soldier was making their own path to the secondary defense line. Sunny suspected that most would try to reach the maintained roads, but on this one, there was no one but the battered cohort of irregulars. Burned and collapsed buildings flew past them, one after another. They ran through the darkness, moving as fast as they could, their stamina long spent and their lungs burning. The dark, empty streets. Something about them filled Sunny with a feeling of eerie unease. It took him a couple of minutes to realize why the surroundings felt so strange. It was too quiet. After more than 2 weeks of the siege, Sunny had grown accustomed to always hearing the wall armaments roaring somewhere in the distance. But those armaments had grown silent now, destroyed by the fiery gaze of Goliath. At least across the whole southern section of the defensive barrier, not a single turret was firing. For some reason, the silence filled him with dread. Almost there. Just a few more minutes. Sunny spread his shadow sense outward, just to make sure that there were no dangers around. He even sent 2 of his shadows to scour the path ahead, to be safe, and ordered Saint and Nightmare to stay alert. But there was nothing there, just abandoned buildings and snow-covered ruins. Sunny did not see anything that could pose a threat to the cohort. His shadow did not see anything either, neither did Nightmare and Saint. The only one to notice it was Luster, who just happened to turn his head in the direction the attack came from by pure luck. His eyes widened. It was a split second later that Sunny sensed it. A swift shadow flying toward the cohort, even though there was nothing there to cast it. But it was already too late for him to react. In the next moment, Luster suddenly lunged forward and pushed Kim aside, throwing her to the ground. Something flashed through the cold air, and it was instantly filled with hot blood. 1041, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 59. Something broke the dark surface of the shadows and flew into the cold air, moving fast enough to look like a black blur. Before anyone could react, Kim was falling down, and so was Luster, who had pushed her aside at the last moment. There was blood in the air, a startled expression on his face, and something was very wrong with the way he was falling. The black blur did not stop. A sharp blade instantly flashed toward Dorn, who had a startled expression on his face. The giant man only had enough time to slightly turn his torso. The blade missed his heart, slicing through armor and leaving a deep wound on his chest. The blade continued forward without pause, a split second away from piercing Bell's head. Instead, it simply passed through it. The swordsman could not possibly dodge, but he just barely managed to activate his aspect ability and phase through the strike, leaving Samara utterly open. Everything happened too fast. Before Kim even hit the ground, the enemy's blade was already mere centimeters away, from slashing across her throat. However, a jade sword suddenly appeared in its way, blocking the lightning-fast attack. What the? Sunny, who had thrown himself in the path of the enemy, was tossed back by the ferocious force of the impact. The attacker, whoever it was so strong that his hands grew slightly numb. He collapsed on the scorched road and rolled, instantly jumping back to his feet. Kim landed on the ground. Luster did too. Both of his legs were cleanly severed at the knee, and blood was pouring out of terrible wounds. Sunny's eyes widened, but he had no time to think about it. The members of the cohort were too slow to defend themselves, and the ambush was not yet over. The creature, a dark silhouette moving with dire speed, had been thrown back as well. Sunny only had enough time to notice a humanoid shape clad in black armor and instantly lunged forward. He had regained his balance a split second faster than the attacker, so the bastard had no way to avoid being pierced by the sin of solace. And yet, that was exactly what happened. Before the jade sword could strike the creature down, it simply dissipated into the shadows. What? Sunny was stupefied for a short moment. It's Shadow Step. Which meant he spun but was a moment too late. The creature was already behind him, the black blade falling from above. Sunny gritted his teeth, then blocked the strike with his forearm. The marble shell turned as hard as stone and split open, broken by the vicious strength of the blow. The blade only managed to deliver a relatively minor wound, though, most of its power spent to shatter the shell. Before Sunny could counterattack, the enemy had blinked out of existence once again. Not good. The creature appeared some distance away, aiming to finish off Kim. At that point, however, Saint was already there. The taciturn knight had leapt from Nightmare's back and flashed across the road, deflecting the black blade with her shield. Inconceivably, the onyx shield actually cracked and the shadow staggered back. The creature did not waste any time and lunged toward Kim, but then a black chain suddenly wrapped around its throat. A dozen meters away, Sunny grasped the shadow chain and jerked it back with all his strength. The enemy was thrown back, flying through the air and crashing on the road a few meters behind him. The creature slid back, then stopped, kneeling in the middle of the road. It remained motionless for a moment, and then slowly stood up, glancing at Sunny with cold, killing intent. Subjected to the hate-filled gaze, Sunny turned grim. The creature was about 2 meters tall, with plates of jet-black bone covering its body, like a full suit of armor. Even its face was hidden behind black bone, which formed a menacing, closed helmet. 2 inhuman dark eyes burned with resentment and hatred through the cracks. The lower part of the helmet was split by a jagged line, and when it parted, a maw full of sharp fangs was revealed, opened in a mocking grin. Sunny, who was standing between the cohort and the abomination, grimaced and lowered his gaze a little. In one of its hands, the creature was holding a curved sword that seemed to have been crudely carved from a long black tusk, its edge terribly sharp and harder than steel. Just as he had thought, the abomination was missing 2 fingers on the other. Sunny sighed, lingered for a moment, and that said tiredly, "I had a feeling that you would show up." The scary stories about a murderous shadow that people in Falcon Scott had been telling each other turned out to be more than just stories. In the end, it seemed that the little scavenger had grown once again. Curse it. Of course, the wretched goblin would choose this exact moment to attack. Why wouldn't he? Sunny was tired, beaten, and very low on essence. The First Army was in full retreat, and none of his allies could intervene on his behalf. If Sunny was planning an ambush, that would have been exactly how he'd do it. Well, not quite. He would not have failed to kill most of his marks during the first assault. Not letting the scavenger out of his sight, Sunny briefly glanced at his soldiers. Luster seemed to be in shock, weakly trying to sit up. Kim was by his side, hastily applying a tourniquet. Belle, Samara, and Dorn were shielding them with their bodies, their faces grim and tense. The latter was bleeding from a deep wound on his chest. Saint and Nightmare were waiting for his command, ready to attack. Bad, bad. This is very bad. Sunny had already taken a glance at the scavenger's soul, finding out that the damned waif had somehow managed to become a corrupted devil. The goblin, well, the bastard was more of an ogre now. Must have devoured a lot of nightmare creatures to become that strong. He must have devoured a lot of people as well, considering how disturbingly human-like the scavenger now looked. There must have been a lot of bodies left in the ruins of Erebus Field, and more victims still here in Falcon Scott. Much worse, it seemed that swallowing a piece of Sonny's flesh allowed the creature to inherit some of his powers. Powers related to shadows. Dealing with an enemy like that would have been hard, even if the cohort was in peak shape. But now, it was going to be a problem. Not a big problem, of course. However, one thing made the situation truly dire. The whole section of the city around them, the road, the buildings, the ruins, was about to be destroyed by a titanic explosion. 1042, the fall of Falcon Scott, 60. For a few moments, no one moved. Sonny was considering how to deal with the scavenger, while the scavenger was probably considering how to deal with Sonny, now that the ambush had partially failed. Or maybe the damn thing was simply enjoying seeing him squirm. Who could tell what was happening in that abominable head? 100 thoughts flew through Sonny's mind. No matter how he looked at it, the situation did not look good. He had no doubt that he and his two shadows were more than enough to kill the scavenger. After all, plenty of corrupted abominations had fallen by his hand. But would they be able to kill him fast enough? The wretched creature was strong and extremely slippery. Fighting someone who could teleport all over the place was a real nightmare. Belatedly, Sonny felt pity for all the poor bastards whom he had killed in the past. They must have all died full of frustration. Serves them right. Once Army Command set off the explosives below the city, Saint would probably be able to survive the conflagration, just like Bloodwave had said he would. Nightmare and Sonny had a chance to escape unscathed, too, if they managed to find a shadow deep enough to protect them. His soldiers, however, would not. They were not saints, or even ascended. Neither did they possess aspects capable of saving them from the destruction. Not to mention that Luster was gravely injured and losing a lot of blood. As an awakened, he would not bleed out immediately, but getting him to a medic, or better yet, an actual healer, was an urgent priority. The problem was that Sonny was not confident in his ability to protect the cohort if they chose to retreat. Once again, an enemy who could step through shadows was simply too mobile and unpredictable. Guarding a bunch of vulnerable targets from a corrupted devil who could appear at any moment from any side was a tall task. Damn it, damn it. Not only did the bastard get a chunk of my flesh, he even became an utter menace because of it. They could not remain and fight, and they could not retreat. Did the bastard actually know that everything around them was about to blow up? Or had he just been lucky to catch Sonny at the worst possible moment? If he had, that was some luck. The scavenger tilted his head a little as though challenging Sonny to come and get him, the tip of his curved saber lowered slightly, ready to lash out. Sonny glared at him for a moment, then cursed silently and threw an order over his shoulder, his tone calm and steady. Kim, take Luster, climb onto my horse, and get the hell out of here. Get him help. The rest, retreat on foot. Saint will protect you. Luster, who had been staring at his missing legs with a confused expression, looked up at the sound of his voice and asked shakily, What about you, Captain? Sonny grinned. I'll keep our friend here company. Don't worry. I did not survive Goliath in the heart of darkness to die to this little wretch today. Go. Kim was already dragging the young man toward Nightmare, her face pale and full of desperate determination. The scavenger spared them a glance, then stared back at Sonny. His mouth opened, and a hoarse, grating voice suddenly came out of it. Die today, little wretch. Then an ugly, gasping sound assaulted Sonny's ears. The bastard was actually laughing. Sonny frowned. He couldn't care less if the abomination wished to mock him, but nevertheless, his heart suddenly turned cold. Nightmare creatures capable of speech were extremely rare, and all of them were extremely terrifying. He could attest to that fact himself. Sonny had already been uneasy, but now his caution doubled. The scavenger was dangerous. The little wretch had been abnormal from the very start. He was gaining power too fast, growing too explosively. Of course, Antarctica was a perfect place for a creature like that to gorge on the corpses of powerful monsters. But still, Sonny's intuition was telling him that fighting the abomination alone would be a dire, dreadful mistake. But he had no better choice. He sighed with resignation. I guess my luck is just complete, utter crap today. All that remained was Sunny, the scavenger, and the shadows. 1009 Goliath, the heart of darkness, fighting his way back through the boundless nightmare creatures. And now, this. Sunny was hurt, tired, and miserable. So much so, in fact, that he was getting a bit angry. Fine, let's do this, you rotten piece of trash. There was a perfectly fine nightmare creature here to vent his anger. Sunny had already failed to kill the scavenger twice. Today, fate generously gave him a chance to finish the job, and he was not going to let it slip from his hands. The scavenger was strangely unreasonable in his hate-fueled pursuit, following Sunny all the way from LO49 across the hellscape of the Antarctic Center. Well, Sunny could be an unreasonable person himself. In fact, he was very tired of being reasonable all the time. Enough is enough. A dark, slightly mad light ignited in his eyes. Behind him, Kim pushed Luster onto Nightmare's back, then jumped up herself. The black steed instantly shot forward, moving across the empty road with incredible speed. Belle, Dorn, and Samara followed, protected by Saint. All that remained was Sunny, the scavenger, and the shadows. And tons of explosives somewhere beneath their feet. The menacing black abomination moved, trying to dissipate into the shadows. But before it could, the shadows around it suddenly surged, shooting forward like sharp spikes. The spikes shattered against the creature's bone armor, but they did slow him down for a split second. And that was all that Sunny needed. Emerging from the darkness in front of the scavenger, he kicked him in the chest. With a deafening boom, the creature was sent flying back, but managed to land on his feet. The black tusk whistled, tearing through the air, and collided against the white jade of the Sin of Solace. Sunny felt his hand tremble from the force of the blow, and smiled. Good. Don't you die too easily. 1043. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 61. On the doomed streets of a snow-covered city, surrounded by ruins of collapsed buildings and remnants of devastating battles, a young man with alabaster skin and onyx hair was fighting a wraith made of darkness and hatred. One wore a simple tunic of beautiful black silk. The other was clad in menacing black armor. Both moved through the ruins like a pair of swift shadows. Damn it! Break! Sunny shuddered as he deflected a vicious strike of the mysterious black tusk. Felt the impact send a painful jolt through his entire body, and guided the enemy's blade to the side. At the same time, he took a step forward and slammed his elbow into the scavenger's chest. The creature was pushed back, releasing the Sin of Solace from the bind. The cursed sword instantly flashed forward, slashing across the abomination's side. The defense, counterattack, and follow-up had been executed flawlessly, flowing into each other like the nimble steps of a graceful dance. Despite being light and swift, they also carried tremendous power and annihilating intent. And yet, the white jade slid fruitlessly off the black bone armor, barely leaving a scratch on it. What the hell are you made of, bastard? The scavenger was just too damn overbearing. At times, fighting him was fighting like water. When the Sin of Solace lashed out at the cracks in the bone armor, the scavenger would turn into a shadow, allowing the jade blade to harmlessly pass through. Other times, fighting him was like fighting against an indestructible mountain. The plates of black bone seemed utterly impervious, and the creature's blows carried with them crushing weight. Even compared to the corrupted creatures Sunny had faced, the scavenger was abnormally powerful. He was so strong that it did not even make sense. The Sin of Solace had come from the remnant of the Jade Queen, an astonishingly dreadful corrupted tyrant, and had an enchantment that bestowed it with unparalleled sharpness as well. What kind of indestructible creature had the vengeful goblin devoured, to be able to resist its edge? It seemed as though there were peerless geniuses even among the nightmare creatures, and the pathetic, tiny imp Sunny had failed to kill many months ago just so happened to be one of those. Just my luck. Gritting his teeth, Sunny braced himself and received another blow of the black tusk. Another bloodless wound appeared on his body. None of them were deep enough to be dangerous, but the damage was slowly mounting. Worst of all, he was completely suppressed. There were countless ways for Sunny to kill the hateful fiend. For example, If the sharpness of the Sin of Solace itself was not enough, he could augment the power of the Jade Blade manifold with his shadows. He could manifest wild shadows as well, forming chains, swords, or tentacles to attack and entangle the scavenger. He could use Shadow Step to keep up with the damned ogre, but he was prevented from doing any of these things. Sunny could not afford to augment his sword because he needed the shadows to match the corrupted devil's speed and strength. And even then, the scavenger was faster and stronger. He could not wantonly use shadow manifestation because his reserves of essence were nearly empty. The same went for Shadow Step, or any other trick he could come up with on the spot. The bastard had known just when to attack. He had only shown himself when Sunny was at his weakest, and now Sunny was forced to defend himself against a nightmare creature of a superior rank, while being robbed of most of his powers. Even those that remained were countered, because the scavenger possessed the same ones. Sunny could not really blame the abomination for setting such a wicked trap, though, because it had been precisely how he himself had slayed many powerful adversaries. "Doesn't matter. I'll still kill you. You're going to die no matter what." Sunny's eye burned with cold fury as he released the hilt of the Sin of Solace, switching to a one-hand grip. The Great Jian was the same length as a long sword would have been, but incredibly light and swift. Although it could not hack and slash with the same ferocious power as the scavenger's black blade, it was far more nimble and versatile. Sunny seamlessly switched to a more agile and reserved battle style, summoning the cruel sight into his free hand in the form of a short sword. The silver sword's ghost blade enchantment allowed it to strike down incorporeal targets. And so, the scavenger was in for an unpleasant surprise the next time he chose to turn into a shadow. If there was one advantage Sunny had, it was his skill and experience. The scavenger was tremendously powerful, cunning, and possessed a truly vicious, murderous will. He had devoured a great number of mighty creatures and grown with explosive speed. The bastard was supremely devious and surprisingly intelligent, enough to survive and even thrive in the hellish meat grinder of the Chain of Nightmares. But he was still an abomination, and a young one at that. His attacks were smart and powerful, but also clumsy and crude, just like the makeshift saber he was using, which had obviously been fashioned from some dreadful monstrosity's tusk. For now, the scavenger was able to suppress Sunny simply because of his timing and vastly superior physical might. But he was not nearly as experienced of a killer. As for spite and viciousness, both had them in spades. Die. As soon as the cruel sight manifested itself, Sunny blocked the black tusk with the jade sword and then struck with the silver one, aiming at the elbow of the abomination's right arm. No matter how tough an armor was, it had to be weaker at the joints to allow for enough flexibility. And indeed, there was a gap between two bone plates there. In truth, Sunny was not sure if the cruel sight could cut even the weaker parts of the scavenger. However, the creature did not know that. Just as expected, the vicious fiend chose not to risk it. The shadow powers he possessed were, strangely, both superior and inferior to Sunny's. As of yet, the abomination had only shown the ability to use a form of Shadow Step. That ability, however, was more insidious than the original, allowing the creature to not only teleport and turn incorporeal, but even selectively turn only parts of himself into shadow. And so, the body of the scavenger remained perfectly material, continuing to pressure Sunny with dreadful strength, while the middle of his right arm became ghostly and incorporeal. The cruel sight passed through the abomination's elbow without meeting any resistance, never even touching his flesh. However, the scavenger suddenly staggered and let out a pained hiss, causing a vicious grin to appear on Sunny's face. The silver blade might not have cut the creature's flesh, but it did cut his shadow, which was the same as cutting someone's soul. The damaged span of the fiend's arm instantly turned back to flesh and bone, but the damage was already done. Using the momentary lapse in the scavenger's awareness, Sunny lunged forward and tangled with him, pushing them both to the ground. Fighting a slippery shadow was really a nightmare. He had far less essence to spare, giving the hateful fiend a vital advantage. Unlike Sunny, the scavenger could use Shadow Step as much as he wanted, avoiding attacks and launching his own from unexpected directions. The abomination could even escape if he wished. However, it would not be able to do anything if Sunny was clutching it with his own two hands. As the two hit the ground, he growled and grasped the scavenger's throat, constricting it with enough force to shatter armored alloy. Sunny's eyes were shining with dark, malicious joy. If he could not break the bastard's armor, he would just strangle him. Most nightmare creatures still had to breathe after all. Even if the scavenger didn't, a broken neck was bound to solve something. It was strangely fitting, actually. Sunny had killed his first abomination by strangling it with a chain, and now he was going to squeeze the life out of this corrupted devil too. Sunless 44, The Fall of Falcon Scott 62. Die. Sunny kept trying to strangle the scavenger in a strange reversal of their previous encounter. His face was contorted into a bestial snarl, and his eyes were burning with indescribable bloodlust. The scavenger, however, was not easily killed. At first, he seemed to have panicked and tried to throw Sunny off himself. But after realizing that getting rid of the small human was all but impossible, the abomination calmed down, stared at him with seething hatred, and tried to stab him in the back with the black tusk. The tip of the crude saber bit into the silk of the graceless dusk and failed to pierce it. Sunny laughed with savage joy. "Try harder, bastard," the scavenger obliged. Dropping the tusk, he grabbed Sunny by the collar and, instead of trying to push him away, instead pulled him down. The two of them were suddenly face to face. Crap! The jagged lines splitting the abomination's helmet opened, and countless sharp fangs instantly sank into Sunny's cheek. Ah! Realizing that he was moments from having his face bitten off, Sunny let go of the fiend's neck and delivered a vicious punch into his solar plexus. Then he grabbed the creature's jaws, pushed them open by a few millimeters, and staggered back. The scavenger once again let out a hoarse, hateful laugh, his teeth painted by Sunny's blood. Sunny landed awkwardly on his backside and grabbed his cheek. The right side of his face was all torn, but at least he did not lose an eye. Sadly, he already knew that the scavenger's teeth were poisoned. "You horrid wretch!" Grabbing the sin of solace, Sunny lunged forward to strike down the fiend before he stood up. However, the creature simply turned into a shadow instead, trying to flee and then launch a surprise attack from a random direction. Not so fast. Without ever slowing down, Sunny dove into the shadows too. In the dark realm of shadows, the shapeless form that was the scavenger was swiftly flying away, and the shapeless form that Sunny pursued. All of the abandoned area was shrouded in darkness, so they could travel as far as they wanted, unimpeded. The scavenger, as a shadow creature of the corrupted rank here, he was vast and dreadful, much more so than Sunny. And yet, Sunny held an absolute advantage. He had fought as a shadow before, a couple of times, and was all but helpless each time. But Sunny had been a mere child of shadows then. Now, he was their master. He had gained plenty of insight into shaping shadows thanks to shadow control, shadow manifestation, and especially his recent breakthrough, which he decided to name Shadow Shell. And since he was currently a shadow too, closing in on the fleeing scavenger, Sunny willed his shapeless body to change. Instantly, it came to possess 4 long, powerful arms. Then, sharp claws grew out of his fingers. Knowing that he didn't have a lot of essence left, and thus wouldn't be able to remain a shadow for long, Sunny did not waste any time and tore into the formless abomination. Instantly, it was as though a soundless wail of pain spread through the dark space. The scavenger seemed both surprised and aggrieved by the fact that Sunny was able to hurt him in this realm, which he must have considered absolutely safe before. Frightened, he tried to fight back, launching powerful but awkward attacks of his own. A familiar, sickening pain of having his soul damaged permeated Sunny's senses. He had sustained some damage too, but not nearly as much as the damned goblin. Partially because the creature's blows were rudimentary and crude, and partially because his soul was protected by the marble shell. The scavenger realized that his struggles were not having any effect too. Escaping Sunny's cruel claws, he instantly escaped the shadows and emerged into the world above. They rolled through the ruins, exchanging a series of blows. Sunny received several more wounds, but the hateful fiend, his armor was still as impenetrable as ever. "Curse you! What do I have to do for you to finally die, damn it?" Infuriated, Sunny grabbed the towering ogre and smashed through the wall of a building, using the creature's body as a ram. Of course, that was not going to be of any use. A corrupted devil could crash through a mountain and still walk away without anything more than a couple bruises. Behind the wall, there was a slope of charred rubble. They fell down, ending up in a shallow pit. At some point, Sunny had lost his swords, and the creature had lost its black saber. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, both full of murderous rage. Then, however, the scavenger's gaze changed slightly. Sunny's face changed too. That was because he felt a slight tremor spreading through the ground beneath them. His eyes widened. Hell! The scavenger, despite all his sharp intelligence, was really too naive. The explosion was not going to 909 harm a corrupted devil. However, the creature did not know that. He had only gained full sentience. In front of him, the battered fiend suddenly recoiled, trying to escape into the shadows once again. This time, he was going to simply blink away instead of traveling through the dark realm. But Sunny had other plans. "Where do you think you're going?" Grabbing the abomination by the shin, he dragged him back and then pressed the bastard into the ground. A series of painful blows rained on Sunny's already cut and injured body, but he just held the ogre tighter. "What, are you afraid to die? Let's die. Let's die together." The scavenger, despite all his sharp intelligence, was really too naive. The explosion was not going to harm a corrupted devil. However, the creature did not know that. He had only gained full sentience a few short months ago. After all, Sunny laughed, then used all but a few drops of his remaining essence to call upon the shadows. They surged forth, encasing the two of them in a sphere. Then, more shadows rose, creating a second layer around the black egg, and then the third. Sunny could have tried to escape the blast by turning incorporeal. However, there had to be a shadow for him to remain in that state. Once this whole area blew to smithereens, everything would be flooded with light, the shadows would be banished, and he would be thrown back into the material world. So he created this egg, trapping the two of them inside. Maybe it was even sturdy enough to resist. "Wretch, one way or the other. You're going to die today." He continued to hold the scavenger and pummel him with his free hand, feeling the skin on his knuckles splitting despite being reinforced by the marble shell. The bone armor of the abomination, nevertheless, refused to crack. The scavenger fought back desperately, too. They were surrounded by darkness, the world outside hidden by the walls of the black sphere. That was why Sunny did not see the Rampart Protocol coming into effect to obliterate a vast swath of the city, the remains of the wall, and the killing field beyond. However, he did feel it. Chapter 1045. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 63. In the tunnels under the abandoned section of the city and the vast killing field beyond the devastated wall, countless explosives simultaneously received a signal to detonate. To prevent the interference of the nearby gates from influencing the execution of the Scorched Earth Protocol, all of them were connected into a labyrinthine network by simple but reliable wires. Even though the signal traveled through the wires with astronomical speed, there was still a slight delay between the detonation of those explosives that were nearest to the ramparts of the secondary defense line and those furthest away from them. At first, from afar, it looked as though a ripple had spread through the ground, moving outward. It rolled through the ruined streets of the city, with countless fountains of dust shooting up between the rubble. Some of the buildings that had withstood the furious fighting started to collapse. Some seemed to have burst apart. The vanguard of the horde of nightmare creatures had already entered the city, racing through these streets. They met the ripple first and were thrown to the ground. Then the ripple reached the towering wall, destroying even more of its sections. The mass of alloy was only starting to fall, surrounded by the deafening groan of tearing metal, by the time the ripple moved past the mountainous corpse of the slain titan in the field beyond and exhausted itself. Now, the whole horde had been encompassed by the destruction zone. All of it took no more than a couple of seconds. For a moment, everything was still, and then the ground started to fall. A vast swath of earth many kilometers across slowly started to cave in, as if forming a giant crater. Now that it was completely untethered, none of the buildings survived. All of them toppled and fell apart, devoured by the gargantuan landslide. The remains of the city wall were utterly destroyed too. However, the true devastation was yet to come. As the inconceivable mass of soil sank down, it seemed to have reached a point of strange equilibrium, and then suddenly exploded upward in a furious conflagration. It was as though a giant bubble swelled from under it and then burst open, unleashing a titanic pillar of flame into the cold winter sky. For a moment the night turned as bright as day. Then the roaring thunder of the explosion washed over the world, making the skies themselves shake. A billowing cloud of dust and debris rose high into the air, obscuring the ocean of flames bursting from under the ground. A second terrifying blast resounded when the munition depots spread across the staging area below the wall detonated under the assault of heat, concussive force. This chapter uploaded first at Novel USB. Please support my site. And pressure. The horde of nightmare creatures was consumed by the obliterating havoc. The weakest of them were instantly killed, while the stronger ones were severely wounded and burned. Only the strongest ones managed to survive the initial conflagration unscathed. In less than a minute, a gigantic area was utterly devastated, turning into an incandescent pit of fire, molten rock, and liquefied metal. The furious sight of it all, up until the world had become obscured by dust, was both awe-inspiring and horrifying. The soldiers standing on the ramparts had long fallen down and covered their ears, but even then, they could feel the terrible destruction through the violent tremors of the earth. Sunny, however, had first-row seats to the cataclysmic detonation. After all, he was stuck in the middle of it. Die, 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 bastard. Trapped inside the sphere of shadows, he held the scavenger down, while pummeling him with his fist. Each of his blows would have been powerful enough to utterly wreck an armored APC like the Rhino, but the black bone armor of the Shadow Fiend simply refused to break. The longer it endured, the more furious he became. Just die, damn it. The sphere of darkness around them suddenly shuddered, briefly rising, then plummeting down. A violent tremor ran through its walls, and up suddenly became down. It seemed that the shadow egg was rolling and being thrown around. Sunny, who had been on top of the fiercely resisting scavenger, found himself falling for a brief second. He hit the roof of the sphere, and a moment later, the hateful ogre came crashing down as well. Landing on Shadow Egg, was flipped upside down, once again a split second later, and 8, 16, then again, and then again, and then again, him. A massive fist connected with the side of Sunny's head, making him see stars. Curse it. However, the abomination could not press his advantage, because the shadow egg was flipped upside down, once again split second later, and then again, and then again, and then again. The two of them were being tossed inside the sphere, ricocheting off its walls like rubber balls. Sunny almost instantly gave up on trying to comprehend where the up and down were, and simply concentrated on holding on to the scavenger. As soon as he let go, the creature would be able to slip away through Shadow Step. But as long as he did not let go, he could continue to try and kill the wretch. Die. Just as he was going to deliver another punch, a sharp pain pierced his shoulder. The dazed scavenger had finally given up on trying to free himself from the mad human, and also on trying to meet him, blow for blow. Instead, he instinctively retreated to what he knew best, tearing things apart with his teeth. Ah, let go of me, you rotten piece of trash. Sunny had already had some poison coursing through his veins, but now there was more. Before he could do anything, however, the world suddenly shook, and a vicious shockwave traveled through the sphere. It felt as though all his organs had changed places. But the next shudder was indescribably more violent. Sunny thought that he had blacked out for a moment, but maybe he didn't. He growled, and used both of his hands to grab the scavenger, afraid to lose the grip. With no free hand to continue hitting the creature, he then proceeded to headbutt the bastard with all his strength. 8, 17, finally, Sunny felt something crack under his assault. However, it might have been his own nose. It was hard to tell. The world was shaking, burning, and consisted of pain. Having gone completely berserk, Sunny paid it no attention and continued to use everything at his disposal to break the damn scavenger, while the scavenger continued to bite and rip his flesh apart with sharp fangs. The creature's armor would not break, but neither would the human's body. In fact, his skin was harder than the hide of most abominations the fiend had devoured in the past, while his bones were 10 times tougher than that. What kind of ridiculous human was that? The air inside the sphere was permeated by unbearable heat, and it seemed as though its walls were starting to glow a dull red. Then a crack appeared on the black surface. Consumed by boundless bloodlust, the two continued to fight. Chapter 1, 1046, The Fall of Falcon, Scott, 64. At some point, Sonny had to admit that he was not going to break the scavenger's armor, but he still continued to deliver a barrage of vicious blows to the hateful creature. He refused to believe that the fiend was as tough on the inside. No matter how hard the shell was, enough force was bound to turn everything protected by it into bloody mush. He suffered from the same weakness himself, after all. But no matter how much he struck the damned ogre, the scavenger did not seem too bothered by it. God damn it! Desperate and enraged, Sonny grabbed the creature's jaw with one hand and used the other to constrict the abomination's arm. Then he opened his mouth and bit into the scavenger's flesh himself. Maybe Sonny was lucky, or maybe the bone armor in that spot had actually been weakened by his previous strikes. Regardless, he finally felt something give, and then tasted a despicably foul taste on his tongue. It was the scavenger's blood. Sonny had never tasted anything sweeter in his entire life. Feeling the creature shudder and frantically try to push him away, he pressed his teeth deeper with wicked glee and then tore a chunk of flesh away. Sonny spat it out and grinned, then instantly regretted it when a massive fist flashed forward and hit him in the face with horrid strength. Ah! Sonny was thrown back, and at the same time, the black sphere finally broke. All 3 layers of protective shadows had been thoroughly damaged, and now reached their limit. A net of cracks spread through the egg, and then it collapsed into numerous shards, exposing both Sonny and the scavenger to terrible heat and blinding light. Crap! The world shuddered one last time. The world was hot, but at least it finally stopped spinning. Sonny found himself staring into a glowing orange fog. The fog was pretty and smelled of fire. I think I'm on fire. He raised his head and noticed flames licking his legs. Luckily, his elemental resistance was high enough to resist them. The graceless dusk, too, was not affected by them at all. The black silk was pleasantly cool. Right. The orange fog was just dust illuminated by a sea of flames. Sonny was laying on the ground, surrounded by rubble and debris. Some of it was incandescent, and there were puddles of melted metal here and there. It looked like a scene from a fiery hell. He was hurting all over, and breathing was strangely hard. But he was alive. With a groan, Sonny slowly sat up, and then stood up with a stagger. He did not feel well. He was dreadfully exhausted, heavily wounded, and poisoned on top of that. As for the scavenger, Sonny looked around and gritted his teeth. Don't tell me that the bastard escaped again. He allowed his shadow sense to spread outward, then smiled. Limping away, he circled a pile of burning debris and stopped near the edge of a deep impression in the ground. The impression was about 3 meters deep and had almost vertical slopes. On its bottom, the scavenger was trapped under a giant piece of broken alloy. The creature seemed to be slightly dazed, but otherwise unscathed. In fact, the abomination was already trying to lift the alloy, which was groaning under the strain. He couldn't escape into the shadows because everything around them was brightly illuminated by the flames and the glowing fog. There was no shadow large enough for the fiend to dive into. For the moment, the creature was defenseless. The problem was that Sonny had no strength left to fight. Even when he had been able to, all his efforts failed to break through the scavenger's impregnable armor. All he managed to do was make the creature bleed a little by biting it, and he had only a few drops of essence left. Soon the damned wretch was going to free himself and flee, or maybe even attack Sonny, who was barely able to stand, and finish him off. Sonny was in a real stalemate. He rubbed his face, stared at the struggling scavenger for a few long moments, and then used the last drops of his essence to summon a get free. With the power of a corrupted devil, getting rid of a piece of 0820 alloy, no matter how heavy, should not have been a problem. But the memory, the creature glanced at Sunny with hatred, then redoubled his efforts to get free. With the power of a corrupted devil, getting rid of a piece of alloy, no matter how heavy, should not have been a problem. But the scavenger was dazed and tired too. On top of that, he was severely weakened by having his soul ripped by Sunny's claws. It was going to take him a dozen or so seconds to escape, at least. The fiend appeared to relax a little, though, when he noticed that the memory his enemy summoned was not a sword or a bow. Instead, it was a seemingly inconspicuous alloy chest. Sunny sighed, then smiled coldly. "Here, bastard. Eat this." With that, he opened the lid of the covetous coffer and kicked it, throwing the chest on its side. A flood of small, black beetles poured into the deep pit from the bottomless black square of the coffer's maw. They landed on the scavenger, instantly biting into the bone armor. Where Sunny's weapons failed, the sharp mandibles of the dark vermin were similarly ineffective. However, there were countless thousands of them, and not all of the abomination's towering body was covered by armor. There were cracks, there were gaps, there were ways to get inside. The fiend frantically tried to escape, but it was already too late. His figure became covered by a crawling carpet of beetles, and then he was buried under their mass entirely. More and more vermin poured from the covetous coffer until the pit was filled almost to the brim. No trace of the scavenger remained under the seething mass of tiny creatures. Sunny took a step back, and then drew in a deep breath. Then he let out a strange, shaky laugh. "I did it." 821 Sunny's laugh turned louder. "What is it with me and shadow creatures? Every time I fight one, I'm driven to the very edge of madness. And then a little bit past that." As he was laughing, the spell suddenly whispered into his ear, "You have slain a corrupted devil." He was so startled that he even missed the later half. "What?" "Your shadow grows stronger." Instantly, Sunny felt a flood of shadow fragments pour into his soul, tens or even hundreds of times more than what he was supposed to receive for killing a corrupted devil. As his eyes widened, the spell spoke once more. "You have received an echo." Chapter 1, 1047, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 65. The battle was over. It was over for the irregulars, at least. The fresh soldiers pulled from the other sections of the wall were still fighting on the ramparts of the secondary defense line, but with the Heart of Darkness and Goliath destroyed, and the boundless horde of nightmare creatures decimated by the titanic explosion, the siege was reduced to the usual stream of chaotic, relatively small-scale skirmishes. The spine of the assault had been broken. Falcon Scott had faced the most dreadful battle yet, and endured. For the most part, the southern area of the city was entirely destroyed, replaced by a gargantuan crater. The buildings were gone, and a long span of the Great Wall was gone too. Even most of the killing field beyond was erased from existence, with only the towering stone corpse of the slain Titan remaining intact. It just lay on the slope of the crater like a mountain-sized pile of rubble, filling the hearts of the soldiers who saw it with dark glee. With the collapse of the wall, defending the city had become much harder. However, the crater formed a natural barrier of its own, even though the secondary ramparts were not nearly as tall or formidable. They still gave the First Army a chance to resist the attacks of nightmare creatures. More than that, 4 out of the 5 direst threats to the siege capital were now eradicated. The Devouring Cloud, the Terror of LO-49, the Heart of Darkness, and Goliath. Despite the terrible price the First Army had to pay, they were dead. Now, only the most powerful of the horrors remained, the corrupted Titan, Winter Beast. But it was being contained by Skytide of the White Feather Clan, so... For the first time since the start of the siege, the people of Falcon Scott felt hopeful. They were shaken and terrified too, but with countless millions of refugees already evacuated, and so many powerful abominations slain, it was no longer impossible to imagine the end of this bloody affair. Falcon Scott only had to hold for a handful more days. The ghostly flames of the aurora burned above the ravaged city, and the moon had hidden itself in the cold darkness of the night sky. Sunny was sitting in the familiar conference room of the government complex. Rather, he was sprawled on the chair, staring at the ceiling with a detached expression. His skin had healed, turning into a surreal painting of black bruises, but the internal damage remained. Even with his incredible healing speed, he still felt terribly hurt. That was because he had been... The scavenger had done a number on him, especially near the end of their murderous clash. Nevertheless, the hateful fiend was dead, and Sunny was not. He had even received an echo and a great number of shadow fragments. Unexpectedly, the spell had chosen to count the black beetles, who were not living beings, as a weapon of his. Therefore, after the appalling creatures had devoured the scavenger, it rewarded Sunny for the kill. He was currently looking at the runes with dull eyes. What to do? What to do? Two strings of shimmering symbols were at the center of his attention. Shadow fragments, 3,857 over 4,000. And echoes. Ravenous fiend. The scavenger, ravenous fiend, had been a weird abomination. He had obviously assumed some qualities of a shadow creature, but not all of them. Otherwise, the bastards would have turned into a shadow instead of an echo. Or maybe the issue was that the scavenger's soul was corrupted and thus unsuited to directly become a shadow. In any case, as a result, Sunny had received almost 800 shadow fragments for killing the abomination, as well as a transcendent echo. The ravenous fiend had been a top-tier nightmare creature, a peerless genius of vile abominations, so turning him into a shadow was an easy decision. Having 2 transcendent shadows would be a tremendous boost to Sunny's power too. However, there were 2 problems. The first one was the echo itself. When Sunny summoned it in the Soul Sea, he had expected to see a towering ogre clad in unbreakable bone armor. But what appeared instead was a pitiful tiny gremlin. The ravenous fiend was no fiend at all. It was an imp at best. The imp was still a transcendent devil, but weak beyond belief. His true power lay in a rather insane ability to grow stronger and acquire new traits by devouring various creatures or things. He also possessed a few very surprising and potent attributes. If Sunny carefully chose a rich diet for the little bastard, in time, the imp could potentially grow stupidly powerful. Even more powerful than he had been, after devouring random trash across the Antarctic center. But that would only be in the future, and right now, transforming the echo into a shadow would cost him no less than 300 shadow fragments. 300 fragments was not a terribly large amount, except he was on the verge of becoming a tyrant now. Dismissing the runes, Sunny sighed. Later, now is not a good time. It was indeed not a good time, in more than one sense. Suddenly reminded of something, Sunny somberly looked around. There were only 2 people in the conference room, himself and Master Jet. Winter's seat was empty. That was because Winter was dead. She had died while holding back the horde of nightmare creature, when the section of the wall under her cohort collapsed. A great number of people had died that day. Thousands of mundane soldiers had perished, and of the 700 awakened, only about 200 survived. Winter and her irregulars had been wiped out too. Even Soul Reaper's own cohort had been destroyed, leaving her the sole survivor. Sunny stared at the empty seat, feeling a dull pain in his heart. Winter. The 2 of them had not known each other for long, but there was a bond between them. He liked the brash master a lot. And now, she was gone, just like that. And he had not even gotten a chance to say goodbye. All of them were gone. Randall, Jesse, Davis, Dale, and now Winter, too. He could still vividly remember their first meeting when the first irregular company was officially established. A few months later, there were just Sunny and Master Jet left. Of the 42 awakened irregulars, only 4 remained: Belle, Dorn, Samara, and Kim. Luster was alive too, but for him, the war was most likely over. Damn it all. Sunny studied the empty room, a strange, dark, burning emotion rising in his chest. What is the damn point? What is the point of it all? Soul Reaper and he were supposed to be having a strategy meeting right now, but there was nothing really for them to discuss. After some time spent in silence, Jet suddenly shook her head and stood up, accidentally sending her chair flying into the wall. She stared at it in confusion, then cursed. "We're just wasting time here. Go rest, Sonny. You deserve a break. Gods, we all do." With that, Jet picked up the chair, placed it near the conference table, and walked out without saying a word. Sonny was left alone in the empty room. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed and stood up. Less than a week left now. We'll all be able to rest soon. Chapter 1048. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 66. Sonny left the underground complex, breathed in the cold winter air, and limped toward the nearby army hospital. The walk was not too long, so he reached it within 10 minutes. Belle, Dorn, and Samara were in front of the building, and so was Abomination. The Echo was laying on the ground, shielding them from the wind with its massive body. The Hound had not participated in the recent battle, because it would have been destroyed too quickly by the Black Beetles. It had been very helpful to the cohort in the past 2 weeks, though. It was strange. In the past, Abomination had mostly ignored Quentin's Echo, Blackie, who used to follow the larger beast around. But now that Blackie was gone, the monstrous Hound always looked a bit forlorn. Sparing the Echo a sad glance, Sonny approached his soldiers. "Major, gods, you look awful," Bell grinned, hiding hints of anguish that had taken root in his eyes. Sonny forced out a smile as well. "You should have seen the other guy." "Ah, but you can't. I killed the other guy." That produced a few chuckles. Sonny scoffed too. "Anyway, take me to Luster. He's awake, right?" They nodded. Dorn and Samara remained outside, while Bell guided him into the hospital. "He woke up an hour or so ago. I think he's in good spirits, considering. That might be because of painkillers, though." They walked through the white corridors, which were all crowded with hospital beds. An uncountable number of maimed and injured soldiers lay on them, some awake, some mercifully unconscious. The air was filled with the sickening smell of blood, burned flesh, misery, and despair. Doctors, nurses, and a few awakened healers were hurriedly tending to the wounded, the bags under their eyes blacker than the bruises covering Sonny's body. The sight of it was indescribably grim. Sonny kept his face cool, projecting the image of an intrepid ascended. On the inside, however, "At least they'll survive." Modern medicine was very potent, and that was without even considering the awakened wielding healing aspects. If a soldier was delivered from the battlefield alive, there was very little chance of them dying. The only problem was the cost, but the First Army spared no expense, at least in that regard. As an awakened of somewhat exalted status, Luster was placed in a small room of his own. As they approached it, Sonny heard the young man's voice. "Kimmy, stop it. I lost my legs, you know, not my hands. I am perfectly capable of feeding myself." When they entered, they saw a peculiar scene. Luster was laid on a bed, his stumps wrapped in regenerative bandage, while Kim was trying to push a spoonful of synth paste porridge into his mouth. The young woman's usually timid face was determined and extremely focused. Kim froze, then turned and gave Sonny an unexpectedly fierce look. "Sir, that fool refuses to eat." Sonny stared at them for a couple of moments and smiled. "Do you want me to feed you, Luster? Because, you know, I can." The young man paled a little, then hurriedly grabbed the spoon and swallowed the porridge in one go. No need to exert yourself, sir." Sonny walked closer, summoned his chair, and sat down near the bed. Then he tried to say something, only to find out that no words came to his mind. Eventually he awkwardly asked, "How are you doing?" Luster stared at him for a bit, then suddenly grinned and wiggled his stumps. "Don't worry about me, sir. I'm doing fine. Really, I did tell you how my whole right arm was bitten off once, right? This is only a tiny bit worse. Hell, if I lose my left arm as well one day, I'll be able to brag about losing all my limbs to protect humanity. Girls can't resist a hero, you know." Sonny blinked. "I guess he really is all right." He sighed. "Well, don't worry too much. There are not a lot of great healers here in Falcon Scott, and all of them are terribly busy. Once you get to Eastern Antarctica, and from there back to NQSC, though, the government will pull out all the stops. You'll be as good as new in no time." Despite his intention to comfort the young man, Luster's smile suddenly dimmed. Looking away, he remained silent for a few seconds, then said quietly, "Ah, yes, certainly, sir. Once I'm back in NQSC." Sonny frowned a little. "Throw these stupid thoughts out of your head. You did more than enough. Very few people deserve to go home more than you, so enjoy the cruise and then make sure to get better and relax during an extended vacation. That's an order." He paused, then added seriously, "Plus the Rhino blew up. What the hell do I need you for now? Keeping you would probably just be a waste of perfectly fine provisions." Hearing that, Luster laughed. "Ah, I see. When you put it that way," he sighed. "It's not that I think that I don't deserve an early dispensation, sir. It's just that—" The young man briefly glanced at Kim, then grew silent. He did not want to leave his comrades behind. Sonny could understand that. But there was no other way. Restoring 2 legs to a person was not impossible if sufficiently powerful healers were involved. But it took time, and a long period of recovery would still follow. By the time Luster was in good enough shape to fight again, the Antarctica campaign would be over. He shook his head. "The way I see it, your lucky charm finally worked. If it wasn't for you, Kim would be dead. Dorn too, probably, and maybe even Bell and Samara. You did well, Luster. You served through the hardest part of the whole campaign. Things will calm down after the Second Army arrives, so cheer up." Luster looked at him, then slowly nodded. "That thing, you killed it, right, sir? What rank and class it was?" Sonny shrugged. "Yes, I killed it all right. It was a corrupted devil, and a very scary one at that." The young man leaned tiredly on the backrest of the hospital bed and smiled. "A corrupted devil. Good, that's good. There's no shame then. Huh, I survived an attack of a corrupted devil. Wow. I'm pretty awesome, don't you think, Kim?" She scooped another spoonful of porridge, brought it to his mouth, and sighed. Yeah, you are pretty awesome. Now eat the damn sludge before I get angry." Sonny watched them silently for a couple more minutes, then found an excuse and left. He found Bell a few rooms over, where dozens of sleeping pods were installed in a large hall. The swordsman was standing near a particular one, staring somberly at its closed lid. Inside, Quentin's body slept peacefully, not quite dead, but also not quite alive. The healer had neither died nor turned hollow yet. Considering the circumstances, that probably meant that he had fought his way to a seed and entered a nightmare. Conquering a second nightmare alone, his chances were exceedingly low, but not entirely non-existent. Sonny stopped near Bell and looked at the sleeping pod too. After a while, the swordsman suddenly said, his voice uncharacteristically sober, "Major, do you remember how I joked that Luster would be the first one to die?" Sonny spared him a surprised glance. "Sure, I do." Bell remained silent for a long time, then awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "I was thinking, technically, I can still win that bet, right?" With that, the swordsman glanced at him and grinned. Sonny scowled. "I guess. But who allowed you guys to bet without my permission? Unacceptable. I want in on the bet." Chapter 1049, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 67. After leaving the hospital and sending his soldiers to the barracks, Sonny remained on the street watching the snow dance in the stark beams of electric light. He had to rest too. After a while, Sonny sighed awkwardly. "Right, I'm homeless now." He had been staying in the Rhino, but now the APC was gone. That fact actually made Sonny feel very sad. The trusty vehicle had accompanied the irregulars to the edge of the Antarctic Center and back, surviving countless battles. He had grown attached to it, so losing the vehicle was a bit of a blow. It felt like the end of something. Shaking his head, Sonny started walking. He could get himself a room in the barracks, of course. The First Army had suffered severe losses, so there was plenty of space. But it was exactly for that reason that he didn't want to. Being surrounded by bereaved soldiers would do his already foul mood no good. "I can't stand the thought of having them look at me right now." Respect, admiration, hope. That was what he saw in the eyes of the soldiers when they looked at him. They all had an expectation of him, and carrying those expectations was tiresome. To hell with it. Sonny simply wandered aimlessly for a while, trying not to think about anything in particular. In the end, He found himself standing in front of a familiar dormitory tower. He hesitated for a bit, then entered and descended to one of the underground levels. The dormitory seemed much emptier than before. There had been 3 families living in the same apartment as Professor Obel and Beth, but now he could only sense 2 shadows inside. Sunny stared at the flimsy door for a few moments, then knocked on it. A few seconds later, it opened, revealing Professor Obel. The old man looked like he always did, having not changed even a little. Why would he? The previous day was a dreadfully eventful one for Sunny, but for the professor it was just like all the others. The old man looked at him with concern. Major Sunless, oh my, what happened? Even though most of Sunny's body was hidden by the black silk of the graceless dusk, he still looked rather rough. There were ugly bruises covering his usually pristine skin, and his eyes were tired and dim. He forced out a smile. Oh, that. Don't worry, I'm fine. It was just a very tough battle. Everyone in Falcon Scott knew that the previous assault was a terrible one. After all, a large part of the defensive wall, as well as a vast stretch of the city itself, were now replaced by a giant crater. Even people hidden underground felt the titanic explosion. There were rumors, too. Army Command itself publicized the death of Goliath, hoping to improve morale among the refugees. Professor Obel nodded. Yes, we heard all about it. Thank the gods you survived. Sunny lingered for a moment, then said, You mentioned setting aside some food for me the last time we met. To tell you the truth, I am kind of starving. The old man laughed. Sure. Come in. Beth, Major Sunless is here. The young woman emerged from one of the rooms and looked at him with a hint of relief. She froze for a moment, then turned away and cleared her throat. Oh, it's you. Good. I'll go heat up the leftovers. They settled in the kitchen, and soon Sunny was presented with several plates of simple but delicious food. Professor Obel had not been joking when he said that he would cook up a feast. The ingredients Beth had procured were indeed rare for the besieged city and made for a splendid dish. It was definitely better than what would have been available to Sunny in the barracks. Sunny ate and chatted idly with the 2 of them. As he did, some of the tension pressing down on his heart strangely dissipated, but most of it still remained. At some point, Professor Obel suddenly smiled. It totally slipped my mind. We were placed in the queue, finally. Both Beth and I will be leaving the day after tomorrow. We've already received the tickets. I imagine you will follow soon too, Major. Sunny smiled as well. Finally, some good news. He nodded and took a sip of fragrant tea. I imagine we will be the last ones to ship out, a couple of days after you. 3 weeks are coming to an end after all. Even though there were some delays, the Army mostly managed to stick to the schedule. Somehow, so the next time we see each other will probably be in East Antarctica, unless they send you to the Northern Quadrant right away. He glanced at Beth, hesitated for a moment, then said awkwardly, Oh, by the way, my APC blew up, so I kind of have nowhere to stay. Is it all right if I crash here today? Professor Obel chuckled. Of course, most of the people in the dormitory had already been evacuated. There are 3 empty bedrooms in our apartment alone. You can take anyone you want. Beth hid a smile and nodded. Sure. You can stay if you want. Sunny smiled back and took another sip of tea. After that, he remained silent for a while, distracted. Noticing his strange mood, the old man asked, Is something weighing on your mind, young man? Sunny flinched a little, then shrugged. No, nothing in particular. Just the usual stuff. I just feel listless, I guess. He lingered for a few moments, then suddenly asked, Have I ever told you why I came to Antarctica, Professor? The old man and Beth glanced at each other, then shook their heads. A wistful expression appeared on Sunny's face. It's stupid, really. Someone told me that I was lacking, so I thought that maybe I would be able to find whatever it is that I lack here, in the Southern Quadrant. He grew quiet, prompting the old man to ask with a hint of curiosity. So did you end up finding what you were looking for? Sunny hesitated, then laughed. I'm honestly not sure. It is hard to find something that you don't know how to recognize. Maybe I found something, maybe I didn't. Actually, maybe I even lost something instead. I guess time will tell. He finished his tea and looked at the two of them with a smile. I did find some other precious things, though. I mean, this dish. It's a real treasure. You ought to teach me the recipe. I always dreamed of owning a shop, but after meeting you, Professor, I'm starting to think that opening a restaurant might be a better idea. Chapter 1050. The Fall of Falcon Scott. Sikku. 8. After an eventful night, Sunny left the dormitory in a much improved mood. The air outside was frigid with bone-chilling cold, but it actually felt pleasant against his bruises. Sunny headed in the direction of the barracks, whistling a simple tune under his nose. As he walked, one of his shadows flew toward the distant ramparts to check if everything was all right there. Apart from the fact that soldiers were miserable because of the heinous cold, even more so than usual, the situation seemed to be under control. Disparate groups of nightmare creatures were throwing themselves against the ramparts, some larger than the others, but it was nothing that the army could not handle. Everything seems fine for now. Sunny was still hurting all over, but at least he was capable of walking without a limp now. The barracks were a considerable distance away, but there was no rush. He enjoyed this rare moment of peace a great deal, studying the city as he traversed it. Falcon Scott was much emptier now. Miraculously, the First Army had actually managed to evacuate most of the 200 million refugees. Now, less than 2/10 of that number remained, not nearly enough to make the city feel crowded. Even though countless people fought and sacrificed to make it happen, Sunny couldn't help but feel that this emptiness was the direct result of his actions. It was nice to see his labor bear fruit. Among the ancient heroes Nephis sometimes liked to talk about, there was one named Heracles, who had apparently accomplished 12 labors. Sunny wondered what that guy would think about defending this damn city. Well, from the descriptions, Heracles seemed like no more than an awakened, with a moderately powerful physical aspect, maybe a rather average ascended. He would probably think that Falcon Scott was a hellish nightmare and die in the first few days of the siege. As Sunny walked, a swift shadow fell from the sky, and a black crow suddenly landed on his shoulder. The crow stared at him for a moment and then cawed. "Sunny! Sunny!" Sunny spared him a somber glance. "What?" The echo waved its wings. "Come, come." Then it jumped off his shoulder and disappeared in the direction of the government complex. Sunny frowned, then quietly cursed and dove into the shadows. It seemed that his good mood was not meant to last. He glided forward with incredible speed, reaching the complex in no time at all. Emerging from the darkness near the guarded gates, he waited a few seconds for the security officers to confirm his identity, a useless formality, considering that pretty much everyone knew what he looked like by now, and entered the building. Quickly finding his way underground, Sunny hurried to the conference room where the irregulars usually gathered. As he was approaching, however, there was suddenly a loud bang, and the walls shook a little, dust falling from the ceiling. "What the?" Uneasy, he entered the room and saw Master Jet, standing with her back to him. The wall in front of her was deformed, a net of cracks running through the armored alloy from the point where her fist had collided with it. Soul Reaper remained motionless for a moment, then turned to him. Her usually calm face was contorted by an expression of dark, boiling anger. As soon as Sunny saw it, his heart skipped a beat. He had never seen Master Jet lose control of herself in that way. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes for a moment, then said, "Sunny, you are here. Good." He glanced at the destroyed wall, then at her. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Sunny steeled himself and asked, "What happened?" Jet let out a long sigh. When she spoke, her voice was cold and glum. "It's Tyrus. She finally lost a fight." The two of them headed to the headquarters of the White Feather clan without wasting any time. While the elevator was taking them to the ground level of the government complex, Sunny tried to keep his voice even as he asked, "What do you mean, lost a fight? Is she alive?" Jet gritted her teeth. "I don't know. I've been notified that something went wrong just half an hour ago." Roan sent me a message personally right before you came, but he didn't go into detail. Sunny's face fell. If Jet's only source of information was Master Roan, that meant that Army Command had chosen to keep it a secret for now. And if Army Command was keeping secrets from someone like Soul Reaper, things couldn't be good. As they emerged from the underground complex and hurried to the White Feather compound, Sunny shivered again and noticed that it had gotten even colder outside. Before, he had not paid the cold any attention, but now the fall in temperature seemed foreboding. Curse it, curse it, curse it all. The guards of the compound seemed to have received instructions, and almost immediately after Sunny and Jet arrived, a familiar young woman appeared to guide them inside. He briefly felt glad to see that she had survived the battle with Devouring Cloud, but then his thoughts turned grim and tumultuous once again. Sunny was shaken. He couldn't help but think about Saint Tyrus, silently wishing for her to be alive. At the same time, he had to think about what her fall would mean for the evacuation. This chap upload first at Novel USB. Please support my site. With no one to stop the Winter Beast, what would happen to the city? The two worries competed against each other, pressing down on his heart with terrible weight. Finally, they reached an isolated room in the depths of the compound. The young awakened spared the door and an anguished look, then stepped aside, gesturing for them to come in. Inside, they saw an empty hall with some medical equipment and a lonely operating table standing in its center. The table and the floor around it were marred with blood. On it, Saint Tyrus was laying, her eyes closed. Sunny let out a relieved sign when he saw that her chest was slowly rising and falling. Skytide was still breathing. She was still alive. However, she looked like a corpse. Her whole body was covered in blood and blemished by severe frostbite. Tyrus was unconscious, breathing shallowly. Her face was terribly pale, and her lips looked blue, and that was, without a doubt, only after the healers of the White Feather clan had tended to her. Sunny could not imagine how the fearsome saint had looked before. Roan was standing above her, not looking much better. He had been severely injured while luring the Devouring Cloud toward the city. Even now, the charismatic master was yet to recover from his wounds. One of his arms hung limply in a sling, and his usually lively face was dark and lifeless. When Sunny and Jet entered, Roan slowly looked away from his wife and gave them a dull glance. Soul Reaper gritted her teeth. Roan, what the hell happened? He stared at them for a few moments, then turned back to Saint Tyrus. Isn't it obvious? She lost. Actually, it's a miracle that she was able to hold back that monster for so long. It's also a miracle that she survived. He remained silent for a while, then added evenly, You are asking the wrong question, though. Master Jet's icy blue eyes widened slightly. She hesitated, then asked coldly, What the hell is going to happen then? Roan lowered his head. Then he straightened his back and looked at them once more. I think you know. His eyes were bleak and tired. The Winter Beast is coming, and there's no one to stop it. It's over, maybe tomorrow or the day after that. Anyone who still remains in this city will die. I'm sorry, Soul Reaper. There's nothing else we clan can do. Chapter 1, 1051, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 69. After battling the harrowing corrupted Titan for 3 long months, Saint Tyrus of the White Feather clan had finally been defeated. Even though she had miraculously managed to survive, with Skytide incapacitated, there was no one left to stop the Winter Beast from advancing on the city. The Titan was already moving closer to the largest, and only Wool, siege capital, left standing in the region. The temperature was falling, and the winds were picking up, heralding the descent of a terrible blizzard. Inevitably, a series of disastrous events was bound to happen. The first of these events, and the catalyst that sparked the chain reaction, was the withdrawal of the White Feather clan from the Antarctic Center. They had been sent here to support the first evacuation army on behalf of the great clan Valor, but were not part of it. Naturally, their first priority was to preserve their saint's life. Even if the awakened of White Feather had decided to stay, for whatever reason, Army Command would have insisted that they retreat in haste. The life of an allied transcendent was too precious of a resource for the government, too. as the clan's compound turned into a hub of frenetic activity, with everyone hastily preparing for departure. Sunny and Jet were left to their own devices. After their conversation with Roan ended, they found themselves all but ignored by the hurrying members of the clan. No one even remembered to shoo the two ascended away. They were not in a hurry to leave either, mostly because neither of them really knew what to do. The situation had changed too fast and too dreadfully. Sunny felt lost and resigned, and although Jet was trying to hide it, he could see that she was shaken as well. The two of them found a place out of the way and just stood there for a while, silent. Eventually, Sunny said, "Roan is wrong. It's not all over. Even without Tyrus, we still have a transcendent. You, me, Bloodwave. We should be able to give the Winter Beast a fight. We already killed one Titan, so why can't we kill another?" Jet somberly shook her head. There's an abyssal gap between a fallen Titan and a corrupted one, in terms of power. Tyrus was not able to fight the Winter Beast because she was a transcendent. She was able to fight it because she was a transcendent whose aspect countered the creature's powers, and an astonishingly steadfast one at that. Even then, you don't really understand it, do you? Sunny frowned. I guess not. What is it exactly that I don't understand? Soul Reaper let out a grave sigh. Sunny, there's currently around 30 million people left in Falcon Scott, as well as 20,000 soldiers. There are also 1,000 or so awakened veterans. However, all of them combined wouldn't be able to do anything against a corrupted Titan. Even if there were 10 times more, the result would be the same. Yet Tyrus alone held the creature back for 3 months. What does that mean? He stared at her silently for a while, then turned away with a dark expression on his face. It means that one saint is worth more than 30 million people, 20,000 soldiers, and 1,000 awakened. A corner of Jet's mouth twisted slightly. Smart. Sunny shook his head. What are you getting at, though? The hint of a smile disappeared from Soul Reaper's face. She lingered for a few moments, then said, I'm trying to tell you that there are no you, me, and Bloodwave. Bloodwave is going to leave with the White Feather clan. Do you think they are going to let Tyrus travel across the strait unprotected? She is unconscious and vulnerable. What happens if something attacks the ship? Neither Army Command nor Valor would allow that to happen, so the House of Night will do their best to protect the most valuable asset, which means that Bloodwave won't be here when the Winter Beast arrives. Sunny gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the blinding fury that threatened to consume his mind. This is such crap. Jet's face twitched, but she calmly shook her head. No, it's simply resource management. Sunny stared at her with bewilderment for a few moments, then suddenly laughed. So what? This is it? It really is all over? What about the rest of the poor fools who are still stuck in this city? Soul Reaper remained silent for a while. Then she said evenly, well, there are 30 million people left here. With the current speed of evacuation, if the Winter Beast comes tomorrow, 20 million will die. If it comes the day after tomorrow, 10 million will die, theoretically. Of course, in reality, things are not going to go that smoothly. Sunny gave her a dark look. How so? Jet sighed. Something like that. It won't remain a secret for long. As soon as the rumors spread, this whole city will go crazy. Evacuation queue. Forget about it. People will be storming the port and jumping off the cliffs. It's going to be pandemonium. Sunny opened his mouth, startled by her callousness. However, it only lasted a moment. He was just as jaded, after all. If he had used his brain for a moment instead of allowing himself to be rattled, he would have come to the same conclusions. He cursed. So what are we supposed to do? The two of us, I mean. I refuse to believe that there's no way to slow down the Winter Beast. Come on, we just need to hold it off for a couple of days. Soul Reaper gave him a long look. After a while, she said, Sunny, you might survive the descent of the Winter Beast. Maybe I can survive it too. My cohort is gone though, while yours is not. And your soldiers, they will definitely die. Ascended like us have no business facing a corrupted Titan. As for awakened, they don't stand a chance. So, if I were you, I would make sure that they get on a ship as fast as possible. Everything else comes later. He smiled bitterly. That's it? You're a damn colonel. Can't you do something? Jet simply shook her head. Once the news breaks, my rank won't have any meaning anymore. Who cares about hierarchy in the face of annihilation? Sonny, this is going to be an every man for himself situation very soon. We are all going to have to make some choices. The best we can do is make sure that we don't regret them later. So, keep that in mind and do your best. That's all the advice I can give." She sighed, then briefly glanced at the star insignia on her shoulder and walked away. Before she left, however, Sonny shouted, "Oh yeah? So, are you going to get on a ship yourself?" Soul Reaper paused. She remained silent for a few moments, then said without turning back, "I sort of hate ships, to be honest. It is really a pity." And then she left. Sonny found himself alone, staring at the empty space where Master Jet had been a few seconds ago. Shaking his head, he scoffed and turned away. What a coincidence. I sort of hate ships too. Chapter 1052. The Fall of Falcon Scott. Sebi. The first thing Sonny did was go find Belle, Dorn, and Samara. However, none of them had returned from the dream realm yet. All three were peacefully asleep in their pods, not knowing that back in the waking world, Falcon Scott was not on the verge of destruction. For now, all he could do was wait. Not wishing to waste time, Sonny tried to go through the official channels to make sure that his cohort was not going to be left out of the evacuation plans. At that point, however, things had already started going out of control. Just as Master Jet had predicted, the government complex was in a state of frenzy. The information regarding the withdrawal of the White Feather clan and the impending doom approaching the city was supposed to be kept strictly secret. But with people responsible for withholding it realizing that they themselves would most likely be left behind, there was no way for the truth to remain hidden. The news spread through the city like wildfire. With it came panic. Sonny spent some time fruitlessly trying to get the logistics officers, or anyone at all, to issue an order for his cohort to evacuate, but no one knew what to do, or even if they had authority to do anything. Worse still, as soon as St. Tyrus had been defeated, the influence the Winter Beast was exerting on the region seemed to have doubled in strength. Now, even the robust communication array of the siege capital was having trouble connecting the local branch of Army Command to central headquarters. Even if there was a leader who could bring order to this complicated situation, they were simply too far away. In the end, all he could get from the administrative personnel was a vague promise of a priority placement while boarding the leaving ships. They did not seem to know quite what it meant themselves, but the underlying message was clear. If he could get a spot on one of the evacuation vessels, no one was going to stop him. In fact, this was true for all the surviving soldiers of the First Army. If they wanted to leave, they could. Who was going to stop them? After all, the soldiers were armed, while the refugees were not. In the ruthless mathematics of war, their lives were also more valuable. In short, the situation had deteriorated to the point of turning into complete lawlessness. The government officers were simply unable to control it anymore. Every man for himself. Sonny was slightly stunned by how quickly the city had descended into chaos. All it took was a few hours. There were some exceptions, of course. For example, someone high up in the chain of command managed to enforce the evacuation of the wounded from the army hospital. However, no one knew how effective exactly the execution of that order would be, or how quickly the evacuation would happen. Sonny was reluctant to leave Luster's fate to chance, though. He returned to the barracks, which had turned hectic and feverish in his absence. Finally, his soldiers woke up, emerging from their sleeping pods with confused expressions on their faces. Not only was the building full of noise, but their leader was also waiting for them with a grim expression on his face. Sparing the three, awakened a single glance. Sonny said, "Let's go get Luster and Kimmy. I'll explain what is happening on the way." They made their way to the hospital. Outside, the cold was slowly turning unbearable, but despite that, crowds of frightened people were flowing through the streets, some aimless and lost, some full of frantic determination. The situation inside the hospital was even worse. Unlike the rest of the people in the city, the medical officers had received direct orders to transfer all the patients to the port fortress and await immediate evacuation. However, the orders were vague and hastily compiled, lacking a lot of important details and instructions. Aside from that, moving severely injured soldiers was not as easy as transporting healthy people. Some required special care, some could not be moved at all, unless an awakened healer got personally involved. Rattled, Sonny finally understood what the word pandemonium meant. Cutting through the chaos, he and his soldiers reached Luster's room. After a short conversation with a panicked nurse, they received verbal permission to take him away and barged inside. Neither Luster nor Kimmy seemed surprised to see them. In fact, Kim had already prepared the wounded awakened for departure. He was dressed, freshly bandaged, and holding a pack full of necessary medical supplies and healing agents. The young man had also received a very generous dose of painkillers. Seeing Sonny, he smiled stupidly. "Cap, Major, huh? Where are we going?" Sonny looked at Kim and gave her a nod. "Eastern Antarctica. We just need to find you a boat." The young woman silently took the medicine pack from Luster, hung it across her chest, then forced him to climb on her back. Considering that she was much smaller than the young man, the two of them looked rather comical. But of course, as an awakened, Kim was more than strong enough to carry a person. Before they left, Samara suddenly spoke, her usually calm face turning slightly pale. "Captain, what about Quentin? We can't just leave him here." Sonny looked at her for a moment, then somberly shook his head. "We have to. It doesn't matter anyway. He is in the nightmare by now. If he survives, the spell will create an ascended body for him. If not, taking him with us won't make any difference." The five of them grew solemn, then reluctantly followed him out. Luster was mumbling something under his nose, but the rest were deathly silent. On the street, Sonny looked around, then approached a random military vehicle and used his bare hand to tear through the armored alloy, destroying the locking mechanism of its door. With how many soldiers had perished during the siege, there was a surplus of machinery in the city. No one was going to miss one PTV. It was just that he had no time to request proper access. Luckily, Army transports did not have a complicated startup sequence. All he had to do was override the controls with his military ID, then access the internal computer, and assign the vehicle to the first irregular company. After that, the PTV recognized Sonny as its valid driver. Damn, I never even got close to stealing a PTV when I lived in the outskirts, and now I'm swiping one as an ascended. What kind of logic is that? Darkly amused, he sent the vehicle barreling forward and maneuvered it through the crowded streets at high speed. "Hold on tight. We need to make a stop first before going to the port." Soon, he reached the dormitory tower where Professor Obel and Beth were living. Sonny stopped the vehicle and dissipated into the shadows without wasting any time. A few seconds later, he was standing in front of a familiar door. Sonny knocked on it several times, praying that they were both home. Luckily, they were. Walking inside, Sonny quickly looked around the apartment, then turned to Professor Obel and Beth. From their expressions, he understood that they already knew what was happening. Beth's eyes were wide and shaken. "Sonny, is it true?" He nodded, then said steadily, "Get your things. We need to leave as soon as possible." The young woman seemed startled. "Leave? Leave to where?" Sonny spared her a quick glance. "To the port, of course. You need to get on a ship." She took a small step back. But our tickets are not due until..." Taking a step forward, Sonny took her by the shoulders and looked her in the eyes. "Forget about the tickets. You are leaving today. Now go, there's no time to waste." Neither Beth nor Professor Obel had a lot of things to gather, so they were out of the apartment in less than 15 minutes. The old man remained quiet throughout all that time, only speaking when spoken to. His eyes were calm, but burdened. Diving from the chilling cold into the warm interior of the PTV, Sonny checked to see if everyone had settled and drove off. Two beams of light cut through the darkness as the vehicle sped through the snow-covered streets. Once again, they were heading north, this time toward the port fortress of the doomed siege capital. Chapter 1053, The Fall of Falcon Scott. Sarmbuar 71. Getting close to the port turned out to be complicated. There were too many people and too many vehicles heading the same way. At some point, driving forward became simply impossible. The road was utterly jammed, which was a truly strange scene. Back in NQOB, NQSC, PTVs were somewhat of a rare sight, but Falcon Scott was brimming with military transports of all kinds. Understanding that their vehicle was truly stuck, Sonny grimaced and told everyone to get out. As they did, a litany of sounds assaulted their ears. The rumbling hum of engines, the ear-piercing wail of electric horns, the anxious shouts of countless people, all of it fused into a cacophonous cloud of noise. Around them, a vast crowd of people was flowing through the congested road, the vehicles waiting hopelessly for a chance to move forward. There were men, women, and children, some carrying bags and backpacks containing their belongings, some empty-handed. A driver of a massive transport was standing on the side of the cabin, screaming furiously for everyone to get out of his way and that he had orders to reach the port. His yells were useless, of course. Even if the crowd of people parted, there was another vehicle right in front of the transport, and another one after that, and another one after that, all similarly stuck. The people moving toward the port on foot were acting senselessly as well. It was not like they had a chance of getting on a ship simply by reaching the fortress. Most of them had simply panicked and lost all reason. Some had not even wanted to go, but were swept up by the crowd. In any case, the mob presented a serious obstacle to Sonny. Luckily, his uniform had turned out to be good enough of a deterrent. Where he walked, a small bubble of empty space magically appeared, allowing his group to advance forward with sufficient speed. Even in this state, the people were able to recognize a master. Some moved aside out of respect and reverence, some out of fear. Damn. Sonny had considered himself an experienced person, and not without reason. From the starless void of the forgotten shore to the frozen hellscape of Antarctica, he had seen and lived through a lot of things, both incredible and terrifying. However, he had never experienced anything on the scale of what was currently happening in Falcon Scott. Even the destruction of the Ivory City did not quite come close. By the time the cohort reached the northern section of the wall, he was in a grim and sober mood. Here there was another massive gate, its wings currently retracted into the framework of the barrier. Beyond it was a vast span of concrete that led directly to the edge of the tall cliffs. Usually, there would be several organized lines of refugees waiting for their turn to use the elevators, and a lot of loader robots carrying cargo to and from the fortress. Now, however, the whole space was covered by a sea of people, all frantic to get closer to the edge and get a chance to descend to the coast. Someone was still operating the elevators, but the personnel of the transfer station had clearly given up on trying to control the mob. People were pressed tightly against the alloy barriers that were meant to prevent them from falling down, and some were even trying to climb over them. Nothing but a deadly fall awaited them on the other side, but the climbers seemed completely crazed. Sonny stared at the startling scene for a few moments, then looked away. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the unbearable cold of the polar winter run down his spine. A human mob was a frightening thing. It was even more frightening because everything had been fine just half a day ago. In such a short time, the whole city seemed to have gone mad. What are these fools hoping to accomplish? Sonny flinched. What was he hoping to accomplish? Gritting his teeth, he pushed forward through the crowd. His uniform and aura of authority cleared a path, and when that was not enough, he simply pushed people away. With Sonny's strength, it was not at all hard. Remaining gentle enough not to crush anyone was much harder. His soldiers followed. After experiencing the horrors of the nightmare spell and the tempering of countless battles, they all managed to remain composed. Beth and Professor Obel, however, looked deeply rattled. Still, they followed too. After some time, Sonny finally reached the entrance to one of the elevators. Currently, it was closed, since the platform had not yet arrived. The refugees moved slightly aside to give the awakened some breathing room. However, he could still hear their voices. "Look, a master! You there, officer? What the hell is happening? Please, take me with you. Curse you!" He kept looking forward, ignoring the yells. Some people tried to ingratiate themselves with Sonny. Some cursed him out and demanded explanations. Some stupidly became overjoyed, as if the appearance of an ascended was going to solve everything. At least it's not as cold. With so many bodies around, the oppressive cold had retreated a little. Eventually, a massive platform arrived from the bottom of the cliffs, and the barrier retracted into the ground. Sunny led his group forward, taking a place near the opposite side of it. From there, he could see the ocean and the port fortress below. There was only one gargantuan ship currently anchored near it, with several large ferries coursing between the vessel and the pier to bring people aboard. The port itself was as crowded as the transfer station, and so was the pier. The situation inside seemed even more chaotic than here. After around 2,000 people and several large transport vehicles entered the platform, the barrier rose once again and the elevator plummeted down. It seemed to be moving at a greater speed than usual, causing several passengers to yelp in fear. However, the platform safely reached the bottom of the cliffs in less than a minute. There was a walled road leading from the elevators to the port. Half of it was designated for pedestrian traffic, half for the vehicles. That road was congested as well, but further away. Sunny noticed soldiers standing watch above it, carrying out their duty with lost expressions on their faces. Luckily, no nightmare creatures had chosen today to attack the city from the coast. "Let's go." Glancing at Kim, who was still carrying Luster, he continued toward the port. It took some time to reach it as well. The closer they got to the pier, the more frantic the atmosphere became. Some of the people here arrived after the terrible news of Skytide's defeat had spread. But some had been here even earlier, happily waiting to be brought away to eastern Antarctica as per the government queue. Now their chances of getting a spot on the ship were suddenly uncertain. But we were scheduled to be relocated today. Look, we have tickets. Get the hell out of my way. Sir, please, just let me through. When is the next ship arriving? When is... The port officers were desperately trying to create some semblance of order, but it was useless. Still, only so many people could get aboard, so there were soldiers standing guard at the entrance to the pier and a barrier of alloy mesh that slid up and down, letting groups of refugees proceed further from time to time. Every time the barrier retracted, the crowd grew agitated and tried to push forward, only to be thrown back by the heavy gazes of the guards. Sunny hesitated. What now? Chapter 1. 1054. The Fall of Falcon Scott. 72. He looked around, studying the barrier and the crowded pier that could be seen through the mesh. Then, suddenly, Sunny heard a familiar voice. "Move back, damn it. Don't push. If you have a spot in the queue, present an ID. If you are a member of the First Army, come that way. Get a hold of yourself and behave like people." He looked around and saw a tall, handsome man with indigo eyes and hair that seemed somewhere between black and blue, standing in front of the barrier, struggling to hold back the panicked crowd. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Pushing closer to the man, he called out, "Naive, what the hell are you doing here?" The man, it was indeed Master Naive of the House of Night, blinked a couple of times, then looked in his direction with a confused expression. "Sunny, gods, it's you. What are... doesn't matter. I'm now in charge of boarding, I guess." Sunny led his group to the barrier, stopping right in front of the night walker. Naive gestured for a nearby Awaken to assume his position and took a step to the side. He gave Sunny a somber look. "That ship over there is where I'm assigned to. We are going to leave once we're at capacity. Actually, we are already over capacity, but a few more people can still be squeezed in, so..." Sunny frowned. "What about Bloodwave?" The night walker sighed. "He led the other ship away a few hours ago, with St. Tyrus aboard. There will be more ships tomorrow and more the day after that. If the Winter Beast does not arrive sooner, but Uncle won't be coming back. He'll guard the strait until the relocation is over. And then we will resume evacuating people over the ocean to the northern quadrant." Sunny nodded. "Figures. Listen." Naive spoke first, interrupting him. "Do you need to get on the ship?" Sunny grew quiet, suddenly ashamed for no reason. Strangely, he felt thankful to the night walker for not forcing him to say it aloud. After a few moments of awkward silence, Sunny shook his head. "Not me. I just need to place a tether inside." Ascended could simply retreat into the dream realm whenever they wished. Even if their tether remained in the Antarctic center, a saint would then be able to bring them back to the waking world, to a safer region. Granted, there were no saints on the Ivory Island, so Sunny was a bit more inconvenienced in that regard. Of course, leaving the waking world was not an instantaneous process. It required some time and absolute concentration, so doing it in the middle of a battle was usually impossible. Any ascended that remained in the city would have to travel to the dream realm before the winter beast arrived, or risk annihilation with the rest of the mundane people. Still, taking up a spot on a ship would be a waste. And Sunny had long decided to stay and try to stall the Titan anyway. He looked at Naive. "I don't need one. But my people—" Sunny glanced at Beth, Professor Obel, and the members of his cohort. Naive looked at them, too. His face fell. The Night Walker hesitated for a few moments, then said quietly, "Sunny, I have 3 spots reserved. As a member of the crew, I will give you those. Beyond that, however, I can get the rest of your cohort on board too. Members of the First Army have a priority right to be evacuated. But those additional spots, they will come at the expense of civilians with officially issued tickets, so it's your decision." He paused, and then added apologetically, "Sorry, but you have to make it quick. This is going to be the last batch we let in tonight." As though to echo his words, the mesh barrier suddenly slid into the ground with a metallic screech. The soldiers started checking the IDs and letting people pass through one by one. Sunny froze for a moment. His face grew still. His heart grew heavy. So this is what it came to. 3 spots, or having to displace civilians who had a spot in the queue. His soldiers had all heard what Naive said. Sunny turned around looking at them. Kim, Luster, Dorn, Samara, Bell, Beth, Professor Obel. What was he supposed to do? Curse it all. As Sunny studied the faces of his soldiers, Bell, Dorn, and Samara briefly glanced at each other. Then the giant man looked at Sunny and slightly shook his head. There were no words spoken, and yet for a moment, Sunny felt as though his heart was pierced by a sharp blade. He lowered his head, then looked at Professor Obel. The old man met his gaze, and the two of them remained motionless for several seconds, as if having a silent conversation. Finally, Sunny looked at the mob of frightened refugees crowding behind the line of the barrier, all desperate to be saved. He sighed. How terrible. Why the hell did I want to be an officer? Gods. No amount of the damn contribution points was worth it. Then, Sunny straightened his back and said confidently, "Beth, Professor Obel, you go in first." Beth gave him a startled glance, but the old man gently pushed her forward. They moved past Naive, the young woman crossing the line first. However, as soon as she did, Professor Obel silently took a step back. At the same time, Sunny pushed Kim and Luster. His push, though, was not too gentle. The two stumbled past Naive, ending up on the other side of the line, too. They were one of the last people to be let through. A moment later, the barrier rose with a screech, and a wall of alloy mesh cut off the pier from the rest of the port. Ooh. Sunny, Professor Obel, Samara, Dorn, and Bell remained on one side. Kim, Luster, and Beth were on the other. The young woman turned around, confused. When she saw the old man behind the fence, her eyes widened. "Professor, why are you—" Professor Obel smiled. "It's all right, Beth. We already had that conversation, remember? Stop being stubborn and forgive this old man. My old bones really can't endure another journey." She grabbed the mesh, frantic. No, you can't. How could you?" He sighed. "I only have a few more years left to live at best. Beth, I might have accomplished a lot in this life, but it's coming to an end." The old man chuckled. "You will accomplish even more given time. What, do you think I was already brilliant at your age? Gods, no, I barely knew how to tie my shoes. Letting someone young take my place is a privilege of mine, especially someone like you, or awakened Kim over there." Beth stared at him for a few long moments, her eyes glistening. Then she turned to Sunny. Sunny, what about—" He scoffed. "I'll be fine. It's like you don't know me. There's not a single selfless bone in my body, so you don't really have to worry about my safety." At that point, Kim finally spoke. "Captain." Sunny glanced at her and frowned. You keep Luster and Beth safe. Who knows what will happen? Go board the ship and get the hell out of here, Kim. That's an order." He remained silent for a moment and then added, "Also, it's Major, damn it." And that was that. Soon, Kim, Luster, and Beth boarded a ferry and were taken to the towering vessel. Sunny and the rest remained in the doomed siege capital, in Falcon Scott. The air was getting colder and colder. Chapter 1055, The Fall of Falcon Scott. 23. After things were settled, Sunny did not really know what to do. Professor Obel wanted to go back to the dormitory for now, so Sunny asked Belle, Dorn, and Samara to take the old man there. After that, they were supposed to return to the barracks. Left alone, Sunny remained motionless for a few minutes, then used Shadow Step to sneak aboard Naive's ship. Placing a tether there did not take him much time. After the invisible mark was created, he used the same method to return to the port fortress. It was already night. Of course, night and day were absolutely the same during the long winter here in Antarctica. Still, it meant that the winter beast would arrive in around 12 hours at the earliest, and in no more than 40 at the latest. Sunny slowly made his way back to the elevators. No one was moving in the opposite direction of the port, so he did not have to force his way through the crowd. He just walked slowly, moving aside to let vehicles pass from time to time. The elevators were going up entirely empty as well. His lonesome figure startled the crowd of people waiting for the platform to arrive at the upper transfer station. Sunny spared them a heavy glance, then sighed and dissipated into the shadow. He had no desire to travel through the mob again. To waste as little essence as possible, he simply glided through the darkness and appeared some distance away in the shadow of the city wall. Then he used a lift to reach the battlements and finally escaped the panicked sea of people. From here, he could see the vast expanse of the city. Falcon Scott was bathed in darkness and suffused with stark, artificial light. Snowflakes danced in the frigid air, and above it all, the ghostly aurora swirled like a celestial river of ghostly flames. Countless stars shone coldly high above. Sunny looked at the dreamlike scene for a few moments, then sighed. How come it looks so beautiful? On the other side of the wall was the ocean. He could see the port below, the overflowing mass of people within it, and the lone battleship towering above the dark waters. Sunny walked along the length of the wall, keeping his eye on the vessel. There were soldiers standing watch on the wall. Strangely enough, none of them seemed in a hurry to leave their posts. In fact, he could feel a strange mood permeating the air. The crowd of refugees below was almost frenzied. But here on the battlements, the members of the First Army were almost tranquil. It was not the resigned tranquility of desperation either, just unvarnished calmness of people who had been through hell and did not fear the end. Soon he heard one of the soldiers say, "Look, it's moving." Sunny could see it as well. The battleship was finally departing. The titanic chain rattled as it rose, soon revealing a massive anchor. Then, slowly, the giant vessel started to move, distancing itself from the port. Its departure caused the people packed into the fortress to cry out, the litany of their voices flying on the wind to reach his ears. A raspy female voice responded to the soldier, "Poor guys. I feel bad for them. It's too damn cold." The first male voice sounded again after a moment of silence. "Yeah. I hope someone in the port will have enough sense to hand out food, blankets, and something hot to drink. Speaking of something to drink, give that thing here." Sunny frowned. "Wait, don't those voices sound familiar?" He looked at the pair of talkative soldiers. One of them was a man in the uniform of the First Army. The other was an awakened woman wearing a beautiful, enchanted robe. The two of them were passing a flask of something fragrant between each other while idly observing the departure of the battleship. Sunny tilted his head, surprised. They were Sergeant Gear and Lieutenant Karen, two officers who had been under his command during the hellish march to Falcon Scott. He had not seen them after reaching the siege capital. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then said, "Hey, you." Karen flinched and grabbed the parapet of the battlement with both hands. "To be stupidly tough, though, I thought I heard him too." Weird. Sunny sighed. Her face paled a little. Gear, I think I drank too much. I just heard the devil calling out to me. The mundane soldier scoffed. Ain't no way you are drunker than me. Aren't you awakened supposed to be stupidly tough? Though, I thought I heard him too. Weird. Sunny sighed. That's because I'm standing right behind you. Both of them slowly turned around and stared at him for a few moments. Then sincere smiles suddenly appeared on their faces. Captain, sir, you're here too? He rolled his eyes, then came closer and leaned on the parapet beside them. Yes, I'm here too. After the caravan reached the city, the soldiers and awakened he had led were absorbed back into the First Army and sent to reinforce the garrison. He had met a few here and there during the siege, but largely, Sunny had no idea what had happened to them. It was strange to see Gear and Karen again. He studied them for a bit, then asked, "The two of you did not board the ship?" Sergeant Gear hesitated, then shrugged relaxedly. No, it just feels weird to leave all these people behind and run away. Actually, pretty much no one I know went and took a spot for themselves. Most of us First Army grunts are staying." He took a sip from the flask and chuckled. It's like we all made a weird suicide pact. Karen pulled the flask out of his hand and smiled. "It's all right, though. Actually, I feel like I was supposed to die in Erebus Field. That would have been sad." She took a big gulp and sighed with pleasure. "Because everyone there died. But here, we already made sure that 170 million people escaped. By tomorrow, it's going to be 180. That's a lot of people. That's a job well done, if you ask me. And if we manage to hold out for a day or two more, then that's going to be even better." Gear nodded. "That is the reason why we were sent here in the first place, isn't it? To make sure that these people escape. So saving ourselves at their expense just feels weird, that's all." Sunny studied them for a few moments, remaining silent. Then he sighed. "I guess I feel the same way. Plus, I really hate losing as well." Karen and Gear looked at him with complicated expressions. "Sir, you're staying too?" Sunny smiled slightly. "Yeah. But don't get me wrong, I am not planning on dying heroically. Unlike some people, I haven't given up on giving that beast a good fight." The two soldiers were quiet for a bit. Then, Gear suddenly laughed. "Good. That's good. Hell, now that I know that you're going to be with us too, sir, I'm starting to feel that maybe there's still a chance. We already killed one Titan, didn't we? What's one more?" Karen lingered for a moment, then offered the flask to Sunny and patted the mundane soldier on the shoulder. "Sure, Gear, sure. It's just a corrupted Titan. Let's kill it, why not?" Sunny received the flask and took a sip of something bitter, flavorful, and absolutely searing. He grimaced and coughed, feeling his eyes turn wet with tears. "Gods, what the hell are they drinking?" After a while, when he regained his ability to speak again, Sunny wiped his eyes and passed the flask to Karen. Feeling a pleasant warmth spread through his body, he said, "Yeah, you're right. It's just a corrupted Titan." It was already morning by the time Sunny made his way to the dormitory tower where Professor Obel was staying. The cold had gotten even more oppressive, and the wind was like a sharp knife that cut ruthlessly against his skin. It was rather strange. Soon after the news of the winter beast's inevitable attack spread through the city, the whole population seemed to have gone marl. Fear, panic, and desperation were like a wildfire that spread through the siege capital, throwing it into utter chaos. For a while, it was as though Falcon Scott had turned into a wounded, frenzied beast. But now, a strange calmness permeated the snow-covered streets. Even near the port, the mob had become meek and docile. A few more ships arrived, and a few more millions of people were taken away. The rest either surrendered themselves to fate or gave up completely. As soon as they let go of hope, their fear disappeared. Their panic subsided, too. Sunny walked through the city. He saw different people coping with the merciless reality of the situation in different ways. Some seemed numb and lethargic. Some seemed serene and at peace. Everyone found solace in their own way. He even saw groups of people climb to the roofs of the highest buildings, carrying chairs, portable heaters, and food. They were going to watch the arrival of the Titan and meet their ends together. Others were trying to get as deep underground as they could. A siege capital like Falcon Scott had plenty of durable subterranean shelters. However, if anyone thought that they could hide from the approaching doom there, they were sorely mistaken. No amount of frozen soil and layers of mundane defenses were going to stop a corrupted titan. There had been shelters in Erebus Field too, but no one who had entered them survived. And Goliath was in no way a match for the winter beast. As for Sunny himself, he had not given up yet. He still had some will to fight left in him. He had spent these hours trying to come up with a way to, if not defeat the abominable horror, then at least tie down and stall it. Sadly, Sunny saw no way to win, no matter how hard he looked. The enemy was just too strong, and his bag of tricks was all but empty. There was no time to prepare anything, and even if there were, he was not sure that he would have been able to pull another miracle out of thin air. Killing Goliath was already an astonishing feat. In the past, before the transcendence of the first saints, it had taken all of clan valor decades to slay a fallen titan. But Sunny destroyed the dreadful stone colossus in a single second. If he had been a couple seconds slower, the city would have probably already been destroyed. That was how terrifying titans were. The further one walked on the road of ascendance, or corruption, the greater the distance between individual steps. There was a vast chasm between a terror and a titan, and an even more boundless abyss between a fallen and a corrupted one. Sunny had not come up with a single good idea. His own strength was insufficient, and there was no one stronger around to borrow it from. Is it really hopeless? Despite it all, he was reluctant to accept that fact. And yet, a shadow of doubt was weighing on his heart. As Sunny was approaching the dormitory tower, his thoughts wandered to Gear and Karen. His mood turned dark as he remembered all the people he had brought to Falcon Scott, and how much effort had gone into preserving their lives. Where were they now? The nameless sleeper, the kid who had called him uncle once, the brave soldier who had lost his arm to the devouring cloud. Had they been evacuated, or were they still out there somewhere, within the doomed city? Most of the 200 million people had already been evacuated, so the chances of that weren't high. Standing in front of the entrance to the dormitory, he looked at the piles of snow on both sides of it. The man who had been so happy to give him a sandwich. Was he and his wife safe? And countless others. With a deep sigh, Sunny entered the tower and made his way to Professor Obel's apartment. The old man met him with a calm smile. "Master Sunless, come in, come in." By now there was no one inside the apartment except for the old man. The two of them remained silent for a while. Eventually, Professor Obel sighed. "I wanted to thank you. Some time ago I made a request of you, to not choose to save my life over someone else's. Back then, you didn't agree. I'm glad that you changed your mind." Sunny looked at the old man with a bleak expression. He remembered that conversation. Back then, he had foolishly proclaimed that he would not have to choose, because he would simply save everyone he decided to save. Technically, Sunny had kept that promise. The convoy had made it to Falcon Scott, and although there were some casualties, he never ended up having to put Professor Obel's life over that of other people. Who could have known that their woes would only grow more calamitous after reaching the distant siege capital? Sunny pursed his lips, and then said in an even tone, "I'm not going to lie, Professor. I am unhappy with your decision. After all the effort I've put into keeping you alive, you still chose to stay. It makes me feel as though all those struggles of mine were meaningless." They had not been, of course. Tens of thousands of people, and maybe even millions, were alive because of what Sunny had done. But millions of people were faceless. To him, Professor Obel had long become somewhat of a personification of all the mundane humans. The First Army was meant to save him and Beth. The old man smiled wistfully. "I knew that you would feel that way. People who are as principled as you, young man, are a rare breed. They can't help but feel responsible for the entire world. However, the world is too vast, Major Sunless. You can't defeat it all by yourself, and you shouldn't be forced to either." Sunny looked at him with surprise. Now that is very amusing. He couldn't help but snort. "Principle? Me, Professor? You are deeply mistaken. I have no principles to speak of. I am just stubborn, spiteful, and a little bit mad. That's all there is to me." The old man laughed. If you say so, young man. Anyway, you must be really busy. I won't keep you. However, I do have one last favor to ask. Would you mind escorting me to the communication array? My work schedule is technically suspended, but a bunch of us old engineers decided to gather there. Who knows, maybe we'll, even manage to restore function to the whole thing. In any case, it will be an extremely interesting problem to solve. I already have a few ideas. Sonny stared at him for a few moments, then silently nodded. Together they left the dormitory tower and ventured through the streets of Falcon Scott, chatting idly as they did. Time seemed to slow down a little. Nevertheless, they eventually reached the base of the communication array complex, where a dozen or so old men and women were standing waiting for the latecomers to arrive. Some of them waved to Professor Obel, calling out to him with boisterous voices. The old man waved in response, then turned to Sonny and smiled. We're here. Thank you very much, young man. For everything. Sonny felt as though a lump was stuck in his throat. He lingered for a few moments, then forced out a few words. Don't mention it. And thank you too, Professor. Please stay safe. Professor Obel patted him on the shoulder. You must survive, Major. Don't hesitate to save yourself when the time comes. Farewell. With that, he smiled one last time, then turned away and headed to the other old engineers. They welcomed him with friendly greetings. Sonny remained motionless for a while, then turned away too. Damnation! Grilling his teeth, he shivered in the cold and started walking. The shadow weighing on his heart had become heavier. He found his soldiers calmly preparing for the nearing, and most likely their last, battle. Sonny had chosen the members of his cohort based on their mental resilience, but even still, he was surprised and slightly disturbed by how nonchalant all three seemed. Samara had lost her rifle, but was now in possession of Kim's carbine. She was sitting on an alloy crate silently charging one bullet after another with essence. Bell was sharpening his sword with a vague smile on his face. Memories did not need to be sharpened, but the swordsman had a habit of doing so anyway. Dorn had been wounded by the scavenger. The deep cut on his chest had already been dealt with by an awakened healer, but he was yet to fully recover. The giant man was moving his shoulder through a set of stretching exercises, wincing from time to time. His sledgehammer was nearby, its handle leaning against the wall. When Sonny entered, the three awakened glanced his way and saluted. "What's the news, sir?" He shook his head. "No news yet. If we're lucky, the bastard will show up tomorrow. If we're not, it will be here today." Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then added, "In any case, we will have to deal with the blizzard first. Keep those charms I gave you summoned. Protection against cold is going to play a big role when the winter beast comes." Sonny possessed the memory of ice, but he had also created lesser versions of the ascended charm for each of his soldiers. Those memories were not as potent, but also required much less essence to sustain the enchantments. They nodded, summoning the artificial charms. Looking at his soldiers, Sonny couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. He had only known these people for a few months, but they had gone through a lifetime of struggles together. Even if he wasn't responsible for their lives, he would still have been fiercely reluctant to see them die. Bell, Dorn, Samara. They were admirable warriors each. More importantly, they were his people. Sonny sighed. You just had to go and stay, huh? He had been fully prepared to have Naive load the whole cohort on the ship, but the three awakened silently refused. Staying in Falcon Scott was their choice. Bell looked at him and grinned. "Sure, sir. That's our job." Samara simply nodded, choosing not to say anything in her usual manner. Dorn chuckled. "We did. But aren't you here too, Major?" Sonny winced. Of course it wasn't the same. He was an ascended, and one ridiculously hard to kill on top of that. His soldiers, however, were merely awakened. They were not nearly as resilient. "Yeah, I am." Bell put his sword away, the smile slowly disappearing from his face. The swordsman remained silent for a few moments, looking at him with an uncharacteristically serious expression. A heavy atmosphere settled in the barracks room. Eventually he said, "There is something I wanted to ask you, though, sir. You don't have to answer, of course." Sonny frowned. "What is it?" Bell hesitated for a bit, then asked thoughtfully, "There are rumors going around that you're dating Mongrel, but Mongrel, she is your echo. What's that all about?" Sunny stared at him, speechless. "What the hell are you on about, Feel? I'm not dating anyone." The swordsman suddenly threw his head back and exploded with laughter. I see. Dorn gave him a disapproving look and let out an exasperated sigh. "That guy." Sunny shook his head, suddenly feeling an urge to laugh too. "He's crazier than me. Gods." "If you're done, Belle, let's discuss strategy." Sometime later, Sunny walked outside to get some fresh air. The air was much cleaner in Antarctica, after all. It would be a waste to remain inside all the time, even despite the cold. As Sunny stared at the distant sky, he suddenly noticed a black bird looking at him from a nearby roof. Then he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. "Sunny, there you are." Master Jet appeared front behind a corner and walked over to him, then stopped, her icy blue eyes full of coldness that was even more chilling than the polar night. He looked at her, then smiled. "Here I am," she sighed. "I sent all the information we have about the winter beast to your communicator. Did you read it?" He nodded. Sadly, there was little known about the Titan and its abilities. Even though St. Tyrus had spent months suppressing the creature, most of their drawn-out battle had not been a direct one. The winter beast had shown an eerie ability to control cold, snow, and wind. Since Sky Tide commanded the winds as well, their battlefield had been the sky above the Antarctic center itself. It was precisely because the Titan's most dreadful power had been continuously countered by St. Tyrus that no one knew its true extent. It had to be tremendous, though, considering that the mere presence of the creature was distorting communications across the entire region. All Sunny and Jet could do was make educated guesses. She hesitated. "Good then." After that, both fell silent. Sunny looked at Soul Reaper, remembering the past. She was the first person he had met after surviving the first nightmare. Back then, Jet looked like an unreachable goddess to him. Seeing her cold beauty, he had been stunned. Luckily, she promptly slapped some sense back into him. After that, Master Jet was always in the background of his life, arguably saving it on more than one occasion with her advice and slightly jaded wisdom. And now, they were equals. It was funny. The two of them had only met a few years ago, but Sunny felt as though he had known Let all his life. Maybe because those years felt like several lifetimes. He sighed, then suddenly asked, "Master Jet, I've always wanted to ask, why did you really join the government, considering your abilities and character? The legacy clans probably showered you with offers, and incredible ones at that. Well, you must have received a special strategic asset designation as well." They had briefly talked about it in the past, but Sunny always felt that he did not know the full truth. Soul Reaper looked at him with a surprised expression. "What? Where did this come from?" He chuckled. "Just curious, that's all." Jet remained silent for a bit, then scoffed. "Well, all right, but you are really overestimating me. A special strategic asset. I wasn't even designated as a simple strategic asset. Sure, my aspect was a dangerous and unique one, but other than that, I was completely unremarkable. I was foolish, timid, and unsure of myself, too. It was only later, much later, after being beaten by life over and over again, that I got rid of some of my foolishness and bloomed into this awesome and incomparably majestic figure you see in front of yourself today. Satisfied?" Sunny smiled. "I guess." After a few moments of silence, he asked, "Do you regret it, though, the path that you took?" She looked away, a thoughtful expression appearing on her face. Master Jet pondered his question for a bit, then shrugged. Her voice was calm. "Ours is a bitter life, Sunny. From the outskirts of NQSC to here, it has often been bitter and only rarely sweet. A life like that, it would be a waste to make it taste more bitter, still with regret. So no, I might be unsatisfied with many things, but I would never waste my time on regret." Jet looked at him and raised a brow. "Why, are you feeling regretful about something?" Sunny laughed. "Honestly, right now I am regretting pretty much every single decision I've made in my life." She stared at him blankly, then rolled her eyes. "Well, get over it. We have a Titan to fight. And so they did. The temperature continued to plunge, and the winds grew more and more frenzied, howling through the streets of the siege capital like hungry wolves. Faster than everyone had hoped, only a few short hours later, the winter beast had reached Falcon Scott. The remains of the field army sent to the Antarctic Center gathered into a formation after marching across the giant crater. The hill, like stone corpse of the fallen Titan Goliath, the pit created by the enormous explosion, and the city with millions of defenseless humans sheltering inside were now behind them. In front of them were a vast field of snow and the towering peaks of the mountains. There were around 20,000 mundane soldiers, some of them piloting the mighty war platforms, and 1,000 or so awakened gathered in front of the crater. Just like Gear had said, very few members of the First Army had used the priority right to be evacuated ahead of civilians. Most had remained and were now preparing to face a dreadful foe, the winter beast. The plan of the battle was rather simple. The creature's physical body was rumored to be hidden at the heart of the blizzard, protected by hurricane winds and murderous cold. To prevent it from reaching the siege capital, the army was going to advance into the snowstorm and confront the Titan. Neither mundane soldiers nor the awakened had any hope of actually damaging a corrupted nightmare creature. Luckily, an abomination that mostly relied on unnatural powers to kill its prey could not be too formidable in a physical confrontation. The few masters who still remained with the army had a good chance of wounding or even slaying it, if they could get close enough. The role of the soldiers and the awakened was to bury the Titan under their bodies and distract it, hopefully giving the ascended an opportunity to strike. No one knew if the plan had even a theoretical chance of working, but it was their best chance. Aside from Sunny and Jet, there were two more masters who had both survived the previous weeks of the siege and chosen to stay and fight. The four of them were spread across the formation, each commanding one of the 4 brigades. Nightmare was still slumbering because of the wounds he had received during the previous battle, but Saint, maybe due to the mantle of darkness, had already recovered. However, Sunny did not summon her yet. He wanted to keep his strongest weapon at hand in case things went wrong. If the army was unsuccessful in their desperate gamble to breach the wall of the blizzard, he would send one of his shadows ahead to allow the taciturn night to emerge from it near the Titan and engage the abomination in battle. That was his last resort. Even still, Sunny did not know if Saint would be able to do anything. That was the main problem. None of them knew anything for sure. The winter beast was just too unknown and mysterious. Chances were, every single one of them would die long before catching a glimpse of the Titan's true body. Curse that fiend. Sunny was standing in front of the brigade of grim-faced soldiers who were now under his nominal command. The members of his cohort were right behind him, and behind them were the rest of the awakened. The mundane soldiers were at the back of the column, comprising most of it. All of them were looking ahead, struggling against the cruel winds. In front of them, a cloud of snow was descending from the mountains, slowly blotting out the sky. It was like a swirling white wall was slowly erasing the world. With each second, the winds were growing stronger, and the terrible cold was becoming more unbearable. The blizzard was coming. Sunny sighed, then looked over his shoulder. Get ready. Without Kim, the members of his cohort lost the ability to borrow his sight. Each of them had summoned a luminous memory, and so had the rest of the awakened in the brigade. The mundane soldiers, too, were equipped with various light-producing devices. Beams of powerful spotlights shot into the darkness from the shoulders of the towering MWPs. The brigade appeared like a river of light in the middle of a sea of darkness. The harrowing snowstorm was getting closer and closer. Advance. Sunny took the first step forward and the soldiers followed. The war platforms prepared their flamethrowers. Since the Titan's most fearsome weapon was cold, today these armaments were more valuable for their ability to create heat, not for their destructive potential. On both sides of the brigade, 2 more rivers of light flowed forward, one commanded by Soul Reaper Jet, one by an ascended that Sunny had met a few times, but did not really know. A few moments later, the snow was upon them. Sunny shivered, feeling a merciless chill permeate his body. Even with his elemental resistance and the help of the memory of ice, he was shocked by how ferocious the cold was. He could only imagine how terrible it was for the rest of the soldiers. It had never been the same the previous times Sunny encountered the wandering blizzard. Now that St. Tyrus was not suppressing the winter beast, it had fully unleashed its power, causing the world itself to become its tool. This snowstorm was not an after-effect of the Titan's presence on the landmass either. It was directly created by the frozen horror. In fact, the snowstorm itself was the horror. It was as much a part of the winter beast as the physical body hidden in the heart of the blizzard was. In that regard, the corrupted Titan was much closer to the dark sea of the forgotten shore than it was to a simpler creature like Goliath. For a moment, Sunny wondered if there was something secretly hidden at the heart of the cursed sea as well. Flamethrowers. The MWPs walking at the sides of the column extended their arms, sending long streams of fire crisscrossing above the formation. It was as though a flaming cage was created around the brigade. For a few moments, the cold receded slightly. The billowing clouds of snow were instantly melted, and drops of water rained down on the shivering humans. For as long as the war platforms had fuel to keep the flames burning, the army still had a chance to reach the depths of the unnatural snowstorm. However, they had not burned for long. 1059. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 77. It was all a gamble, a dire, dangerous, deadly gamble. The soldiers of the First Army were betting their lives against the winter beast, without even knowing if they would be able to reach it, let alone hurt it. They might have made that gamble out of desperation, but they had also made it out of necessity. All of them had received a chance to leave, and all of them turned it down. Some had done it due to their sense of duty, or camaraderie, or misguided bravery. Some had simply grown numb to the horrors of the war. As for Sunny himself, he was not really sure what had led him here. He had come to this broken land in search of power, but that desirous quest seemed so childish now. Antarctica had put a lot of things in perspective. However, this shift of perspective only made things less clear instead of revealing the truth. All he knew was that he felt fiercely reluctant to leave the job unfinished, and that he did not want to fail the soldiers who had entrusted him with their lives. Sunny had never wanted to be in charge of anyone, but now that he was, their hopes and desires weighed on him like chains. Strangely, though, he did not want to refuse that burden. He felt quite protective of it. Maybe that was what Master Jet had meant when she said that no one was free in this world. Regardless of the reason, Sunny felt a frantic hope burning in his chest as he marched into the blizzard. Come on, Wasian, we can do it. Behind him, the column of shivering soldiers stubbornly moved forward. Inside a cage of flames, the infantrymen were all encased in suits of powered armor, which were all hermetic and insulated, capable of withstanding the most hazardous environments. The awakened were all much tougher, and many of them possessed protective memories on top of that. And yet, they were all suffering from the terrifying cold. It was just too insidious, finding a way to pass through all forms of defense. Even Sunny felt miserable because of the snowstorm. Much worse, the cold was getting worse and worse the deeper into the blizzard they walked. They had to find the true body of the winter beast soon. That cold, there's something wrong about it. It doesn't feel like a natural force. Even his thoughts felt slow and frigid, but there was no way back for them now. All that Sunny could do was march forward and endure, hoping that he and his soldiers would be able to reach the heart of the blizzard. The fire produced by the MWPs helped alleviate the cold to a certain extent. But then, slowly, the heat of the furious flames started to feel less and less substantial. The flamethrowers were still spouting long streams of burning fuel, but it was as though the fire itself had been robbed of its warmth. How could fire be cold? Sunny did not know, but he felt as though the flames now contained no heat whatsoever. They were like predators that had lost all their teeth. Curse it! He glanced back, seeing a few of the mundane soldiers staggering as they walked, then gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. The snowstorm could not be too vast. They had to be getting closer to its center. All they had to do was endure a little longer. Suppressing a hint of fear, Sunny sent his shadows to scout ahead. As soon as his body lost their support, the cold assaulted it with renewed strength. He cursed quietly and concentrated on resisting the furious blows of the hurricane winds. Behind him, the awakened and the mundane soldiers were shielding their faces and leaning forward to withstand the force of the storm. Even the towering war platforms were struggling to keep their balance. They had great mass, but also a much larger surface for the wind to attack. The pilots controlled their lumbering machines with intricate skill, keeping them upright and moving forward. The shadows flew into the storm. Even though it was almost impossible to see through the raging snow, they had other ways to perceive the world. Sunny hoped that at least one of them would be able to discover the true body of the winter beast. After all, searching for it was not hard. All he had to do was follow to where the cold was most dreadful. The closer one got to the heart of the blizzard, the more terrible the unnatural cold would become. And indeed, his shadows were able to discover the right direction soon. They all failed to reach the eye of the storm, though. Sunny felt a little shaken when he realized that, further into the blizzard, even the shadows started suffering from the merciless cold. It made no sense, since shadows were incorporeal beings, but it was nevertheless true. Once they flew sufficiently deep into the snowstorm, the power of the winter beast seemed to transcend logic and reason. It was capable of freezing even those things that should have been incapable of being frozen. How? How can it? To his horror, Sunny realized that the frigid slowness of his thoughts was also not just in his imagination. If the corrupted Titan was capable of affecting shadows with its powers, why wouldn't it be able to affect minds? Nothing within the winter beast's snowy domain could avoid being pervaded by its power. Recalling the shadows, Sunny shuddered and continued to walk in the direction they had discovered. Every step he took felt heavier than the last. Behind him, a soldier fell to the ground. Others tried to help the soldier stand up, but it was of no use. The man was not moving. His comrades had no choice but to abandon their futile attempts. The column flowed past the motionless figure, and soon it was swallowed by the haze of the blizzard, disappearing from view. Not long after that, someone else dropped down. Sunny felt dread settle in his heart. No, we need to keep going. I refuse to give up. I refuse to believe that the abomination's power cannot be broken. He continued to walk with an ugly expression on his face, leaning low to resist the shattering wind. Soon, more people fell into the snow. Sunny could feel their shadows turn lifeless in the distance. Every death cut him like a knife. It was only the mundane soldiers at first. Then, one of the MWPs staggered and froze, depowering. A moment later, a powerful squall crashed into it, making the towering machine sway and collapse. Eventually, even the weakest of the awakened started dying, and then the strongest of them. Engrossed by grim fearlessness and dogged determination, the brigade continued to struggle forward. The other brigades were advancing into the blizzard by its side, too. However, their rate of progress was becoming slower and slower. The closer they got to the heart of the snowstorm, the more murderous the cold became, the stronger the winds grew, and the harder it was to make even a single step forward. It felt as though an irresistible force was pushing Sunny back and at the same time trying to sap him of his very life, battering his body with blades of wind and ice. Damn it. Damn it. At first, a soldier or two would fall every minute. Then, a new body would fall into the embrace of the snow almost every second. Sunny felt a vast, maddening anguish, and a deep, biting reluctance, and fear, not for himself, but for the mission. But then he became scared for himself, too. At some point, Sunny realized that because of the diabolical cold that permeated his mind, he could no longer feel his dream realm anchor. It still existed there somewhere, but it was as though the mystical connection was distorted by a hazy wall of snow. Sunny could not sense the anchor and could not reach for it. He had nowhere to run, just like the rest of his soldiers. Are we going to lose just like that? The thought filled him with indescribable anger and grief. He could tell that they were getting closer to the heart of the blizzard. They were not too far away now. But the snowstorm had become just too calamitous. Sunny had lost count of how many soldiers he had lost. In fact, his senses, even the shadow sense, were slowly failing him. He could not see too far, and he could not perceive too far. The world had narrowed down to a hazy sphere of 12 meters, while everything else was obscured by snow. In that sphere, there were only a few awakened. As far as he knew, everyone else might have already succumbed to the ruthless cold. Koso, it can't be like this. It can't be, damn it. In his heart, Sunny would have been able to accept if they had reached the true body of the winter beast, but failed to defeat it. But the idea of being wiped out without even making it to the eye of the storm was enough to drive him insane. Damn it, damn it, damn it all. And with each second, still, the cold was growing more harrowing. Sutikin 50, but in the end, that was exactly what happened. Eventually, still surrounded by the wall of howling snow, Sunny realized that he could hardly make even a single step forward. He had lost sight of the brigade and did not know if any of his soldiers were still alive. There were only 3 awakened beside him, Bell, Dorn, and Samara. And with each second, still, the cold was growing more harrowing. He closed his eyes. Admit it. Sunny hesitated, staring into the blizzard. Admit it. You lost. He shivered. You fool. What else did you expect would happen? It was almost as if the sin of solace was talking to him. But no. Those were only his own thoughts. He had not even summoned the jade sword yet. His own thoughts were much more damning. Sunny let out a soft sigh, then turned around and looked at his soldiers. The members of his cohort were standing close to each other, bits of ice covering their hair. Their luminous memories had grown dim and weak, and their lips were blue. Their eyes, however, were much more calm than his own. Sunny studied their faces for a few moments, trying to come up with a solid thought. Eventually, he simply whispered, "I'm sorry." Bell smiled with the corner of his mouth, then slightly shook his head. That action alone seemed to take something out of him, and the swordsman swayed slightly. Samara reached out to support him, and he placed a hand on her shoulder, gripping it tightly. Dorn struggled a little and turned to face them. He gave his fellow awakened a warm nod, then kept looking at them without saying anything. Maybe he couldn't. Sunny remained motionless, watching. He watched them slowly grow still. And then he watched as the spark of life was gradually extinguished inside them. Samara was first, and then Dorn. Bell was the last to go. Only when their shadows had turned lifeless and empty did Sunny allow himself to dissipate into the darkness, escaping the murderous cold. In the embrace of the shadows, the power of the winter beast was not nearly as overwhelming. It could still reach here, somehow, but in a weakened state. Sunny howled with sorrow and fury as he flew deeper into the blizzard. Even if everything was lost, he still wanted to try and reach the wretched abomination. He wanted to hurt, break, and kill it. But he failed. Even if the cold was not as terrifying in the shadows, it was still there. And the closer Sunny got to the heart of the blizzard, the more annihilating the cold became. He still persisted forward, feeling his very soul freeze and start to grow still, dying for a time. He almost made it. Eventually, though, Sunny had to turn back. He ran away. He ran away and hid himself, waiting for the snowstorm to pass. He survived. 1060, the fall of Falcon Scott. 78. The winter beast came, and then it left. The last citadel of humanity in the Antarctic center, Falcon Scott, had fallen to the chain of nightmares. The harrowing blizzard had swept through it, freezing the whole city solid and killing everyone inside. Sunny had heard that a long time ago, during the dark times, or maybe even before that. The whole of Antarctica was covered by ice. It had been a land of perpetual winter, cold, and snow. After the corrupted Titan wiped out the last human settlement and retreated back into the mountains, as if satisfied to be the sole sovereign of the region, the landscape looked just like that. Again, the city was drowning in snow. The buildings emerged from it encased in ice. Below the cliffs, a large swath of the ocean was frozen as well. A gargantuan battleship was stuck in the ice, still anchored, the people aboard it all dead. Everyone was dead, except for Sunny. His soldiers were dead. Millions of civilians were dead. Professor Obel was dead too. But he was alive, and not even wounded. Sunny had remained in the shadows for a long time, only emerging from them after his essence almost ran dry, and now he was digging a grave. The earth itself was frozen solid, so his task was not an easy one. He had to summon the sin of solace and use the beautiful jade blade to dig. Sunny was standing in a shallow pit, deepening it. His movements were fast and purposeful. Angry tears were streaming down his face, turning into ice before falling to the ground. He was not alone either. A vague shape that looked a lot like him was sitting on the edge of the pit, staring at him somberly. It had his voice too. "Look at you go." Sunny gritted his teeth, ignoring the sin of solace. The cursed sword remained silent for a while, observing him. Eventually it asked, "So did you find it? Conviction, or whatever it was you've been searching for?" Sunny spared the vague shape a glance, then continued digging. No, I didn't find crap." He wiped his face with an elbow. "Actually, that's not true. I did find something. I found out that I was right all along." Sunny plunged the sword into the frozen soil and laughed. "Faith, calling, conviction, all those lofty words. It's all rubbish, it's all meaningless. People like Anvil of Valor and Keysong have conviction, and that conviction helps them achieve greatness. Well, where are they? What good did it do? Where the hell were they, huh?" He lowered the sword and stared at the vague shape with fury in his eyes. "Those great people go around playing with their great conviction, while little people like us suffer and lose our little lives. But what's wrong with having small dreams? All I ever wanted was to live a good life and keep people I care about safe. What's wrong about that? Why do I have to have a great goal and soaring ambition to be allowed to exist?" Sunny remained motionless for a moment, then returned to digging. "I'll tell you why. It's because those bastards made it so. That's the world they have built. They can pursue their convictions and trample on millions in the process because there's no one to hold them responsible. They can have their little wars while ignoring the death toll, no matter how much people die. Hate it. I hate it." Suddenly he stopped, and then let out a small laugh. "Effie. She was wrong. Well, I can't blame her. She doesn't know Nefis as well as I do. From the outside, it might really look like Neff draws power from conviction. And she does, too. But the truth is so much simpler. I mean, she told me herself. Back on the Forgotten Shore years ago, Sunny had asked Nephis why she wanted to destroy the spell. And her answer was very simple indeed. "Because I hate it." Because she hated it. She was going to destroy the spell because she wanted to, and she wanted to destroy the spell because she hated it. That was all. Sunny laughed again, then shook his head. "Fool. I'm such a fool." The vague shape sitting on the edge of the grave grinned. "Well, at least we agree on something." Sunny continued to dig, thinking back on the past months. He had not found conviction. But in a sense, he also did. "I don't need it. I know what I value, and I know what I want. It might not be much, but it's enough. I am who I am, and who I am is enough. It's plenty." He looked at the vague shape and made it disappear with a thought. Then Sunny climbed out of the grave and looked at it. There were 3 graves beside that one. They all stared at Sunny like monuments to his failure. Slowly, he turned to the 4 corpses that lay on the ground a small distance away from the graves. After the winter beast left, he had returned to collect the bodies of Belle, Dorn, and Samara. Guide him to the academy. She had been there when he returned from the Forgotten Shore in 1552, and then, not too far away, he had found the body of Master Jet as well. Master Jet. Sunny couldn't quite comprehend the fact that she was dead. She had always been there for him. She had been the first person to meet him after the first nightmare, and the one to guide him to the academy. She had been there when he returned from the Forgotten Shore, and from the Kingdom of Hope, too. She had even helped him purchase his home. Soul Reaper had been his mentor, comrade, and friend. For him, she was synonymous with competence and power, and perseverance. If a girl from the outskirts could rise so high, then why couldn't he? And now, she was dead. Sunny couldn't believe it, but there was no denying it. Her lifeless body was right there in front of him, unmoving and still. Her beautiful blue eyes were now glassy and hollow. Her lips were never going to curve into a smile again. Soul Reaper Jet was gone. Sonny's heart was empty. Right. He remained motionless for a while, then walked over to Bell and carried him to the first grave. Then, silently, he repeated the same process with Samara and Dorn. Master Jet was the last, but he couldn't bring himself to approach her body for a long time. Eventually, though, it had to be done. Feeling as though he was dead himself, Sonny approached Jet's corpse, then leaned down to grab it. The corpse stared at him with glassy eyes and said hoarsely, "Kindly unhand me." Sonny sighed. "Don't worry, Master Jet. I'm going to bury you well. There are no nightmare creatures around yet, but they will come eventually. You wouldn't want to be eaten, would you? I surely don't." The corpse remained silent for a few moments. "Have you lost your mind, Sonny? Put me the hell down." He nodded. Yes. I did lose my mind a little. That's true." The corpse of Soul Reaper Jet continued to stare at him. "I should probably close her eyes. Do you need me to slap you again? Snap out of it, damn it." A small frown appeared on Sonny's face. Then he suddenly dropped the corpse and flinched back, falling on his butt. What? Master Jet, you're alive?" The corpse remained motionless on the ground. After a short pause, it said in a dull, hoarse, corpsely voice, "No, I am dead." Sonny stared at it, dumbfounded. Suddenly, the corpse let out a grating, hissing sound. It was trying to laugh. "I've been dead this whole time. It's my flaw. You are dead. But as long as I keep killing things and absorbing their essence, I can at least maintain a semblance of life. If I don't, I'll be truly destroyed." She struggled to turn her head and looked at him with dead, glassy eyes. "That was the real reason I joined the government all those years ago. I knew that I'd always have things to kill if I did. Now, Sonny. Damn it. Can you help me sit up?" He slowly rose to his feet, took a few shaky steps forward, and pulled her up to a sitting position. Then he blinked a couple of times and said, "So, that was why you told me that it's impossible for you to die in Antarctica. Because you were never alive to begin with." Soul Reaper struggled for a few moments, and then took a labored breath. The first one since he had found her in the snowfield outside the city. Yes, it was a figure of speech. Both of them remained quiet for a while, not knowing what to say. Then Jet suddenly turned her head. Her eyes glistened a little. "Sonny, look there." He turned around, not knowing what she wanted him to see. Nothing seemed to have changed. The graves, the snow, the frozen buildings of the destroyed city were all the same. However, far away, a thin line of pale lilac appeared above the horizon, breaking the rain of cold darkness. Soul Reaper tried to smile, but failed. The sun is rising. The night, it's over. End of Volume 5. Dread Night. The long night is over, and so is Volume 5 of Shadow Slave. I hope that you enjoyed this cold, dark adventure. As for me, I surely had a blast writing it. I'll take a day off and return with the first chapters of Volume 6, the day after tomorrow. Sonny, come here. I'll only kill you a little. Get the hell away from me, you demented zombie. Sonny took a few steps back, easily avoiding the grasp of the shambling corpse of Master Jet. Fortunately, she was not too fast. In fact, she could barely crawl. Her nails powerlessly scratched against the alloy, and Soul Reaper let out a hoarse, disappointed hiss. "Damn it." Sonny shook his head. Despite Jet's weakened state, avoiding her clutches was a tiresome task, mostly because there was nowhere really for him to run. Currently, the two of them were trapped on an alloy raft that was drifting slowly across the strait between the Antarctic center and the vast landmass to the east. When Jet lost control of herself, all Sonny could do was endlessly circle the raft and wait for her to come to her senses. "Come here, Sonny. I won't bite." He gave her a dark look, then picked up his chair, walked over to the other end of their improvised vessel, and calmly sat down. The length of the raft was no more than 10 meters, but for Soul Reaper, that was a vast distance right now. She stared at him for a while, then gave up and rolled on her back with a curse, looking at the sky with a resigned expression. When Jet remained still, she really looked like a corpse, and technically she was. But at least in this cold, she was not a rotting corpse. One had to count their blessings. Unlike the souls of all awakened, hers was not able to generate essence on its own. Worse than that, her soul core was shattered and constantly leaked what little essence she had left. Once the essence completely ran out, Soul Reaper would truly and forever perish. The only way for her to survive was to continuously kill living beings and absorb their soul essence. That was actually Jet's sleeper ability. Her awakened ability allowed her to bypass all forms of physical defense and strike directly at the souls of her enemies, which was where her fearsome nickname, Soul Reaper, had come from. Her ascended ability was to slowly absorb shards of broken soul cores from those she had killed to build up and strengthen her own, both in terms of size and capacity. It also removed the natural limit of essence infusion that the flesh of most living beings had, allowing Jet to oversaturate her body with essence and achieve truly superb levels of strength, speed, and resilience. Hers was a supreme aspect. Sadly, right now, Jet had no essence to spare on strengthening her body. She barely had enough to keep it from collapsing entirely, and even that last reserve was slowly running out. Things had not gone well for them after the destruction of Falcon Scott. Even after the winter beast retreated into the depths of the Antarctic Center, its dire influence remained. Neither Sunny nor Jet had been able to access their dream realm anchors, which meant that they could not escape from the waking world. Eventually, the two of them had been left with only one choice: to try and brave the strait. Actually, there was no need for them to even reach East Antarctica. All they had to do was sail far enough into the ocean to leave the area of influence of the corrupted Titan, which would allow both to return to the dream realm. That would still be dangerous, but not as dangerous as remaining in the winter beast's frozen realm. There were no ships coming, and no seaworthy vessels left intact in Falcon Scott. In the end, Sunny had been forced to improvise. The alloy raft they were currently drifting on was not just a random sheet of light alloy. It was actually the covetous coffer. That memory of his possessed an enchantment called Mendacious Coffer, which allowed it to mimic the forms of inanimate objects. Additionally, the size and intricacy of the simulacrum were dependent on Sunny's shadow core capacity. By now, he was very close to becoming an ascended tyrant, so obviously that capacity was much greater than when he had first acquired the coffer. So, Sunny had turned it into a raft. It was much larger than the alloy chest the coffer usually looked like, at the expense of the complexity. Even better, the locomotive chiffonier enchantment allowed the raft to propel itself forward at a modest speed. Most importantly, though, the covetous coffer was an ascended memory of the fourth tier, and as such, it was tremendously more durable than even the strongest alloy would have been. If something attacked them from below, which had already happened a few times, the raft was not going to be destroyed unless the attacking nightmare creature happened to be truly terrifying. Sunny and Jet had ventured into the strait on top of the covetous coffer, hoping to leave the winter beast's area of influence in about a day, and they had. Sadly, their situation did not really improve after that. As it turned out, there were numerous nightmare gates hidden below the cold waters of the ocean here. Perhaps there were too many, or perhaps their luck had just been truly atrocious. But even now, a week later, Sunny and Jet had yet to encounter a place where the call of nightmare would not instantly whisk them away if they tried to leave for the dream realm. At this point, it would be easier for them to actually reach East Antarctica. They had made it 2/3 of the way already. The mighty battleships of the government fleet were able to make the trip in a day or two, but the covetous coffer was much slower. So it was going to take them a few more days to make landfall. Sunny did not feel too much pressure. Saint was standing guard, with Morgan's warbow in her hands, warding off most of the sea creatures. Sunny and Saint were capable of dealing with almost every normal threat. If something they could not deal with were to attack from the depths, he could use a combination of memories to take flight. If they were attacked in the skies, he could dive deep into the ocean. The only problem he had was that Jet would periodically lose her mind and half-heartedly try to kill him. Sitting in his luxurious chair, Sunny threw a look at Soul Reaper's unmoving corpse and sighed. Damnation. Sunny was not too worried about being able to reach East Antarctica. Unless something truly harrowing rose from the depths of the ocean to devour them, he was certain of his ability to either kill or escape it. However, he was worried about Jet. A week ago, she had been weak, but not nearly as weak as she was now. Her mental state was also getting worse. He knew that Soul Reaper had been intentionally starving her body of essence in order to conserve as much of it as possible, but still, Sunny did not know how much longer she would last. Right now, she was not even able to afford summoning a memory. Every drop of essence counted, and there was very little of it left in her shattered soul core, which presented a problem. Saint was capable of killing most nightmare creatures that attacked them with her bow, and Sunny was not far behind her in terms of lethality. However, Jet was in no condition to kill anything. But despite that, as he considered his options, the corpse stirred, then started laboriously crawling in his direction again, demented lights burning in its glassy blue eyes. Come here, come here. Sunny stared at her with distaste, then shook his head and stood up. His shadow sense spread outward, encompassing as much of the world as he could perceive. He remained motionless for a while, allowing the corpse to draw dangerously close. Jet's hollow eyes glinted. Got you. Before she could grab his shin, however, Sunny sighed and dove off the edge of the raft, disappearing under the cold water. The graceless dusk dissipated into dancing threads of black silk. Jet seemed startled by his disappearance. She fruitlessly clawed at the surface of the raft a couple of times, then grew still. He's gone. A hoarse sigh escaped from her bluish lips. She didn't inhale after that. By now, even breathing was a chore. She didn't really need to anyway. The corpse remained motionless for a long time. Eventually, a black bird landed on the raft, hopped over to the corpse and stared at it curiously. A few moments later, the crow tried to peck one of the glassy eyes out. Jet blinked. You stop that, crow, or I'm gonna make you into a soup. The bird hurriedly jumped away, seemingly nervous. Soup. Soup. Its voice sounded indignant. Soul Reaper looked at the bird silently, then rasped. Did you find land? The crow spread its wings and waved them a couple of times. Land, land. The corpse tried to smile, which looked quite disturbing. Even Saint spared it an indifferent glance. How far is it? The bird ruffled its feathers and made another hop back. Far, far, Jet gritted her teeth. Jet. I know that it's far, you stupid bird. How far? The echo simply stared at her in confusion. After a couple of seconds, it cawed proudly. How? Soul Reaper hissed, then hit her head against the alloy surface of the raft a couple of times. God damn it. After that small outburst, she didn't say anything else, remaining still and unmoving. The raft swayed gently on the waves. Below the raft, hundreds of small, metallic feet were furiously paddling the cold water. On top of it, a living statue, a talking corpse, and a small black bird were silently waiting. Some time later, the water behind the raft suddenly boiled, and a young man with silky black hair and alabaster skin emerged from it, dragging something in a stranglehold. A terrifying creature with long tentacles that were as wide as a man's thigh was struggling furiously, trying to free itself. Its spongy flesh was awash with inky black blood. Stop fighting, you bastard! Sunny gritted his teeth and ignored a tentacle that was wrapped around his neck, exerting enough pressure on it to crush an armored vehicle. Using one hand, he swam toward the raft, climbed aboard, and dragged the nightmare creature with him. Saint silently moved to the opposite side of the coffer so that the weight of the abomination did not make it capsize. The crow flew up and landed on her shoulder, staring at the monstrous creature with apprehension. Sunny pressed the abomination down and barked, "Stay still." He was rather angry. Yes, he and Saint were enough to slay most of the nightmare creatures that would attack them. either from underwater or from the sky. However, capturing one alive, that was a whole different level of trouble. Jet, get in here. Soul Reaper slowly gathered her limbs and then sluggishly tried to stand up. After a few tries, she succeeded and stood there for a moment, swaying. Sunny summoned the cruel sight and tossed it to her, using his knee to press the abomination into the alloy. Soul Reaper caught the spear and used its shaft to help herself stay upright. He held the nightmare creature down and cursed. Hurry the hell up. That thing is really strong. Not to mention that it had more limbs than he did. Immobilizing it was a miserable task. Jet shambled over, then spun the somber spear and thrust it into the center of the mass of furiously dancing tentacles, using the whole weight of her body to give the strike some force. The silver blade pierced the flesh of the abomination and disappeared inside, causing a river of black blood to flow onto the alloy surface of the raft. The corpse of Soul Reaper lost balance and fell flat into the puddle of blood. She remained laying there, not paying the convulsing tentacles any attention. Slowly, an eerie smile of satisfaction appeared on the dead body's blood-stained face. Ah, that feels better. Sunny let go of the slain creature and sent it back into the water with a furious kick. Saint moved back to the middle of the raft, balancing it with her prodigious weight. The crow slid off her shoulder and landed at the edge of the pool of black blood. It stared at it for a moment, and then cawed excitedly. Sunny summoned the graceless dusk back and remained motionless for a while, looking at the dark expanse of the ocean. The sunrise in Antarctica was a long affair. By now, the sky was on the precipice of falling into a long period of twilight, but the cold waters still seemed black. After a month or two of dawn, it would be day for about 4 months, followed by a couple of months of dusk. There would be much fewer shadows around for close to half a year, which meant that Sunny was going to have a much harder time fighting. Many of his advantages would disappear, provided that the forces of humanity would even be able to last that long, of course. There was a good chance that they wouldn't, but there was also a good chance that they would. The situation in East Antarctica was much better than it had been in the Antarctic Center. In fact, it was more or less exactly what the government had hoped for. After the tumultuous first phase of the operation, all the population had been relocated to a number of siege capitals. The soldiers had hunkered down, and people were being slowly carried across the ocean to the other quadrants. That process would last until the end of the year, at least. There were 3 field armies of the 1st Evacuation Army, currently operating in East Antarctica, which was exactly 3 times more than the single one that had been sent to the Antarctic Center. There were also 2 saints there, one of the government's own, and the emissary of the great clan song. Once Saint Tyrus recovered from her wounds, there would be 3. The 2nd Army was on its way as well. They would be making landfall in just a few days, and once that happened, the human forces on the continent would be incredibly bolstered. The 2nd Army was supposed to be composed of twice as many mundane soldiers, awakened, and masters as the 1st Army had been. Close to 5,000 awakened had died in the Antarctic Center. But by the end of August, there would be 60,000 of them defending East Antarctica. Best of all, there was no winter beast to suppress all forms of long-range communications there, allowing the army to operate as the well-oiled machine it was supposed to be. That had to be enough to withstand the onslaught of the chain of nightmares for 5 more months. By then, most of the population would hopefully be evacuated, and if not, there was the winter solstice. With how rampantly the spell had been spreading in the southern quadrant, the number of awakened was bound to double, or even triple after the solstice. All the sleepers created by the chain of nightmares would receive the chance to come into their full power. So, although the forces arrayed against the evacuation effort would continue to grow more dire as time went on, the forces of humanity would swiftly increase too. There was a chance. However, Sunny knew that there was one unpredictable part of the equation that could ruin everything. The great clans. Nephis had told him that the southern campaign was a perfect battlefield for them to wage their war. And so, there was a large possibility that Song and Valor would clash in East Antarctica, complicating the already dreadful situation. There was no sense or reason in their insane feud, at least none that Sunny and Neff could see. And yet, the threat posed by the War of Great Clans was very real. As Sunny looked at the ocean, his eyes glinted with cold, wrathful light. Those bastards. He had not even noticed when his hands turned into fists. Penny for your thoughts. Sunny turned slightly and looked at Jet. She had sat up and was now wiping the nightmare creature's blood off her face, looking slightly less corpsely, but only slightly. She was still a far cry from the fearsome Soul Reaper he knew. Sunny lingered for a moment, then said evenly, "Just thinking about the future." Jet studied him for a bit. "Really? Because you look like you're about to dive back into the water, this time to butcher a few abominations just for fun." She sighed, then said wistfully, "Why did you throw that one off the raft anyway? We didn't even retrieve the soul shards." Sunny scoffed. "What do we need soul shards for? You can't use them, and neither can I." That thing, meanwhile, was flooding the whole place with its rotten blood. We don't even have a rag to wipe it off. Indeed, soul shards were useless for both of them. Sunny needed shadow fragments, which could only be received by slaying enemies of equal or higher rank, while Soul Reaper could only replenish her essence and strengthen her core by killing living things. In the outside world, a single soul shard was worth a hefty sum of credits, but here on the raft, Sunny would have given 100 of them just for a mop. Well, maybe not 100. Sunny sighed, then returned to his chair and sat down. He was growing hungry too. Jet stood up, shakily walked out of the puddle of blood, and lowered herself to the alloy surface of the raft. Her eyes had regained a hint of their usual iciness. She remained silent for a bit, then said hoarsely, "You've been in a dismal mood this whole time." Sunny looked at her with amusement. Not only was he amused by the fact that she had apparently had enough presence of mind to pay attention to his moods, with all that crawling around and trying to kill him, but the statement itself was more than a little redundant. How else was he supposed to feel after what had happened in Falcon Scott? Millions of people had died. The members of his cohort had died, and even before that, the first irregular company had been all but wiped out. Considering everything, Sunny thought that he had handled himself pretty well in the past week. He smiled darkly. "Yeah? And why do you think that is?" Jet sighed, then looked away. "Does it matter what I think? I understand. Believe me, I do. In fact, I might just understand it better than you. But Sunny, do you want me to be honest?" He stared at her silently, then shrugged. "I guess. Usually statements like this were followed by something unpleasant." She looked at the dark waves and shook her head. "I think that you have maybe forgotten who you are and where you came from. I'm only saying it because I went through the same thing many years ago. When I left the outskirts, I was tempted to forget the truth of things too, and I did, for a little while. But the world has a way of reminding you what it really is, and what you should expect from it. Sunny, don't grow soft. You, of all people, should know better." Sunny looked at her, his face unmoving. After a few moments, he shook his head. "We are not in the outskirts anymore, and we are not the same people anymore." A pale grin slowly appeared on Soul Reaper's lips. "That is true too." She lied down and stared at the sky, silent. After a while, though, Jet said, "Maybe you are right. Maybe people like us have to change too. Inflexible things are the most brittle after all, but look around. With how things are going, the whole world just might end up like the outskirts soon. What are we supposed to do then?" Sunny laughed. "I'm the last person you should be asking for advice. What are we supposed to do? I have no idea. I don't even know what we are supposed to do tomorrow, let alone in the vague future. Let's just keep things simple. Today, we need to survive. Tomorrow too. After that, we'll see. It would already be nice if we get the privilege of having a choice in the matter." Jet turned her head and looked at him seriously. Then she said in a solemn tone, "I can't survive though. I'm already dead." They stared at each other silently for a few moments. Then both laughed. The raft continued to drift on the cold waves. From time to time, Saint would raise her bow and send a black arrow into the dark water. Every time she did, the spell would whisper into Sunny's ear, announcing a kill. Other times he would have to dive into the ocean himself and help her deal with the attacking abominations. Shadow fragments slowly trickled into his soul. The next day, Sunny procured another nightmare creature for Jet to kill, and the day after that, one more. On the third day, her crow returned from its scouting trip much sooner than usual, announcing that it had seen land. Not long after that, they saw a dark line on the horizon. On the fourth day, the raft finally reached the inhospitable shore, and the two of them set foot on solid ground again. East Antarctica welcomed them with cold winds, dim twilight, and the familiar call of the whispering nightmare gates. Chapter 1. 1064. East Antarctica was many times larger than the Antarctic Center, both in terms of territory and population. Its landscape was also much more varied, with vast plains, long mountain chains, and numerous lakes that ranged from relatively small to those that were as large as seas. Somewhere out there, in that cold expanse, 21 siege capitals were currently enduring the onslaught of nightmare creatures. Each of them was comparable to Falcon Scott in size, and there were close to 900 million people protected by their walls. Sunny was looking into the distance, feeling a bit uncomfortable. In front of him was a vast plain that stretched all the way to the horizon, covered in snow. It was littered by giant boulders that stood like solemn monuments to the ancient past, and cut by countless deep canyons. Here and there, hordes of abominations could be seen, flowing across the plain like dark rivers. After months spent in the mountainous Antarctic Center, it was strange to be able to see that far. The world was broad and shrouded in dim twilight, looking quite surreal. Sunny felt exposed. What a bleak sight. It was still better than the poisoned wilderness of the other continents. He could freely breathe here at least. There were also much fewer scars left by the destructive wars of the dark times here, although there were some. He could see the skeletal remains of massive war machines and the ruins of destroyed towns far in the distance, all covered with snow. With a sigh, Sunny turned around. Behind him was a slope leading to the ocean shore. Jet had just finished climbing the slope and stopped near him, breathing heavily. She still looked like a dead woman walking, but at least she was breathing again. That alone made her less unnerving. Soul Reaper remained silent for a few moments, then cursed quietly. There are still gates near us. Indeed, the call was still too strong for them to escape into the dream realm. She studied the plane before looking at him. Do you have a working communicator? Sunny shifted awkwardly, then gestured to the graceless dusk. This is a transcendent armor, you know. It has many wonderful enchantments. Sadly, one thing it doesn't have is pockets. I used to carry a few useful items inside a spatial storage memory, but those were all destroyed by the Heart of Darkness. So, no, I don't have a communicator on me. Indeed, the covetous coffer was more or less empty now. Sunny had spent most of his supplies during the escape to Falcon Scott, and what little remained was then obliterated by the dark beetles. The only thing they had not been able to destroy were the spools of diamond thread from the ebony tower. Jet sighed. Pity, mine was frozen solid. We can't even contact Army Command then. Sunny watched the distant hordes of nightmare creatures for a while. Well, then we just have to keep moving deeper inland until we find a safe spot to use our anchors. Soul Reaper grimaced, which looked quite frightening considering her current state. She lingered for a few seconds, then shook her head. Moving inland. It won't be easy. This place is in a much better state than the Antarctic Center was, but that's just inside the siege capitals. Out here in the wilderness, the nightmare creatures still reign unopposed. You know better than anyone how hard it is to traverse an environment like this. Sunny smiled darkly. Luckily, we don't need to travel for 3,000 kilometers, and there are no civilians slowing us down. Hell, there's not even a murderous sea to flood the entire world every night. Come on. It's going to be like a picnic, he called, and a moment later, a Stygian black steed rose from the shadows. Nightmare snorted, ominous red flames burning in his eyes. The stallion's adamantine horns glinted dully in the bleak twilight of the early dawn. Sunny summoned the overpriced saddle and went about strapping it on the black courser. As he did, Jet looked at him with dead eyes. After a while, she suddenly said, "By the way, I never asked. But how the hell did you end up being mongrel? That doesn't make any sense." She paused and then shook her head. Actually, scratch that. In retrospect, it makes too much sense. We even met once when that gate manifested in NQSC. I feel embarrassed now, Sunny coughed. I just wanted to train peacefully in the dreamscape. Who knew people would make such a ruckus about me learning a few battle styles? This whole thing went out of control really fast. Believe it or not, I actually wanted to use the mongrel persona to stay under the radar. That plan, yeah, it failed spectacularly. Jet laughed, her voice sounding hoarse and disturbing. Stay under the radar? You call challenging Morgan of Valor staying under the radar? He winced. Well, I might have gotten a little greedy, once or twice, but hey, at least I got a very good bow out of it. It's still my best ranged memory. Those Valor Forge Masters really know what they're doing, huh? Soul Reaper shook her head. You're not too bad yourself, Sonny. I still can't believe that you can craft memories. Do you know how rare aspects that allow Awakened to create memories are? There are very few such Awakened outside of Valor, and even those usually only work for the powerful legacy clans. Sunny remained silent for a few moments. By that point, there was nothing really preventing him from sharing his insights into sorcery with Jet. They had already learned a lot of each other's secrets, so one more wasn't going to make a difference. But it would be a long conversation. If he explained that his ability to create and modify memories had not come from his aspect, but rather from an attribute, he would have to explain what Bloodweave was, which in turn would require him to explain much more. He didn't feel like it. The knowledge would not help Soul Reaper anyway, or anyone else for that matter. As far as Sunny knew, his ability to see and interact with Spellweave was unique. Instead, Sunny glanced at Jet and asked, "What's so special about that Morgan anyway? How strong is she?" Soul Reaper sighed. Understand that there are masters, and then there are masters, Sunny. Legacies are trained from childhood to be monstrous fighters, and that's just those from lesser clans. Those from the great clans, well, you can imagine, Morgan is not just any member of Clan Valor either. She is their princess. You should know by now who her father is. Sunny's face darkened. He finished dealing with the saddle and crossed his arms. What about you then? Are you stronger than Morgan? Jet stared at him with her hollow, dead eyes. A corner of her mouth twitched upward. Me, maybe. Probably not. If we had to fight, I would most likely lose. Not because I am weaker, just because Morgan has the vast resources of Valor behind her. Memories, echoes, soul shards. You can't imagine how much power the great clans have hoarded over the decades. People like us don't have the same foundation, so I wouldn't want to fight one of their heirs if there's an option not to. That goes for your friend Song Se-shan as well. He scoffed. It's a bit of a stretch to call us friends, and I think you are selling yourself short. I fought a couple of masters from Valor, you know. They're not that tough. Soul Reaper grinned. Oh, really? How come you ended up stuck in the waking world for half a year then? Sunny stared at her for a moment. Good point. With that, he jumped into the saddle, looked at Jet from above, and offered her a hand. Come on, climb up. She hesitated, prompting Sunny to raise an eyebrow. What? What's wrong? Jet cleared her throat. What do you mean, what's wrong? I don't know how to ride a horse. Why would I know how to ride a horse? I've never ridden one. I've never even seen one before your echo. Sunny blinked a couple of times, then suddenly laughed. That laugh surprised him, because he had not thought himself capable of laughing after Falcon Scott. Gods, you don't need to ride anything. I'll control the horse. You just sit in front of me and don't fall off. I'm sure you can handle that much at least. Jet sighed, then grabbed his hand and jumped up. Nightmare exhaled loudly through his nostrils, confused as to why a corpse was sitting on top of him. Shadow God was also the god of death, though, so the Shadow Steed must have been accustomed to such things happening, or not. In any case, he would have to deal with it. Jet looked down nervously. Sunny, how fast is your horse exactly? He smirked. Pretty fast. With that, Sunny sent Nightmare forward. Soul Reaper would have yelped, but she was still having trouble breathing, so all she produced was a stifled hiss. The nightmarish steed carried a dead woman and a divine shadow as it raced across the snow-covered plain, moving deeper into the cold expanse of a doomed continent. Nightmare was flying across the twilight plain, ignoring all obstacles. He cut through the snow, maneuvered between giant boulders, crested hills, and jumped across deep canyons, his steel hooves sending sparks flying from the weathered stone. The dark destrier was swift like a shadow, moving with innate grace and incredible speed. Sunny was sitting in the saddle holding Jet. She was basically in his embrace. In the past, being so close to her would have made his blood boil, but right now he did not feel anything. Not just because Soul Reaper was cold and lifeless like a corpse, but also because his heart was just as cold and just as lifeless. He did not feel much of anything right now, except for deep, dark rancor. There was no time to either. Sunny might have joked about how this journey would be akin to a picnic, but in truth, their situation was still dire. East Antarctica was teeming with nightmare creatures, and he was not conceited enough to think himself capable of slaughtering entire hordes of them. Sunny knew that he was strong, but he also knew the limitations of his strength. He had just been taught a bitter lesson on that topic by the winter beast, after all. Right now, his best friends were caution and speed. His shadows were scouting ahead, searching for nightmare creatures that lay in wait. Some he would avoid, some he would escape from by relying on how swift nightmare was. Steering clear of the migrating hordes was not too hard, but the smaller swarms and solitary abominations were a challenge. Still, Sunny had not been forced to summon Saint yet, let alone enter battle himself. They traversed a good distance, then hid in a deep ravine, waiting for a large horde to move away. After the river of monsters was gone, Nightmare dashed forward once again. Rinse and repeat, finding a safe spot to enter the dream realm was proving to be more difficult than he had thought. There were places where the pull of the call was not strong enough to disrupt their anchors, but all of them were crawling with the nightmare creatures. Slaying the abominations was not out of the question, but Sunny felt reluctant to create a lot of noise. Who knew what else would be attracted by the sounds of a battle? And so, further and further they went. Eventually, he had to admit that solving their problem was not going to be a fast affair. As such, Sunny had to change his tactics. He had not eaten in a long time, and Jet was losing essence. They had to hunt. Sunny spent some time finding a swarm of nightmare creatures that was sufficiently small and isolated. After that, he commanded Saint to put an arrow into each abomination and slow them down with the burden of peace, enchantment of the black bow. Then Sunny set Soul Reaper on the beasts and watched from the shadows as she butchered them. Jet was still weak and low on essence. However, the creatures were merely awakened and weighed down by the soul arrows on top of that. He was there to interfere should something go wrong, as well. Sunny was confident that his dead companion would be able to handle the swarm. And, indeed, she did. To conserve her essence, Jet shunned summoning any memories and attacked the abominations with her bare hands. However, as Sunny quickly found out, Soul Reaper was a terror to behold even while weakened and unarmed. When she struck the abominations, her hands simply passed through their flesh, directly shattering the soul cores. But more than that, Jet was already dead. Her body could still be damaged, and she would perish if it was entirely destroyed. But she was also not plagued by many of the weaknesses that most living beings shared. She could not bleed to death, but could ignore wounds that would cripple or kill any human. Jet was able to dismiss even the most severe internal injuries, continuing to fight without ever slowing down. Even if her lungs were crushed and her heart was pierced, she would simply continue to kill. Not even crushing Soul Reaper's skull would stop her. As long as she absorbed enough essence, her dead body would eventually heal, or rather, restore itself. Faced with such an unstoppable monster, even Sunny would feel a hint of dread. Good thing we're on the same side. In the end, it did not take long for Jet to slaughter the small swarm of awakened abominations. She killed them with her bare hands, regaining a little strength with each kill. Throughout all of this, her face remained unnervingly calm, like that of someone focused on a boring chore. Then, a disturbing little smile appeared on it. Sunny was forced to remember his first conversation with Teacher Julius. Back then, the old man had called Jet a murderous savage and a psychopathic killer. Sunny used to think that people were prejudiced against Jet because of her background, but now, knowing what he knew, He could see how strangers could have come to the conclusion that Soul Reaper enjoyed killing simply for the sake of killing. Very few people knew that she needed to constantly absorb essence to survive after all. And who wouldn't be unsettled after witnessing something like this? When the last of the nightmare creatures fell to the ground, Jet straightened and closed her eyes for a moment, exhaling with satisfaction. She looked like a fiend that had just crawled from the depths of hell, awash in blood, body riddled with ghastly wounds, and eerily beautiful despite all that. Shaking his head, Sonny emerged from the shadows and went about dressing down some of the abominations to collect meat. At the same time, Saint started salvaging soul shards. Jet remained motionless for a while, then looked at him. There was some vitality now in her eyes. She smiled and said, "What are we doing now?" Sonny looked at her somberly. "Now go wash yourself. You might be dead, but I'm not. I can still smell things." Sometime later, they were hidden in a small cave at the bottom of a deep canyon, sitting in front of a fire. A piece of monster meat was roasting on it, filling the cave with a delicious smell. Sonny was a bit sullen because it had taken all his knowledge of wilderness survival to make the small fire. Snowy reaches of Antarctica were not exactly the best place to search for fuel. He had almost been forced to use the divine flames of the cruel site to cook, which would inevitably result in an atrociously burned dinner for him. Currently, Sonny was passing time by trying to play a simple melody on a flute made of emerald bone. Kai would have probably become ill if exposed to his musical talent, but Jet didn't seem to mind. She stared at the fire, flames reflecting in her icy blue eyes. After a while, she suddenly said, "I can smell things too, you know. When I am sufficiently full of essence, my aspect might only give me a semblance of life, but it's a faithful imitation." Sonny lowered the emerald flute and looked at her gloomily. "What I'm hearing is that you want to rob me of some of this meat, right?" Jet lingered for a moment, then grinned. "Right. That was exactly what I meant. I am hungry too." He sighed, then hung more meat above the fire. "Should have just said so. Gods, what is up with me always ending up with gluttonous women? It just never ends." Sonny turned the meat over. After a while, following a whim, he asked, "How did you end up with such a wicked flaw, anyway? I thought mine was bad. But if I survived the first nightmare only to be killed by the spell during the assessment, I would have been pretty upset." He really did not understand how it would work. Jet laid down, staring at the stone roof of the cave. She sighed, then shrugged slightly. "No, it wasn't during the assessment. Actually, I did not survive the first nightmare. I was young and weak and frightened, and so I died." Soul Reaper turned her head and looked at him across the fire. "But I didn't remain completely dead. I crawled out of the grave, somehow, and finished the trial. I guess the role I played in the nightmare, or maybe my innate attribute, created the possibility of something like that happening. It had to be an infinitely small possibility, though, because the spell seemed rather impressed with the result. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given me a supreme aspect." Sonny did not answer, considering what he heard. It made sense. He had also made something nearly impossible happen during the first nightmare. If he had not been sent into the body of a temple slave, Shadow God would not have responded to his unintentional call. And if he did not have the fated attribute, he would have never unwittingly climbed on that altar, most likely. Many things had come together to create the possibility. He had been the one to grasp it, though. Anyone else would have failed. Sonny looked at Jet silently, thinking about her flaw. What would happen if he gave her Weaver's mask? Would she come back to life? In his heart, he knew the answer. After learning about Weaver, the spell, and the vicissitudes of fate, Sonny developed an intuition about these things. Jet would indeed come back to life, but her soul would remain shattered, and like all living beings with broken souls, she would instantly die. This time, forever. Her cruel flaw, mockingly, was the only thing that allowed her to exist. What about his own flaw? Sonny tried to imagine the life he would have had if not for the inability to lie. Would it have been easier? Would it have been harder? He would not have become enslaved, that was for sure, but he also would have never gotten close to other people, choosing to lie and manipulate them instead of trusting them, out of fear of being rejected and betrayed. And for that reason, he would have probably died a long time ago, or at least turned into something ugly and twisted. Was that the lesson he was supposed to learn? Weaver, you hypocrite! Weren't you yourself the master of lies? Sonny shook his head and concentrated on not burning the meat. These philosophical questions were a waste of time. he would still choose to get rid of his flaw in an instant, if he could. Jet sighed, breaking the silence. Actually, learning my flaw was not the hardest part. The hardest part was surviving the time between the nightmare and the solstice. As you can imagine, it's not easy for a sleeper to find things to kill before entering the dream realm. I ended up having to ask for help, and asking for help ended up costing me a lot. Sunny shifted slightly. Who did you ask? She chuckled. Who do you think? Just like you, I've been invited to the academy after becoming a sleeper. And just like you, I've been asked for the details of my aspect. On a voluntary basis, of course. But what would an ignorant kid from the outskirts know? I told them everything, and from that moment they had a wonderful leash to keep me on. Jet remained silent for a few moments. That is fine, though. Even without it, I would have chosen the same. I'm happy with how things turned out still. She grew quiet and then added wistfully, it would have been nice to have had more of a choice. Sunny did not speak for a while. Eventually he said, yeah, I would have been nice. With that, he judged that the meat was ready and took it off the fire. Here, your dinner is ready. They concentrated on the food, content to be safe for the moment with something tasty to eat. Sunny could vividly remember the times when eating anything, let alone actual meat, had been a cause for celebration. Jet could too. Those times were gone, and no matter how complicated and hard their lives had become, sitting in a damp cave located in the depths of a dying continent, Sunny stared at the fire and thought, I guess it's an improvement. Soon, Sunny and Jet continued their journey. The landscape of East Antarctica remained the same, and so did the dangers they faced. The two of them traveled across the desolate plain, sometimes avoiding the nightmare creatures, sometimes engaging in short and furious battles. Sunny felt a little bit numb and was glad to have a task to focus on. With all his attention concentrated on keeping them alive, he had no time for unnecessary thoughts, which suited him just fine. Jet, meanwhile, was slowly recovering her powers. The more abominations she killed, the less like a corpse she looked. At some point, she allowed herself to summon a few memories, and was now wearing a light suit of armor that was made of black, lusterless leather. Now that she wielded a weapon, her lethality had soared too. For Sunny, it was fascinating to watch Jet slowly come back to life. Her eyes were once again the familiar icy blue, her movements becoming as swift, murderous, and purposeful as they had been before. This was the fearsome soul reaper he knew. She might not have reached her peak condition yet, but she did not resemble a shambling corpse anymore either. Most interesting of all, her lifeless shadow had regained its vitality. By now, he would have never suspected that the person in front of him was not actually alive. A few days passed, and then a few more. 2 whole weeks had passed since the destruction of Falcon Scott. They had spent half of that time crossing the strait and half traversing the snowy plain. The plain was as inhospitable and vast as ever. Sunny made Nightmare stop, waiting for his shadows to assess the size of a distant horde of nightmare creatures. These past few days, there had been more and more abominations around, all moving in the same direction. Weaving between them was growing harder. Somewhat bored, he shifted in the saddle and asked, Hey, do you think the government considers us dead? Jia, who was sitting in front of him, turned her head and gave him an amused look. Sunny sighed, well, no pun intended. He knew that his friends had to be aware that he was fine. Nephis could see his runes after all, and she would have informed the rest. However, being pronounced dead by the government was a bothersome affair. His merchant license would have been revoked, for example, which would put Aiko and the brilliant Emporium in a tight spot. His home could be auctioned off too. Jet chuckled. I don't think so. They have ways to know such things. The diviners, for example. We were probably marked as missing in action, if anyone even had time to do the paperwork. Sunny wanted to continue the conversation but then fell silent, a slight frown appearing on his face. Soul Reaper raised an eyebrow. What is it? He shook his head. Shh, listen. At that moment, the wind carried over the sound of distant thunder. It sounded like a rainstorm was raging somewhere far away, but Sunny had spent too much time with the army not to recognize it. The two of them exchanged a meaningful glance. Jet smiled. Railguns. Indeed, the thunderous sound could only be produced by the massive armaments. Commanding Nightmare to turn, Sunny sent his steed in the direction where the thunder had come from. The black stallion flew across the desolate plain, eventually cresting a tall hill. In front of them was a vast lake. In the dim twilight, its surface seemed restless and gray. The shield of ice covering the lake had long been broken, with many gargantuan carcasses floating in the cold water, like dark islands. La Sick Nouvelle world, some smaller nightmare creatures were swarming around them, greedily devouring the flesh of the fallen giants. On the other side of the lake, tall alloy walls rose from the shore, with thousands of armaments unleashing a devastating barrage of tungsten rounds on the encroaching mass of abominations. Sunny could even discern the small shapes of soldiers and awakened on the battlements. A long sigh escaped from his lips. A siege capital. Summoning the sin of solace, Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. Then he sent Nightmare galloping down the hill. The black steed rushed toward the lake, surrounded by a tide of moving shadows. Returning from the dead had turned out to be much more chaotic than Sunny expected, and fighting through the horde of nightmare creatures to reach the siege capital was not the most tumultuous part. He was actually accustomed to things like that. The reactions of the people inside the stronghold were much more intense. At first, the commander of the city defenses seemed polite, but unfriendly. After all, the sudden appearance of two Ascended outside the walls during a fierce battle had put a lot of pressure on him. Fields of fire had to be rearranged, a safe corridor created. Perhaps his soldiers would even have to sortie to protect the unexpected guests. However, the latter measure had not been needed. Sunny fought his own way to the wall, and then scaled it himself. And when the master in charge learned that the two Ascended had come from the Antarctic Center, his demeanor completely changed. Falcon Scott, beep, but... The man stared at them with wide eyes for a moment, then something akin to joyous pride ignited in them. Sunny did not really know what the master was feeling so proud about, but at least the unfriendliness immediately disappeared. Gods, great, this is great, I need to inform the... No, wait, are you guys wounded? Do you need medical attention? Crap, what am I saying? Wait, Antarctic Center, then you are Soul Reaper Jet, Ascended Jet, ma'am. Of course you would make it. The news about the annihilation of the Antarctic Center Field Army must have already spread through the quadrant, so the sudden appearance of two Ascended survivors had an explosive effect. The soldiers, who had been depressed and despondent about the fate of their comrades, were all suddenly full of joy and ardor. It was as though their own siblings had returned alive from beyond the grave. Sunny had not experienced being stared at so intently, even when masquerading as mongrel. The two of them were promptly brought to the local government headquarters and showered with attention, especially Jet. From what Sunny could understand, the government saint stationed in East Antarctica was coming to the siege capital to welcome her back personally. Sunny was soon going to meet the saint, too. After a short debriefing, during which the government agents could not stop staring at him, he could finally exhale and relax a little. That was strangely exhausting. Sunny spoke to Jet, agreeing to meet the next morning, and then spent a little time in the living quarters assigned to him. He enjoyed a warm shower, a scrumptious meal, and some peace and quiet. Peace and quiet. It felt so strange to not have to fight for his life and the lives of millions of other people without a reprieve. He wondered how long that peace would last. Eventually, Sunny placed a tether inside his room and quietly slipped out of the waking world. He went to visit the ivory tower. On a beautiful island of ancient trees and emerald grass, a lone figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was a young man with alabaster skin, wearing a simple tunic of fine black silk. He remained motionless for a few moments, then walked to the edge of the island and froze there, looking down. If not for the wind playing with the young man's black hair, he would have looked like an exquisite statue. The ivory island had changed a bit in the past few months. The great pagoda itself was the same, of course, but the comely wooden buildings created by the firekeepers now resembled a small, peaceful village that blended harmoniously into the landscape. The ancient trees of the grove now had fruit hanging from their branches, each looking ripe and delicious. The white bones of the ancient dragon were still bathed in sunlight, and a graceful ship was still swaying on the placid surface of the clear lake. There was one big change that startled Sunny a lot, though, pulling him out of his reverie. What the hell? Looking down, he did not see the familiar abyssal darkness of the sky below. Instead, he saw a mosaic of flying islands, all connected by colossal chains, slowly floating by. The ivory island was moving. Although the movement was very slow, it had already left the empty expanse of the tiar behind and was now drifting through the clouds toward the southern border of the chained isles. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Since when can this thing move? He lingered for a while, studying the landscape below, then walked along the edge of the ivory island. It seemed that many things had changed while he was in Antarctica. Soon, Sunny reached the waters of the clear lake, which glinted and shone with the reflected sunlight. There was a stone bench near the shore, and a familiar figure sitting on it with a fishing rod in her hand. Tall, attractive, brimming with vitality, Effie was relaxing in the sun and watching the lake. Sunny walked closer and remained silent for a while. Eventually he said, "There's actually fish in that lake?" Effie shrugged lazily. "Who knows? That's what I'm trying to find out. Hopefully. I developed a taste for fish and sea monsters after being stuck on a ship for an entire month." Then she suddenly froze and slowly turned around. Effie's hazel eyes shone with glee. "Sunny, it's you?" He smirked. "Who else would it? Ah, gods! Put me down, you savage idiot." The huntress had instantly swept him into a crushing hug, and considering their difference in height, Sunny felt his feet leaving the ground. "Oh, nouvelle world, some." His voice was full of righteous indignation. "I said, gods, don't you have any modesty? Let go of me." Effie exploded with laughter and put him down. And it was a good thing, too. Sunny was this close to using the feather of truth to turn himself as heavy as a huge chunk of marble. He only hesitated because that might have had no effect on her. "When did you arrive?" "No, wait. Where the hell are you? Nif told us that you are alive, but the news from the Antarctic Center. Doofus, are you really all right? What happened?" Sunny gave her a resigned look, then shook his head. "Just now, East Antarctica, I guess. As for what happened," he sighed. "Let me think for a moment. I went through 6,000 kilometers of abomination-infested mountains, received a couple of medals, traversed an endless tunnel full of elemental darkness, got killed by a titan, killed that titan back, led a convoy of tens of thousands of refugees to safety, rode a saint into the depths of the ocean to fight a corrupted terror, killed that terror, got blown up, then killed some more nightmare creatures, then lost to a different titan, crossed the strait on a raft, rode a horse all the way to the nearest siege capital. That pretty much covers it, I guess. Oh, I also learned how to play the flute. A little." Sunny paused, then looked at Effie nonchalantly. "And what's new with you?" She stared at him for a moment, then grinned, wrapped her arm around his shoulder, and pulled him toward the tower. "I see. So the usual. Don't think that you're getting out of really telling us what happened, though. We've been worried sick, you know. Kai almost had a heart attack right before we disembarked in East Antarctica, when the news of what happened in Falcon Scott reached us. Even Princess seemed a bit shaken. I swear to the dead gods, I almost saw her having a facial expression. Come, let's find the rest of the guys." Sunny estimated his chances of struggling free of Effie's hold as moderate, but then just relaxed and allowed himself to be led toward the ivory tower. That was why he had come here, after all, to speak with the other members of the cohort. He needed to share a lot of practical knowledge with Kai and Effie, as well as speak with Nephis and Cassie about the great clans. But more than that, he simply wanted to see them. There was a lot of darkness and confusion in his heart, but his friends, his cohort, despite all the complicated matters between them, they were like a small island of stability in the chaotic, unpredictable, deadly world they were all living in. He had missed them all, even though, perhaps, he shouldn't have. The 4 months Sunny had spent in Antarctica changed a lot of things, making some seem unimportant and some more significant than they used to be. He shook his head. Fine, I'm coming. Can you let me go now?" Sunny sighed. At least she did not joke about the graceless dusk. At that moment, Effie gave him a mischievous look. "Doofus, I couldn't help but notice. What a nice dress you have." He gritted his teeth. Tunic. It's a tunic, a transcendent armor-type memory, which is not a dress, but a tunic. Are you blind or what? The great hall of the ivory tower made Sunny shiver, just like the last time he had seen it. It was bathed in bright sunlight that poured through tall and narrow windows. A circle of chains lay in the middle of the hall that was the gateway. There was no one here, but Effie pulled Sunny to a staircase that led to the underground level of the tower. Its roots were deep, seemingly reaching into the very heart of the island. That stairwell spiraled along the outer wall of the pagoda, and there was a tapestry of beautiful carvings on the ivory stone. The carvings told the stories of the golden age of the Kingdom of Hope, long before it had been destroyed by the Lord of Light. Wait, I don't think there was a way down before. Was it hidden? Confused, Sunny silently followed Effie. Eventually, the two of them reached a vast circular chamber at the bottom of the stairwell. Sunny had never been here before, but expected it to be similar to the lowest level of the Ebony Tower. And indeed, it was. However, it was also entirely different. The duplicate tower created by Nether was full of darkness, and there was a ghastly mountain of discarded mannequins occupying the center of its underground level. This chamber, however, was suffused with light. There was a vast and inconceivably complicated runic circle carved into the floor of the chamber, and within it, Sunny stared, not even noticing the two people studying the circle. His body shivered slightly. Is that? Floating in the air at the center of the chamber was a rough, radiant crystal. It was larger than Sunny and gave him a feeling of sublime, awesome, indescribable power. The crystal was like a miniature sun, flooding the underground hall with soft light. Reality itself seemed to ripple and shine around it. It was like nothing Sunny had ever seen. A familiar voice answered, pulling him out of his astonishment. Yes, from what we can tell, this is a divine soul shard. Sunny slowly turned his head and looked at Cassie, who was sitting in front of the runic circle, surrounded by notebooks, etchings, and writing implements. .com. She was wearing simple jeans and a white t-shirt, her pale gold hair gathered in a messy knot bun. Sunny lingered for a moment, not knowing what to say. A divine. At that moment, however, a different voice interrupted him. Sunny! He looked up, only now noticing Kai, who was hovering high above the runic circle, near the tall ceiling of the chamber. The archer was already descending, and with considerable speed at that. Oh no. Before Sunny could react, he was subjected to another hug. God, Sunny, you had us all worried. He gently struggled out of Kai's embrace and met his friend's blinding smile with a pale one of his own. Ah, sorry, I guess I'm just a worrisome person. I only died once in the past couple of months, though, so you needn't have worried. Then Sunny looked past the startled archer, stared at the radiant crystal, and took a deep breath. Anyone wants to explain to me what is going on? Cassie stood up, sighed, and massaged her knees. Then she gave him a soft smile. I'm glad that you are back too, Sunny. With that, she took a few steps back and gestured to the floor of the circular chamber. Take a look at that. He looked down, only now paying attention to the runic circle carved into the white stone. The weave of runes was vast, complicated, and possessed a disturbing familiarity. Sunny frowned. What is that sickening feeling? Then he mentally scaled the runes up many times their size and tilted his head a little. The runes were very similar in style and shape to those of the Red Colosseum. Just looking at them reminded him of the harrowing months he had spent in the cage below the arena. Hope's sorcery. Cassie nodded. Indeed. We continued to explore the tower after you left, and eventually unlocked the path to this chamber. Our reaction was more or less the same as yours. Cassie shook her head. The Ivory Island holds more secrets than we thought. Well, Nephis will probably be able to explain it better. In any case, we quickly realized that these runes resembled the ones you had encountered in the ancient theater, so the firekeepers went on an expedition to the western edges of the Chained Isles. The Red Colosseum has long turned into a ruin, and was teeming with all kinds of dreadful nightmare creatures. It took some effort to eradicate them and clear the floor of the arena. A ruin, good. Kai nodded. Effie and I couldn't participate because we were tied up settling into our roles in the Second Army. However, since Cassie returned, I've been helping her study the runic circle from time to time. A high vantage point helps see it in its entirety, and so on. We've made a little progress even. Mostly because Cassie had spent a lot of time with Noctis and learned many things, especially about that flying ship of his. She nodded. Yes. In fact, I suspect that the enchantments of the ship were derived from some of Desire's creations. There are many similarities. So after months of study and comparisons, we managed to decipher a tiny portion of the circle. It is not much, but it did allow us to access one of the island's hidden functions. Sunny just stared at her silently for a few moments. Then he said, "Is that why the island is moving?" Cassie nodded with a small smile. Indeed, we are now able to move the Ivory Island, albeit very slowly. He hesitated for a bit, then shook his head. Am I the only one who is freaked out by a damn divine soul shard? It's divine. Where did Hope get a divine soul shard? Effie glanced at the radiant crystal and shrugged. There were only 6 gods, but there were plenty of creatures of the divine rank, the former mistress of this tower included. Sometimes they fought side by side, sometimes they fought against each other. Well, of course they did. Considering how terrifying this demon of desire was, is it so surprising that she had a divine soul shard or two? In fact, I'm kind of disappointed that we didn't find way more incredible treasures in her basement. Makes sense, though. The damn dragon must have cleaned it all out ages ago. She glanced up in the direction where the bones of Severax were wrapped around the great pagoda. Kai's face darkened a little. He sighed. Why are we talking about this stuff anyway? Sunny is finally back. He has to be sick of military rations. Let's go, guys. I bet dinner is almost ready. Sunny gave him a long look. Mind if I stay and drool at that shard a bit longer? I mean, it's a divine soul shard. Can you imagine how much that thing costs? Kai shook his head and said, his voice full of resoluteness, "No, you can't. I'm going to feed you and don't even think about resisting." Sunny looked at the radiant crystal one last time and sighed. Well, all right. I guess I can go for a bite. Kuiper 1070, Dysfunctional Citadel. As they went back up the stairs, Sunny couldn't help but think about what he had seen in the stone chamber, at the root of the great pagoda. The circle of runes, the sublime crystal hovering in the middle of it. That had to be the core of Hope's tower, as well as of the whole island, the very heart of the citadel. But what was its purpose? An easy conclusion would be that the divine soul shard was the energy source that powered the enchantments, keeping the Ivory Island afloat. But that did not make any sense. The runes had been carved by the demon of desire herself, which meant that the enchantments had been created before her kingdom was destroyed. Back then, it had been simply a prospering land. There had been no islands, let alone flying ones. Come to think of it, Sunny was not entirely clear on how the Kingdom of Hope had become the Chained Isles. Had she suspended the remnants of her shattered kingdom above the devouring flames herself in order to preserve at least some of it, or had it been arranged by Sun God? There were other questions too. If the divine soul shard was the heart of the citadel, was it powering the gateway? But the gateway was only created recently, after the seed of nightmare had been conquered. The spell made it appear, not hope. Had the spell created entirely new enchantments, or built upon the existing ones? Cassie had said that there were other functions of the citadel she had yet to master. What were they, exactly? Now that Sunny started thinking about it, he realized that he didn't really know much about citadels. That word just used to describe a human stronghold built around a gateway in the dream realm. He had visited 2, the sanctuary of Noctis and the Ivory Tower. No, actually, 3. The Crimson Spire would have become a citadel too, if it had not been destroyed. Was there perhaps more to the citadels than he had known? Did all of them have hidden functions? Sunny glanced at Cassie, who was tracing the stone wall with her fingers as she ascended the stairs. I actually learned a bit about Hope's runic sorcery back in the nightmare. If you want, we can compare notes later. Cassie turned her head and smiled with some excitement. Really? That would be very helpful. Sunny sighed. Of course it would be. Neither of them had any hope of truly learning runic sorcery, or hope's magic, as Noctis had called it, in their lifetime. However, learning how to decipher and use already existing enchantments was not out of the question. After all, a person could swing a sword without knowing how to forge it. Runic sorcery was different from weaving, but perhaps just as ingenious. In the primordial era of the dream realm, mortals had only known one type of sorcery: the sorcery of names. They were capable of invoking the true names of things to wield great power, but speaking those names aloud was often an impossible task. Hope, however, had invented the concept of writing and gifted it to humans. With the knowledge of writing, humans learned how to transcribe true names and did not need to speak them aloud anymore. More than that, the names could be bound to material objects through writing, thus granting the invocations permanence, and could also be shaped into songs and phrases. However, it was still all based on the knowledge of true names. Without knowing the meaning of the name, transcribing it would have no effect, and there was no way for either Sunny or Cassie to learn that in less than a few centuries. They were both mortals, after all, so all they could do was use runic enchantments, left behind by someone far more powerful and knowledgeable. Sunny shook his head slightly, wondering what secrets the ivory tower truly held. They made their way back to the first level, and then went higher. In the past, the firekeepers had made their home on the upper levels of the ivory tower, but now it was empty. The awakened following Nephis and Cassie had moved to the wooden village outside. The second level, the third level, the fourth. Finally, they arrived at the fifth, second-to-last level of the pagoda. It was separated into many halls and chambers, some of which had been recently refurbished to serve various purposes. It all resembled the interior of a beautiful but rather bare-bones manor. A mouth-watering aroma was coming from a half-open door at the end of one of the corridors. Effie hurried toward it with gleaming eyes. Behind the door was a brightly lit hall that was made into a kitchen. Sunny noticed that someone had put a lot of effort into either building cooking appliances or bringing them here from the waking world. The latter could only be done by a master, of course. Although most advanced technology did not work in the dream realm, similar to how it failed in the vicinity of Nightmare Gates, more primitive devices functioned perfectly well. There were expensive but much more convenient spell tech solutions too. So while you couldn't really have something like an electric stove or a refrigerator here, you could have a wood stove or an ice box, as well as analogs that worked on essence. Sunny also noticed several large crates of cooking ingredients, beverages, and snacks, which had obviously been delivered from the waking world by the members of the cohort. He did not pay that much attention, though, because there was someone standing in front of the stove, stirring the source of the delicious aroma, a generous amount of fried rice that was being cooked in a bowl-shaped frying pan. Tall, slender, with beautiful silver hair, and wearing white apron. Wait, an apron? Sunny blinked a couple of times. Hearing their steps, Nephis looked over her shoulder and called out, "It's almost ready." Then she suddenly tensed and slowly turned around. Neph's face remained as calm as ever, but there was a hint of agitation in her striking gray eyes. "Sunny?" He remained silent for a moment, then looked past her. "Sure, you better turn around, though." "Don't burn our dinner!" Chapter 1, 1071, Familiar Role. Nephis stared at Sunny for a couple moments, then briefly glanced at her apron and quietly cleared her throat. "Right." She turned around and got back to stirring the rice. A couple seconds later, she added without looking back, "You'll have to wait for a couple more minutes, and welcome back, Sunny. Did you make it out of the Antarctic Center all right?" Sunny wondered how much Changing Star knew about the situation in the southern quadrant as he followed Cassie, Effie, and Kai to sit behind a dining table. Settling on a wooden chair, which was far inferior to his own shadow chair, he sighed. "I wouldn't call it all right. But yes, I made it out. I'm already inside a siege capital in East Antarctica." Neff's shoulder moved slightly. "That's good." Effie grabbed a few cans of something sugary and refreshing, then pushed one towards Sunny. "Kai and I spent a whole month in transit, aboard those giant ships." We were in the first batch of the second army to arrive, so we've been in East Antarctica for about a week. Gods. I thought the ocean was bad, but Antarctica, I have never seen that many nightmare creatures in my life, not even here in the dream realm. It's like the two worlds switched places. Kai nodded somberly. Indeed. Even though there are secure evacuation corridors between the inland siege capitals and the harbor strongholds, we had to fight a couple battles just to reach our designated sector. Luckily, there were no casualties. The Second Army was twice the size of the First Army, so it was going to take 2 trips for the naval convoys to bring all of it to the southern quadrant. Both Effie and Kai were in the first wave of reinforcements, which was why they had made landfall around the time Sunny himself reached East Antarctica. Sunny looked at them, wondering. East Antarctica was a large place, and it was not a given that their paths would cross until the end of the operation. He really hoped that they would, though. Effie shook her head. Enough about us. What happened to you? You look a bit different, Sunny. He did indeed look slightly different because of the marble shell. However, Sunny knew that that was not what Effie meant. He sighed and took a sip from the can she had given him. Well, as you know, I was assigned to the 1st Irregular Company. In the first month after our contingent of the Army made it to the Antarctic Center, things were more or less fine. The Field Army split into 7 divisions, with 1 remaining in the city of Falcon Scott, while 6 others moved south to establish 6 more siege capitals. Sunny paused. I was assigned to the southernmost siege capital and then went on a mission to retrieve a VIP from a remote research station. That was when everything went from bad to worse. The chain of nightmares had gone into overdrive, and 3 whole titans spawned in the Antarctic Center, including an especially troublesome corrupted one. It took a lot to keep his voice from shaking at the mention of the winter beast. The others looked at him intently, and Sunny sighed. I ended up stuck in that research station for about a month, waiting to be evacuated by a battleship. However, the ship never arrived, and everyone in the settlement was eventually eviscerated by a powerful terror. My people and I were the only ones to survive. We were in a bit of a predicament, though, because by that point, reaching the nearest siege capital was more easily said than done. He leaned back, remembering LO-49 and the start of the calamitous march north. His face darkened, and then we learned that the nearest siege capital had actually already been destroyed, so I had to go to the second nearest one, picking up a few refugees in the process. That was when I got trapped in that weird tunnel. Thanks for helping me out, by the way. He forced out a smile, looking at Nephis and Cassie. Cassie shook her head. Of course. We were quite surprised. The way you delivered the message, very original to say the least. And, very you. Hopefully the little kernel of insight I gleaned was of some help. Sunny chuckled. It helped. I still don't know what that thing in the tunnel was, but we managed to escape from it. For a time. Sadly, the second nearest siege capital also ended up being destroyed, and so I had to lead the train of refugees all the way back to Falcon Scott. That was a hell of a journey, but what happened next was even worse. We held the last siege capital for close to 3 weeks, and in that time, about 90% of civilians were evacuated to East Antarctica. After saying that, he remained silent for a while. Eventually, Sunny grimaced. The remaining 10%, though, all died, as did millions of people in the other destroyed siege capitals. St. Tyrus, you know her, had been holding back that corrupted Titan I mentioned. Once she was defeated, the Titan swept in and killed everyone. The whole field army was wiped out. I am hard to kill, so I survived. Well, and here I am. A somber silence settled in the brightly lit hall. Nephis and Cassie did not speak, probably not knowing what to say, and neither did Effie and Kai. The latter two were especially grim, because they were now in Antarctica too. So many people had died, and what had happened to Sunny could very easily happen to the two of them as well. Eventually, Kai sighed. I'm so sorry, Sunny. You've been through a lot. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. The heart-wrenching memories of the Antarctic Center clawed at his heart, making him want to surrender to a dark and boundless emotion. With a smile, he shook his head. We've all been through a lot. On the Forgotten Shore and in our second nightmares, we've been through hell after hell, but it did really feel different this time. Maybe because I was responsible for other people, and maybe because it was happening right here on Earth, not in some distant place. With that, Sunny glanced at Effie and Kai, then said, trying to cheer them up, "You don't have to worry too much, though. Now that the operation is in its second phase, things will calm down a little. East Antarctica is in a much better spot than the Antarctic Center. There are more soldiers, more awakened, more saints, and much fewer obstacles in the way. Sure, it's going to be a tough campaign, and unexpected variables are bound to emerge. But I feel like the worst part is over. With some luck, we will all manage." He smiled, then secretly threw a glance at Nefis. She was now a part of one of those unexpected variables. Would Neff have something to say to him? As if feeling his gaze, Changing Star turned around and walked their way, soon placing plates of fragrant rice and vegetables in front of each member of the cohort. Her apron had disappeared at some point in the past few minutes. Sitting down, Nefis pushed the plate with the biggest portion towards Sunny, which caused Effie to stare at her indignantly. Neff coughed. "What? Eat, everyone, before it gets cold." They turned their attention to the food, and for a while Sunny felt delightfully at peace. It was so strange. He had gone through so much, and had changed so much, but now that he was back with his friends, it was so easy to slide into a familiar role, to smile and laugh, as if he was the same old Sunny. It felt natural, even if a small, hidden corner of his heart remained dark and cold, untouched by the peaceful warmth of their reunion. Still, it wasn't a bad feeling. Allowing himself to relax, Sunny concentrated on the food. It had been a long time since he got to eat something Nefis had cooked. The fried rice with vegetables was, indeed, much better than military rations. It was delicious. The small dinner was very enjoyable for Sunny. In fact, after being under crushing pressure for pretty much the entire past 4 months, this sudden moment of levity made him feel like he was on the verge of melting into a puddle of jelly. It was as though the outer edges of his being had been turned into a harsh, rigid shell by the immense strain of the disastrous war. And now that the shell suddenly disappeared, he could not quite remember how to keep himself together without it. Still, he managed. The 5 of them ate and chatted relaxedly, sharing small details about their lives in recent months. Sunny especially had a lot to say. All of them were experienced combatants, but he now possessed precious knowledge of the intricacies of the type of war Effie and Kai would soon be exposed to. The Southern Campaign was different from the usual tribulations Awakened faced in the dream realm. The terrain was different. The climate was different. Even the cycle of day and night was different. More importantly, the forces arranged against them were different, as were the forces on their side. In Antarctica, Ascended and Awakened had the support of mundane soldiers and modern technology. Sunny had learned a tremendous amount of lessons about how to bring the two together, in no small part because he had commanded a mixed force of Awakened and mundanes in conditions so desperate that anything less than perfect cohesion would have meant certain death. Unlike him, who had been a part of a small and exceedingly elite unit, both Kai and Effie were placed in command of large detachments consisting of rank and file soldiers. To them, this practical knowledge was more valuable than gold. Small things, like using fire resistance enchantments to increase the tactical flexibility of MWP flamethrowers, efficiently triaging mundane soldiers that had been infected by the spell, managing the ammo consumption of the vehicle turrets in relation to the essence consumption of the Awakened, and 1,000 more things like this could only be learned through experience, or being taught by someone with such experience. Of course, his friends were bright people and immensely talented warriors. In time, they would have reached the same conclusions, but that time could very well cost many lives. That was why Sunny was in a hurry to share his hard-won expertise. The only problem was that actually going over everything was bound to take way more time than they had. So, at some point, he simply used the Blessing of Dusk enchantment of the Graceless Dusk to establish a mental connection and share his insights in a more direct fashion. Needless to say, his sudden ability to transmit thoughts telepathically startled his friends greatly. Effie flinched, almost falling from her chair, and looked at him with wide eyes. "Ah, what the hell, Sunny? You're in my head." Sunny paused, suddenly realizing that he should have probably warned them before establishing the connection. He chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, sorry, I should have explained first. One of the enchantments of my tunic. It's a tunic, you troglodyte, allows me to establish a mental link with other living beings. Don't worry, though, I can't read your thoughts. And in your case, Effie, I wouldn't even want to. Gods, I shudder just imagining what is going on in that depraved head of yours. In any case, you have to willingly transmit a thought for me to receive it. Imagine it as thinking out loud." She hesitated for a few moments, then instantly sent over a mental image that made Sunny spit out his drink and glare at her, with murder in his eyes. Effie grinned, then waved a hand. All right, I get it. What a great enchantment." With the help of the blessing of dusk, the conversation flowed much faster. Eventually, though, both Kai and Effie had to leave. They had just arrived at their assigned siege capital, after all, so there was a lot for them to do. In fact, days like this, when all five could freely gather in the dream realm together, were bound to be rare until the Antarctica operation was over. Cassie excused herself, too, returning to the root chamber of the tower to continue studying the runic circle. Sunny and Nephis were left alone in the sunlit hall. He hesitated. Throughout the dinner, Sunny had avoided speaking about the matters that gnawed on him, the war between the great clans, and their plans for Antarctica. In fact, he felt reluctant to start that conversation even now. However, he had already learned the unpleasant lesson of what happened when he postponed important conversations until the last possible moment. Sunny's relaxed expression slowly changed to one of grim sharpness. Looking at Nephis, he leaned back a little and asked, "You told me before that valor and song would most likely turn the southern quadrant into their private battlefield. How sure are you of it now, after 4 months?" Neph lingered for a while, her beautiful gray eyes clear and calm. Then she said, "I am pretty sure. In fact, it has already been set in stone." Sunny let out a resentful sigh. Damn them. He gritted his teeth, staring into the distance with a harsh expression. Suddenly, the shadows in the corners of the hall seemed much darker. This is insanity. Sunny shook his head, feeling a strong desire to break something. This is pure madness, Neph. I've been told that the great clans have long given up on the waking world. Standing aside and watching the lives of hundreds of millions of people be destroyed is already unforgivable. But coming to mess things up even further is just beyond all reason. I just don't understand. Changing Star looked at him evenly. Then a strange, joyless smile slowly appeared on her face. "I can help you with that." Sunny frowned. "What exactly do you mean?" Nephis sighed, then looked away. "You've done a lot in the past 4 months, Sunny. Cassie and I might not have gone through as much as you have, but we haven't been idle either. We've managed to discover a few things, although not as many as I would have liked. After all, it has only been a few months. They don't trust me much yet." She paused for a moment. This war between valor and song has always seemed a little strange. And now I think I know why. A lot of things still remain unclear, but we did solve the most important mystery. Changing Star looked at him and said, "The true reason why the great clans are at war. Do you want me to tell you? That will certainly help you understand." 1073, the fourth step. Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at Nephis with a somber expression. Eventually, a dark smile appeared on his face. "Pray tell." Neph sighed, then stood up and started gathering the dirty plates. Her movements were calm and unhurried, as if they had not been discussing matters that could very well decide the fate of the whole world. "Help me do the dishes?" Sunny blinked, amused by the mundane banality of her request. He lingered for a moment, then shook his head and went about giving Changing Star a hand. As they cleaned the plates in the cold water produced by either a memory or the ivory tower itself, she started talking. "I've known for a long time that the great clans, especially Song and Valor, were opposed to each other, despite being outwardly unified. The symptoms of the approaching war were quite apparent, if one knew where to look. However, the reasons for this animosity have always eluded me. Key Song and Anvil had been comrades once, after all. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. My father was their comrade too. Sunny hesitated for a moment. Do they really need a reason, though? Power is already reason enough. Both have an unimaginable amount of it, but in my experience, those who possess great power are the ones most greedy for more. Nephis slowly shook her head. Maybe, but they are not fools. This war of theirs is too ill-timed, too destructive. The great clans stand to lose more from it than they would gain. There are other powers to consider too. The House of Night, for example. Even the government or Asterion, wherever he might be. If both song and valor are weakened by the clash, the lesser threats might very well swoop in to finish off the victor. She paused for a bit. So, I suspected there had to be something else at play. And as it turns out, there is. Although I only learned of it recently. I still don't know why the hostility between the two great clans has suddenly escalated so much now, of all the times it could have. Now seems like a terrible time to go to war. However, I think I do know the true source of their conflict. Sunny glanced at her, consumed by tense anticipation. It felt as though he was about to learn a great secret, one that would finally let him see the full picture clearly, or at least show him the way to the truth. Very few people in the world could have uncovered this mystery, but Changing Star herself had infiltrated one of the great clans while Cassie was helping her. El Ek Novel Kavi. And now he was going to benefit from their effort. Sunny remained silent, waiting. Nephis calmly wiped the last plate, put it on the drying rack and turned to him. White sparks ignited in her eyes. It has to do with the sovereigns and their domains. He raised an eyebrow. Domains? I've heard a few people use that word. However, I still don't know what it means. Nephis nodded, then headed toward the stairs to the 6th highest level of the tower. Come, if you want. Sunny gave her a dark look, then followed. As they ascended the stairs, Neph spoke. To people who know about the existence of the sovereigns, domains are synonymous with their rule. So, one might say that they belong to a domain, meaning that they serve one of the supremes. However, there is a deeper secret here. As I found out, domains are not just an abstract concept. In fact, they are very real. A domain is an extension of a sovereign's aspect. Sunny stared at her silently. He had suspected as much. Hilt never had any proof. More than that, he had no idea what that statement actually implied. So it is an ability, like the transformation ability that the saints possess, one that affects an area, perhaps? Neve frowned. Not exactly. Once a transcendent becomes a supreme, they do unlock another ability. One that is tremendously powerful at that. You might call it a supreme, ultimate, or pinnacle ability, I guess. But a domain is something separate from the supreme ability. It is another innate function of the aspect, just like controlling soul essence or accessing the soul sea is. A natural progression of one's ability to express their power. She lingered for a moment. Within their domain, a sovereign's is nearly invincible. Mind you, I don't know everything about it just yet. I've just gleaned bits and pieces of information where I could. The point is, each step of the path of ascension, as well as of the path of corruption, has its own meaning. The first path is the ascent toward divinity, while the second is the descent into profanity. They reached the 6th level, which, just like the first, only encompassed one spacious hall. This one was smaller than the great chamber where Hope had once been chained, and suffused with bright sunlight. It was empty and Spartan, with only a few pieces of wooden furniture and a bed occupying a small section of the vast stone floor, the white curtains of the bed's canopy billowing in the wind. Apparently, this was where Nephis herself lived. She led Sunny to one of the 4 large balconies and stopped there, looking at the breathtaking vista of the boundless blue sky. The clouds were rolling past the ivory island like a swirling, radiant sea. Those who are dormant can awaken. After that, some rise above the mundane and take the first step toward the divine, becoming ascended. Others descend into the abyss of corruption and become fallen. That is the meaning of the second step, rise or fall. The essence of the third step is transformation, Ascended truly transcend their mundane origin, becoming transcendent. Fallen become corrupted by the dark abyss, and are thus called corrupted. Sunny looked at her and frowned. Awakening, ascension, transformation. What about the fourth step then? What about the great and the supreme? Nephis met his gaze, her cold gray eyes shining with the reflected sunlight. The essence of the fourth step is authority. I guess a god has to be a god of something, or someone. At the fourth step, the sovereigns start to coalesce their domains. And that, I think, is much more important than all other forms of power they possess. I think only the domain can pave the way for a supreme to take the next step on the path of ascension and become sacred. Sunny looked down at the rolling sea of clouds. He was considering Neff's words. Some of what she said was common knowledge. People had long theorized that there was a profound meaning to the way the spell named different ranks. Ascended were called ascended because they had risen above their human nature. Transcendent were called transcendent because they had broken past it, assuming some traits of the divine. The Supremes then took another step toward godhood, and that step seemed to be tied to authority. It made sense, really, because that progression was similar to how nightmare creatures grew in class. The tyrants were all about rule and authority, too. However, there was something in what Nephis had told him that caught Sunny's attention. He glanced at her and asked, "Did you say start to coalesce their domains?" That word meant much more than one would think. If there was a start, there also had to be an end. Much more importantly, it hinted that a domain was not something that Supremes simply gained. There was a process to it. Neph smiled. Indeed, you caught on to the very heart of the issue. The domains are not set in stone. As all other forms of power, they can change and be changed. Simply put, a domain can grow. In fact, I suspect that it must grow for a Supreme to realize his or her potential, and therefore, a domain can also be diminished. Sunny's eyes gleamed. He was starting to understand. I see now. Of course, it makes so much sense. He looked at her intently, the shadows around him growing darker. And how exactly do domains grow? Changing Star lingered for a moment, then turned to look at the sky. Well, it is hard to say. All domains are unique, after all, just like all aspects are unique. However, there are some common things that all of them most likely share. So I would say that there are two ways. One is the natural way. That was how the ancient people of the dream realm spread their authority and built their domains. Sunny slowly nodded. People like Noctis and Otto of the Nine had also been awakened. However, he knew very little about how they reached higher ranks of power. There had been no nightmares in the ancient past, nor had there been the spell. The spell. Nephis noticed the look of realization on his face and nodded. Yes, the spell provides training wheels for the awakened of the lower ranks, creating a harrowing but swift and streamlined road for them to reach greater power. There are so many tools it gives us that we take for granted. So why wouldn't it provide assistance to the sovereigns as well? The spell has created a straightforward way for the Supremes to expand their domains. She took a step back and placed her hand on the ivory wall of the great pagoda. Do you get it yet? Sunny stared. Tinwant. A few moments later, he said in a low voice, "The citadels." Neff smiled. Correct. No matter what authority you wield, it can only spread through two mediums, I think. Territory or people. The citadels naturally encompass both. We knew all along that the spell creates the gateways, which serve as the heart and purpose for the existence of the citadels. However, as it turns out, there is more to it, much more. She lingered for a few moments, then frowned. I am not too sure about the true scope of what functions the citadels hide. What I do know, however, is that saints already have the ability to bind them. Bogek novelka, borshurt som. We have not found out what this binding entails exactly, but I think it is safe to say that if a saint serves a sovereign and takes control of a citadel, the sovereign's domain expands. Changing Star hesitated. It also seems that not all citadels are created equal. There are some that are very special and much more desirable, like Bastion or Ravenheart, or this island. It is not a coincidence that each of the great clans had fought to conquer one of the locations marked on the map you found in the Ebony Tower. Sunny looked at her sharply, considering the implications. Bastion, Ravenheart, the Ivory Tower. From what he knew, each of these places had served as the stronghold of one of the demons. The House of Night was in possession of the fourth one. The fifth was located in the utterly lethal Hollow Mountains, which Clan Valor had nevertheless put a lot of effort into exploring, disregarding the danger. And the sixth one, the last one, considering that Weaver did not seem to have possessed a stronghold. The sixth one was the Black Pyramid far to the cast. The pyramid that seemed to be somehow tied to the chain of nightmares. Sunny took a deep breath. So, what exactly are you trying to say? Nephis shook her head. Isn't it obvious? Both Anvil of Valor and Kai Song need to expand their spheres of influence to perfect their domains. However, there are only so many human citadels to go around, which means that two domains, or at least these particular two domains, can't coexist. For one to be perfected, it has to swallow the other. She grew quiet for a moment and then said somberly, "That is the true reason for the war between their clans." Sunny looked away, an ugly grimace contorting his face. A sense of dark Vicot's anger was smoldering in his heart. Neff sighed. Antarctica will be the first major battlefield of this war, but it won't be the last. Most of it will trap her in the dream realm after both sides deliver their strikes. But the first act is also the most important. If one of the clans manages to gain momentum in the southern quadrant, their advantage might very well snowball into an unstoppable avalanche. So their clash in Antarctica will be extremely fierce and bloody. In fact, Anvil is sending his own daughter there. Morgan will lead Valor forces in the southern quadrant. That alone shows how serious his intentions are. Changing Star studied the clear skies, then turned to Sunny and said, her voice even. So, now, do you understand? 1075. Know the enemy. Sunny remained silent for a while, responding only when the pressure of the flaw started to turn into scaring pain. Yeah, I think I understand. Many things became clearer now. Finally, he knew more about the sovereigns and the power they wielded. Awakened masters and saints. All of them were bestowed with great strength, but that strength was of a personal kind. Supremes were, without doubt, even more fearsome warriors. However, their true advantage lay in their authority. He was not too certain about what exactly a domain did. Even Nephis did not know the details after all, but understood the concept. A domain was a physical manifestation of a sovereign's aspect, a territory where their rule was supreme, and that manifestation, while representing their personal strength, relied on external factors to exist and grow. Authority, influence, power over someone, and not just yourself. All of these things were conveniently intertwined in the form of citadels, which the spell created. Citadels. Sunny looked down, as if trying to pierce the ivory tower with his gaze. Then he sighed. There were still a lot of unanswered questions. On the surface, the intention of the sovereigns seemed obvious. Well, with the exception of Asterion, who was the most mysterious of the three. They had established their domains in the unique citadels that had once belonged to the demons, and then slowly expanded their rule, uplifting loyal, ascended to sainthood, and eliminating those transcendent who refused to swear fealty to them, thus failing to become the vessels of their domains. The only two exceptions were the House of Night and, to a much lesser extent, the government. Both were convenient to have around and fulfilled a necessary function. The seat of power of the great clan Night, on top of that, was located in the deadly waters of the Storm Sea. Launching an invasion into their territory was a dire task. But what about Professor Obel's theory? Indeed, something did not add up. If Anvil of Valor and Kai Song were so obsessed with perfecting their domains, then why were they suppressing the emergence of saints? Lot novel, saves om. The more transcendence there were, the more human citadels there would be in the dream realm. and the more territory they would be able to conquer. Come to think of it, if they really had no choice but to wage war on each other, then why had they waited for 2 decades to start it? Why were they only attempting the conquest now? Why had they waited for the chain of nightmares to descend upon the southern quadrant? Sunny frowned, then glanced at Nephis. I feel like we are still missing a key piece of information. This timing, it's just too strange. And hateful. Of course, there was a possibility that all of it was just a coincidence. Maybe Key Song simply decided to use the power imbalance that the death of Saint Cormac and Mordred's ascension had created. But Sunny felt like there was more to this war than they thought. Neff leaned on the parapet of the sunlit balcony and sighed. We certainly do. The sovereigns have many secrets, and I won't claim to know all of them. But does it really matter what they are hiding? The truth remains the same. Sunny scoffed. She was right. Nephis was determined to destroy the sovereigns because they were suppressing humanity in its conquest of the spell, and more importantly, stood in her way. She did not care what motivated the Supremes, and neither did Sunny. He hated them all the same. Valor and Song deserved each other as far as he was concerned, but Antarctica was about to be swept up in their treasonous strife, and that he could not allow to happen. Look at you go. Do you even hear yourself? Who are you to defy the great clans? Do you imagine yourself to be someone capable of stopping them? You're definitely not geek. Sure, you have some power, but in the grand scheme of things, you're just a bug. A single master, no matter how strong, is only capable enough to be an expendable pawn. Sunny gritted his teeth. It was true. No matter how incensed he was, there was nothing he could do. The best Sunny could hope to achieve was to minimize the damage that the clash of the great clans was bound to do to the evacuation effort. A little. That only made him angrier. Well, then that's exactly what I'm going to do. I will prepare, learn their weaknesses, and try to suppress the fallout of their despicable acts as much as I can. Luckily, Sunny knew just the right person to provide him with information. Knowing what the opponent was planning came first. He remained silent for a few moments, then glanced at Neff. So what exactly is going to happen? What will be their first move? She smiled wistfully. In a few months, the great clans will announce that they are sending reinforcements to the southern quadrant. Both Song and Valor will dispatch a strong force to Antarctica, but not too strong. Lesa, Kekt Novel, Saves, O.M. A couple more saints, a dozen or two masters, and a few hundred awakened. Officially, their mission will be to support the evacuation army in fighting the nightmare creatures. In reality, however, they are being sent there to fight each other. Sunny scowled, slightly confused. How, though? By now, most of the human forces on the continent are concentrated in the siege capitals, with very little reason to venture outside. Are these saints and their forces going to just go and attack the cities? Nephis shook her head. No. At least I think they won't. Not unless there is a very good reason to. In truth, they won't be staying behind the walls of the siege capitals most of the time, because they have a secondary goal as well. One that requires going outside and attacking the nightmare creatures. He tilted his head a little. And what goal might that be? Changing Star simply looked at him, and a moment later, Sunny's eyes widened slightly. The pyramid? Nephis nodded. Song and Valor are going to be in a race to conquer it. They will search for nightmare gates that can be used to establish a beachhead in the unexplored region of the Dream Realm, where the Black Pyramid is located. Once they find a comparatively safe fort, they will use the call to transport their saints, masters, and awakened there, establishing temporary outposts. She paused, looked at him, and continued. These outposts will be used to launch expeditions toward the pyramid. The end goal is to find a relatively safe place in close proximity to it, build a true fortress there, and then use that fortress as the staging ground for the conquest of the tomb. Changing Star lingered for a moment. It might be easier to think of it in terms of the forgotten shore. Each gate is connected to a seed of nightmare somewhere in the region. Some seeds might be in the depths of the Crimson Labyrinth, and everyone who follows the call to the area around them will be drowned by the dark sea. Some seeds, however, might be located on higher ground. Those who enter the dream realm near these seeds will be able to survive and then slowly make their way through the labyrinth, El Knovel Cave. The end goal is to find a place like the Dark City, build a fortress akin to the Bright Castle, and then use it to conquer the Crimson Spire. What an apt metaphor. Sunny couldn't help but smile darkly. They might find out that this task is much harder than they imagine it to be. In theory, such a plan seems solid. Each of the hundreds, if not thousands of nightmare gates in East Antarctica was connected to a seed of nightmare in the region surrounding the tomb of Ariel. By relying on the call, these gates could be used to enter the dream realm somewhere near the corresponding seed. Then, by pinpointing a suitably safe area and the gate connected to it, the great clans could transport their forces into the dream realm without risking instant annihilation. These forces would then explore and fight their way toward the Black Pyramid. The region could contain several citadels. Even by conquering one, Song or Valor would be able to establish a safe and stable corridor to ferry fighters and supplies over. If there were no citadels except for the tomb of Ariel itself, though, the Saints would have to play the role of ferrymen. But the mysterious desert was utterly lethal. It was much worse than even the Forgotten Shore. And the forces of the great clans would not only have to fight against the endless flood of nightmare creatures populating it, they would also have to fight against each other. Sunny couldn't help but shiver. Nephis, meanwhile, simply nodded. The task will be a hellish one indeed. But these are the great clans, Sunny. No matter how you and I might feel about them, their fearsome reputation is not unearned. Both Valor and Song represent the absolute pinnacle of human achievement in warfare. If they can't do it, no one can. He remained silent for a while, thinking. The real goal of the great clans was to kill each other, while their secondary goal was to conquer the tomb of Ariel. One naturally led to the other. He now knew that the siege capitals in Antarctica would remain mostly untouched by their war, at least, unless something unexpected happened. However, both clans would be feverishly seeking suitable gates in East Antarctica, without doubt ambushing and slaughtering each other in the process. Army patrols and the infrastructure of the evacuation corridors could very well become collateral damage in their clashes. Not to mention that they were bound to send the nightmare creatures into a frenzy, and maybe even lead the abominations back to the cities. There would be some violence within the siege capitals as well, or at least bloody clandestine operations. All three of the Saints currently present in East Antarctica belong to the warring factions after all. If the servants of Key Song had an opportunity to deal with Saint Tyrus and Falcon Scott, they would have taken it. Without a doubt, the consequences for the civilians sheltered in the city be damned. Bastards. In any case, Sunny had some idea about how things would progress in the coming months now. This was already enough for him to start thinking. Eventually, he glanced at Nephis and hesitated for a few moments. There was one question that was still gnawing at him. Sunny sighed. "And where will you be while all of this is happening?" Nephis looked at him. White sparks danced in her eyes. And then she suddenly smiled. "Where do you think? Of course I will be accompanying Morgan, sister dearest, to Antarctica. Cassie, the firekeepers, and I. All of us are going there with her. El Knovel Cave. I've told you that Valor does not trust me much yet. What better way to earn trust and merit than on the battlefield?" He stared at her silently for a while. "I guess there is none. So we are going to meet in the southern quadrant." Changing Star shrugged. "If you wish, or you can stay out of this mess entirely. You have made it very clear that you don't want to have anything to do with the great clans and their war, so it's up to you if and how much you get involved." Sunny smiled darkly. "Up to me, huh? Yeah, no. That ship has sailed." He really could hide in some remote siege capital, use his service record and exalted status to get himself a cushy assignment and spend the rest of the campaign relaxing, as much anyone could relax in Antarctica. However, was he willing to? Did he want to? Not really. "If I do not go to hell, who else will go?" Sunny had once told the Sin of Solace that the great clans were free to act with impunity because there was no one around to hold them responsible. He did not wish to teach anyone lessons in responsibility, but he did want to teach those bastards a lesson in humility. The harsher and more painful the lesson, the better. I'll make them pay. If I go to hell, I'll drag them with me. Sunny looked at the boundless blue sky, then turned to Nephis and smiled. See you in Antarctica, then. Summer had come to Antarctica. The winds still brought with them a piercing chill, but it was warm enough for the snow to thaw under direct sunlight. Gurgling streams of water turned East Antarctica into a land of countless brooks and numerous lakes, which all glistened in the sun or drowned in the shadows of the tall mountains. The sun itself was distant and cold, but it never disappeared from the blue expanse of the sky. Just like there had been no end to the night, now there was no end to the day. The twilight of the long dawn had gradually turned into daylight, and now that October was in full swing, the whole continent was suffused with bright radiance, and would be for the next 5 months. The situation on the continent, however, was far from light. It was grim and dire, as if Antarctica had submerged deeper into an endless cycle of dreadful nightmares. The chain of nightmares was escalating with each day, and the evacuation army was forced to take more and more desperate measures to withstand it. The remains of a once thriving city were buried under thawing snow, with the skeletal remains of tall buildings rising above it like dark cliffs. This settlement had not been chosen to become a siege capital, and so it was abandoned at the start of the campaign. Now, it was nothing but a desolate ruin. From time to time, that ruin would turn into a battleground, sustaining even more damage. Currently, a furious battle was coming to an end on the streets of the abandoned city. A patrol of soldiers had been chased here by a swarm of nightmare creatures and forced to stand their ground. The humans had fought violently and almost defeated the attacking abominations. But sadly, the sounds of the combat awoke a fiend that had been slumbering in the ruins. The creature had Tom a bloody path through the remaining abominations, and then slaughtered the soldiers. Now, only one of them remained alive. Lieutenant Cat Fiend was struggling desperately with the controls of her MWP, but it was of no use. The mighty machine had been damaged too severely and toppled, its vestibular systems going completely offline. She could have brought it back up, relying on nothing but her piloting skills, but most of the limb hydraulics were destroyed, and the frame itself was bent and torn, large sections of the alloy armor already missing. Even the coolant pathways were breached, turning the pilot's cabin into a scorching inferno. The paint she used to decorate its walls with drawings was blistering and melting. Anti-Cat Fiend herself felt as if she was going to melt too. But of course, she wouldn't. The abomination that had slaughtered her squad was currently on top of the MWP, clawing at the war machine with its powerful limbs. The armor was parting before the terrifying claws, like paper. Each strike sent a concussive shockwave through the frame, tossing Cat Fiend up and down in the tight confines of her safety harness. The creature was going to kill her long before the heat had a chance to. Curse it! There was just no way for her to fight against a fallen demon, and that was what the creature was, most likely. At least the awakened leader of the patrol had called it that before being killed by the fiend. But even knowing how hopeless the situation was, Cat Fiend stubbornly controlled the only functioning arm of the MWP, bending it at the elbow to press the 7 barrels of the kinetic machine gun installed on the forearm of the war platform to the abomination's side. The barrels spun, unleashing a flood of heavy tungsten rounds into the demon's impenetrable hide. In just a second, the machine gun spat close to 200 armor-piercing bullets. However, all of them simply ricocheted off the harrowing creature's skin, not even bruising it. The fiend was pushed slightly to the side, then glanced at the firing weapon with its mad, burning eyes. In the next moment, the abomination's claws struck, ripping through the MWP's arm and severing it entirely. The next blow finally breached the cockpit, destroying the screens and letting Cat Fiend see the fiend with her own 2 eyes. She gritted her teeth. At least there's some cool air now. She knew that she was about to die. But she didn't. The battle had caused plumes of thick smoke to rise above the ruins, obscuring the sun and submerging the battlefield in deep darkness. At that moment, the darkness suddenly surged. Anti moved forward. Catfiend blinked, thinking that she was seeing things. Two giant hands suddenly rose from the ground, grabbing the fallen demon by the shoulders. The hands had matte, inky black skin, slender wrists, and long, dexterous fingers that ended with sharp claws. These claws cut through the abomination's indestructible skin with ease. Then, the dark hands pulled and ripped the fiend apart. Half of its monstrous body landed to the left of the fallen MWP, the other half to the right. A river of blood and viscera splashed, falling into the turned-up dirt. Just like that, the terrifying creature had been slaughtered. What? Catfiend suddenly felt cold. The fallen demon was a harrowing monster. So what kind of otherworldly horror would be capable of killing it with such ease? As she stared, a figure emerged from the darkness, landing softly on the torn frame of the MWP. It was a young man with porcelain skin and black hair, his eyes glistening like dark gemstones. Despite the biting cold and the nightmarish surroundings, he wore no armor and wielded no weapons. His slender body was covered only by a light tunic of black silk. When the young man appeared, the darkness enveloping the destroyed city suddenly seemed to become deeper, darker, and more frightening. The sight of him was in such stark contrast with the ravaged, war-torn ruin that he seemed more like an apparition than a living being. Catfiend gulped. The young man lingered for a moment and then looked at her calmly. "Are you all right, soldier?" "Oh gods, he speaks." It took her a few seconds to digest what the eerie stranger had just said. "What?" He leaned forward and grabbed the jagged edges of the breach in the cockpit's armor, easily pulling the alloy apart to widen the gap. "I said, are you all right?" Catfiend lingered for a moment. Yes." The stranger nodded. "Good. I'm Ascended Sunless, of the Special Reconnaissance Unit. You can call me Master Sunless or Major Sunless. Let's get you out of this thing." Sunny helped the pilot climb out of the ravaged MWP, then looked around somberly. The ruin of the city was covered by the signs of a fierce battle. Sadly, he had been too late to arrive. Most of the soldiers were already dead. Damn it! He had noticed the commotion in the ruins by chance, while making his way through the wilderness to accomplish a different mission. If not for the habit of sending his shadows in a wide circle around him, Sunny would have never even known that a squad of human soldiers had been trapped here. He used Shadow Step to arrive as swiftly as he could, but ended up saving only one. With a sigh, Sunny helped the young woman climb down from the wreck of the MWP, summoned the Endless Spring, and handed it to her. "Here, drink some water." The pilot kept staring at him strangely, but he was long used to such stares. He gave her some time, then took the glass bottle back and asked, making sure to keep his voice neutral. "I'm sorry about your comrades, but how did you guys end up in this sector? Did you not receive the message that it was designated as a black zone by Army Command?" The young woman grimaced. "We did, sir, but by then it was already too late. We were on a routine patrol along the 17th evacuation corridor when we came under attack from a swarm of nightmare creatures. We beat them back and pursued. Sadly, a few minutes later, a gate opened right behind us. We were quickly surrounded and had to run for our lives. We ran all the way to this city and—" She sighed. Sunny awkwardly patted the pilot on the shoulder. "I see. I know a thing or two about bad luck, Lieutenant. It can get anyone. You did your best." Internally, he was shaking his head. Corridor 17. That place just attracts trouble, doesn't it? Corridor 17 connected one of the largest siege capitals in the region to the coastal fortress. Maintaining it was of vital importance to the evacuation effort, but recently, it had become harder and harder to keep the area clean. Sunny himself was on a mission to scout out a potential threat to that corridor. After reaching East Antarctica, he had basically received carte blanche to choose any assignment he wanted, out of those suitable for an Ascended, of course. In the end, Sunny refused another command assignment and requested to be sent to the Special Reconnaissance Unit. The SRU was responsible for prowling the abomination-infested wilderness in search of targets that could pose a serious threat to the siege capitals, keeping tabs on their movements and even attempting to lure them away from the cities from time to time. Powerful tyrants, terrors, and even titans. Those were the creatures that Army Command had them observe and track. Needless to say, the task was extremely dangerous and often lethal. The SRU consisted exclusively of powerful masters, and each of them either had an aspect uniquely suitable for such work or was an absolute elite. As for Sunny, he was both. The assignment suited him fine, despite the tremendous danger. Partially because it granted him a lot of freedom in his movements and actions, partially because he was reluctant to be put in charge of soldiers again. Being a leader had never been something Sunny enjoyed. The previous time was enough. It was too much, really. He glanced at the MWP pilot and sighed. "Catch your breath. We can't stay for long, though this place isn't safe and I am on a timer." Looking at her, he couldn't help but remember the irregulars. Sunny's face darkened. Most of his people were dead now. Only Beth and Luster remained, and perhaps Quentin. There was no news of the gallant healer, so he was most likely gone as well. Luster had been shipped back to NQSC long ago. He was now slowly recovering in the hospital complex of the academy, and doing quite well. Sunny knew of it because Kim remained in close contact with the lucky guy. In fact, he suspected that there was something going on between them. Their young relationship, however, had to remain a long-distance one for now. Kim herself was still here in East Antarctica, but was kept far away from the battlefield. After returning from the Antarctic Center, she had been transferred to the Strategic Intelligence Department of Army Command. Now, her aspect was being used to determine the vulnerabilities of various nightmare creatures on a wide scale, and disseminate that knowledge to the troops. There were many such specialists stationed at Army headquarters, but Kim was doing especially well for herself. Beth had been evacuated and reached safety a while back too. Sunny and she kept in touch, sending each other messages once in a while. However, he had a feeling that the young woman wanted to forget what had happened in the southern quadrant, at least for now. Talking to him was perhaps a painful reminder, so most of Sunny's communications were with Rain. His sister was doing well in the safety of NQSC. She was training diligently and not showing any symptoms of being infected by the spell. The serpent was protecting her, too. At least in that regard, Sunny felt somewhat assured. As for himself, ever since reaching East Antarctica, Sunny only had 3 goals. Turn the ravenous fiend into a shadow, become a tyrant, and prepare for the arrival of the great clans. Eli had spent fragments on the little imp first, then hunted down numerous abominations in hopes of forming the 5th Shadow Corps. Now, he was mere days away from catching up to Neff. As for the 3rd goal, Sunny had made good progress on that front too. As he thought about it, his communication device suddenly came alive, and a familiar voice resounded in his ear. "Where the hell are you, Sunny?" He smiled slightly. "Sorry, Jet, I've been delayed a little. Are you still en route?" Her voice came through the static, sounding a little out of breath. "Yeah, and I have a nasty swarm of abominations on my tail." Sunny nodded. "I'll send Mongrel your way. Lead them to the rendezvous point, and she'll take care of everything. I'll arrive in a few hours." With that, Sunny glanced at the MWP pilot and sighed. "Time to go, soldier. Say your goodbyes. Then I'll bring you to the nearest army outpost." He turned away, giving the young woman some space, and looked up at the cold sun hanging motionlessly high above. A long sigh escaped from Sunny's lips. How bright. I never thought I would miss the polar night. Chapter 1079, Imp. The pilot did not spend a long time bidding farewell to her comrades. By that point in the campaign, everyone had experienced loss and defeat. The soldiers had not grown numb to watching people die, but they did become used to it. Death had always surrounded those who fought against the nightmare spell, and here in Antarctica, it was even more inescapable, both for the awakened and for the mundanes. When the young woman returned, however, a confused expression appeared on her face. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What?" The pilot pointed. Where did my MWP go? He looked back. The wrecked war platform was, indeed, gone. In its place, hidden behind a pile of dirt, sat an ugly little creature. It was hurriedly pushing a piece of bent alloy into its wide, toothy mouth with both hands. Noticing that someone was looking, the creature froze for a moment and feverishly continued to chew on the armored alloy, as if afraid that it would be taken away. Sonny rolled his eyes. That little bastard right there ate it. Don't mind him. It was hard to imagine that the scrawny imp had devoured the massive machine, considering that it was dozens of times larger than him. But that was exactly what had happened. Sonny did not know what kind of infernal engine was hidden in the imp's stomach, but the little guy's appetite was inexhaustible. Anything that entered his mouth disappeared without a trace, and there were very few things that his sharp teeth couldn't rip apart. Sonny shuddered, remembering how he had turned the tiny wretch into a shadow. He had done it not long after arriving in East Antarctica. Before, Sonny had been planning to become a tyrant first, but that was because he needed more power, fast, during the siege of Falcon Scott. Now that things had calmed down, the circumstances were not as pressing. He could allow himself to delay a little, and made converting the echo of the ravenous fiend a priority. Sonny had possessed 3 shadows before, but funnily enough, only one of them, Saint, came from an echo. The process of conversion itself had looked pretty much the same as the first time. In the tranquil silence of his soul sea, 2 beams of dark light descended from one of the shadow cores. One fell on the echo of the scavenger, the other on a motionless shadow that stood with the rest of them on the still surface of the calm waters. The shadow of the ravenous fiend seemed to dissolve into the dark light, and then the echo became wreathed in black flames that seeped into its flesh, changing it on a fundamental level. The boundless spell weave that was hidden within the echo disappeared, replaced by darkness. El Gik Novel Cave, C. Sur M. A living shadow was now dwelling within the body of the imp instead, 4 transparent and empty embers burning in its depths. Granted, that scene was not as majestic and awe-inspiring as when Saint had become a shadow. The scrawny little bastard could not compare to the magnificent stone knight in any shape or form, after all. Nevertheless, that was how Sonny had acquired his 4th shadow. What came next, however, that he did not like to think about one bit. The trip was a blank slate and had tremendous potential for growth, but Sonny had to be careful about what he fed the gluttonous creature. Some types of food were easy to come by, but would produce mediocre results. Worse tighten that, be strongly suspected that some advancements would prevent more beneficial powers from taking root in the future. There was one he could not compromise on, though: affinity to shadows. And since shadow creatures were almost impossible to find, Sonny had no choice but to feed the hateful gremlin some of his own flesh again. The first time he summoned the fiend into the real world, the tiny creature looked around, then stared at him with fright and ran away, hiding behind Saint's leg. The imp then grabbed her calf with his 8 clawed fingers and cautiously peeked from behind it, trembling slightly. "Get over here, bastard!" Unable to refuse Sonny's command, the imp reluctantly abandoned his shelter and slowly waddled over. The moment Sonny offered the gremlin his forearm and ordered him to take a bite, the bastard's eyes ignited with ferocious glee, though. What happened next was a truly ghastly experience for Sonny. Isle endured it by bitterly fantasizing about killing the vile little creature for the 2nd time. However, it was worth it in the end. The scrawny fiend regained its ability to travel through shadows. Later, Sonny learned that the process of gaining new attributes and abilities was rarely, if ever, so easy and fast. The fiend had already possessed a high affinity to shadows thanks to being one, and Sonny himself was even more unique. He was a divine shadow after all. These 2 reasons made it possible for the little imp to inherit a vestige of his power in one go. As to how the bastard had managed it the first time around, Sonny had no idea. Maybe the inherent adaptability of the scavengers resonated with the innate formlessness of shadows. Maybe the wretch had simply gotten lucky. The point of it was that he couldn't just command the gluttonous scavenger to devour a nightmare creature and expect the same to happen. It took a long time and a lot of corpses, suitable ones at that, for the imp to grow in the right direction. Luckily, he was not limited to only eating flesh. which was why Sunny was currently concentrating on feeding the imp all kinds of steel, alloy, and mystical metals. The ravenous fiend's bone armor had been rather spectacular, but he was determined to come up with something even more indestructible. Watching as the scrawny bastard hurriedly finished chewing on the last piece of the broken MWP, Sunny smiled slightly, his eyes shining with ominous glee. Eat, eat, eat more, trashling. I need to fatten you up. The imp suddenly shivered and looked at Sunny with wide, terrified eyes. Sunny suppressed a menacing grin and dismissed the imp, then looked at the pilot. I got him as an echo. Come, let's go. We need to hurry. As a scout, Sunny constantly had to traverse great distances across the abomination-infested wilderness of East Antarctica. He would usually ride atop Nightmare or glide through the shadows with incredible speed, but right now, neither of these methods were an option. His steed was with Saint, and he obviously couldn't leave the stranded MWP pilot behind by turning into a shadow. Theoretically, Sunny could carry the young woman on his back and run, which would be faster than limiting his speed to that of a mundane human, but he was not too desperate to save time. There was an army outpost relatively close to the ruined city, and although normal patrols would be slaughtered if they tried to take the convenient shortcut, nothing that dwelled there could threaten Sunny. As they followed a small river that snaked between barren hills, Sunny summoned the runes and glanced at the list of his shadows. It read, Shadows, Onyx Saint, Soul Serpent, Nightmare, Ravenous Fiend. Sunny concentrated on the last string of runes, summoning a detailed description of the little bastard. Shadow, Ravenous Fiend, Shadow Rank, Transcendent, Shadow Class, Devil, Shadow Description. A pitiful little creature traveled through a nightmarish land, harboring a bitter grudge in its tiny heart. Driven by resentment and spite, it suffered many trials and conquered untold dangers to become a marvelous devil. But fate was unkind. The ravenous devil met a much more terrible fiend and turned into his shadow. Sunny stared at the runes with a bleak expression. The spell had always liked to tease him, at least he thought that it did. But this one was just unfair. How come I'm the fiend? The bastard literally has the word fiend in his name. Shaking his head, he moved past the description and continued to read. Shadow attributes: lucky, marvel, ravenous, shadow sworn, lesser iron body. Lucky attribute description: this shadow is favored by fortune. Sunny sighed. His own attribute, faded, attracted both incredible and absolutely terrible luck. The imp, however, was blessed with only good fortune. It was most likely the small scavenger's very first, innate attribute. No wonder the bastard had survived meeting him twice. Damnation! Peeved by the blatant unfairness, Sunny continued to read. Marvel attribute description: this shadow is a marvelous learner. It is stunningly keen and supremely adaptable, absorbing new knowledge with astonishing speed. Lucky and smart. Well, who cares? At the end of the day, it still didn't help him survive meeting me for the third time. If the wretch was so smart, he should have avoided me like a plague. Sunny had seen these descriptions before, of course, but he still couldn't help seething over them. Ravenous, attributed description: this shadow possesses an insatiable hunger and a frightening potential for growth. The more it eats, the more it will grow. This attribute already seemed rather great, despite the fact that the imp had not grown even by a centimeter in the last 2 months. Sunny had fed him literally tons of armored alloy, as well as the corpses of many nightmare creatures with steel-like carapaces. He had no idea how much the little fiend had to gobble up to become bigger, but knew that the result would be worth it. The true benefit of the ravenous attribute was much more subtle, though, and incredibly precious. It was the fact that, unlike Nightmare and Saint, the imp did not need to consume memories to rise to a higher rank. Noah's cave.c tilde. There was no counter of shadow fragments. Instead, the fiendish shadow simply had to devour. It could become a supreme devil by simply devouring nightmare creatures, or any creatures really, in great numbers. The more powerful, the better. That put Sunny, who was already suffering terribly from the need to procure countless memories at ease. This imp is indeed lucky. If I had to choose between feeding memories to Saint and Nightmare, or him, well, the poor bastard would have definitely starved. Sunny smiled slightly and turned his attention to the last two attributes. Shadow Sworn, attribute description. This fiend is known to shadows. That one was without surprise, and appeared after Sunny had fed the imp with his flesh. It was the same as what Shadowblade Kurt had possessed, and showed a high affinity to shadows. Lesser iron body. Attribute description. This shadow's flesh possesses qualities of metal. He grinned in satisfaction. Finally, progress. The lesser iron body had been nascent iron body before. It seemed that munching on that MWP had finally pushed the imp over a threshold. He would be much sturdier now, and in the future would even have a chance to become truly indestructible. There had to be a greater iron body as well, after all. Happy to see the ankle biter achieving something, Sunny finally glanced at the imp's abilities. The runes read, Shadow abilities. Scavenger, Devourer, Shadow Step. Scavenger, ability, description. This shadow can attain the traits, attributes, and abilities of the creatures it consumes. Devourer, ability, description. This shadow's teeth possess unnatural sharpness and strength. It can rend and maul even the most resilient things. Shadow Step. Ability description. This fiend can move freely between shadows, traveling from one to another in an instant, or diving into them to move with great speed. And that was it. Sunny's fourth shadow. The critter was a sorry excuse of a transcendent devil, for now, but it would grow to be a real menace one day. In fact, Sunny had a feeling that the imp might just become one of the most terrifying weapons in his arsenal. The ravenous fiend had been an exceedingly dire enemy, but now that he was serving Sunny, and thus enjoying the support of a benevolent, selfless, and supremely generous master, just how much more terrible would the wretched waif become? Walking along the small river, Sunny used shadow manifestation to slaughter a nightmare creature that was waiting to ambush him and the MWP pilot, then sighed. I need to find a couple more of those iron golems I killed last week. Or, better yet, a whole swarm of them. A horde would be even better. My imp is a growing little wretch after all. He needs to eat. Soon they reached the army outpost. There had been a few nightmare creatures that attacked them on the way, including an especially vile, corrupted monster. Sunny tore the former apart with hands woven out of shadows and cut the latter down personally, with a blade created the same way. These days, he tried to avoid getting his own hands dirty, mostly using shadow manifestation to slaughter the enemy. Sunny wanted to hone and refine his mastery of manifestation, and for that, he needed a lot of practice. Additionally, he felt that it was unnecessary for him to get up close and personal, with every god-forsaken abomination standing in his way. Perhaps it was the nature of his current mission as a solitary scout, or perhaps Sunny had simply received a chance to return to being cautious and stealthy after years of being forced to play the role of a frontline fighter. In any case, he strived to only enter melee range with an enemy if he was certain of killing the foe with a single strike. Usually, one of Sunny's strikes was enough. If not, he would avoid a confrontation entirely. The army outpost was located underground, similar to the supply depot he had visited once in the Antarctic Center. However, as a member of the Special Reconnaissance Unit, Sunny knew very well where all the army assets were hidden. Better yet, East Antarctica had no problems with communications. Well, except for the usual interference of the call. So he had been able to radio about their arrival in advance. Sunny and the surviving MWP pilot were met by a cohort of sleep-deprived awakened. Despite their visible fatigue, the soldiers stood at attention and saluted him respectfully. Their eyes betrayed a hint of reverence. This again. Sunny was met with such stares anywhere he went in Antarctica, at least among the soldiers. The First Army and the Second Army were merged into one military now, but within it, people who had been in the southern quadrant since day one of the chain of nightmares were treated with silent respect. That went tenfold for those who had been a part of the Antarctic Center contingent. The Antarctic Center had been the most terrifying battlefield of the operation yet, and almost the entire field army sent there had been BBB out. There were only a few survivors here and there, mostly those who had been among the evacuated wounded. Needless to say, Sonny was both a veteran of the Antarctic Center and an ascended. That was why most soldiers treated him with veneration. "Master Sunless, sir." He nodded at the welcoming party and handed over the MWP pilot to them. The young woman had done well, keeping pace with him on the way to the outpost, but now that they had reached safety, she looked to be on the verge of collapse. Of course, it was not at all surprising. Sonny sighed and glanced at the awakened. "At ease. Take good care of the lieutenant. Oh, and by the way, I've cleared a path through the hills and dealt with the corrupted monster that had been stalking the area. If you hurry, you might harvest what is left of it before more abominations show up." The soldiers looked at each other, their eyes glinting. That monster had been causing a lot of trouble for the outpost, especially considering that it had blocked the pathway through the hills. With the creature gone, logistics would become much easier for them. "Thank you, sir." Sonny nodded. "Well then, I'll be off." He looked at the MWP pilot, lingered for a few moments, and then said awkwardly, "Stay alive, soldier." With that, Sonny stepped through the shadows and disappeared from view. He had wasted a lot of time already and was running late for the rendezvous with Soul Reaper. The soldiers remained standing there for a while, staring at the empty space where he had stood before. Eventually, one of them said, "That was him, the devil." Another nodded with a stunned face, but of course Sonny was already far away and did not hear any of it. The sun was circling in the sky, never falling behind the horizon. He glided through the shadows where he could, ran where he couldn't. From time to time, Sonny simply hid in the shadows, waiting for large swarms of nightmare creatures to pass by. These pauses slowed him down, but they also allowed him to recover some essence. He avoided getting into fights to preserve more of it as well. And also because there was no reason to. It was already evening, or whatever passed for one, in this strange land, when Sonny drew near another ruin. The city in front of him was almost entirely destroyed and drowned by a vast lake, with only the remains of tall towers rising above the icy water. The ruin was different from the one from before and much older. It had been left behind by the wars that humans waged on each other during the dark times, not the rampage of the chain of nightmares. Nevertheless, the drowned city was Sonny's current mission. He hid himself in the shadows of a rusted wreck and studied the ruin. There were bodies of nightmare creatures floating near one of the towers, painting the water black. Each of them seemed to have been killed by a single arrow. Sonny observed the area for a few minutes, noticing strange ripples on the surface of the lake. There were more abominations hiding underwater. Finally satisfied, he activated his comm and contacted Jet. "Reaper, it's Devil. I've arrived." A few seconds later, her voice came through the static. "Took you long enough. Where are you?" He looked around. Southern shore, near an old wreck on the slope of a flat hill. Jet took a few minutes to respond. "I see it. Move west for about a kilometer, then follow a collapsed tower into the lake. From there, you'll be able to see 3 huge smokestacks. I'm in the middle one near the top. Get here as soon as possible. And be careful of the water. It is teeming with schools of tiny, hungry fishes." Sonny lingered for a moment. "Got it. What about the target?" Soul Reaper responded in a few seconds, her voice sounding a bit tense. "It's in the middle of the lake. I was waiting for you to arrive before trying to get a better look." Nodding, Sonny glanced at the ripples in the cold water one more time, and then dashed out of his shelter. He reached the giant chimney without too much problem, avoiding the teeth of the vicious fish-like creatures with the help of the dark wing and a couple of perilous leaps. The structure was wide and incredibly tall, reaching at least 300 meters into the sky. And that was just the part visible above the water. There were a few holes in the frame of the alloy smokestack, so Sonny did not waste time jumping through one of them. He found himself in a vast, dark well, still water, radiating bone-chilling cold a few meters beneath his feet. A tiny circle of light was visible hundreds of meters above. Sonny did not know what kind of industrial behemoth had demanded such an enormous chimney. 3 of them, in fact, and what kind of poison had been billowing out of them into the atmosphere in the past. However, even now, Decades or even centuries later, the air inside was acrid and hard to inhale, reminding him of the worst days in the outskirts. Grimacing, Sonny looked around, and then jumped to a piece of scaffolding a dozen or so meters above his current position. Landing noiselessly on the weathered alloy, he smiled at Saint, who had been standing there, still as a statue, holding a bow in one hand. The taciturn knight turned her head slightly, acknowledging his arrival, then indifferently continued to watch the base of the smokestack. He could feel Nightmare hiding in the darkness nearby, dissolved into the shadow form. The black steed moved, greeting him, and then grew still once again. "Good work, guys." Sonny's calm hissed. "Get up here. I'm bored out of my mind." He sighed, then turned into a shadow himself and ascended the tall structure, gliding upward in a wide spiral. As Sonny was going up the old alloy walls, he found himself involuntarily thinking about how long it would take Imp to eat the whole thing. Then he caught himself and scoffed, "Gods, what am I thinking about?" But it was really a lot of alloy. At the top of the smokestack, strange machines were installed into the mouth of the well, and the walls were blackened by fire and soot. The acrid smell was somewhat reduced by the proximities to the open sky. Jet was sitting on one of the pieces of machinery, her feet hanging above the abyssal drop. Noticing Sonny step out of the shadows, she closed the lid of an army-issued thermos, threw it into her backpack, and grinned. "Here you are." He nodded. "Yeah. Sorry for making you wait." Soul Reaper shook her head. "I've been on a long reconnaissance mission the entire week. Honestly, having a chance to just sit and relax for a few hours was exactly what I needed." Jet had joined the Special Reconnaissance Unit. Just like Sonny. They mostly worked alone, but for the more dangerous missions, Army Command grouped 2 or more scouts together. As a result, the 2 of them continued to cooperate and fight side by side through most of the past few months. By now, they made for a very good team. Jet stood up and looked around, studying the ancient machinery. "Hey, do you know what these things were for?" Sonny shook his head. "No, do you?" She walked along the edge of the alloy platform and nodded. "It's a filtration system. Basically, one furnace pushed a constant stream of toxic smoke through the smokestack, and on top of it was another furnace. This one meant to burn all the toxicity out of the smoke and prevent it from getting into the atmosphere. So, each of these chimneys used to shoot out a colossal plume of fire into the sky. Must have been quite a sight, especially in winter." Sonny scratched the back of his head. "Sounds kind of stupid." Jet glanced at him with a bleak expression. "Well, I'm not an engineer. It must have worked. Otherwise, why waste all that time and energy on constructing filters? Anyway, let's get to the top. The faster we finish the mission, the faster we can get the hell out of this stench." They scaled the last dozen or so meters of the smokestack, using an ancient, rickety ring ladder, and climbed onto the lip of the giant chimney. It was as wide as a road. From here, most of the lake and the city drowned by it could be easily seen. Sonny stared down, appreciating the surreal beauty of the desolate landscape beneath them. Almost at the same time, 2 of his shadows reached the top of the other 2 giant smokestacks. Jet glanced at him. "Well," he hesitated for a few moments. "The one to our left is empty, but the right one, there is something hiding inside. Something huge." All the shadow could see were loops of flesh coiled inside the dark well of the ancient smokestack, filling almost a third of it. Jet sighed with relief. "Well, good, because we need to get to the left one. Leave that thing, whatever it is, alone." Sonny nodded, ordering his shadow to hide itself and keep an eye on the gargantuan creature. The 3 towering chimneys were not too far away from each other, so getting from one to another was not a problem to them. However, it was not very safe. If something attacked you in the air, staying alive would be a challenge. So unless someone like Kai was around, at least 2 people were required to keep each other safe. Sonny temporarily borrowed Morgan's warbow from Saint and covered Jet as she glided across the wide gap between smokestacks using a flight memory. She reached the next chimney, then summoned half a dozen sharp throwing stars and did the same for him. Sunny used the dark wing to breach the gap, and soon joined Jet. Now they were very close to coming in sight of the target of this mission. He frowned. "Do you feel it?" Soul Reaper slowly nodded. "Yeah. The call is much stronger here. There must be a Category 3 gate nearby." They walked to the opposite side of the smokestack and looked down. From that position, nothing obstructed their view of the middle of the lake, and there, nestled between the ancient ruins, Sunny sighed. "That is going to be trouble." The two of them lowered themselves to the weathered alloy, looking cautiously over the edge. Far away, in the middle of the ruined city, an enormous body of a ghastly creature was hidden between the rubble, long swaths of it submerged into the water. The creature resembled a monstrous centipede that was at least 100 meters long. It was encased in pale chitin. No, not chitin, bone. The giant centipede seemed to be covered in countless thousands of human skulls, all of them stuck together to form a morbid carapace. Its horrid maw was large enough to swallow an armored APC and full of grotesque, hone-white teeth on its head. Two tall, dead trees grew from the carapace of skulls like skeletal horns. Taking care to not fixate on the grotesque creature directly, knowing that some abominations could sense when they were being watched, Sunny couldn't help but feel a chill. That thing's going to be a nightmare. Silence was the key, and thus Sunny used the mystical blessing of dusk to communicate his thoughts, avoiding speaking aloud. Jet, receiving his silent message, responded in kind, her voice echoing in his mind against the backdrop of deathly stillness and the mournful wind. "Examine its mouth." Sunny did as she asked, his eyes widening at the sight below. The monstrous centipede writhed, its long neck contorting as it gagged, and then retched up, a mass of wet, slime-coated bones. It seemed for a moment as if the creature was having difficulty digesting its last meal, but then the pile of bones began to shift, slowly forming into a twisted, nightmarish figure. Rising unsteadily, the abomination stumbled away and vanished beneath the water's surface. Sunny's brow furrowed in disgust. How many of these abominations had the centipede spawned? After a brief pause, he turned to Jet, his voice grim. "It's one of those corrupted tyrants." Jet's face twisted into a frown. "It does seem that way, doesn't it?" Moving swiftly, Soul Reaper retrieved several bulky devices from her backpack. These were sophisticated sensor arrays and recorders, supplied by the Army and crafted using intricate spell tech technology. E-Gate Novell Cave. But despite their complexity, they proved useless in the face of interference from a nearby gate. Minutes passed, filled with futile attempts to gather information, until Jet finally sighed and shook her head at Sunny. He simply shrugged. "Guess we'll have to contact Army Command." Without a word, Jet moved to a safer spot and activated her military communicator. Despite the harsh static, she managed to convey a message. "HQ, this is Recon 4 and Recon 9. Target sighted, threat level Core 5, requesting analyst backup." A brief wait, and Jet signaled they needed to wait 3 more minutes. "They're moving fast, must be important," Sunny thought, his mind racing. The situation seemed critical and he could sense the urgency. He summoned a memory, a rare and valuable tool that connected them to the Army headquarters through a twin circle of patina-covered bronze, allowing diviners to extend their senses across vast distance. Minutes later, as Jet rejoined him, a mental message reached Sunny. "They're watching now." As the ghastly centipede continued its grim work below, both Sunny and Jet held their breath, fear dancing in their eyes. Time seemed to stretch as they watched, their minds racing. Eventually, the connection with headquarters was severed, and Jet looked at Sunny. "They're concerned about that monster. We need to stay put and observe. Report if it moves." Sunny's heart sank as he looked around, the wind biting into his flesh, the acrid smell lingering. "Guess I'll catch some sleep." Jet's eyes widened in shock. "What? I get to sleep first? I haven't slept in ages." A gloomy stare from Sunny, another sigh. "All right, you go ahead. I'll watch over our friend here." Why does she even need to sleep? She's not even alive. Hours passed, shifts changed, and the tyrant continued its macabre work. When it finally moved, Sunny and Jet were quick to action, reporting to Army Command and preparing to follow. 2 entire companies were dispatched to face the abomination, the Wolves and the Night Singers. Sunny's face twisted into a crooked smile at the thought of reuniting with old comrades Effie and Kai. The battle to come promised to be one for the ages. For the next few days, Sunny and Jet stealthily pursued the skull centipede. These days were long, tense, and perilous. Not only did they have to brave the wilderness, but they also had to keep up with the ghastly abomination while not being seen or sensed by it. On a few occasions, they had almost been discovered, barely managing to salvage the situation at the last moment. Sunny was not sure what would have happened if the creature had found them. With Saint supporting the 2 scouts from the shadows, they at least had a slim chance of slaying the tyrant. But a battle like that would be a dire one. It would have had to be one of those battles where he was forced to put everything on the line, only surviving by the skin of his teeth. In the past, Sunny had fought plenty of battles like that. He had grown so used to walking the thin line between life and death that he did not even consider such things unusual anymore. That mad balancing act was just par for the course. However, he also knew that he would not remain on the winning side forever. If he kept risking everything, his luck was bound to run out one day. After Falcon Scott, his way of thinking about things shifted. Sunny was now much more experienced, and with that experience came cold, calculating prudence. His chances of defeating the skull centipede and its army of bone abominations would be much higher with the support of 2 entire companies of awakened, and so he was determined to meet this enemy on a battlefield of his choosing, with the odds stacked in his favor as much as the circumstances allowed. Jet was of the same mind. They followed the plan and put all their effort into remaining hidden. The centipede slithered across the vast plains of East Antarctica, eviscerating everything in its path. It had no mercy for the other nightmare creatures, slaughtered swarms of them like helpless ants. After each massacre, the giant abomination would devour the corpses of its prey and coil its body into a macabre burrow of skulls, then wreathe and spew out more bone fiends. The centipede's army continued to grow as it advanced through the wilderness. With each day, Sunny and Jet became more and more despondent. It had been hard to tell at the start, but now there was no denying it. The tyrant's course put it on a direct collision course with one of the siege capitals in East Antarctica. Each human stronghold on the continent was surrounded by vast masses of frenzied nightmare creatures and even more dead ones. Tall piles of bodies covered the killing fields, growing with each passing day. If the skull centipede was allowed to launch an attack on a siege capital, it would already be bad enough. However, if it managed to gain access to all those corpses, the strength of its army would increase exponentially, and the threat posed by the creature would explode in magnitude. By then, only the intervention of a saint would prevent a disaster. The saints, however, were already busy racing endlessly from place to place, solving one crisis after another without rest. Which was why it was important to stop the abomination as soon as possible. On the 4th day of the pursuit, the centipede clashed with a whole horde of nightmare creatures, butchering hundreds of them and scaring the rest away. It dragged its massive body onto the battlefield, then got to the grisly business of consuming all the mangled bodies. One dead abomination after another disappeared into its massive maw, emotionlessly swallowed by the dreadful tyrant. Sunny and Jet were observing the process from a safe distance as they hid between 2 enormous boulders. On the ground between them lay a scattering of bleeding carcasses. They themselves had engaged in a short and gruesome fight with a pack of nightmare creatures just minutes ago. Now that a suitable shelter was cleared, they could rest easy for a few hours. Sunny frowned. It killed too many this time, considering how long it takes to create a bone soldier. I'd say we'll be stuck here for a full day. The tyrant's army will grow by a lot. Jet shrugged. The more it is delayed, the better. Army command will have time to prepare. She watched the giant centipede devour its victims for a few moments, then took a few steps back and contacted the headquarters to make a report. Soon after that, Soul Reaper's icy blue eyes suddenly gleamed. Understood. She deactivated her comm and looked at Sunny with a grin. It's happening. The welcoming party has already arrived. We need to overtake the monstrosity, meet up with them, and prepare the festivities. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Finally. A hunt like this one was not easy to arrange. Simply deploying troops outside the siege capital was a dangerous task by now. The wilderness was teeming with numerous nightmares creatures, and an expedition force risked drowning in a horde of them before even reaching the intended target. It took a lot of courage and competence to navigate a course through the enemy territory. If the target was on the move, the task only grew that much harder. Luckily, this time, Army Command was receiving constant updates on the creature's location from Sunny and Jet, so tracking its path had been easier. And now, finally, almost every piece was in place. All that remained was for the scouts to join the assault force and spring the trap on the menacing tyrant. Sunny smiled. Let's go then. They silently abandoned their shelter and made a wide circle around the location of the skull centipede, then moved away with as much speed as they could allow themselves, without risking attracting the attention of migrating hordes of nightmare creatures. Half a day later, Sunny and Jet arrived at the shore of a wide river. The landscape made it so that there weren't many places to cross it for many kilometers around, with only a single ford formed by a scattering of giant boulders. As they traversed the river, jumping from one stone to another, Sunny's calm suddenly came alive. A familiar voice came through the static. Well, it isn't. Frog. Welcome. Some of it got swallowed up by the interference, but the last word was very easy to discern. Doofus. Sunny stopped for a moment and looked at the opposite bank of the river, where a tall figure suddenly rose from the ground. Effie waved her hand and grinned. Ah, venerable Master Sunless. How nice of you to pay a visit. Sunny and Jet looked like quite the pair. Both were wearing black, which made for a stark contrast with their pale skin and raven hair. Granted, Soul Reaper looked more imposing in her fitting black leather armor. Sunny, on the other hand, wore a simple silk tunic and a pair of dainty shoes. He was also unarmed. Actually, he was perhaps the more threatening of the two. People were used to seeing Awakened wear suits of impregnable armor and wield powerful weapons. It was the sight of someone who didn't feel the need to do so. Even in the deadly reaches of East Antarctica, that was truly frightening. He made the last jump, landing softly on the ground not too far away from Effie. From here, Sunny could sense hundreds of shadows somewhere nearby. He looked around, noticing mundane soldiers and Awakened hidden here and there along the river shore, all keeping watch on the surrounding area. The first irregular company had numbered 42 Awakened and 7 masters. The two companies Effie and Kai commanded, however, were different. Unlike the special unit Sunny had belonged to, these were companies meant for general combat. Each of them consisted of close to 100 Awakened, and 10 times that many mundane soldiers, complete with a platoon of mighty MWPs and a robust stable of specialized vehicles that ranged from heavy artillery to support and resupply. 2 of these companies together made for a small army. Effie walked over, a wide smile on her face. "Sunny, long time no see." She looked quite impactful. His friend had always been a sight to behold, with her impressively tall stature, athletic build, and generous figure. Now, however, Effie resembled an incarnation of a beautiful war deity, much more than she resembled a mere mortal. The main reason for this was her armor. It was as though Effie had been dipped in liquid steel, which then clung tightly to her body, tracing every toned, graceful line of it. Sunny had once thought that the undying chain felt like a second layer of skin. However, in his case, That was simply a metaphor. The armor of the vibrant huntress, on the contrary, could be described the same way quite literally. There was a piece of white cloth tied around her waist and another one covering her chest. But other than that, Effie's whole body was exposed and seemed as if it had been cast of lustrous steel. Only her head was uncovered for now. That armor, of course, was the transcendent memory she had received after slaying one of the immortal Chain Lord of the Kingdom of Hope, the Sun Prince. Sunny coughed. Just looking at Effie would make one's blood run hot. But that wasn't all. Currently, she had not even activated her ascended ability. Once she did, the fire burning in the hearts of the soldiers who saw her would become quite real, coursing through their veins and granting them actual power. It was as though Raised by Wolves was sharing some of her astonishing physical might with her followers. An involuntary smile found its way onto Sunny's face. "What are you talking about? We saw each other 2 weeks ago." Effie shook her head energetically. "That doesn't count. Every time you come to the island, you and Cassie immediately slink to the basement to spend a few quality hours closely studying the floor. The two of us, though, haven't had proper fun in ages." She grinned and then shifted her gaze to Jet, who was listening to their conversation with a strange expression on her face. "Oh, and welcome to you too, Ms. Soul Reaper. Thanks for keeping this doofus alive. I know he's a handful." After saying that last part, Effie lingered for a moment and winked. Jet blinked a couple of times. The two of them met a few times, but she had not really been exposed to Effie's personality before. Sunny couldn't tell if she was bewildered or amused. Eventually, Soul Reaper smiled a little. "Sure, call me Jet." He stared at them with a glum expression. "Keeping me alive, really? That's funny. Don't you have a habit of occasionally trying to kill me?" Soul Reaper's smile turned into a grin. "Oh, come on, I haven't tried to kill you in at least a couple of months, so I don't know where this is coming from." Sunny shook his head, then glanced at Effie and smiled. "It's good to see you too, Effie." He looked around and asked, "Where's the other one?" She nodded, then gestured for them to follow. "He's asleep. Now that the battle is drawing close, the two of us take turns sleeping. Both of us need to be fresh for the battle with the tyrant, while at least one has to be awake at all times before that, so that arrangement works." They walked up the slope of the shore. Gradually, the hidden camp of the small army revealed itself, with hundreds of soldiers soberly preparing for the upcoming battle. Awakened, mundane soldiers, MWP pilots, operators of combat vehicles, all of them were throwing wide-eyed glances at the three masters. "Who is that with the boss? Are those the SRU scouts? Is it me, or is our boss acting too friendly with that guy? Good gods, isn't that Soul Reaper Jet? Holy hell, that's Soul Reaper and Devil. No way. Let me see. I heard the two of them fought a corrupted Titan in the Antarctic Center. That can't be right, can it? They wouldn't be alive if they did. Soul Reaper might be tough, but our boss is definitely tougher. I once saw Devil slaughter an entire swarm of nightmare creatures without lifting a finger. He just stood there, and they were all shredded into little pieces. I swear to gods it's true." Sunny ignored the whispers and followed Effie. His shadows, however, took a good look around. He was about to go into battle side by side with these people, so he had to know all about them. The soldiers of the two companies looked competent, determined, and in high spirits. The Wolves and the Night Singers were technically not counted as special forces, but among the rank and file of the evacuation army, they had already earned the reputation of elite units. They were led by two of the most fearsome masters in the world, after all. The soldiers were mixed among each other, but funnily enough, it was easy to see which belonged to which company. The Wolves were more boisterous, lively, and rough around the edges. The Night Singers were more calm, reserved, and good-natured. It was as if they had assumed the personalities of their leaders. Sunny smiled with the corner of his mouth, then shook his head. They walked along a row of camouflaged tents and approached a particular one, which looked no different from all the others. Effie suddenly made a fist and banged it against her bare thigh, producing a loud metallic ring. "Wake up, Birdie. The most honest person in two worlds is here. Erdiul. Notes. One more later, maybe. Depends on if I fall asleep or not before the author releases the last chapter for the day." There was some rustling inside the tent, and then Kai emerged from it, looking as handsome and dazzling as ever. No, even more so. Sunny's face became a little dull. His friend had reached borderline criminal levels of attractiveness after becoming a master, mesmerizing most mundane humans by simply appearing in front of them. But Sunny had thought that a couple of months in the mud and muck of Antarctica would rub some of that glamour off. However, he had been sorely mistaken. If anything, Kai only became more captivating. His natural charm had acquired a hint of reserved military valiance, becoming more subdued, but also much more arresting. His green eyes were still as electric as ever, but now there was a quiet, almost melancholic depth to them that made one deeply desire to comfort and console the young man. Those eyes were nothing short of compelling. Kai smiled, making all three of them, Sunny, Effie, and Jet, hold their breaths for a moment. Sunny. Ascended Jet, it is so good to see you. Even his voice was like a soothing melody. That bastard. Sunny wasn't even angry about how stunning his friend was. What really disheartened him was what Kai was wearing. The archer was clad in a beautiful suit of ivory armor that seemed to be made out of impregnable scales, with a few insets of burnished bronze blazing between them with reflected sunlight. It was tied at the waist by a sash of burnt umber color, which emphasized the rich auburn splendor of his hair. The armor was made of dragon scales and was a transcendent memory Kai had received after slaying the ivory dragon Severax. Both Effie and Kai had come into possession of a transcendent armor in the second nightmare. Sunny used to have an armor like that too, which he had gotten for killing Solvane for the first time. But of course, it had been destroyed by Goliath, and now he was the only person of the three without one. Ah, that really grinds my gears. Sunny winced, but was then distracted from his resigned self-pity by Jet, who smiled and stretched her hand out for a handshake. Ascended Nightingale, I don't think I've had the pleasure of meeting you before. Indeed, this was the first time the two of them met. Sunny glanced at Soul Reaper bleakly. At least she is not a fangirl, like someone I know. Still. Jet had not even tried to shake Effie's hand. What was up with that? The four of them exchanged a few words and headed for a larger tent that stood nearby, serving as the improvised strategy room for the small army. As they walked, Sunny briefly clasped forearm with Kai. How are you doing? After the things he had experienced in Falcon Scott, Sunny held a somewhat different view of the charming archer and of what his friend had shared with him in the sanctuary of Noctis. Back then, he knew that Kai was deeply hurt by what had transpired in the Ivory City, both physically and mentally. He had been a centurion who led soldiers into a war against Solvane's zealots, only to watch his soldiers die and disappear in the flames of the dragon, and then be crippled by those flames himself. Sunny had thought that the pain of defeat and becoming a cripple was what haunted his friend the most. But after experiencing the burden and privilege of being in command and learning how it felt to watch his people die, now he thought differently. Kai smiled softly. I am doing well. Thank you for asking, Sunny. But I really am. I feel like I'm in the right place. Sunny nodded, thinking that he understood. Kai had always had these naive notions of what was right and wrong, and what a good person was meant to do with the power all awakened possessed. For someone like him, coming to Antarctica was, perhaps, a very sincere endeavor. He glanced at Effie. Come to think of it, the merry huntress had lost people in the nightmare too. She watched all the other girls perish under the ruthless training methods of the war maidens, powerless to save any of them. Even Cassie had experienced powerlessness and loss, with all the other priestesses and people of the Night Temple, including her cherished mentor, the one in the north, ending up slaughtered by Mordred. All of them had felt it. Did Nephis feel the same? Probably not. But then again, no one knew what she had lived through in the second nightmare. Changing Star was strangely reticent about that particular ordeal. They entered the tent, gathering around a fold-out table that had a small holographic projector placed on it. A topographical map of the area was projected into the air, with their location and the last known whereabouts of the skull centipede marked on it in red. Sunny, however, paid it no attention, still lost in his thoughts. After a while, he shook them off and honed in on the conversation. Kai was speaking. There is simply no other path. The creature will definitely try to cross the river near the ford, and so that is where we will ambush it. Jet shook her head. You are mistaken. It is large enough to ford the river anywhere. Its minions don't breathe, so they can simply walk along the bottom and crawl out of the water on the other side. The current is nowhere near strong enough to be an obstacle for them. The charming archer sighed, then nodded. That is correct, which was why I said near the ford, not directly using the ford. The landscape is going to push the tyrant into this general area, but we have no way of knowing where exactly it will enter the river. Sunny frowned, already sensing where this was going. So, what is the plan then? Effie chuckled. Well, what else? Since we don't know where it's going, we'll just have to make sure that it comes to where we want it to come. Sunny let out a resigned sigh. Who is going to be the bait? Effie awkwardly scratched the back of her head. I mean, you don't have to, if you don't want to. He remained silent for a moment, then scoffed. Kai smiled a little. Honestly, it can be any of us. Oh, I'm sorry, Master Jet. I'm afraid I'm not entirely familiar with your capabilities. What I meant to say was that Effie, Sunny, and I all have ways of making sure that we survive leading the creature to the ambush. So any of us three can go. Sunny slowly shook his head. No. I'll go. I have to contribute at an earlier stage of the battle. Because I might not be of much use at the later stage. It was true. With how close Sunny was to forming the fifth core, chances were that he would pass the threshold right in the middle of a furious melee. If that happened, he would have to struggle to simply stay alive. As for being useful, he was not sure if he'd be able to do anything at all. The pallid centipede was slithering across a desolate landscape, followed by an army of abominable bone creatures. Its massive body tore forward, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The ground was pierced and upturned by its 1,000 sharp legs, the ancient boulders shattered, the brooks of clear water spoiled with and turned into streams of poison. Soon, a wide river appeared in the distance. The ghastly tyrant did not slow down, continuing its ruinous advance. Then, however, the monstrous centipede slowed down. Its appalling head swiveled, rising into the air. Its harrowing maw opened. The branches of the dead trees that served as the creature's horns swayed lightly in the wind. The wind had brought with it a strange sound, the distant weeping of a flute. The centipede lingered for a few moments, then suddenly changed direction, lunging toward the source of the discordant sound. It did not have eyes, but the black eye sockets of the countless skulls forming its carapace seemed to radiate dark, ineffable malice. The corrupted tyrant pursued the source of the simple melody. However, the flute player remained elusive like a ghost. Sometimes, the creature seemed to draw near the player, but he always managed to slip away at the last moment. All it found were empty shadows. However, at some point, the pursuit came to an end. The hideous centipede had almost reached the river by that point. In front of it was a natural ford, formed by a line of enormous boulders, with only their tops emerging from the water. On the opposite side of the river, a lone human was sitting cross-legged on a stone, playing a strange emerald flute. It was a young man, with pale skin and dark hair, wearing a tunic of black silk. Sunny did not pay any attention to the harrowing centipede and continued to play the flute. His fingers moved nimbly, but the melody he created was pretty rough, to say the least. He sighed. I thought I improved, but maybe not. On the other shore, the tyrant froze for a second, then rushed forward. The creature dove into the river, raising a towering wave, and its soldiers followed. Some of the bone abominations jumped heavily across the boulders. Most simply dove into the cold water after their ruler. Sunny waited for a moment, then dismissed the bone singer and looked at the sky. The sun was still visible, but since it was close to the horizon, its light was dim. As he watched, several things happened at the same time. First, a series of explosions thundered, demolishing the boulders of the ford. Giant fountains of water rose into the air. Second, hundreds of human figures rose from the trenches dug higher up the slope. Third, A barrage of artillery shells and tungsten rounds descended upon the bone abominations from beyond the hills. The creatures shuddered, but resisted the mundane implements of war. Their progress, however, was slowed. That was when the awakened attacked. Numerous enchanted arrows and magical projectiles rained on the soldiers of the Skull Centipede's army. This time the damage was apparent. A hulking creature that had just fallen into the river exploded into hundreds of bone fragments. Another lost a limb. Yet another one was suddenly covered by a layer of sizzling amber liquid that corroded the bones, eating through them like acid. And more, much more. But that was just the start. Even though that initial salvo destroyed dozens of dreadful abominations, there were many hundreds of them left. There was the tyrant itself as well. A beautiful figure that seemed to be cast of steel appeared on the slope in front of the trenches, wielding a spear and a large round shield. Her voice boomed across the battlefield, filling the hearts of the soldiers with maddened fervor. "Wolves, prepare for war." Sunny turned his head and glanced at Effie, feeling his blood boil from her battle cry. As he did, a strange thing happened. He suddenly felt exhilarating power rush into his body. It was as though he was suddenly as mighty as a ferocious beast, as resilient as a granite wall, and as sharp as a steel sword. And that was not just a feeling. His strength, speed, endurance, and resilience did indeed undergo a striking improvement. It was as though his body had received a comprehensive overhaul, becoming so much more suited for battle. Incredible. Every time he was exposed to Effie's ascended ability, Sunny couldn't help but feel awed. For him, who had already enjoyed the augmentation of the shadows, the physical boost was not that pronounced. But for the awakened soldiers, and especially mundane humans, it must have been a true blessing. The most frightening part, however, was that this ability had no limit to how many people could be empowered by it. Anyone who saw Effie and was deemed an ally by her would receive its benefit. Their number did not even affect the rate with which she consumed essence. The only detriment, albeit a small one, was that the soldiers had to maintain a line of sight with their commander to enjoy the boon of her power. However, considering that Effie almost always preferred to fight on the front line, that was usually not a problem. Just as he had expected, the eyes of the soldiers ignited with burning resolve at the sound of her voice. The soldiers of her company suddenly raised their heads and let out boisterous howls, acting like an army of actual wolves. And then another voice joined them. This one sonorous and clear, easily drowning out all the rest. Kai's voice. When Sunny heard it, his heart suddenly shook. Instantly, all the unnecessary thoughts were erased from his head, leaving only the pure, flaming, indomitable desire to do battle. Even though this change was not physical, it might have been even more profound than the empowerment of Effie's aspect, because it affected the heart. Even Sunny, for whom the effect was somewhat muted because of how guarded his mind and soul were, felt incredibly inspired. The clarity bestowed by Kai's call would do wonders for the soldiers in this battle. Sunny shook his head slightly. Scary. Kai's ability was just too terrifying. An Ascended would most likely be able to resist it to some degree, but mere Awakened had no choice but to be compelled. As for mundane humans, if the handsome enchanter chose to misuse his powers, they would do anything he told them to. They would happily end their lives if he asked. Luckily, Kai would never do that. Instead, he used his power to inspire the soldiers and make them stronger, with Sunny serving as a perfect scout, Effie strengthening the bodies of the soldiers, and Kai inspiring their hearts. The threat of the corrupted tyrant suddenly did not seem overwhelming. As the head of the Skull Centipede emerged from the water, it was met with a furious onslaught of attacks. Strengthened by their two leaders, the small army was burning with the desire and ability to win this battle. Before, the future seemed grim for the expedition force of the evacuation army, even though they numbered more than 2,000 soldiers, with 200 awakened and 4 masters ready to fight at the front. The enemy was just too domineering. The corrupted tyrant itself was tremendously dangerous. The army of bone monstrosities was no less threatening. However, Both Effie and Kai were incredible sources of strength, acting as force multipliers for the whole regiment. With their help, the power of the soldiers soared, almost balancing the scale. Sunny's and Jet's efforts were no less important. Thanks to them, the two companies had been able to choose the battlefield and prepare an ambush. Terrain advantage was extremely valuable, and so was the foreknowledge of what the enemy was capable of. That last part was perhaps the most precious. The two scouts had not only gathered intelligence about the location of the enemy and the number of minions under its rule, they had also provided the analysts and diviners of the army with an opportunity to study the tyrant. Thanks to that, the human force did not have to go into the battle blind. Even though they did not know every detail of what the skull centipede was capable of, they did know the most important parts. For example, they knew that the confluence of the power that the giant abomination possessed was, surprisingly, hidden in the two dead skeletal trees that grew from its head, serving as the tyrant's crown and horns. In fact, Army Command had gone as far as to suggest that the true abomination was not the centipede itself, but the network of tree roots that permeated its monstrous skull, growing through the creature's brain matter. As such, the small army's first goal was to destroy one, or better yet both, of these trees. Without them, the tyrant would most likely lose the ability to control its bone soldiers, as well as access to its most terrifying powers. But it was more easily said than done, and Sunny currently had other things to worry about because the centipede was going directly for him. Ignoring the squall of bullets and the rain of arrow, it rose from the river like a mountain of skulls and lunged straight at him, the giant maw opening like an abyssal gate. Sunny blinked. Are my flute skills really that atrocious? Listen, there's really no need to be that angry. A moment before the dreadful tyrant crashed into the boulder he was sitting on, Sunny leaned back and dissipated into the shadows. The centipede plunged down, shattering the ancient stone and turning it to dust. Stone shards and a great deal of dirt flew into the air, rising like a cloud. Sunny finished a backward roll, much further up the slope, appearing behind the trenches and the mass of soldiers. He rose, flicked a few pieces of dust off his tunic, and glanced in the direction of the giant abomination. The skull centipede turned its head in the direction of the firing soldiers, its jaw still hanging open. Then, its enormous body tensed, ready to shoot forward. Before it could, however, something flashed through the air and impacted against the tyrant's head. The mysterious projectile was none other than Effie, who had used her own body as a siege ram. After rushing through the battlefield like a hurricane, she jumped and made her body into a ball, hiding it behind the round shield. When the dusk shards struck the tyrant, numerous skulls were instantly pulverized into bone dust. However, even more were revealed, becoming visible through the crack in the morbid carapace. The force of the impact was so tremendous that it not only slowed the centipede down, it actually threw the abomination back, pushing it back into the river. Effie herself was tossed to the ground and landed in a roll, jumping back to her feet a moment later. Her sculpted steel body did not look damaged at all. If anything, the huntress looked as exuberant and robust as ever. As her war cry resounded across the battlefield, the first wave of the hulking bone abominations clashed against the line of awakened. A ferocious melee exploded into a cacophony of ear-piercing noise. The tide of nightmare creatures seemed unstoppable, as if it would easily wash the human fighters away in a wave of desperation and blood. But it didn't. The first reason for that was Jet, who threw herself into the flood of abominations a few moments before the clash and broke the enemy's momentum. Her naginata easily passed through the layers of bone, destroying the rotten souls of the tyrant's minions. Both the bone puppets and Soul Reaper herself could be considered living dead. However, even among the dead, she was an exalted existence. The second reason was the awakened themselves. Even though most of the ghastly abominations were fallen, it barely looked as if there was a gap of power between them and the human fighters. Empowered by Raised by Wolves and emboldened by Nightingale, the soldiers fought with might and ferocity that was far beyond what they should have been capable of. It was really quite astonishing to see. Sunny shifted a little. Time for me to enter the fray as well, I guess. He had to act restrained in this battle. However, that did not mean that he couldn't do anything. More and more bone fiends were crawling out of the river, and the skull centipede itself had already recovered from Effie's devastating blow. It was lunging forward once again, this time aiming for the ironclad huntress. Sunny opened a leather satchel that hung on the silk cord tied around his waist and took out a small, intricately engraved stone lantern. Then he tossed it across the battlefield, aiming for the line where the shore met the cold water. As soon as the shadow lantern landed, it was as though all light was devoured from the wide area around it. Many bone abominations entered the sphere of darkness. However, none of them emerged again, as if swallowed by the shadows. Well, of course they didn't. After all, out there in the darkness, unseen, Saint was already waiting for them, with the sin of solace in her hand. After unleashing her on the battlefield, Sunny concentrated on using shadow manifestation to reduce pressure on the soldiers. He tried not to destroy any of the bone abominations himself, maiming and suppressing them instead. Despite his efforts, however, a generous stream of shadow fragments poured into his soul, threatening to render him defenseless too soon. Sunny frowned, then looked in the direction where Effie was trying to distract the skull centipede and prevent it from reaching the trenches. She was holding the tyrant at bay, barely. For now. A dark grimace appeared on his face. It's all up to Kai then. Effie was having a hard time standing her ground against the giant centipede. In fact, she was barely holding on. Even though a furious barrage of bullets, enchanted arrows, and magical projectiles was raining on the ghastly carapace of skulls, the abomination did not seem slowed down at all. Its massive body moved with dire speed. Thousands of scythe-like legs tearing up the ground with each motion. The difference in size between the tyrant and the fearless huntress was just too big. Effie's only saving grace was that her body, despite being hundreds of times smaller than that of the ghastly centipede, seemed to contain truly astounding strength. She was incredibly swift and agile as well, dashing around with stunning speed to dodge the crushing blows of the monstrous creature. Above everything else, the huntress was all but invulnerable. Her innate resilience was reinforced by two aspect abilities, and then strengthened by a transcendent armor on top of that. She had received several glancing blows from the abomination, which would have turned almost any other master into a broken corpse. Effie, however, was able to shake them off and continue to fight. Of course, there was no such thing as true invulnerability. The huntress was fine for now, but she was still dancing with death. The round shield she wielded possessed an enchantment called Indomitable, which functioned similar to Sunny's own Feather of Truth, and allowed Effie to change its weight at will. Her spear was not able to deal serious wounds to the tyrant, but its strikes must have stung. Sunny saw the creature recoiling after the huntress managed to land a solid blow. All that allowed raised by wolves to tie down the skull centipede, at least for a short while. However, it did not mean that she would win. It took all Effie had to simply match the menace of the corrupted tyrant's massive body, all her abilities, all her skill, and all her powerful memories, while the abomination had not revealed any of its powers yet. Once it did, the situation would inevitably change. And that moment had already come. As Sunny watched, Effie managed to push the centipede back once again. The shockwave of the impact threw her back as well. The huntress slid through the dirt, leaving two grooves in it. Her spear shot down, piercing the ground and bringing her to a sudden stop. A moment later, she was already lunging forward, ready to deliver another strike. However, the tyrant seemed to be fed up with their furious clash. The skull centipede raised its appalling head, the branches of the dead trees growing from the carapace of skulls swinging in the wind. Sunny's eyes widened slightly as he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. It was as though the wind that brushed against the skeletal branches was full of tormented whispers. A small black dot appeared in the air between the two trees. The dot warped and twisted, collapsing in on itself, and then began to grow, devouring the fabric of reality itself. It seemed as if an abyssal gate was starting to open in the air above the creature's head. Crap! Sonny instantly knew that nothing good was going to happen if the circle of darkness was allowed to finish forming. He made a move to step forward. But at that moment, a stream of light tore the sky asunder, falling from somewhere high above with inconceivable speed. It streaked across the battlefield like a flaming comet and crossed paths with the centipede's head, exploding with blinding radiance. A low boom resounded, followed by the sound of shattering wood. Kai had arrived. The plan of the battle the four masters had come up with assigned each of them an important role. Sunny was responsible for luring the tyrant to the ambush site and creating an obstacle for the bone fiends crawling out of the river. Jet was meant to lead the defenders and make sure that the trenches were not overrun. Effie's role was to stall the centipede and, more importantly, distract it, but it was Kai who was the key to their success, or failure. The whole plan depended on whether the tyrant would be able to unleash its harrowing powers. To prevent it from happening and reduce the skull centipede to a mere giant beast, the trees growing from its head had to be destroyed. That was what Kai had to accomplish. He had hidden himself high in the sky and bid his time, waiting for an opportune moment. Then the archer plunged down, burning his essence and using gravity to reach truly astonishing speed. And now he delivered his attack, using that speed to close the trap they had set. The flaming comet was Kai himself, and he held a slender, shining saber in his hand. All of it happened in the blink of an eye. The streak of light crossed the creature's head, something flashed, and then a loud explosion boomed, washing over the battlefield. A split second later, Kai fell into the river. His speed was still so tremendous that he slid across the surface of the water without plunging into it, and only slowed down after being pushed 100 meters away from the shore. The head of the skull centipede, meanwhile, was flung to the side. One of the dead trees crowning it was completely shattered, its trunk exploding into thousands of sharp splinters. The circle of darkness collapsed and disappeared without a trace, never receiving the chance to fully form. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. It worked. The tyrant opened its maw, letting out a blood-chilling screech. The bone fiends trembled, becoming disorganized and somewhat sluggish. The soldiers roared with dark glee, invigorated by the sight of the giant creature losing one of its horns. Effie was already advancing, her spear ready to strike. Kai had managed to regain his balance and pushed himself off the surface of the water, shooting back into the sky and summoning his bow. A black arrow suddenly shot out of the cloud of darkness, surrounding the shadow lantern. Empowered by Saint's transcended strength and the death dealer, enchantment, the arrow struck the neck of the tyrant with harrowing force, annihilating layers of skulls and ripping a huge chunk of flesh out of it. However, Sunny did not pay any of it much attention, because right at that moment the spell whispered into his ear, "You have slain a fallen monster, malignant roots sapling. Your shadow grows stronger." Sunny froze, his face turning deathly pale. "Here we go again." The voice of the spell grew louder. "Your shadow is overflowing with power. Your shadow is overflowing with power. Your shadow is taking shape." Your shadow. Sunny did not have to summon the runes to know that he had finally accomplished his goal. After absorbing thousands of shadow fragments, his soul was ready to form a new shadow core. His fifth one, he was about to become a tyrant. A conflicting mess of emotions rose in his heart. Of course, Sunny felt a sense of joy and triumph. His power was about to take a significant jump, after all. The bleak, dreadful months he had spent in Antarctica, enduring hardships and grisly defeats, made this moment possible. In a sense, this was his reward, and so, the invisible scars he had been left with were not for nothing. On the other hand, this boon came at a very unfortunate moment. In the past, Sunny had been mostly able to time his advancements in a way that allowed him to go through the process in relatively safe conditions. A battlefield where hundreds of awakened were fighting against an army of fallen nightmare creatures, and a corrupted tyrant, however, was in no way safe. And on top of that, he had already gone through this ordeal 3 times. He knew how much it was going to hurt. Hell yes. And also, damn it! Sunny glanced at the skull centipede, who was reeling from the dreadful blow dealt to it by Saint's arrow. A huge chunk of flesh was missing from its neck, with bone dust and rivers of fetid blood spilling into the river. Effie was moments away from reaching the wounded abomination, her sculpted steel body glistening in the sunlight, and Kai was preparing to draw his bow. One of the dead trees had been destroyed, which was supposed to rob the tyrant of its most terrible powers. However, the outcome of the fight was still far away from being set in stone. A corrupted tyrant was still a corrupted tyrant. Sunny felt that Effie, Kai, and Saint had a good chance of emerging victorious from that fight, but he couldn't be sure. Jet and the awakened soldiers were struggling to hold back the tide of bone fiends. Sadly, for now, there was nothing much Sunny could do to help them. The rest of the battle was up to others to win. As a hint of terrible pain appeared in his soul, Sunny hurriedly jumped backwards, hiding between two mounds of dug-up dirt. Two figures emerged from his shadow. One was a fearsome black stallion, the other a scrawny little imp. He gritted his teeth and looked at his shadows. "Protect me." Then Sunny lingered for a moment and threw a glance at Nightmare. A cold smile appeared on his lips. "Oh, and if the little bastard does something stupid, you have my permission to eat him, Nightmare." The dark destrier snorted in calm agreement, while the imp stared at him with shocked outrage and fear. Sunny grinned, then turned white as a sheet and swayed. His hand rose, grabbing at his chest. "Ah, this is the worst." A familiar but no less dreadful agony overwhelmed his entire being. Sunny was momentarily blinded and deafened, losing all sense of the world around him. Something was rising from the depths of his soul, tearing at it with sharp edges. The torment of it was nothing short of exquisite. He had experienced this pain several times before, but it grew more and more unbearable with each time. Human souls were not supposed to possess many cores. Neither were they able to sustain them. It was only because of Sunny's divine aspect that his soul had become stronger, growing vast and powerful enough to endure the strain. Nevertheless, this was not in its nature. Therefore, the birth of a new core brought with it immeasurable pain, with each successive one hurting more. The first time Sunny had gone through the process, he had been rendered absolutely helpless, thrashing on the ground and wailing like a dying beast. The second time had brought him to his knees, making his screams echo in the desolate halls of the ruined Chalice Temple. The third time, Sunny had managed to remain silent, up to the point when the body of the shadow spawn he had been occupying started to change, too. The pain had grown more intense with each new core, but Sunny had also grown more resilient. He had been through so much and had experienced so much. The journey through the endless procession of nightmares alone would have been enough to drive anyone mad. And so this time, Sunny endured. He did not fall down, remaining on his feet. He did not scream. He did, however, lose all track of time and of what was happening around him. All that remained was agonizing pain and the sensation of something being born within his soul. It lasted for an eternity, but then, eventually, the eternity had ended. Sunny realized that he could hear again. He knew that because he heard the voice of the spell whisper into his ear softly, "Your shadow is complete." And mercifully, the pain ended. He inhaled deeply, trembling. He felt stronger. His body had become stronger. His reserves of essence had grown the most, by far. Most importantly, he was now in possession of the fifth shadow. And he was a tyrant. A tyrant. Sunny exhaled. A complicated emotion grasped his heart. Finally, after years of struggling and chasing after something that often seemed unreachable, he had caught up with Nephis. Sure, she was still ahead of him by a sizable amount of fragments, but they were of the same class now. They were both ascended tyrants. Strangely enough, Sunny did not care too much. He had wanted desperately to be as strong as Changing Star once. There had been a lot of reasons for him to harbor that desire, some better, some worse. And now that he had reached that goal, Sunny knew that his former understanding of what real strength was had been terribly misguided, and so he did not really care. Still, it felt nice to be equal to her on paper, even if what was written in shimmering runes was not that important. Now, for the important stuff, Sunny shifted, turning his head to observe the battlefield. There was another tyrant nearby, and that tyrant posed a threat to his friends and the soldiers. So the creature had to be dealt with. Sunny was still reeling from having his soul torn apart, then sewn back together. However, the battle was raging, so he had no time to recover in peace. That was fine. He was long used to fighting in the most dire conditions anyway. It took him only a moment to assess the situation. It seemed that he had been out of it for quite some time. The battlefield was ravaged and upturned, with the river itself slightly changing course. Its water, which had been clear once, now seemed muddy and noxious. Effie and Kai were still fighting the ghastly centipede in the shallows, with Saint supporting them from the darkness. The three seemed to be doing fine. The soldiers, however, were straining to hold their ground. The slope of the river shore was littered with shattered bones, and hundreds of the tyrant's abominable minions had already been destroyed. But there were hundreds more, and now that Saint was busy turning the skull centipede into a pincushion and weighing it down with the help of the burden of peace enchantment of Morgan's warbow, there was no one to serve as the wave breaker against their tide. There was only Jet. Soul Reaper moved like the beautiful visage of death among the bone fiends, erasing one after another from existence. But she was just one woman. No matter how fast and lethal, she couldn't be in several places at the same time. Sunny hesitated, trying to make a decision. His instinct was to go for the biggest threat, personally removing it from the equation. However, the tyrant was still strong and ferocious. Even without most of its powers, the centipede was putting up a dreadful fight. It was hard to say how long it would take to bring it down. The soldiers, meanwhile, would continue to suffer under the onslaught of the bone fiends until it did. So what was he supposed to do? Follow his habits and race to kill the tyrant, or act against instinct and put his trust in Effie and Kai, concentrating on reinforcing the ordinary soldiers instead? Sunny sighed. Instincts are great, but humans rose above beasts, and thanks to reason. In the end, no matter how unnatural it felt, he could do no better than to follow the plan. The role he had been assigned was to lure the tyrant to the ambush and then put obstacles in the path of the Bone Army to make it easier on the awakened and the mundane soldiers. So, Sunny was going to put himself between the abominations and the humans. Before lunging into the fray, he dismissed Nightmare and the little imp. They had already done their job by guarding him. Throwing the two into the mass of fallen enemies would do more harm than good. Then Sunny glanced down at the shadows gathered on the ground in front of him. The first four were his old companions, the gloomy, happy, creepy, and haughty fellows. The fifth one, however, was new. The fifth shadow seemed naive and good-natured. Even though it was not as boisterous, the guy resembled the happy shadow, a little bit too much. So much, in fact, that Sunny couldn't help but feel that its amicable disposition was just a front. And behind that front, he could sense a hint of boundless deviousness. The shadow was up to no good. It was clearly full of all kinds of mischief. He raised his eyebrow and sighed. "You're a naughty one, aren't you?" The naughty shadow stared at him, radiating nothing but innocent surprise. Eventually, the shadow shook its head with utter sincerity. It seemed a little hurt. It was as though the shadow was saying, "Who, me? Oh no, of course not, I would never." Sunny squinted his eyes. Yeah, right. Well, let's go then. I don't know if you've noticed, but we're in the middle of a battle." The shadow looked at him, then scratched the back of its head and glanced at its siblings, as if unsure what to do. When the other four shadows moved forward to wrap themselves around his body, though, it quickly followed. A feeling of overflowing strength permeated Sunny's body. He inhaled deeply, getting used to his new limits, then caught sight of Effie breaking a dozen of the tyrant's legs with her round shield. Instantly, his limits were expanded even further. Sunny smiled, summoned the cruel sight, and dashed forward. At the same time, he used the blessing of dusk to establish a mental bond with Jet and coordinate their movements. She moved to her right. Soul Reaper was going to be responsible for the western half of the defensive line, while Devil was going to rampage in the eastern part. Shadows surged forward. In the next moment, the sound of breaking bones rolled over the battlefield. In the end, it was Kai who brought down the skull centipede. Saint had debilitated and slowed it down with her arrows, which gave Effie an opportunity to deliver a devastating blow to the creature's head. cracking its skull. Of course, that alone would have never killed a corrupted tyrant. However, it did give Kai a chance to deal a fatal strike to the ghastly abomination. Flying across the sky, he positioned himself above the centipede and drew his bow. This time, an arrow of incinerating flame appeared on its string. The heat of the arrow was so dreadful that it seemed as if the world itself was melting around it. Luckily, Kai was protected by the armor made from the scales of a dragon. Unaffected by the immolating heat, he let the fiery arrow loose. It flew down like a streak of light, entering the creature's skull through the thin crack. Then a dreadful explosion illuminated the tyrant's head from the inside. Tongues of flames and streams of smoke shot from its mouth, from the pit where the broken tree had been, and from the empty eyes of the countless skulls. The centipede's own indestructible giant skull seemed as if it was going to burst open for a moment, but in the end, it didn't. Trailing smoke and fire from its head, the creature swayed and then heavily crashed to the ground. The skull centipede was dead. With the tyrant gone, its minions lost all remaining cohesion. Effie, Kai, and Saint were also freed to attack them from behind. Caught between them and the main body of the expedition force, the Bone Army swiftly dwindled. It wasn't long before it was completely annihilated. Looking at the battlefield, which was covered in broken bones, Sunny took a deep breath. I can't believe it. A plan actually worked. I think that's a first. The battle was over, but the soldiers had no time to relax and celebrate their victory. They did not even have time to collect the soul shards and other spoils from the army of slain abominations. Instead, as soon as the fighting ended, everyone got busy preparing for an immediate retreat. That was the nature of the war in Antarctica. No matter what terrible foe you defeated, a dozen more were just beyond the horizon. They were in enemy territory. The ferocious battle against the skull centipede had not taken a lot of time, but it had created a lot of noise. Already, several hordes of nightmare creatures were flowing across the plain, converging on the location where the battle had taken place. Unless the expedition force wanted to drown in an endless flood of abominations, it needed to disappear as soon as possible. Sunny, Jet, Effie, and Kai were gathered in front of the skull centipede's massive corpse, careful to steer clear of the water. They did not know what the poison was exactly, but the river was visibly tainted. Even in death, the corrupted tyrant continued to spread death and destruction. They had just retrieved the 5 transcendent soul shards from the ghastly carcass. That was the extent of the trophies the expedition force was going to carry back with it. The huntress looked at the hundreds of dead abominations laying on the ground and sighed. Damn, what a pity. That would be enough for an entire cohort of sleepers to saturate their cores. Sunny felt a bit regretful too. The monetary value of all these shards would have been astronomical. Granted, now that the chain of nightmare had flooded the waking world with abominations, the price of shards was not what it had been before. He knew it from his occasional correspondence with Aiko. He shook his head. That might be true, but what's the use of having all these shards if we die before reaching a siege capital? Kai nodded. Indeed, we have already reaped the main benefit, preventing the tyrant from growing stronger and reaching one of the human settlements. Our casualties were light too. That's a win in my book. Anything else is irrelevant. Sunny knew that his friend was right, but nevertheless, he could not help but sigh with regret. At least his luck had been good, granting him several ascended memories. None seemed particularly useful, so he promptly fed them to Nightmare. That was already a good result for one day. After a short pause, Sunny said, "In any case, good job, everyone. That went much smoother than I thought it would. Especially you, Kai. That was an insane shot." Sunny knew a thing or two about archery. Shooting an arrow through a thin crack in the skull of a moving target while flying at high speed. That was one for the books. The charming archer had been the one to destroy the skeletal trees as well. Kai smiled shyly. "Thank you. To be honest, I can't quite believe it. I never thought that I would kill a corrupted tyrant one day." His green eyes turned slightly wistful, as if he was recalling the past. Sunny blinked a couple of times. "What on earth are you talking about? Can't believe it," says the guy who jumped into the mouth of a dragon to kill it. Kai coughed, while Jet glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. "A dragon? What kind of a dragon are we talking about?" The archer shook his head. "It was just a transformed saint. In the nightmare." This time it was Soul Reaper's turn to blink. Ascended Nightingale killed a saint? Her voice sounded a little dull. Effie suddenly laughed. "What about it? I killed one too, a huge pain of a bastard. And that one," she pointed at Sunny, "he actually killed the same saint twice. Speak about holding grudges." Jet rubbed the back of her neck with a neutral expression. "Huh. And I thought my second nightmare was exciting." At that moment, Kai turned his head slightly, as if listening to something. He was most likely receiving a message through his comm. And indeed, a few moments later, he called out to them, "Everything is ready. We can depart in 3 minutes." Sunny let out a relieved sigh. The two companies had been quick to organize themselves for a rapid march, and so they would be able to leave before any of the migrating hordes arrived. Kai looked at Sunny and Jet, then at Effie. Then he asked hesitantly, "Oh, are we going to take my ride or yours?" Effie scoffed. "Does it matter?" She grinned and answered her own question. "Of course it matters. Do you think that I don't know how pampered you are by your soldiers? That guy, it's really unfair. He has a fan club even in the army. They bring him all kinds of little gifts, including snacks and sweets. So, I think we need to celebrate, and I think you're treating." Kai looked away in embarrassment. Those aren't gifts. People are just concerned about their commander. I can't really refuse either. They become sad if I do." Sunny grinned. "Uh-huh, whatever you say." The archer shook his head. "All right, then we will ride in my APC. We can work on compiling a report for Army Command in the process, too." With nothing more to discuss, they hurried to leave the scene of the battle. Riding a personnel carrier at the head of a column of soldiers made Sunny remember the cold, dark days in the Antarctic Center. Granted, Kai's APC was a little shabby when compared to the robust, beautiful Rhino. Still, it got the job done, and the charming archer really had some delicious stuff squirreled away in the nooks and crannies of the heavy machine. The expedition force left the ravaged river shore behind and rushed across the plain, escaping the approaching mass of nightmare creatures. They masterfully navigated the landscape, avoiding the wandering swarms and keeping out of sight as well as they could. The column had to fight off a few packs of abominations, but these skirmishes were too inconsequential to pay them any attention. Things like that were unavoidable when a large force traveled across Antarctica. Everything was going well, but of course, it had not gone well for long. At some point, the loud sound of an emergency message rolled through the interior of the APC. Sunny looked up and turned to the communication terminal, frowning. As soon as the damn thing lit up, he knew that something had gone really, really wrong. The APC was a little cramped, but the four masters were able to make themselves comfortable. They were sitting on empty ammunition crates, enjoying some of the snacks Kai had presented them with. The mood in the interior of the armored vehicle was surprisingly relaxed, and the awakened crew, under the archer's command, were respectfully giving them some space. Effie was talking. Wait, what? That is hilarious." The conversation had taken a random turn, leading to Kai sharing the details of how he and Sunny first met. At the time, one of them had been imprisoned in a deep well, while the other had gone more than a little feral after living alone in the dark city. The huntress knew what had happened in broad strokes, but this was her first time hearing the full story. She couldn't stop laughing. "I can just imagine it." Effie wiped her eyes, then glanced at Jet and asked with curiosity, "What about you, Colonel? How did you become Sunny's fairy godmother?" Soul Reaper smiled, leaning back with a can of a refreshing beverage in her hand. "What's a fairy grandmother? Is it some kind of nightmare creature?" Effie stared at her for a few moments, then shook her head despondently. "What's a fairy goat? Damn, they really are two peas in the same pod." Jet chuckled. "I guess not. Well, there's not much of a story. I've been assigned to hold vigil over an aspirant, and that aspirant turned out to be Sunny. It's rare for us kids from the outskirts to survive the first nightmare, so I kept in touch. Sonny let out a relieved sigh when he realized that she wasn't going to describe the exact moment he had woken up and what transpired right after. There was no need to give Effie more ammunition. If Jet spilled the beans, he would never hear the end of it. He opened his mouth to change the topic, but at that moment the sound of an urgent message resounded in the interior of the APC. Sonny did not like that sound at all. Looking up at the communication terminal, he frowned. Almost at the same time his own comm vibrated, receiving a message as well. As Kai rose to access the terminal, the other three checked their comms. The messages Sonny and Jet had received were probably a little different, since the Special Reconnaissance Unit was privy to more information, but the gist of it was the same. Damnation. Sonny glanced at his friends, reading the same somber tension on their faces. The chain of nightmares had just gone into another period of rapid escalation. Dozens of gates had opened across East Antarctica at the same time, and the initial readings showed that most, if not all of them, were of the third category. Much worse, it had already been confirmed that several Titans had emerged, ready to wreak havoc across the continent. Even though the three saints had slain several such creatures in the past months, the situation was still eerily similar to what had happened in the Antarctic Center. Would the entirety of the evacuation army be able to handle the sudden crisis? Sonny was not sure. Their chances were much higher than what the Antarctic Center contingents had been, but still, things had just gone from bad to worse. Jet sighed. More Titans, huh? I wonder if any of them are corrupted. Effie continued to munch on her snack, seemingly unbothered by the dire news. She simply shrugged. We'll find out soon enough. There's no point in worrying about it now, is there? Soul Reaper grinned. True. Well, unless one of those Titans happened to appear right between us and the siege capital. The Huntress suddenly stopped chewing, which was very abnormal behavior in her case, and glared at Jet silently. Colonel Jet, you just had to go and say it, didn't you? At that moment, Kai returned from the terminal with a troubled face. He looked at them for a few moments, then sighed. There has been a change of plans. The path we were supposed to take back is no longer available, so Army Command sent orders to reroute the expedition force. We will be retreating to a different city, to be stationed there until further notice. Effie sighed and shook her head despondently. See? Sonny and Jet glanced at each other. They had not received new orders, so the SRUs still expected them to accompany the two companies. That was a relief. Kai turned to them and forced out a smile. Sonny, ascended Jet. We will have to trouble you with helping us navigate the wilderness, as well as provide help to our scouts. I hope you don't mind. If everything goes well, we'll be behind walls in 3 days. Sonny looked around. Why would we mind? This is like a luxury hotel. I haven't been fed this much delicious stuff in a while. A small smile appeared on his face. Kai nodded. Great. Then please excuse me. I'll go arrange for the column to change course. He went back to the communication terminal, leaving the three of them alone. Sonny sighed, the smile disappearing from his face. This is it then. A perfect moment. 2 days passed in a tense but manageable atmosphere. The expedition force was persisting in its march, traversing the Great Plains of East Antarctica with acceptable soil-to-soil. The skirmishes they fought increased in frequency and ferocity, but with Sonny's shadows scouting out the way, they were able to escape major battles. The rest of the continent was not doing as well. East Antarctica was in turmoil, with the assaults on the siege capitals growing more dreadful every day. The evacuation army was holding for now, but the future seemed grim. At the same time, the Saints had united to face the rampaging Titans. Their battle had lasted for several ruinous hours, and ended in a bitter draw. 2 of the Titans perished, but the Transcendents had to retreat, each sustaining heavy wounds. Several more creatures remained, including one confirmed corrupted Titan. For now, none of them was actively moving toward the siege capitals, but it was only a matter of time. Bad. This smells really bad. Sonny was at the back of Kai's APC, sitting on a crate with his eyes closed. His shadows were out scouting, and Jet was sleeping on a neighboring crate, using a military coat as a blanket. Suddenly, her communicator produced a melodic sound. Since it was not a notification from Army Command, Sunny paid it no attention. Soul Reaper, however, sat up, yawned, and glanced at the message with a sullen expression. She remained silent for a few moments, then grimaced, and showed him the screen of the communicator. Sunny opened his eyes and read the title of a government propaganda article attached to the message. His eyes turned a little darker. The title read, "The Great Legacy Clans Announce Full Support for the Southern Quadrant Evacuation Effort. In humanity's hour of need, its greatest warriors are rising against the forces of the Nightmare Spell. The best of Bastion and Ravenheart are already en route to reinforce the valiant soldiers of the evacuation army." Chapter 1, 1094. Sunny remained silent for a long time, then leaned back with a sigh. His thoughts were dark and heavy. Deep in his heart, an ember of anger smoldered, divorced from all reason, pushing him to do dangerous and short-decided things. It was almost as if the sin of solace was whispering into his ears, "Kill them all." How hard would it be to simply kill them all? Probably not much easier than slaying the winter beast, and with much more dire consequences. Shaking his head, he looked at Jet. They had never spoken about it directly, but she definitely knew the real reason why the great clans were coming to Antarctica. After all, Soul Reaper had a much more extensive information network. She was deeply embedded into the hierarchy of the government and had a personal connection to some of its leaders. Of course, the government was only a second-rate player in the grand scheme of things. Still, they played an important role, and as such had access to a lot of secrets. He lingered for a few moments. "What do you think will happen now?" Jet covered her mouth with a hand, yawned, and then smiled. "Right now, well, let me think. I guess the first thing that will happen is that I am going to receive a message from the old man." Just as she finished the sentence, her communicator lit up, displaying a new notification. Soul Reaper chuckled quietly, then concentrated on the screen of the military-issue device. "See, it's a curse to always be right. Give me a minute." Sunny waited for her to finish reading the important message, and it was important indeed. The old man Jet had mentioned was none other than Saint Cor, the Wake of Ruin, one of the two government transcendents. Sunny had met him briefly after coming to East Antarctica, and the man definitely left an impression. Wake of Ruin was a tall, gaunt man in his late 50s. Although his skin was showing signs of aging, his hair still remained perfectly black, like the feathers of a raven. The saint had sharp features, a piercing gaze, and a stern demeanor, acting like a person who was used to both wielding power and bearing responsibility. Wherever he went, a slightly sweet, sickening scent followed. Sunny was intimately familiar with that scent. It reminded him of the smell of the battlefield, or rather, of what remained after the battle was over. Saint Cor was not a likable person. However, it was hard not to feel respect toward him. The government transcendent was not as renowned and awesome as the saints of the legacy clans. In fact, for a saint, he was strangely low-key. But his age alone told volumes about what kind of man he was and what ordeals he had lived through. Wake of Ruin was not quite in the same league as the legendary figures like Immortal Flame and Night Walker, since he had been a young child when the spell first descended. However, he was still a member of the first generation, and as such, had watched and helped build the world order of today. Even if Saint Cor had become transcendent later than the members of the second generation like Anvil and Ki Song, he was still, in a sense, their elder. Sunny did not know what the arrangement between the government and the great clans was exactly, but the mere fact that Wake of Ruin was allowed to be the exclusion from the rule and did not serve any of the sovereigns hinted that there was more to the old man than appeared on the surface. He was the field commander of the whole Antarctica operation, and Jet seemed to enjoy quite a close relationship with the veteran saint. She was one of his most trusted agents. So it wasn't a surprise that Soul Reaper would be one of the first people to be contacted by Wake of Ruin after the news of the legacy forces coming to the southern quadrant were made public. Lucky me, Sunny did not have close ties to the upper echelons of the government, but as Soul Reaper's confidant, he would be privy to the vital information almost as soon as she. Come to think of it, he also had eyes and ears inside Valor, thanks to Nephis and Cassie, and enjoyed the friendship of one of the heirs of the House of Night. He even had a bond with Saint Bloodwave and was friendly with the White Feather clan. Huh, I guess I am better connected than I thought I was. And that was without even considering his venerated status in the evacuation army. Waiting for Jet to finish reading the message, Sunny grinned. Maybe I should seduce one of Seishan's sisters, just to complete the trifecta. Those women from the great clan song, Ki Song's adopted daughters, were all a bit scary though. Well, there's Mordred as well. The naughty shadow gave him a sly glance, making Sunny blink a couple of times. What? What the hell are you on about? I didn't mean it that way. I was talking about befriending the bastard, not seducing him. The shadow tilted its head. If it had a face, there would have been an innocent smile on its lips, and sparks of dubious sincerity in its eyes. Sunny gritted his teeth. Damnation, I've only known you for a couple of days, but I'm already starting to regret it. What is wrong with you, miscreant? Look at the other guys. None of them were ever problematic. To prove his point, Sunny gestured at the other shadows, who stared at him in response. The gloomy shadow crossed its arms, as if trying to say, "Who are you pointing at, you idiot?" The happy shadow nodded energetically, expressing something like, "Of course, we would never cause problems for our master. Master, you're the best," with all its being. The creepy shadow was staring at him with its usual creepy inexpressiveness, but its thoughts were easy to guess. It had to be something like, "I wonder what it would feel like to slice the new guy open. What do his insides look like? What is the texture? Do shadows have insides? I want to know." The haughty shadows wore their usual arrogant look, radiating the "keep me out of this plebeian conversation, peasant" feeling with their disdainful pose. The naughty shadow glanced at Sunny with amusement. Sunny sighed. All right, point taken. Eventually, Jet put away her communicator and stared into the distance for a few moments, thinking. Then she turned to Sunny. He asked, "So, what's the word?" Soul Reaper had a contemplative look on her face. "The good news is that we're getting reinforcements. Both Valor and Song are sending strong contingents. 2 saints each, a handful of masters, and a supporting retinue of hundreds of awakened. All of them the absolute elites of the legacy clans, of course. Some direct descendants, some loyal retainers. You can imagine how powerful of a force that is." Sunny nodded. Despite his animosity toward the great clans and those legacies that served them, even he had to admit that these people had not ended up in the position of highest power by accident. Legacies were born and bred to be perfect warriors, and in that pursuit, they were ruthless both to their enemies and to themselves. An awakened from a legacy clan was worth their weight in soul shards on the battlefield. It was only when compared to the survivors of the Forgotten Shore that they did not seem that exceptional. But the former dreamers of the Dark City were an abnormality themselves. Hundreds of legacy awakened could achieve a lot in East Antarctica, but whatever they could do paled in comparison to the arrival of 4 more saints. That was the real game changer, more than doubling the number of transcendents present in the southern quadrant in one swoop. With 7 saints leading the charge, the position of the evacuation army would be tremendously bolstered. That was if the newcomers had any intention of helping the evacuation effort along and not just thwarting it. He looked at Jet with a gloomy expression. "What's the bad news then?" She shrugged. "Well, you know, the great clans have their own plans. They are going to have to keep up appearances at least, but who knows what they really have in mind." Sunny remained silent for a while, then nodded slowly. "And what is the government going to do about it?" Jet laughed. "You really think they would send such information in a message? I mean, the military network is supposed to be protected, but come on." He thought about it, then shook his head. Soul Reaper chuckled. "In any case, we'll know more soon. I've been informed that the legacy forces will be arriving in 2 batches. The second one is already sailing across the ocean, carrying most of them. 2 separate naval convoys, of course. Otherwise, gods know what would happen." She lingered for a moment. "The second, smaller batch will be arriving much earlier, though. They'll be here in no more than a couple of days, coming through the Dream Realm. The vanguard consists of 2 saints and 4 masters, from what I've been told. And what a coincidence, they'll be coming directly to the siege capital we're heading for." Sunny smiled slightly. "Is it really a coincidence?" Jet shook her head. Of course not. Kor is actually already there, assembling a welcoming party. He kindly requested for me to participate. Oh, and he asked me to bring you along. Sunny looked at her with surprise, a frown appearing on his face. What? Wake of Ruin singled me out directly. He raised an eyebrow. Me? Why does he want me, of all people, to be there? I don't even work for the government, really. There are certainly better candidates. Soul Reaper smiled and shook her head. Because you're one of the deadliest masters on the planet, Sunny. And more importantly, you are not affiliated to any of the legacy clans. At this point, Kor would have to be crazy not to try and use you as an asset. Sunny felt pleased to receive her praise, but not at all happy with the contents of that praise. He leaned back and crossed his arms. And what if I don't want to be used? Jet laughed. Well, you can always go away and live as a hermit in the dream realm. Other than that, my advice is to get comfortable being used. She thought for a bit and then added, but not too comfortable. Make sure to use the people using you in response, at least. Sunny blinked a couple of times. What the hell kind of perverse wisdom is that? He scoffed. That's either a very profound or an entirely shameless statement. Soul Reaper grinned. It's probably both, but anyway, that's for the future. We have to get to the siege capital first, and with how things are going, that might be a bit of a problem. Sunny grew serious. Jet was right. For the past 2 days, things went more or less well for the expedition force. But the last day was bound to be the most difficult, because they were leaving the wilderness and approaching the area surrounding a human settlement. By nature of the chain of nightmares, these areas were the most dangerous on the continent. A constant stream of abominations was flowing toward the siege capitals to lay assault their walls, and the closer one got to a city, the higher the concentration of nightmare creatures was. Fighting a pitched battle was inevitable if the expedition force wanted to reach the gates of the human stronghold. Yeah, let's make sure that everything goes smoothly first. We can worry about legacies later. The immediate task might now have been as grandiose, but it was a priority right now. Jet had given up on sleep, and Sunny felt sufficiently rested. They left their corner of the APC and joined Kai on its roof. The archer was alone, quietly studying a bow made of dark, ashen wood. The weapon radiated an eerie aura of nebulous power, alienation, and lethality. What a dreadful thing, Sunny waved at him. New memory. Kai looked away from the bow and forced out a smile. Yeah, I received it for slaying the malignant grave root. It's a daunting bow to use, to be honest. Sunny wanted to ask to take a look at the ashen bow, but at that moment, a loud roar resounded from somewhere up ahead, and Effie's voice came in through their comms. Ah, damn it. That swarm Sunny scouted an hour ago. They're coming sooner than we expected. Get ready. Sunny, Jet, and Kai glanced at each other, then sighed, summoning their best memories. The last day, indeed, was promising to be really troublesome. They defeated the swarm. However, the smell of the blood attracted a migrating horde, so the expedition force had to fight their way through the flood of nightmare creatures as well. Eventually, the column broke free and escaped into the vast plain. But the peace was short-lived. Very soon they had to fight another skirmish, which grew into another battle, which grew into an unending onslaught of enemies that threw themselves on the speeding vehicles without reprieve. The mundane soldiers fought admirably. Although not as experienced as the veterans of the First Army, these men and women had also tasted their fair share of bloodshed and strife. Everyone was calm and collected, performing their duties with deadly efficiency and poise. Their performance was immaculate, and their morale seemed unshakable. Was it because the Second Army had not lived through the same hopelessness as the soldiers in the Antarctic Center? Or was it because Effie and Kai were able to inspire them better than Sunny had been able to inspire his soldiers? He was not sure. Regardless, the Wolves and the Night Singers were a spirited bunch. The Awakened were as resolute as the Mundanes. Although fewer in number, the impact they had on the battlefield was immeasurably higher. All kinds of aspects worked in harmony to create an impenetrable death zone around the column. The abominations that managed to survive it were promptly dispatched by the melee fighters. And of course, the influence of the Four Masters was even greater still. Effie was serving as the vanguard of the expedition force, cutting a bloody path for the vehicles to follow. Her lustrous figure weaved through the mass abominations, leaving devastation in its wake. The bodies of the creatures she killed were left crumbled and broken, as if an invisible colossus had crushed them under its feet as it walked across the vast plain. The blows raining on her sculpted steel body, in turn, rang against metal without ever slowing her down. Kai was soaring high in the sky, observing the rolling battlefield in its entirety and taking out the most dangerous creatures before they could approach the column. His arrows seemed to have a mind of their own, unfailingly slipping through the tiniest cracks in the armor of the abominations. Usually one arrow was all it took to bring even the most fearsome creature down. His secondary role was to protect the expedition force from the aerial attacks, and in that task, the archer performed admirably as well. Jet was protecting the rear of the column, holding the pursuing enemies back. Her throwing stars fell like iron hail, seemingly numerous. Each carried the same dreadful ability as her melee attacks, striking directly at the soul cores of the abominations. Such a manner of fighting was bound to burn through essence with terrible speed, but that was what made Soul Reaper Jet so frightening of an opponent. As long as she kept killing, her essence would never run out, and in such a furious battle, Jet was free to slaughter as many enemies as she could. And finally, there was Sunny. He was sitting on the roof of an APC with his eyes closed, controlling numerous shadows. All across the column, inky black hands made of darkness appeared out of nowhere to protect the soldiers and press nightmare creatures down into the ground, making them easy to slaughter. For now, there had not been a single casualty thanks to the watchful shadows. Keeping the whole expedition force safe was not easy. In fact, the length of the column was well beyond the reach of his shadow sense, and therefore out of the area where he could use shadow manifestation. But Sunny was using a little trick. He had stationed his 5 shadows throughout the column, each serving as an island of his consciousness. His senses and his ability to control wild shadows were extended manifold that way. He could summon Saint to help out too. But for now, Sunny was holding back from calling upon the taciturn night. The truth of the matter was that he wanted to keep her existence hidden. More or less everyone who had learned of their connection in the Antarctic Center were either dead now or could be trusted to keep the secret. Here in East Antarctica, he had mostly acted alone in the wilderness or side by side with Jet, so Saint had not been exposed. The only exception was Song Se-shan, but she had last seen the taciturn night in the catacombs below the Dark City. Saint had changed a lot since then, both visually and in terms of rank. Connecting her past and present self would be almost impossible. As for the legend of Mongrel, no one knew who he was and where he had come from in the first place. More than that, after the events of Falcon Scott, many people believed that Mongrel had fallen heroically while protecting the last siege capital. From what Sunny had heard, there was already an epic propaganda film about the life and tragic sacrifice of the mysterious swordsman being cooked up back in the NQSC. He shuddered at the thought. In any case, Sunny was handling the battle fine, for now, and he wanted to keep Saint as his hidden ace for a while. That was why he had only summoned her within the sphere of darkness, created by the Shadow Lantern during the battle against the malignant Grave Root. Although, I'm not sure if I can keep this up much longer. As the siege capital drew nearer, the onslaught of the nightmare creatures only grew more intense. Sunny was already struggling, and his reserves of essence were swiftly reducing. Something had to change. And soon it did. He smelled it before he felt it. A sweet, sickening scent was suddenly carried over by the wind. Then the battlefield was suddenly shrouded in a vast shadow. Sunny opened his eyes and looked up at the thing that had blotted out the sun. Above them, a myriad of crows filled the sky. There were numerous thousands of them, all circling like a giant whirlwind of darkness. As he watched, the countless crows pivoted with eerie synchronicity and dove down. Their black beaks and vicious talons emanated a sense of deadly sharpness. The myriad of crows was wake of ruin. That was his transformation, what came in the wake of a bloody battle. A swarm of carrion birds. The saint had arrived to guide them into the city personally. Ever since coming to Antarctica, Sunny had been to so many underground strongholds and attended so many meetings in windowless rooms that all of them started to blend together. They all looked the same and felt the same. Even the people inside the rooms started to seem the same after a while. This time, however, he found himself in a stately and luxurious hall, which was a nice change of pace. The interior was tasteful but lavish. The tall windows let in natural sunlight. The filtered air was cool, crisp, and fresh. What was there not to like? He was relaxing in a comfortable chair, idly waiting for wake of ruin to arrive. Jet was nearby, in a similarly laid-back pose. The Transcendent had summoned them immediately after the expedition force had reached the siege capital. And yet, he was running late. Neither of them minded. They had barely had time to wash the dirt of the road off themselves before coming to the spacious hall. After weeks spent in the wilderness of East Antarctica, every moment of leisurely peace was like a precious gift. Sunny was lazily thinking about the outcome of the latest battle. After the swarm of crows had descended on the nightmare creatures, hundreds of them were torn apart in an instant, and the slaughter did not stop until the column was safely behind the city walls. The sight of it was frightening and magnificent in equal measure. What a powerful transformation! Of course, he wouldn't go so far as to say that Wake of Ruin's transcendent form was more powerful than that of, for example, Saint Tyrus. Rather, they were best suited for different tasks. The government saint excelled in battles against large numbers of nightmare creatures or potent adversaries that did not possess a lot of physical defense. He was also extremely hard to kill, since that would require exterminating every single one of the myriad of crows. Although there would probably be some repercussions for St. Cor if the swarm sustained heavy losses. Skytide, on the other hand, could deliver a much more dire punishment to a single powerful enemy. Her ability to control wind and lightning also made her a more versatile and well-rounded saint. Sunny tried to imagine what would happen if the two transcendents clashed. The mental image of a giant thunderbird being swarmed by a vast whirlwind of black crows in the dark skies was truly an awesome one. Who would win? He was not sure. Saint Tyrus would be at a slight disadvantage due to being robbed of one of her trump cards, true. She often relied on aerial superiority to slay her foes. But then again, Saint Cormac had also been a flying beast. That had not prevented her from tearing off his wyvern head. Jet glanced at Sunny and smiled. "You're thinking about murder again, aren't you?" He turned his head and gave her an impassive look. "Yes." "Why?" Soul Reaper laughed. "No reason." Sunny studied her with a contemplative expression. Come to think of it, her crow echo was a strange one. Was there perhaps a connection between it and the saint of carrion birds? He wanted to ask, but at that moment the doors of the palatial hall opened, and Wake of Ruin himself walked in, looking as tall and gaunt as ever. A subtle scent of rot and slaughter followed the old man like an invisible mantle. Saint Cor was wearing an austere military uniform that had an insignia of 4 stars emblazoned on its sleeve. His sharp, pale face was framed by unruly, raven-black hair, and his dark eyes were staring at them with bleak dullness. When he looked at Jet, however, a hint of cold fondness appeared in the weathered lines of his unfriendly face. "Soul Reaper," ascended Sunless, "welcome." His voice was hoarse and a bit grating. They had both stood up when the saint walked in, so he gestured for them to sit. Then Wake of Ruin took a chair opposite them. "How did your last mission go?" They glanced at each other. Jet was the one to respond. "It was all right, sir. We scouted out a corrupted tyrant, met up with the wolves and the night singer, and helped them take the creature down. Casualties were minimal." He nodded, seemingly indifferent to the news of a powerful creature being slain, which was only expected. As the field commander of the entire operation, St. Cor must have been receiving reports like this quite frequently. His next question, however, was a bit surprising. How do you like it in the SRU? Jet lingered for a moment. I like it just fine, sir. The old man shifted his gaze, subjecting Sonny to a piercing stare. What about you, young man? Sonny shifted uncomfortably, suspecting that there was a hidden meaning to the question. He shrugged. I feel like it's a good fit for my abilities. Wake of Ruin studied him for a few seconds, then nodded. Good. You've performed admirably as advanced scouts. However, it's a waste of your talents. Both Sonny and Jet straightened, looking at the saint with slightly startled expressions. Noticing their reaction, the old man remained impassive. Consider yourself reassigned effective immediately. The proper paperwork is already being delivered to the SRU headquarters. What? Sonny stared. Just like that, they got a new job. Without even being asked, Jet cleared her throat. There were many questions burning in Sonny's mind, but she asked the most important one. Sorry, sir, but reassigned to where? St. Cor stared at her for a moment, then pointed to himself. My personal retinue. That's officially. Unofficially, however, you'll be acting as special envoys assigned to the legacy forces. Each of you will be a contact person between the evacuation army and the great clans. Sonny suddenly hated how opulent and lavish the spacious hall was. He frowned. With all due respect, sir, I get it why Ascended Jet might be considered a good candidate for such a position, but what do I have to do with any of it? Surely you must know that my relationship with the great clans is a bit rocky, that is, nor even mentioning whether I want the job or not. He had spent 6 months hiding in the waking world to avoid the wrath of clan valor, after all. Had the old saint gone senile or what? Wake of Ruin turned his heavy gaze back to Sonny and calmly raised an eyebrow. On the contrary, I think that you are the best person for the job, Ascended Sunless. You are quite close to one of the leaders of the Valor delegation, no? Sonny tilted his head a little. That depends on who that leader is, I guess. St. Cor smiled slightly. The smile made his gaunt, pale face look even more unnerving. The old man glanced at an antiquated wristwatch adorning his hand, and then said, his voice sounding cold and aloof. Why, it's young Lady Nephis of Valor, the changing star, of course. He looked away from the watch and added matter-of-factly, she'll be arriving alongside Valor's other emissaries soon. Actually, I think they'll be there in a few minutes. Sonny's eyes widened. I certainly knew that Neph was coming to Antarctica, but why is Wake of Ruin calling her one of the Lee, huh? What, in a few minutes? Sonny stared at the veteran saint, dumbfounded. He had been anticipating meeting Neph again for a long time, but now that it was mere minutes away, his thoughts were in disarray. Did she check out my runes recently? Does she know that I'm a tyrant now too? Wait, no. Why do I care if she knows or not? I shouldn't. Jet seemed a little surprised too. Weren't they supposed to arrive in a couple of days? St. Cor shrugged. They were. But with Tyrus receiving some free time due to the 3 of us being beaten black and blue in the last battle, the schedule has been moved up. Ascended Sunless, and you arrived just in time. Sonny tried to digest the information. He knew that the legacy reinforcements would be coming in 2 waves. The second one consisted of the bulk of their forces, traveling by sea, while the first one was supposed to be the vanguard and consisted of just a few people. They were going to travel to Antarctica through the Dream Realm. The process was both simple and complicated. They needed a saint who had already established a tether in the southern quadrant, in this case, Saint Tyrus. The members of the vanguard had to either already be anchored in the same citadel as she or be brought there by a different transcendent. Then Skytide would be able to bring them with her to the waking world, thus transporting the necessary people to Antarctica. The vanguard had to be small because saints were limited in how many living creatures they could carry with them between the 2 worlds, just like masters were limited in how much inanimate weight they could bring. Usually, a saint could only transport 1 or 2 people at a time, and that consumed a fair amount of essence. Coming to a sudden realization, Sonny looked around. He was starting to understand why such a lavish place was chosen for their impromptu meeting. The opulence of the grand hall was not for the benefit of two ascended. Wake of Ruin was rolling out the red carpet for the powerhouses of the great clans. He looked at the old man, thinking. St. Cor smiled. I'm starting to suspect that you are not of a very high opinion about the great legacy clans, young man. Sonny gritted his teeth, trying to hide contempt and anger from seeping into his gaze. That is putting it lightly, sir. The old man studied him with a bit of curiosity. Why? Sonny gathered his thoughts, trying to come up with a convenient answer. Eventually he said evenly, I guess it boils down to the fact that they are traitors. Wake of Ruin raised an eyebrow. Traitors? Interesting. How so? Sonny sighed. Awakened are supposed to be humanity's sword against the spell, no? The legacies are the greatest of the awakened, and yet they have seemingly given up on challenging the spell. Much worse, they refused to come out of the sheath when we needed them. This whole disaster could have been salvaged if they had done their duty. He had not mentioned the millions of people who had died in the Antarctic Center, and neither had he mentioned the tens of thousands of soldiers that perished with them. He doubted that such numbers could touch the heart of St. Cor. The old man was one of the leaders of the government, after all. People like him viewed the world in terms of billions of lives, spread across many decades. If Sonny told him that he was burning with anger toward the great clans because of the death of just 3 awakened, the old man would have probably thought him crazy. Wake of Ruin sighed. I see. Indeed, as long as you know anything about the world, it is easy to dislike the great clans. It is even easier to dislike them if you know a lot. But forgive me for sounding like a grumpy old man, ascended Sunless. Young people like you really lack perspective. Sonny looked at him somberly. Do we? St. Cor nodded. It's not your fault, of course. One hand to be there and live through the worst of it to understand. You see, ascended Sunless. And you too, Jet. People of your age were born in a stable world. It might be a cruel world and a harsh world. But it is a stable one nevertheless, because it has been built that way by your predecessors. Many tend to look at the flaws of the world, but very few stop to question its foundations. And those foundations, why, they might have been better, but they could have also been so much worse. He leaned back in his chair, looking into the distance with a neutral expression. The fact of the matter is what the great clans emerged from the chaos of the past. But they weren't the only ones fighting for power and dominance back then. There were other clans, other forces, and people with entirely different ideas about what the world should become, the things they did. It is a blessing really that those old monsters were buried in the past, and that the great clans ended up victorious. So, yes, you lack perspective. Sonny frowned. Other forces? Different ideas? No offense, sir, but you have some nerve saying such things to 2 people who grew up in the outskirts. Others might now feel the same way, but we enjoyed the premium experience of living in this stable world you praise so much. I struggle to imagine what ideas Bobby could have been worse. St. Cor looked at him coldly, then suddenly laughed. His laughter sounded like the caws of a hungry raven. You are a direct person, ascended Sunless. I like it. He looked at Sonny with his dark, harsh eyes, the hint of mirth that had appeared in them for a moment dissipating without a trace. The gaunt old man shook his head. But you should make an effort to imagine it. A dying world ravaged by war. People who had all but forgotten how to be proper humans. And then, an even bigger disaster. But one that presented a great opportunity. An opportunity for some of them to become unimaginably powerful, unmistakably superior, entirely unrestrained, and all but unstoppable, free to make whatever they wanted from this new era. Freedom, young man. Freedom can be the most appalling curse in the world if it falls into the wrong hands. It is a terrifying thing. Wake of Ruin grew silent for a few moments, and then smiled sarcastically. Here I go rambling again. Jet, you should have stopped me. In any case, our guests should be arriving any second now. The emissaries of valor will come first, and the emissaries of song will follow in a few hours. Help me welcome them, you two." He paused, then looked at Sunny and added in a neutral tone, "For better or worse, the great clans are all we have now. We'll need their help to see this operation through, so keep that in mind, young man." Sunny lingered for a bit, then reluctantly nodded. "I can play nice, or at least pretend to play nice. We'll see how it goes." Before Sunny could answer, the atmosphere in the lavish hall seemed to change slightly. It was as though a wave of invisible energy rolled through it, making the air feel colder and sharper. Wake of Ruin sighed and turned around, looking at the empty space in the middle of the spacious chamber. It had been empty before, but now 4 people were standing on the lacquered floor, surrounded by the scent of the dream realm. For a moment it felt as though they were simply a memory of a forgotten nightmare. But then, the feeling disappeared, and they were simply there. It was not often that Sunny saw saints enter the waking world, and he had to admit that it was an eerie thing to witness. Were awakened and mundane people as startled when he suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of them? That idle thought streaked across his mind and disappeared without a trace when Sunny realized who exactly he was looking at. His eyes widened slightly. 4 people. And by coincidence he knew each of them. The first one was Sky-Tide. The saint of the White Feather clan appeared as she always did. Tall, slender, with a posture like that of an arrow. She wore a light armor of lustrous steel, and her hair fell like a cascade of pale gold. Tyrus looked austere and beautiful, but also slightly inhuman because of her strange amber eyes and vertical pupils. She stood apart from the other 3, who all wore intricate suits of lusterless black armor. The first of the 3 immediately attracted Sunny's gaze. His heart moved slightly. Nephis looked different in the colors of House Valor. The black armor created a striking contrast against her ivory skin, silver hair, and cool gray eyes. She looked like a beautiful dark spirit that took the form of a deadly night to sow the seeds of discord and ruin in the mortal world. The second person was Morgan of Valor. Every time Sunny saw her, he was unnerved by how much she resembled her older brother. However, although Morgan and Mordred looked very much like reflections of each other, her demeanor was entirely different. Morgan had black wavy hair and alabaster skin. Her suit of armor was adorned by a vermilion cape, which was the same vibrant color as her vivid scarlet eyes. Her entire being radiated the feeling of lethal sharpness, as if she was a living blade. However, it was the third person that made Sunny's eyes widen in guarded shock. He was a tall and severe man, with sharp facial features and even sharper eyes. His hair was black as Morgan's. In fact, there was a lot of familiar likeness between them, and touched by silver at the temples. His strong figure radiated an almost palpable feeling of authority and pressure, and his steely blue eyes were calm and piercing. The armor he wore was simpler than that of the other 2, as though the man did not need its protection. A deep frown appeared on Sunny's face. Saint Madoc? What the hell is he doing here? Indeed, the man was none other than Saint Madoc, the Whispering Blade, brother of Anvil, and the nominal leader of the great clan Valor. As Sunny watched, Sir Madoc turned his head and smiled calmly, somehow making his smile look both friendly and demanding submission. Wake of Ruin. The gaunt old man was standing in front of Sunny and Jet, staring at the newcomers with a neutral expression. He lingered for a moment before saying in his hoarse voice, "Whispering Blade, I have to admit, your appearance is a bit of a surprise." Maddox's pleasant smile widened slightly. "Isn't it only right for me to be here? My clan announced its full support for the brave men and women of the evacuation army. That, of course, includes my personal assistance." Sunny tried to read the silent conversation that was happening between the 2 transcendents. Surely their words had other meanings. Saint Cor was probably trying to understand why the Sovereign had gone as far as to send his own brother to Antarctica. Madoc, in turn, was letting him know that Anvil was putting a lot of importance into what was about to happen in the southern quadrant. Whispering Blade laughed slightly, then raised his hand. "However, you shouldn't be addressing me. I'm just here to offer support and make sure that nothing untoward happens." The true leader of this expedition is my niece, Morgan. She will be in charge of everything." She gestured toward Morgan, and then threw an even gaze at Nephis. "And of course, my other niece will be supporting her in this endeavor. I trust you know, Changing Star, the three of us are the vanguard of the Valor Force." Wake of Ruin remained silent for a few moments, then nodded slowly toward Morgan. "In that case, welcome to Antarctica, Lady Morgan, Lady Nephis." He threw a heavy glance toward Whispering Blade, and then said evenly, "How curious that there are two saints in your group, as well as the granddaughter of Immortal Flame, and yet all three of you seem to be subordinated to a young woman with no known achievements to her name. Some could see it as a sign that Valor is not taking this matter seriously." Morgan looked at the fearsome Transcendent, and then smiled. It seemed that his barely disguised provocation had no effect on her whatsoever. Her voice was calm and indifferent. "You are mistaken, Saint Cor. Clan Valor takes this matter extremely seriously, which is why I have been entrusted with considerable power and authority." Wake of Ruin sighed. "Forgive this old man for being frank, Lady Morgan, but what kind of authority can a mere ascended wield? I have half a dozen titans wandering the continent and 27 cities to protect. What can you actually do to alleviate my problems?" Morgan shrugged silently, and then took a step back. Matic, Tyrus, and Nephis remained motionless, as a whirlwind of sparks suddenly filled the spacious hall. "What the?" As Sunny watched, an echo manifested from the hurricane of sparks. And then another, and then another. 3, 6, 12, 15. A few moments later, the large hall suddenly did not seem as large anymore. 15 harrowing nightmare creatures filled it, each giving off a sense of vast and dreadful power. Sunny stared, suddenly feeling cold. Transcendent. They are all transcended echoes. How many thousands of corrupted nightmare creature had to be slaughtered to produce these echoes? The weakest of them was a transcendent demon, while the most powerful was a transcendent tyrant, and that was only what Morgan had chosen to show. Who knew what she kept hidden? The Princess of War smiled politely as she looked at Wake of Ruin. "These are my credentials. Are you satisfied, Transcendent Core?" Erdiel's notes. "One more later might be delayed, 'cause I'm playing Path of Exile New League." 15 transcendent echoes, most of them devils. Sunny simply stared, mentally recalculating the threat level of the Valor Force, and of the great clans in general. I knew, of course, that the hidden power of the sovereigns is vast, but it seems that I've been concentrating on their personal might too much, mostly because it is both mysterious and phenomenal. However, there is the mundane power of accumulation as well. I've been a fool to neglect it. To everyone else, a corrupted abomination was a dreadful nightmare, even to saints. Transcendents fought against the corrupted, and were more than capable of slaying them, but every such fight was a risk, especially against the creatures of higher classes. The Supremes, however, were equal to the great nightmare creatures. Sunny had been under the impression that the sovereigns mostly stayed within the confines of their domains, but maybe he was not entirely right. Someone like Anvil or Kai Song could slaughter corrupted abominations with the same ease he could butcher awakened creatures. It only made sense that they had accumulated a legion of powerful echoes over the decades, including scores of transcendent ones. Sunny suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Hell, who says that transcendent echoes are the limit? Since the sovereigns could fight on equal footing with great nightmare creatures, then didn't it mean that they could possess supreme echoes as well? To this day, Sunny had only seen two great abominations. One was the unborn spawn of the vile thieving bird, and the other, most likely, was the dark sea of the forgotten shore. What would it look like if a creature like that was turned into an echo? Was Morgan in possession of a supreme echo? Did she have an echo of a titan slumbering in her soul sea? He lingered for a moment, then glanced at Nephis, who stood in front of the army of monsters, with an impassive expression on her calm, beautiful face. "You want to destroy this?" He closed his eyes for a moment. "Damn that lunatic. She must have infected me with her madness, because I really want to make these bastards pay too." At this point, it was hard to say whose madness was more virulent. Sunny shook his head, then looked at Wake of Ruin, who was staring at Morgan with an unreadable expression. Eventually, the old man said, in an voice, "Put those things away, they'll ruin the floors." "What?" Morgan tilted her head a little and silently dismissed the echoes. St. Cor nodded. "Good. I see that your clan is as shrewd as ever. These echoes will be of great help, if used correctly, of course." Sunny was thinking feverishly. St. Tyrus is a vassal of Valor, but the reinforcements they sent are all direct members of the clan, Matic, Morgan, Nephis, and one more saint, who is escorting the main force across the ocean. With these 15 transcendent abominations, they alone could be considered on par with the entire evacuation army, if not more powerful than us, and the forces of Song will be just as powerful. There was already one saint of the Song clan in East Antarctica, a vassal, just like Skytide. 2 more were coming, both direct members of the clan, as well as several hundred awakened and several powerful masters. Who would these people be? What hidden aces would they bring along? Is that guy coming? Surely he was. Mordred had joined Song to avenge himself on Valor. In the first place, he wouldn't miss a chance to make his former clan bleed. The Prince of Nothing alone was more frightening than 15 transcendent echoes. Sunny almost groaned. These bastards are going to destroy the entire continent. Even though Antarctica was meant to be merely a prologue to the War of the Great Clans, that prologue was already promising to be the most chilling of disasters. It would be a cataclysm. Everyone in the hall must have understood the magnitude of the approaching collision. However, no one seemed rattled by it. Wake of Ruin and Jet seemed a bit somber, but calm, too jaded to be shaken by the promise of appalling bloodshed. St. Tyrus was reserved and stoic. Matic and Morgan, they hid it well, but Sunny could see bloodlust and readiness in their eyes. As for Nephis, she appeared the calmest of them all. She might have fooled everyone else, but he knew what kind of hatred dwelled in her burning, murderous heart. The more the members of the great clans killed each other, the more exhilarated she would be. As he thought about the grim prospects of the nearest future, Morgan looked around with curiosity. Her voice had a hint of anticipation in it. "I see that our colleagues from the great clan Song have not arrived yet." Wake of Ruin nodded. "Indeed. They'll only be here in a few hours. Really, that makes things awkward for me. There is a lot we need to discuss regarding the current situation on the continent, and your future role in keeping it in human hands. But what am I supposed to do? Repeat myself all over again when the Song Vanguard arrives?" He shook his head with resignation. Sunny could just imagine that war meeting. 3 sides discussing important matters of strategy, with everyone present perfectly aware of the fact that most of the gathered powerhouses were actually planning to kill each other, and with the few bystanders only wondering about how to make them kill each other in the most convenient way. All the while pretending not to know anything, of course. What a joke. It was really funny. He barely held back laughter. At that moment, St. Cor suddenly threw a glance toward Jet and Sunny. His grating voice resounded in the spacious hall. "So, make yourself comfortable for the moment. We'll convene when the other party arrives. These are 2 of my best people, by the way. Ascended Jet and Ascended Sunless. You all know Soul Reaper, so I won't say anything. Young Master Sunless, however, has only earned his reputation recently. The soldiers are calling him the Devil of Antarctica, from what I hear." The veteran saint chuckled. A fitting nickname if I ever heard one. In any case, these 2 will be my envoys for your 2 great clans. Timeliness has to be rewarded, so pick one. I'll send the other to accompany the Song people. Both Sunny and Jet stared at him, not sure how to feel about being handled that way. It was as if they were livestock, a precious livestock, but still, what a rude bastard. Sunny turned to look at the emissaries of Valor, frowning slightly. Morgan glanced at him, then studied Jet for a while. Eventually, she smiled. "Why, we'll take Master Sunless. He's my dear sister's former companion after all. I feel like we're good friends already." Soon after, Sunny found himself in a very strange situation. He was left alone with 3 emissaries of the great clan Valor. Changing Star, Morgan, and Whispering Blade himself, 2 of the most powerful people in the world, were right there in front of him, speaking with each other casually. And of course, Nefis was there too. The waiting room they had been led to was comfortable and spacious. Food and refreshments had been served by the staff members, and it seemed as if the four of them were having a friendly get-together back in NQSC. The only difference was that everyone was wearing armor. Well, except for Sunny himself. Still, he fit right in with the members of Clan Valor, due to his black tunic. He sighed. Speak about strange bedfellows. That is what they call sleeping with the enemy, huh? Wait, neither of these sentences sounds right. Lamenting the poor sense of whoever had come up with these idioms, Sunny reached for a plate and loaded it with all kinds of food. Supplies were a sore point for the evacuation army, but Wake of Ruin must have decided to go all out today. There were a lot of things on the table that would have been almost impossible to procure anywhere in Antarctica, except maybe on the black market. The pile of food attracted the attention of Morgan, who observed him for a few moments, and then raised an eyebrow. Her vermilion eyes had a hint of amusement in them. "Are you very hungry, Master Sunless?" He glanced at her somberly, then shook his head. "Well, if you must know, I spent the last couple of weeks in the wilderness, scouting out the migration routes of a horde of nightmare creatures. Then I had to lend a hand in a battle against a corrupted tyrant, and came to meet you pretty much immediately after that. But, no, I'm not that hungry." He leaned back and raised his heavy plate. "However, one of the first things Antarctica teaches you is to eat when you can. Who knows when I'll have a chance to have a proper meal again." Whispering Blade chuckled. "So, not too different from subjugating the dream realm, then." Morgan is a bit too young to remember, but back when human territory was actively expanding, it wasn't rare for Awakened to spend years in hellish conquests of untamed regions. Good food was more precious than soul shards. The saint looked at his niece with an outwardly benevolent expression and smiled. Morgan grimaced, then sighed. "What a frustrating day. Everyone seems inclined to point out how young and inexperienced I am." Sunny made himself busy chewing. At the same time, he sent Nephis a mental question through the blessing of dusk. What's up with them? She showed no sign of having heard him, playing her part perfectly. However, a moment later, he received a response. "Don't mind their games, they're just playing." It only helps Morgan to be seen as an inexperienced beneficiary of nepotism, and for Matic to be seen as an envious man who is full of bitter resentment toward his younger brother. In truth, she is probably the more formidable of the two, and Valor's unity is like a monolith. Sunny poured himself a cup of strong coffee. More formidable of the two? Really? Nephis was looking in the window. Not in terms of combat power, but she is young. Once Morgan becomes a saint, Matic or any other saint perhaps, won't stand a chance against her. That makes me feel a bit better, actually. So I'm not too much of a loser for being crushed by her in less than 40 seconds. Their short duel in the dreamscape was still fresh in his memory. The exchange of thoughts with Nephis only took a couple seconds. It was just enough time for Morgan to turn to her and ask, "What about you, sister? Do you perhaps consider me unworthy of leading this expedition as well?" "Well, it's true that I'm not quite as distinguished of a leader as my dear sister. Do you think you should have been in charge instead?" As Sunny shifted uncomfortably, Neph looked at Morgan, calmly held her gaze for a couple of moments, and then said in an even tone, "If I wanted to be in charge, I would have been." The heiress of Valor fell silent, then suddenly laughed. "Ah, that is why I like you, Changing Star. Am I not blessed to suddenly get such a wonderful little sister?" Although she was smiling, her eyes remained sharp as a cold blade. Morgan looked away from Nephis and turned her attention to Sunny. "I hear that a lot has happened to you after we last met, Master Sunless. The devil of Antarctica. It has a nice ring to it. Who would have thought that such a pleasant young man would earn such a fearsome reputation? It does make me regret the fact that you had turned down the invitation to enter Clan Valor, though." Sunny glanced at her over his plate and smiled. "I'm not going to lie. I did regret that decision myself, a couple of times." Then he shrugged and turned his attention back to the food. "However, what's done is done. And hey, that's fate for you. Despite everything, we are still going to end up fighting side by side, and maybe even against each other. When that happens, your regret will only grow." Morgan nodded. When she spoke, her voice sounded a little cold. Indeed. Life is truly unpredictable. The first time we met, it was because you had caused a certain person to escape his prison and played a role in the death of one of Valor's saints. And now we might be seeing that person very soon. And you are enjoying a meal with me. What a funny turn of events. Sonny looked at her for a few moments, then shook his head. You're right, it's kind of funny. However, you are wrong if you think that we'll see that guy. Knowing him, you won't see him coming up until the moment he plunges a knife in your back. Whispering Blade's face slowly grew dark. Looking at Sonny, he said in a neutral tone, "From your words, it's hard to understand whether you despise that abomination or admire him, ascended Sunless." Sonny laughed. "No matter how I feel about that guy, the point is, I would prefer to do it from a distance." St. Maddox studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Wise." Hearing that, Morgan chuckled. "Indeed. Then, Master Sunless, let's wait and see how good your luck is." After that, all casualness drained from Morgan's voice. When she looked at Nephis, her face was just like it had been the moment she tore Sonny's heart apart in the dreamscape, cold and sharp, emanating a sense of lethal danger without her even trying to. How much does he know? Hearing that question, Neff shrugged slightly. Her answer was simple. Enough. Morgan sighed, then smiled from the corner of her mouth. "I see. That makes it easier. I'll speak comfortably then." Sonny studied the two of them for a few moments, then asked with a bit of curiosity in his voice, "Really? Aren't you concerned that I'll report everything you say to St. Cor?" Whispering Blade chuckled. He was mostly keeping silent before, but it was impossible to mistake him for a passive observer. Just by sitting there, the elder of Clan Valor radiated a sense of overwhelming, domineering power. It was as though he owned this room, or every room he found himself in, rather. St. Maddox glanced at Sonny with indifference. "So, what if you do?" And that was it. That was all he had to say to make Sonny understand that Whispering Blade did not care if Wake of Ruin knew all about their conversations. Not because there was nothing to hide, but simply because the government was not anywhere near being in a position to act on such information. It was irrelevant. Sonny suddenly felt a compulsion to cut the indifference off the saint's face with the blade of the sin of solace. However, he did not let any of it show on his face. Instead, Sonny smiled pleasantly and nodded. "Makes sense. Sorry. It was a stupid question." Morgan leaned back, considering something. Eventually, she said, "Whether that person comes or not is unclear. However, the rest of the force the Queen of Worms has sent is all but confirmed by now. It's good to know who we are dealing with. But there were some last-minute changes. We must be ready to adjust our strategy accordingly." The Queen of Worms? Sonny wondered if that was Kisong's true name, her title, or simply a derisive nickname Valor had given her. Morgan and Whispering Blade were seemingly ignoring his presence, speaking mostly for Neff's benefit. They were both looking at her, at least. St. Maddox's voice was a bit listless. "One of her vassal saints, Dire Fang, has been here in the southern quadrant for a while now. He is a ferocious fighter, but we don't need to be too concerned about him. Sky Tide alone will be enough to keep the brute in check." He lingered for a moment, then added, "But the other two are Kisong's daughters. They are worthy of our concern. We already knew that Silent Stalker is escorting their awakened across the ocean. She is a dangerous one. Stalker is a huntress, so she is both strong and cunning. Dealing with her will be hard, but we can manage that as well." Whispering Blade looked at Nephis and Morgan heavily. "However, it is the third one that we must be wary of. Beastmaster. That demoness is the true horror. In terms of personal power, I alone am her equal. Even then, that depends on the battlefield. Here in Antarctica, she will have a tremendous advantage." Sonny, who had been keeping his mouth shut, finally couldn't help himself and asked, "How so?" St. Maddox spared him a glance. For whatever reason, he even decided to answer. "Both Silent Stalker and Beastmaster are Song's adopted daughters. However, not all of them are the same. Stalker is deadly, but Beastmaster is more than that. She is one of the most feared saints in the world. That is because she is an enchantress of sorts. Beastmaster can enthrall people. Much worse, she can also enthrall beasts, and even nightmare creatures. I hope I don't have to explain how such a power can be advantageous here in Antarctica." Sonny grew quiet. That was right. Maddox didn't have to explain. with myriads of abominations flooding the continent. A saint with the power to subjugate them would be a nightmare to fight against. Who needs transcendent echoes when you can have corrupted creatures serving you? Still, there had to be a limit to Beastmaster's power. No one was invulnerable. Suddenly, Nephis sent him a mental message. What do you think? Sunny sighed. He knew a bit about Dire Fang, the vassal saint of song who had been sent to the southern quadrant at the start of the campaign. He was a savage and tremendously lethal fighter, and also an aloof and reticent loner. In terms of power, Sunny would have put him above Cormac, but below Tyrus. So then the opposing forces were like this. On one side, there were Dire Fang and two adopted daughters of Ki Song, Silent Stalker and Beastmaster. There was also Mordred, most likely. On the other side, there were Saint Tyrus, Whispering Blade, and one more transcendent of Clan Valor. Since Maddock did not mention the latecomer, that person must not have been on the same level as him, perhaps comparable to Silent Stalker. There were also Morgan and Nephis. And Cassie. People who underestimated the unassuming blind girl were doomed to end up in early graves. He lingered for a moment, then responded. It seems like the odds are stacked slightly in Valor's favor. Nephis looked at him calmly. I agree. And that is precisely why we should feel nervous. Sunny blinked. Us? Since when do I care about what Song has in store for Valor? Granted. He was a special envoy now. He would be accompanying the forces of Valor across East Antarctica, and maybe even beyond. That put him in a wonderful position to keep an eye on the actions of the Great Clan. But it also meant that should Song stage a sudden attack on their enemy, he would be directly in the way. But what exactly are they hiding in their sleeve? At that moment, Morgan suddenly looked at him and said, her voice tinged with a bit of curiosity. Oh, there's also going to be a third daughter, an ascended Song Seishan. Little is known about her, considering that she had spent close to a decade lost in the dream realm. The two of you would know her better than me, since she also comes from the Forgotten Shore. So, what is she like? Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other, feeling unease. After a few moments of silence, he answered, Trouble. If I had to describe her with one word, it would be that she's trouble. Before too long, it was time to meet the emissaries of Song. Sunny found himself feeling a bit curious. After all, he was not too familiar with the great clan that ruled the northwest reaches of the human territories in the Dream Realm. By all accounts, the Song clan was no less storied and powerful than Valor. Its foundation had not been as great, but after Ki Song rose to prominence and became one of the first humans to transcend, the power of her clan utterly eclipsed that of the older, better-established legacy families. As far as Sunny could remember knowing anything, Clan Song was one of the three most exalted powers in the world. Their influence spread far and wide, and their home in the Dream Realm, Ravenheart, an ancient palace built between the snowy peaks and smoldering volcanoes of an impregnable mountain chain, was universally considered one of the great citadels of humanity. With a population rivaling that of Bastion, Ravenheart was a beautiful and severe place. From what Sunny knew, strangely enough, it was not nearly as popular and well-known as the colossal castle that Clan Valor ruled. In fact, the whole great Clan Song was a little mysterious. The image of Bastion was etched into the minds of all humans by countless dramas and films, with countless stories of romance and valor taking place in its stone walls. The land of snow and ash where Clan Song ruled, however, was rarely depicted, and when it was always to show something distant and exotic. Whether it was because Ki Song did not care about mundane fame, or because Anvil put more effort into building the public image of his clan, Sunny did not know. He did, however, know that through pure coincidence, his own path had also mostly crossed with the representatives of Clan Valor. Valor were the ones in control of the northernmost territory carved out by humanity in the Dream Realm, where it brushed against the Hollow Mountains, and so that was where he had gone after becoming an awakened. From the sanctuary of Noctis to the Night Temple, Sunny had met many servants of Anvil of Valor, killing some of them, and then had the misfortune of meeting the Sovereign's son in the flesh. With the complications that followed, it was fair to say that he knew Valor pretty well. The same could not be said about Song, though. All his experience with that domain was limited to having met Seishin in the Dark City. Even then, Sunny was not at all close with the former leader of the Handmaidens, so it was not like she had shared stories of her clan with him. So, naturally, Sunny was curious. His curiosity was mixed with a bit of dread, though. They entered the spacious reception hall once again. This time it was Wake of Ruin who had been waiting there for some time, speaking quietly with Jet. The staff member who had escorted Sunny and the emissaries of Valor tactfully disappeared, and the gaunt saint greeted them with a curt nod. "You're here. I hope you rested well. There's a lot to discuss, so we probably won't be sleeping tonight." Whispering Blade smiled coldly. "Wouldn't dream of it." Sunny blinked a couple of times, startled. Was that a pun? By the dead gods, I hope it wasn't. The conversation died before receiving the chance to start, because right at that moment, something imperceptible seemed to change in the world. A cold breeze blew through the hall, and then 4 people were standing in the middle of it, just like the 4 emissaries of Valor had a few hours ago. Sunny involuntarily held his breath. He had seen Direfang from afar some time ago. The grim man had not changed much, except for the fact that there were ugly bruises and half-healed lacerations on his body this time. He was of medium height, with an angular face and powerful muscles rippling under his dusky skin. The Transcendent wore a sleeveless vest that left his broad shoulders and powerful arms exposed. His hair was dark and disheveled, like the fur of a wild beast. A thick beard covered the lower part of his gloomy face, and his eyes were harsh and piercing. Saint Direfang emanated a feeling of wildness, savage power, and ferocity, as if the world turned a little more primal wherever he appeared. Dangerous. Sunny studied the man for a moment, then turned his attention to the next newcomer. His heart trembled. The woman standing next to Direfang was not outwardly seductive, but for whatever reason, she seemed almost irresistibly alluring. Where Whispering Blade was dignified and domineering, she was breathtaking and tantalizing. She was tall, with fair skin and red, sensual lips. Her cold beauty was only made more striking by her inviting dark eyes, which were full of strength and willpower. Beastmaster had long hair that fell like a waterfall of black silk and wore a simple dress of carmine fabric, which nevertheless looked regal and mesmerizing on her slender figure. Her face was a little aloof and a little humorous. It was a kind of face one never wanted to look away from. Sunny felt a pang of fear when he saw her. Now, he understood why Matic had called her a demoness. The daughter of Ki Song did indeed resemble a beautiful demon. Even if he had not known that she was one of the most terrifying saints in existence, he would have felt it, simply from the fact that he immediately wanted to discard that knowledge and step closer to her. Snap out of it. Maybe Sunny would have fallen for Beastmaster's enchanting beauty if he was young and inexperienced. But after meeting beings like Solvane and Hope, he was somewhat immune to such charms. He shifted his gaze to Song Seishan, also known as Bloodlord, to distract himself from the enticing visage of Beastmaster. Bad idea. Now that she had become a master, Seishan's exotic beauty was even more striking. Hers was a different kind of beauty, though. It was poised, reserved, graceful, and exquisite. Seishan was one of the awakened whose appearance had been changed by their aspect. Her skin was of a strange gray color, which made her look both inhuman and riveting. However, Sunny could not forget her other, monstrous face. He had seen her transform into a hideous creature during the siege of the Crimson Spire, after all. And even before that, he had seen what her victims looked like after being drained of blood. He sighed mentally. Monsters, beautiful monsters, are all of Ki Song's adopted daughters like that? What the hell has she done to them? And speaking of monsters, finally he looked at the 4th member of Song's vanguard. It was a middle-aged man in heavy armor, his face bleak and unfamiliar. His eyes, however, were perfectly human, with not even a hint of a mad prince hiding in their depths. Sonny frowned. Yeah, I am not fooled. There's no chance that Mordred would miss on an opportunity to come and wage war against Valor. It's you, isn't it, bastard? He lingered for a few moments, and then addressed the bleak man. Long time no see. The bleak man looked back at him, a masterfully crafted expression of confusion appearing on his face. His lips parted in a polite smile. I'm sorry, I don't think we've met. The smile almost looked mocking. Sonny shook his head, then looked away. Uh-huh. Wake of Ruin frowned slightly. His grating voice sounded a little irritated. Now that everyone is here, let's skip the introductions. I extend my gratitude to the elders of the great clan Valor and the great clan's song for coming to our aid in the time of need. Come, let's start. We need to discuss the war. Sonny had been relying on Army Command to keep him alive for about half a year now, but weirdly enough, he had never been to the actual headquarters of the evacuation army. To be fair, Army Command had no definite location. It was spread across many siege capitals, strongholds, and even continents, all of them connected into a seamless network, both by technology and aspect abilities of the awakened officers. Most of the staff was here in Antarctica, like the members of the department where Kim was currently working, but not all of them. That said, the underground fortress below the building where the reception hall was located seemed like the closest thing to the heart of Army Command. It was a hive of activity, with countless people, both mundane and awakened, hurrying feverishly to accomplish a myriad of tasks in a timely manner. Their work might not have seemed as dire as what the soldiers on the front lines were going through, but it was nevertheless just as vital. Without efficient and timely support and management, the evacuation campaign would be doomed to end in a bloody disaster. From updating the status of various areas in relation to the strength of the call in them, to compiling data about countless nightmare creatures and guiding troop movements, Army Command was the brain of the army. Without the brain, the body would be utterly useless. Somewhere in here, there was also an office where the allocation of contribution points was decided. In any other circumstances, Sonny would have felt his heart start to beat faster, but right now he was fully concentrating on something else. His eyes were glued to the bleak man who was walking behind Beastmaster and Seishan while acting perfectly unassuming, or at least as unassuming as a master could be. Army Command was indeed absolutely vital to the war effort. It was also a treasure trove of access and information. It would certainly be a shame if a particular psychopath got loose in its very heart. But what can I do? Sonny might have known who Mordred was and what he was capable of, but as far as stopping the Prince of Nothing went, there was little to be done, which was both unnerving and incredibly frustrating. Luckily, Sonny was not alone in his frustration. Morgan and Maddock also threw somber glances at the unassuming master from time to time, their eyes cold and sharp. Skytide had a complicated expression on her usually stoic face as well. Only Nephis seemed unconcerned, and why would she be? Of the five of them, she was the only one who had never met the Prince of Nothing. She would learn to be wary of him soon, though. Probably. In truth, their goals were closely aligned. There was no telling what Changing Star would do if she met Mordred face to face. Actually, the same went for Sonny. Despite his wariness and hostility, the Prince of Nothing was not necessarily his enemy. It was just that Sonny knew how inhumanly ruthless and blood-chillingly cruel Mordred could be if it suited his goals, and how cunning he was. That was why Sonny could not remain calm at the prospect of someone like that going on a rampage across Antarctica. Would Mordred care how many innocent people burned in the flames of his retribution? Most definitely not. But what can I do? The same question returned, gnawing at Sonny. There were many things he could do, actually. Just not any that would not end in him being killed at the spot by Wake or Ruin or Beastmaster. He could prematurely start a direct clash between Song and Valor, right here in the army headquarters, even... First of all, calm down. You don't even know if that is really Mordred. The guy might really be a random master the emissaries of Song chose to bring along for whatever reason. Sunny could see the soul cores of humans and nightmare creatures, but that ability was useless against the Prince of Nothing. When Mordred possessed a body, he also possessed the soul, or at least enough of it, to mimic how it was supposed to look like. Right, I shouldn't rush to conclusions. Wait for now, observe, act later. Saint Cor led them to a large chamber that was filled with all kinds of equipment to display information, much of it being updated in real time. Sunny looked curiously at a large projected map of East Antarctica, with countless symbols denoting masses of nightmare creatures moving across it in a seemingly chaotic manner. There were also numerous static marks showcasing the location of nightmare gates. He paled slightly, suddenly faced with a stark reminder of how many of them there were. The marks littered the entire map like pustules, as if the continent was being slowly devoured from the inside by a lethal disease. There were a staggering amount of them in the wilderness, but the concentration grew exponentially in the vicinity of the siege capitals. The moving symbols were all congregating toward the human settlements too. The paths of the hordes of nightmare creatures might have seemed aimless at first, but if one looked at the bigger picture, it was painfully clear that all of them were slowly drawing closer to the 27 cities. It looked like an inescapable avalanche of death and despair, a nightmarish chain of doom and destruction that was tied around Antarctica's neck, its cold embrace becoming tighter with each day. That was what the evacuation army was facing. Feeling a chill creep up his spine, Sunny lingered for a few moments, and then glanced at the people walking in front of him. His eyes grew darker, and the shadows nestling in the corners of the strategy room grew deeper too. Unforgivable. His hands would have turned into fists if he had not made a conscious effort to appear calm. His heart, however, was dark and heavy. Unforgivable. Even knowing what was happening in Antarctica, these mighty people had come here to make it all worse. Sunny thought back to what Wake of Ruin had said about the comparative benevolence of the great clans, trying to remember the crumbs of sense he had found in those words. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. In a sense, it was no different from the outskirts. The whole world was like that. No one cared if you lived or died in the outskirts, and the people who had the power to help you all chose to do nothing, or at least as little as possible. In the same way, the people who held the true power were comfortable doing nothing to save the population of Antarctica. The chain of nightmares had happened in the southern quadrant, but the next time, it might happen somewhere else. Then, too, they would remain indifferent. To those who lived in the outskirts, citizens seemed like people who inhabited a distant paradise. But to the great clans, the citizens were no different from the outskirt rats. Of course, one could object and argue for the other side. The government was not malicious at its core, and its treatment of the people in the outskirts was born out of necessity. The outskirts existed because the planet could not sustain the whole human population. Someone had to be sacrificed to make sure that the rest survived. Otherwise, there would not be enough resources to save anyone. And it wasn't like the unfortunate souls in the outskirts were completely abandoned. There was a constant supply of cheap synth paste. There were jobs, there was electricity, access to entertainment, and so much more. People were not being left to die. They at least had the means to survive, if only barely. It was just that their lives were more or less doomed to be short and bitterly hard. In the same way, the great clans were not entirely heartless. It was just that their plans for humanity were aimed at the dream realm, and not the waking world. Even then, they made a little bit of effort. They had sent Skytide and Dire Fang. The House of Night might not have taken part in the ground operation, but they did supply enough saints and night walkers to guide the naval convoys to and from Antarctica. But still, Sunny could not forgive them. He didn't want to. All of it was a load of crap as far as he was concerned. He might have found a way to excuse the great clans if remaining passive was all that they had done, but they did not stop at that. Not only had Valor and Song abandoned Antarctica to the chain of nightmares, they even planned to use it as a private battlefield and fight each other while countless people suffered and died around them. That he could not forgive. Sunny glanced at the back of the bleak man and smiled slightly. You want to slaughter the entire clan Valor. Wonderful. Slaughter them well. Then he looked at Nephis. You want to destroy all of them? Even better. I'll cheer you on. Sunny was not a forgiving man. In fact, he was quite spiteful. Let's see how their little war goes. The strategy meeting dragged on. The emissaries of the great clans seemed to be well aware of the situation on the infected continent. In fact, they seemed to have a clearer picture of what was going on than even Sunny did. But their understanding of the nuances of the Antarctica campaign was purely theoretical in nature. Only Sky-Tide and Dire Fang possessed practical knowledge of what it meant to fight against the land that was slowly being devoured by a tide of nightmares. The others were going to have to catch up fast. Still, they were not inexperienced people. Whispering Blade especially was a veteran of many wars. He had led the Knights of Valor into plenty of untamed regions of the Dream Realm, spending years in lengthy and harrowing campaigns of subjugation to expand the borders of human territory in that inhospitable world. From that perspective, it was easy to understand why Anvil had chosen his brother to helm the conquest of the tomb of Oriel. Beastmaster was at least a decade younger than Saint Madoc, but she seemed no less of a seasoned tactician. Her exalted reputation had not appeared out of nowhere after all. The lands controlled by the Song clan might not have expanded as dramatically as those ruled by Valor in the past 2 decades, but every region they did conquer had been a much more dire hell to surmount. The tantalizing saint was surprisingly soft-spoken and cordial. Sunny had expected her to be arrogant, aloof, and unapproachable, but she was actually quite easygoing. Her husky voice was pleasant on the ear, and her red lips were quick to twist into a small but bright smile. That smile was absolutely beguiling. Seishan was actually not that much younger than Beastmaster. Even though she was not a saint, she had spent more time braving the horrors of the Dream Realm than most transcendents. A decade of surviving on the Forgotten Shore made her more than qualified to participate in this meeting. The same went for Nephis. She might not have remained there as long, but her singular achievement of surviving close to 2 years of solitude in one of the most dire regions of the Dream Realm, eventually escaping it through a nightmare seed, earned her some respect from everyone present in the strategy room. As for Morgan, no one except for Madoc knew much about her achievements and experiences, but they also did not really doubt her competence. Her mind was as sharp as her eyes, and her knowledge of warfare and strategy seemed almost supernatural. The blood of War God flowed through her veins, after all. Sunny wouldn't be surprised if the Princess of Valor ended up being the most talented strategist among them. So, each of them was more than capable of absorbing the new information about the perils and nuances of the Chain of Nightmares at a staggering speed, except for the unassuming bleak man who had been introduced as Ascended Bast. Even his name was dull and unmemorable. From what had been told about him, Ascended Bast was simply a retainer of the great clan Song. He was a part of their advance party because of a rare and useful utility aspect. No one bought that explanation, though. Sunny and Jet had been relegated to the role of silent observers, but even they spoke up from time to time, answering questions or sharing their personal experiences of fighting on the front line. Bast, however, had not said a single word from the start of the meeting, remaining placidly in a corner and watching the proceedings with relaxed, aloof calmness. Like a cat playing with a mouse. Sunny had never seen a cat, but he had met a few rats in the outskirts. As far as vermin went, rats were pretty scary, so a creature that made a hobby out of hunting and torturing them must have been really terrifying. Still, there was a limit to how much he could stare at the bleak master. The discussion Wake of Ruin was having with the emissaries of the great clans was not that interesting either. Sure, many important things were being talked about, but Sunny knew most of them. The rest he could absorb by allocating a small part of his mind to the task, which was only made easier by the blessing of mind. Eventually, his eyes settled on Nephis. Sunny lingered for a while, then asked her through the mental link, "What are you planning to do?" He knew what the great clans wanted. He knew what the government wanted. He definitely knew what the nightmare creatures wanted, and he even somewhat knew what he himself wanted. Changing Star, however, was a mystery. Her endgame was absolutely clear, but here and now, Sunny was not sure what Nephes wanted to get out of Antarctica. She glanced at him briefly, then seemingly turned her attention back to the discussion of which force would be responsible for which area of East Antarctica. Her response came a few moments later and was very simple: survive. Sunny tilted his head a little. Quite a sober answer coming from you. Where is the real Nephes, and what have you done to her? The corner of her mouth twitched upward. That small change was so subtle that he doubted anyone except for him noticed it. Neff lingered for a while. Eventually she spoke, or rather thought, in her usual, even tone. Sunny, don't you think that life is pretty strange? Sunny blinked. What has gotten into her? He wasn't used to hearing such questions from Nephis. Yeah, sure. Why? She maintained her poised appearance, pretending to pay attention to the conversation about the disposition of clan forces. As she answered, you've been through a lot in these past 6 months. The time before that must seem like a lifetime ago for you. But for me, when I wake up, I still think that I am in the nightmare sometimes. For me, it feels like I was lost in the dream realm just yesterday. Changing Star paused, then continued after a few short moments. But I am not. I am a member of Clan Valor now. I have a citadel of my own, and dozens of awakened are ready to follow my orders. That was yesterday. Today, I am in the southern quadrant, preparing to wage war, both on countless nightmare creatures and on the best of clan song. Beastmaster is here, smiling at me politely. Whispering Blade is also here, watching my every move, all of it. It's a bit overwhelming. She turned her head and looked at him, her clear gray eyes looking a little burdened. So my plan is to take it one step at a time, one little step after another, until all my enemies are dead, and that is why my first step is to survive. Nephis shook her head, then looked back to the map of East Antarctica, which was currently being carved between Valor, Song, and the government. A few moments later, her voice resounded in his head once again, this time tinged with a hint of amusement. Why do you think that surviving this mayhem will be easy? It won't. Sunny was a bit thoughtful for the rest of the long strategy meeting. Indeed, it wasn't going to be easy to survive the mad maelstrom that was brewing in Antarctica. He was strong and cunning, but in front of monsters like Whispering Blade and Beastmaster, all that strength could end up meaning nothing. In fact, even the 2 tyrannical saints were not guaranteed safety. When people like that had to be careful not to lose their lives, someone like Sunny or Nephis could only pray to the cold skies. Sadly, the gods were dead, so their prayers were doomed to remain unanswered, so they had to ensure their own survival. Luckily, if there was one thing Sunny excelled at, it was staying alive and biding my time. A legion of nightmare creatures on one side, 2 murderous armies of the great clans on the other, with Mordret hiding somewhere in the reflections, waiting to strike. It was really time for Sunny to show what he was made of and hope that it was enough. No, he had to make it so that what he could do was enough, and if it wasn't, he had to change himself in a way that would. But my task is not as ambitious as what these legacies have to accomplish. That was perhaps the only saving grace in this grim situation. Valor and Song wanted to crush the enemy and conquer the Black Pyramid. Nephis simply wanted to survive and earn the trust of her enemies by being a good soldier, and maybe a little more than that. As for Sunny, he simply wanted to make sure that their war did not spill out into the streets of the siege capitals, and that as few soldiers and civilians as possible were hurt by the clash of the great clans. And if he managed to hurt the bastards in the process, that would be even better. Still, it was not an easy thing to accomplish. He listened to the discussion of strategy, thinking. The whole meeting was both fruitful and ridiculous. The representatives of the great clans knew very well that they were going to be killing each other soon. However, they maintained an illusion of camaraderie, pretending to take the issues of the evacuation campaign seriously. They had to keep up appearances, after all. That was possibly the most important advantage Sunny had. Other than that, the broad strokes of what the near future would look like had been decided quickly. Officially, everyone would work together to resist the chain of nightmares and make sure that the evacuation proceeded smoothly, with every human in the southern quadrant leaving the cursed continent eventually. The territory of East Antarctica would be divided into 3 regions. The first one was going to remain in the purview of the government, with the 2 legacy saints that had been participating in the campaign from the start, continuing to assist Wake of Ruin in resisting the tide of abominations. Reading between the lines, that meant that Sky Tide and Dire Fang were going to remain on the sidelines for most of the clash. The main job of these 2, at least for now, was to keep an eye on each other and make sure that the opponent could not be of assistance to the enemy side. The other 2 regions would still be protected by the evacuation army, but for all intents and purposes, the expedition forces of the great clans, Bumforums, would be in charge. They were supposed to keep the siege capitals safe and hunt down especially powerful nightmare creatures. If one of the Titans moved toward a human city, all saints were supposed to join forces who were big, cruel, and eradicate it. Of course, Wake of Ruin would not stop Whispering Blade and Beastmaster from trying to take down the Titans in the wilderness before that even happened. What it really meant was that the government was washing its hands and giving the great clans carte blanche to kill each other as much as they wanted, as long as it was done outside the walls of the siege capitals. The true goal of valor and song was out there somewhere, in the wild reaches of Antarctica, after all. What they wanted was to find a nightmare gate that would allow them to safely ferry their forces into the dream realm and eventually establish a stronghold that would serve as a staging ground for the conquest of the tomb of Ariel. But it wasn't that simple. They also needed to make sure that the enemy wouldn't get to the citadel first, and the easiest way to accomplish that was to destroy the enemy. There were more complications as well. For example, both Valor and Song announced a startling intention to permanently close as many gates that had appeared within the limits of the siege capitals as they could. The hundreds of Awakened that each great clan had sent to Antarctica were almost all meant to challenge the seeds of nightmare. Certainly, their true purpose was to send as many soldiers into the hellish desert as possible, to scout it out and find a good entry point for the main force. But nevertheless, even if the scouts having to enter their second nightmares was just a side effect, that decision could forever change the balance of power among the Awakened. There were not that many masters in the world, and their number was already starting to swell because of the chain of nightmares. The Awakened Song and Valor had sent were all absolute elites. If dozens, or maybe even 100 or 2 of them ascended, it would have an explosive effect on everything. But that was not what Sunny was concerned about. What worried him was the prospect of these scouts actually finding a great entry point behind one of the nightmare gates, located inside the siege capitals and not in the wilderness. If that happened, all hell could break loose. And if they found not just an entry point but a crossing to a spot that would serve as the key to reaching the Black Pyramid, nothing would stop the other party from making sure that the siege capital in question changed hands. They would much rather see it destroyed even than remain under the control of the enemy. There will be 3 stages to this disaster. First, the clans will scout for a good entrance to the desert. Second, they will enter the dream realm through that entrance and launch an expedition toward the tomb of Ariel. Lastly, they will build strongholds in the vicinity of the pyramid, gather their forces, and launch their final attacks. The first stage would probably mostly consist of covert ambushes and small-scale skirmishes between the forces of Valor and Song. The second stage would be where the true bloodshed started. And the last would be pure hell. Sunny was now clear on the overall shape of the clan war, but he still had a lot of questions. He lacked information on what exactly they were going to do, when, and how. So, just as Nephis had said, he was going to take it one step at a time. The first step he had to take was to gather information. Sitting silently at the back of the meeting room, Sunny glanced at the people who were gathered there, the high and mighty saints of legendary renown, and smiled a little. Would you look at that? After all these years, it seems that I am finally going to get a chance to act as a proper spy. Spying on the saints of the great clans sounded like an interesting method of killing himself, but Sunny was willing to try. His aspect was tailor-made for stealth and infiltration after all. It was just that he had not used that side of its powers as often as he would have wished to. Sunny could not say that he was truly a master of stealth, but he was also not an amateur. He had relied on staying hidden a lot throughout the years of being an awakened, from the ruined streets of the dark city to the airy expanse of the chained isles and the cold hellscape of East Antarctica. In these past 2 months, especially, he had tried to remain unseen as often as possible. The duties of a military scout demanded it. And through that necessity, Sunny had been able to develop his mastery of all things clandestine a notch further. A person could only rely on stealth that much, though. The most dire conflicts he tended to find himself in were almost all direct, violent confrontations. Still, it was an exceptionally useful ability to have, and now Sunny needed to exercise it to its fullest extent. He had been thinking about how exactly to approach that task for a long time now, and the conclusion was that he needed to be in several places at the same time to achieve the best result. Thankfully, he was capable of doing just that. To a degree, Sunny had 5 shadows now, and the range at which he could control them was quite large, exceeding 20 kilometers. Which meant that he could keep an eye on representatives of both valor and song, at least for the next few days. Once they departed for different siege capitals, he would be forced to concentrate on only the former. So, Sunny left himself with 1 shadow. Otherwise, he would look really conspicuous, and sent the other 4 to spy on the champions of the great clans. The naughty shadow, as the new guy, remained glued to his feet. The haughty shadow was following Morgan. The happy shadow was following Maddock. The gloomy shadow had been sent to spy on Beastmaster, and lastly, the creepy shadow was assigned to Ascended Bast, the man whom Sunny suspected to be possessed by Mordred. Keeping track of what all of them saw and heard put a bit of strain on his mind, but mostly, Sunny could manage the pressure, although it was hard not to appear absent-minded and clumsy in his personal interactions. Considering that Sunny was in charge of managing a lot of logistical tasks, as the middleman between the forces of valor and the government, that was proving to be a challenge. But the hardest part, of course, was not being caught by the people he was trying to spy on. Sunny was not nearly naive enough to think that the glorious great clans had no means of detecting his shadows, even if his aspect made them nearly imperceptible when hidden in darkness, or even absolutely imperceptible for mundane humans. There were all kinds of memories and exotic aspects out there. For example, the first time he had met Noctis, the sorcerer was instantly aware of the presence of a hidden shadow. And that was without even knowing who Sunny was. The great clans, on the contrary, were well aware of his capabilities. They might not have known the exact details of his aspect, but they certainly knew of his affinity to shadows, as well as the general shape of what he was capable of. Shadow users were rare, but not so rare as to be unfamiliar to the domains. Shadowblade Kurt had belonged to one of them, after all. Therefore, it only made sense that the great clans would have countermeasures prepared, just in case. Sunny's goal was to overcome these countermeasures, or at least pierce through as many of them as he could, and identify all the rest to stay away from them. What helped him a lot in that task, surprisingly, was the experience of serving as a military scout. He had learned the basics of the necessary skills from Effie and the Dark City, as well as his own travels, and now developed them even further in the wilderness of East Antarctica. Powerful nightmare creatures, much like powerful awakened, had all kinds of strange abilities. So, the scouts had to learn a few strange rules and a lot of odd tricks to remain unseen by them. For example, many creatures could feel a gaze directed at them, so Sunny had learned to never look straight at dangerous abominations, instead keeping them on the periphery of his vision. Other creatures could feel if someone was thinking about them, or hear if someone spoke their names aloud. So, Sunny had to learn how to keep his mind empty and choose his words and thoughts carefully. There were a lot of tricks like that, but most importantly, one simply had to be smart and careful about it. Which was why, no matter how much he wanted to just go all out and listen to every word his marks said, Sunny took things slowly. He kept his shadows at a safe distance at first, gradually getting closer and closer to the 4 legacies. There was also a difference between how they acted in normal circumstances and how they acted when something important had to be discussed. The former was easier, while the latter could be nearly impossible to overhear. Even legacy sleepers like Castor possessed memories that could make it hard for anyone to listen in on important conversations. Back in the Dark City, he had used one to create a cone of silence around the room where they talked. Someone like Morgan or Beastmaster, without a doubt, would have much more potent tools to prevent anyone from learning their secrets. Sunny almost got caught a few times because of these measures. For example, both Valor and Song used special memories to create bubbles of evenly diffused, bright light while having meetings. Since the source of light was omnidirectional and its brightness was perfectly the same, no shadow could exist within the bubble, a fact that he had learned the hard way, only avoiding a disaster thanks to his paranoia and caution. And still, despite it all, Sunny managed to get closer and closer to Whispering Blade, Beastmaster, Morgan, and Bast. Although he was not able to infiltrate the most important meetings, he was still able to learn a lot and piece together even more from small and seemingly unconnected pieces of information they let slip out. He might not have managed to learn their most guarded secrets yet, but he did learn a few interesting things. Chapter 1, 1108. Sunny was mostly interested in the details of what each of the two feuding clans had prepared for Antarctica, but those plans were tightly guarded by those who had been entrusted with them. He suspected that learning the specifics of their strategy would become easier when the main forces of Valor and Song arrived in Antarctica. The more people involved in something, the harder it was to keep things secret. However, for now, only a handful of emissaries were here, all busy with rather transparent preparatory work. That did not mean that he had failed to learn anything of use, of course. Knowing the enemy's next move was immensely valuable, but knowing the enemy themselves was much more important. By observing his 4 marks, Sunny was slowly becoming familiar with how they acted, felt, and even thought. When Beastmaster was standing on the city wall, observing a horde of nightmare creatures assaulting it with an eerily serene expression on her exquisitely beautiful face, Sunny's shadow was there, watching. When Whispering Blade stopped to look at the mundane soldiers, a hint of detached pity finding its way into his calm eyes, Sunny's shadow was there, watching. When Morgan practiced her swordsmanship, moving with grace and speed that would make the most famed warriors feel heavy in their hearts, Sunny's shadow was there, watching. And when the bleak, unassuming, ascended Bast spent hours doing nothing, sitting like a corpse in a dark room, his shadow was there as well. Of course, the small nuances of their personalities were not everything that Sunny learned. He gained a much better understanding of their abilities as well. Beastmaster was indeed a frightening being. Her powers lay in mesmerism and manipulation. From what he could tell, simply looking her in the eyes could be a death sentence. She could make her enemies defenseless by luring them into a state of deep trance, or bedevil them with insidious illusions. And, above all else, she could completely dominate someone's mind, making them an eternal thrall. Whispering Blade was just as fearsome. Even though his powers were not as fiendish, they were just as deadly. His quintessential ability was to make all weapons he wielded invisible, and his Saint transformation was to be unseen as well. Since Saint Matic was not nearly as mysterious and secretive as his counterpart from the Song clan, it was widely known that when he fought, it was as though the world itself was slicing the bodies of his enemies apart. There was no escape. Morgan, on the other hand, had a rather strange aspect. If Whispering Blade possessed an ability that made the sword he wielded deadlier, then Morgan was the blade itself. The feeling of sharpness she emanated was not a coincidence. The Princess of War did not need any weapons, because her body was the absolute weapon. She could cut through armored alloy and the flesh of even the most powerful nightmare creatures with her hands, and rend their bodies with her feet. It was both strange and terrifying, as though she was not a human, but a living sword. In retrospect, it made a lot of sense that she had easily cut through the adamantine breastplate of the mantle of the underworld with her bare hand. Wouldn't it mean that she cheated? She promised to only use a dormant weapon. That thought, strangely, led Sunny to discover a hint of what Morgan's flaw was. While observing her, he noticed that Morgan preferred clothes that revealed as little of her skin and body as possible. She even wore gloves, never appearing without them. Sometimes it was the gauntlets of her armor, and sometimes it was the slim, stylish leather gloves that went well with her tailored, mundane clothes. Because of that, Sunny started to suspect that the Princess of Valor was not in control of what her hands cut, or rather, that everything she touched was doomed to be sliced and severed as if carved by a sharp blade. Perhaps the flaw was not as powerful as her ability. Otherwise, her own armor would not be able to withstand it, but it was certainly a cruel extension of it. Sadly, Sunny had no such luck in deducing the flaws of Whispering Blade and Beastmaster. And then, there was Bast. Actually, Sunny had not learned anything about him at all. The bleak man was like a corpse that someone was wearing as a suit. He was quiet, dull, and devoid of much emotion. He never did much of anything, but was nevertheless treated with strange courtesy, deference even, by Seishan, Beastmaster, and Dire Fang. Bast did nothing, just waiting and biding his time. But Sunny could swear that there was a menacing malevolence hiding behind the placid dullness of his eyes. "What are you doing, bastard? What are your reflections doing? When are you going to strike?" Sunny was not the only one who paid close attention to Bast. Even though they did not show it, Morgan and Maddock were tracking the movements of the Bleak Master as well. In fact, he learned a few things about Mordred from the fragments of their conversations about the man. For example, he learned that Anvil had personally crafted the enchanted talisman that protected Ascended Wealth from being possessed by her ward. He also learned Anvil's title, the King of Swords. Apparently, the King of Swords had prepared a few more tools to trap and destroy his eldest child. However, both Whispering Blade and Morgan were hesitant to use them yet. They were unnerved by Bast's inaction, too. Just like that, a few days passed. Sunny had been gathering information like a spider sitting in the middle of a vast web. He had not made any earth-shattering discoveries in that short time, but it was a good start. In truth, he was more concentrated on finding safe ways to get closer to his marks, for now, than on actually stealing their secrets. Once he truly learned how to slither through their defenses, the secrets would be revealed as a result. On the fourth day, it was time to say his goodbyes to Jet. Both Song and Valor were leaving the siege capitals to travel to the respective port fortresses and meet the arriving reinforcements. After that, they would proceed to other cities, and the clandestine war would start in earnest. Sunny was leaving with the emissaries of Valor, and Jet was leaving with the emissaries of Song. Chances were they would not meet face to face for a long time. He would have been worried if it was anyone else, but there was little doubt that Soul Reaper would be able to keep herself alive. He had already warned her to steer clear of the man who called himself Bast, just to be safe. Really, the person Sunny had to worry about was himself. "I'll survive too." But that was the thing. Simply surviving was not enough. It had not been for a long time, and that was what could get him killed. With a sigh, Sunny called back the shadows that had been watching the emissaries of Song and went to find Nevis. It was time for the two of them to travel side by side once again. On a vast plain peppered with twisting streams and shallow lakes, a cataclysmic battle was taking place. Legions of nightmare creatures were flowing across it like a dark tide, with several titanic figures marching among them. The ground shook with each of their steps, and the skies above were obscured by a whirlwind of hungry crows. Humans fought against the abominations in the shadow of their wings. Today, the forces of humanity gathered from all across Antarctica to stop the march of the titanic horde. 7 saints led them into battle. There was Wake of Ruin, the carrion crow, a legendary figure who had been protecting the waking world since the times of the first generation. Whispering Blade, the first blade of the great clan Valor, who had led countless awakened warriors in the conquest of the Dream Realm. There was Beastmaster, the fearsome and enchanting daughter of the great clan's Song, and her sister, Silent Stalker, who was a huntress and a slayer of things. There was also Skytide of the White Feather clan and Dire Fang, a bestial warrior of incomparable savagery and strength. There were close to 100 masters on the battlefield, as well, serving as champions and officers of the human army. Sunny was one of these masters. As he watched the inconceivable scene of the clash between two mighty forces, awed by its scale and ferocity, there was only one thought in his mind: holy hell. He had seen a lot of incredible things in his life, but all, with the exception of the visage of hope, paled in comparison to this calamitous confrontation. It was, without a doubt, the largest battle that had happened since the start of the Antarctica campaign, and maybe even in the history of this world. Sunny was currently high above the battlefield, in what served as the command center for the joined army of the government and the great clans. The command center was situated in a stone fort, which stood on top of the carapace of a giant, monstrous tortoise, which was one of Morgan's echoes. Luckily, the Princess of Valor, the Princess of War, had not summoned it on the day of her arrival. Otherwise, the giant beast would have flattened the entire government building. It was like a moving fortress. Morgan herself was nearby, commanding the army. The Saints were busy fighting the Titans that led the Horde, so they had no time to play the role of a detached strategist. The Princess of War, on the other hand, was a genius tactician. By now, no one put that fact in doubt, despite her young age. Of course, Seishun was also here, keeping an eye out so that Morgan did not get any funny ideas. So was Jet, Nephis, and Cassie. Changing Star and the Firekeepers were held in reserve for now, and would be sent out to close the gaps in the spot of the battlefield, where the situation was the most dire. As for Song of the Fallen, she had proven to be an invaluable resource in such situations, with her ascended ability allowing her to see through the eyes of soldiers throughout the battlefield. She could relay all necessary information to the commander in mere moments. With her help, Morgan's grasp of the situation was much more fluid and immediate. Just at that moment, Cassie shifted a little, a subtle frown appearing on her delicate face. A corrupted devil is getting close to the 7th Company of the Ursus Brigade. Its abilities are mental manipulation, inducing fear, and augmenting itself through consumption. The 3rd Company of the Lyra Brigade is sustaining heavy casualties because of the change in terrain caused by the burrower minions of the fallen tyrant. Designation: the Worm. The wolves have just reached the location of the worm. Morgan lingered for a moment, then glanced at the blind young woman. Her vermilion eyes had been glinting vibrantly since the start of the battle. You know, raised by wolves personally, right? What is your estimation on how long it would take her to get rid of that tyrant? Nephis answered instead, looking at a particular spot of the battlefield with a somber expression. Around 3 minutes, give or take. Morgan smiled. Fast, but not fast enough. I will send one of the echoes to speed things along. She was ready to give the order, but stopped when Cassie suddenly spoke. Don't. Send it to reinforce 3 Lyra instead. Morgan glanced at her curiously. Why? The blind girl remained silent for a moment. The Ascended in charge of the 3rd Lyra Company is the only one whose aspect directly counters the abilities of the corrupted demon. Designation: Frost Furnace. We must make sure that he preserves as much essence as possible for now. There is also a lake between the nearest echo and the position of the wolves. Traversing it will waste time. The Princess of Valor smiled slightly. Correct. Good thinking. With that, she continued to give orders, controlling the large army like the conductor of a giant cacophonous orchestra. Cassie continued to provide first-hand accounts of what was happening on the battlefield, and, from time to time, poignant pieces of advice. Nephis remained silent, which was a bit strange, considering that she was no less knowledgeable about how to wage war on nightmare creatures. Nevertheless, Changing Star simply watched the havoc of the furious battle, her eyes heavy. Sunny was willing to bet that he knew what she was thinking about, because he was thinking the same thing. Today was their first time seeing all the Saints of Antarctica go all out. And that was a priceless source of information, not the least, because these mighty demigods would one day be Neph's own opponents. The powers they showcased today would be turned against her in the future. And maybe against Sunny, too. Damn it, how scary. Looking at the battlefield, he could feel a cold chill running down his spine. It was a rare privilege to get the chance to see exalted figures like Whispering Blade and Beastmaster fight. And yet, Sunny did not feel consoled by their awesome powers. Instead, he felt resigned. Nevertheless, he couldn't look away. About a month had passed since the day Sunny was assigned to act as a government envoy for the forces of valor. In that time, they had reached a distant port fortress, met up with the main contingent of the Great Clan, including Cassie, the Firekeepers, and the valiant Saint Summer Knight, and traveled to the region that was supposed to be their zone of responsibility. However, almost as soon as they settled in one of the siege capitals there, Wake of Ruin requested the emissaries of both great clans to join forces against a tremendous horde of nightmare creatures that had formed around several titans. The emissaries had promised to join forces if the situation required it, after all, and it certainly did. If the horde was not stopped, their plans were bound to suffer as well. So, they reluctantly answered St. Cor's summons and ventured into the wilderness to form a united army. Valor and Song were hell-bent on destroying each other, but that did not mean that they couldn't cooperate. Once faced with a common enemy, the champions of the two warring domains at least had the decency to not strike their opponents in the back. Or, at least they hadn't yet. Mordred was suspiciously absent from the battlefield, though. Who knew what Ascended Bast was doing right now? Actually, Sunny knew exactly what he was doing. Jet was doing him a favor by keeping an eye on the Bleak Man, so Sunny was well informed on Master Bast's movements. He was currently in a siege capital far to the west, establishing a supply chain for Song's expedition forces, which prowled the wilderness in search of suitable nightmare gates. Ascended Bast was also in charge of an industrial production facility. In that facility, he was making mirrors, thousands of them, for unknown reasons, or at least he had been a few days ago. Currently, Jet was right here by Sunny's side, watching the battlefield with a hungry expression. For all they knew, the Bleak Man might have slaughtered the entire siege capital by now. Jet suddenly raised her head. There, look. Everyone except for Cassie looked up. In the skies above them, a titanic clash was taking place. Myriads of crows were swirling like a black maelstrom, and in the middle of it, two giant shapes were entangled in a murderous dance. One was a giant bird of prey with white feathers and talons forged out of lustrous steel, her wings wreathed in lightning and thunder clouds. The other was a scaled beast with 3 long necks and 3 terrifying maws, its enormous body held up in the air by vast, skeletal wings. The scaled beast was littered with thousands of wounds from the swarm of crows assaulting it, but it did not seem bothered by their merciless attacks. Instead, a miasma of rot and corruption flowed from the numerous torn holes on its body, trailing behind the titan, and spreading through the sky like a cloud of pure, inescapable death. St. Tyrus had been controlling the winds to blow the cloud away from the battlefield, but right at that moment the crows suddenly dashed away from the winged horror. A split second later, it was encased in a cage of lightning, and then the white bird flew through the lightning to crash directly into the giant beast. Her talons tore at its chest, and her beak closed on one of its necks, ripping it to shreds. Skytide jerked her head violently and severed the neck of the titan completely. As vile miasma billowed from the terrible wound like a fountain, the head of the creature plummeted down and crashed into the ground, obliterating several hundreds of nightmare creatures. Sunny clenched his fists, then looked away from the aerial battle. Breathtaking and terrifying things were happening on the ground as well. In one corner of the battlefield, a mountain of malformed flesh was crawling across the plain, absorbing everything in its path into itself. Those nightmare creatures that were unfortunate enough to approach it were instantly caught by fleshy tentacles, drawn into the body of the ghastly titan, and consumed, becoming a part of it. If the mountain of flesh reached the defense line of the human army, the same fate awaited the soldiers. However, it did not get the chance. Long before the titan drew close to the ranks of awakened, a lone figure stepped forward from between them, and then disappeared. Sunny saw the moment clearly, but even still, it seemed as though Whispering Blade had never been there at all. In the next moment, something both spectacular and terrifying happened. It was as though a wide, bloody path was carved through the horde of nightmare creatures by an invisible force. No one could see what was delivering the cuts, but countless abominations were instantly turned into minced meat. Gaping wounds simply appeared on their bodies, as if the creatures were sliced apart by an unseen blade. No, a swarm of unseen blades, a wave of them. The wave rolled through the horde, rending everything in its path, and soon reached the crawling mountain of flesh. Countless tentacles wreathed, trying to catch whoever was attacking the titan. However, all they caught was air. Meanwhile, bloody lacerations started to appear on the surface of the flesh mountain, sometimes several at a time, each dozens of meters in length and extremely deep. Tentacles were severed and sent flying away, only to crawl back like fleshy snakes. Despite suffering dire wounds, the titan was not succumbing to the assault of invisible blades yet, but it had stopped completely, letting the soldiers sigh with relief. In another spot of the battlefield, a man in lustrous armor was wielding a lance that seemed to be made of clear water to cut through a sea of gray vines that grew from the ground with terrifying speed. The brooks, rivers, and lakes around him seemed to have turned into weapons as well. Streams of water rose from them and flew through the air like whips, cleanly slicing through the vines and washing them away. The summer night remained calm and composed as he faced the wrath of the unseen titan. He welcomed its attention because it lessened the pressure on two different saints, deep in the area completely consumed by the gray vines. A creature that resembled a towering, monstrous mix between a human and a wolf was clawing at the ground, digging into it with vicious purpose. With each movement, countless vines were torn apart, and a great deal of soil was displaced. The giant fiend, Saint Deer Fang, was being assaulted by the vines from all sides. However, very few reached him. Most were cut down by summer night, and those that were not ended up being obliterated by heavy arrows that flew from the fringes of the battlefield, where silent stalker moved, unseen. And finally, there was the last titan, a ghostly figure surrounded by shimmering haze, which moved across the battlefield like a mirage. Wherever it passed, the reality itself seemed to twist and come undone, revealing indescribable horrors. The nightmare creatures who gazed at the mirages grew still and silent, then moved again. Or rather, their bodies moved, as if worn by something not quite familiar with what flesh was, and how beings made of flesh were supposed to carry themselves through space. No awakened barred their path, and neither did any saint. However, abominations did. First a few, then a dozen, then 100, and finally an avalanche of them threw themselves into the shimmering haze, trying to disperse it. Each of them had clawed their eyes out before attacking, driven mad by a strange and overwhelming desire to destroy the ghostly titan at any cost. The nightmare creatures who had been possessed by the haze were torn apart by other abominations as well. It was as if Beastmaster was laughing at the harrowing creature. You can possess the bodies of living beings, so what? I can take their minds, their hearts, and their very souls. Let's see which one of us is more harrowing. Sunny stared, feeling both stirred and grim. Such power. Would he hold such power one day? If he did, he would be laughing too. The seven saints were battling the titans. The echoes of their dreadful clash spread like shockwaves through the horde of nightmare creatures. Somewhere far away, a vestige of the horde suddenly surged and swirled, lunging at something unseen. A moment later, a bloody haze veiled that entire section of the battlefield from view, and the wind carried over howls of agony, which all fell silent soon. Silent Stalker was prowling there, slaughtering the abominations and never failing to send her arrows to support Dire Fang and Summer Night. The latter had yet to assume his transcendent form as well. Beastmaster and Whispering Blade were each holding back a titan of their own, and Sky Tide had just succeeded in delivering a debilitating wound to the great-scaled beast, dispersing the cloud of deathly miasma created by the flying horror at the same time. All in all, things weren't looking bad, which was not to say that the battle was going smoothly. Far from it. The Titanic horde did not just consist of the 4 Titans, and it was the task of Awakened and Ascended to face the vast legion of abominations. While not as spectacular, that task was just as important. Sunny watched the battle grow more and more fierce. All the while, Cassie continued to keep them informed of the more important changes happening on the battlefield. Her voice was calm and composed. The fallen tyrant, designation Worm, has been slain. 3rd Company of the Lyra Brigade is advancing to support the 5th. The corrupted demon, designation Frost Furnace, has been slain. Ascended, Eugen of the 1st Company of the Cassiopeia Brigade, has fallen. The corrupted devil, designation Hexblade, has been slain by Ascended Nightingale. It would be prudent to temporarily withdraw the Night Singers from the Flashpoint Delta. At first, the good news was mixed with the bad news in equal measure. Morgan continued to react to the changes on the battlefield, moving her many pieces around to present an almost flawless defense against the onslaught of nightmare creatures. The battle formation created by her was fluid and flexible, bending when needed, and lashing out with tremendous force at other times. In fact, it seemed that Cassie and her were not just reacting, but actually anticipating many of the changes on the chaotic battlefield. It was a lot like personal combat. Being able to anticipate what move the enemy would make was half the victory. The other half was using that knowledge to deliver a fatal strike. Sadly, there was a limit to what Morgan could do. No matter how good she was, the enemy facing them was just too dreadful. The Princess of War remained calm, but her face was slowly growing grim. As time went on, Cassie's reports began to sound more and more dire. A 7th Company of the Ursus Brigade is routed. 1st Company of the Cassiopeia Brigade is suffering heavy casualties. Ascended Ripple of the 7 Ursus has fallen. 1st Company of the Cassiopeia Brigade is routed. Defensive line is breached. Wolves and Night Singers are advancing to seal the breach. I don't think they'll be able to hold out. Morgan remained silent for a few moments, then nodded slowly. Yes, that is troublesome. Sunny stared at her silently. To use the word troublesome was the understatement of the century. With both layers of the defensive line breached, the nightmare creatures would be free to pour through and attack the formation from the rear. Once they did, one company after another would collapse, causing a fatal cascade. There were forces that could be pulled back from other places on the battlefield to plug the breach, but they needed time to reach it. Morgan glanced at Nephis and suddenly smiled. How about it, dear sister? Are you ready to solve that problem for me? Neph looked at the battlefield, then turned her head slightly and nodded. It is the reason why you have held me in reserve, is it not? Morgan laughed. Indeed. Take your fire keepers and go then. Show these abominations what a daughter of valor is capable of. Changing Star simply turned away, ready to jump down from the stone fort onto the carapace of the giant tortoise. However, at that moment, Sunny finally spoke. Can I go too? Morgan, and Seishan as well, gave him surprised glances. After a short moment, the Princes of War asked. Really? But you don't have to, Master Sunless. As a government envoy, your duties are simply to serve as a messenger between us and your army command. In fact, it would be very embarrassing for me if the envoy entrusted to Clan Valor went and died. Sunny frowned. Really? It would be very embarrassing for me too, so I'll make sure to stay alive. Morgan smiled. It seemed that there was some approval in her smile. She gave him a nod. Well, in that case, by all means. You were designated as a special strategic asset after all. I'd imagine that you can handle yourself on the battlefield. After that, she gave Seishan a short glance, as if mocking the heiress of song for having a less capable government spy assigned to her. Jet stretched her arms, looking down with a hungry glint in her eyes. Then I'll join too. Watching all this slaughter got me riled up. She seemed very comfortable playing into her reputation as a psychotic killer. Neither Morgan nor Seishan said anything, at least. Without delaying any further, Nephis, Sunny, and Jet jumped down to the carapace of the giant Echo, then slid off its side and landed on the ground near where the firekeepers were waiting, ready to do battle. Noticing them, the survivors of the Dark City broke out in smiles. "Lady Nephis, are you deploying?" "Finally. Hey, Sunny, where's your armor? Hurry up and summon it." "Oh man, base, Sunny is with us. Effie and Knight are fighting too. Lady Nephis is in charge. Feels like the good old times." "What good old times, you fool? What was good about those times? Get your head on straight." Nephis looked at them with her calm, cold gray eyes, and then smiled. Her smile seemed to illuminate the gloomy autumn day like a ray of sunshine. "Yes, we are being deployed. Get ready and follow me. What can these pathetic abominations do to us? Nothing. Let us burn their filth from this world." The firekeepers looked at her with expressions of adoration and zealous devotion, passionate fires igniting in their eyes. Their voices joined in a choir. "Follow, Lady, changing star. Burn them. Burn them all." Sunny observed them with a neutral expression as he gathered shadows around him and summoned the sin of solace, which immediately started whispering insidious provocations into his ears. A vague figure materializing a few steps away and following behind him. He ignored the hallucination and shook his head in reproach. What a bunch of crazies. Led by Nephis, Sunny, and Jet, the firekeepers surged forward. They were aiming for the section of the Joint Army's formation, where the flood of nightmare creatures had broken through the dam of human bodies, threatening to consume them all. Somewhere out there, far ahead, Effie and Kai were already trying to stall the fatal advance of the frenzied abominations as they waited for reinforcements to arrive. Their soldiers were fighting fiercely, without a doubt, and yet the horde had already gained momentum, so the wolves and the night singers had no hope of stopping it on their own. They were just 200 men and women who had volunteered to join the Second Army, after all, no matter how elite of a status the two companies earned because of their strength, valor, and the fame of their commanders. They were still ordinary awakened. The firekeepers were different. Even though there were just about 50 of them, each of the people following Changing Star was a seasoned veteran of the Dark City. They were the best and the brightest of what humanity had to offer, simply for the fact that nothing less would have allowed one to survive the cruel crucible of the Forgotten Shore. They had only grown stronger and more experienced under Cassie's guidance after escaping that starless abyss too, and especially now that the mighty and opulent Clan Valor stood behind the personal troops of its adopted daughter. The firekeepers had undergone a comprehensive upgrade of their soul arsenals, with those who needed it receiving enough shards to finish fully saturating their cores. There were 7 cohorts of them, each more than comparable to the most elite household troops of the great clans in terms of power. So, despite their modest numbers, the firekeepers were a force to be reckoned with. And that was without even mentioning the 3 masters who were leading them into battle. Due to their superior physical prowess, Sunny, Nephis, and Jet naturally ended up at the head of the rushing force. There was no clever plan to their advance. The situation prohibited careful maneuvering and strategic placement of the awakened according to their specializations. But there was no real need to waste time on it either. Every firekeeper knew what they were doing. The remains of the Dreamer Army had long become a well-oiled, perfectly synergized combat machine. They all knew what their comrades were good at, what quirks their aspects and memories possessed, and how to work together in a seamless, deadly harmony. Well, maybe Sunny did not quite know all those things exactly. He was more or less familiar with what the members of Cassie's former personal cohort were capable of, as well as a few other people with whom he had fought side by side during the Civil War of the Bright Castle. Really, he lacked the qualifications to effectively lead these veteran warriors. However, that was fine. He didn't want to lead anyone anyway. Sunny was more than happy to leave all that to Nephis today. His role was quite simple, to wreak as much havoc and destruction among the nightmare creatures as he could. That way, he would bring the most benefit to the men and women fighting by his side. His desire to show how lethal he could be in a battle had a different purpose as well. Sunny wanted the others, Morgan and Satian in particular, to witness how much of a fierce force he was on the battlefield. Having some respect from the representatives of the great clans would be convenient in the coming months, but mostly he wanted to deceive them. People were usually good at one thing or another. Great fighters were very rarely amazing utility specialists. And people specializing in subterfuge were usually less capable in direct combat. Of course, there were always freaks like Sunny, who could do anything, from swinging a sharp sword to weaving memories. But they were rare enough for a subconscious bias to subtly deny their existence. The more capable of a fighter Sunny would show himself to be, the harder it would become for people who didn't know him to assume that he also possessed other formidable abilities, like excelling in stealth or being a master of utility. It was a different kind of deception. In the past, Sunny had tried extremely hard to remain under the radar, hiding his power to appear weak and insignificant. That ship, sadly, had long sailed. After coming to Antarctica, he was forced to reveal enough of his strength so that no sane person would ever think of him as a weakling. So, now, he needed a new disguise, and today was the day he would start to create it. Come on, look at me. Look at the devil of Antarctica. Am I not strong? Am I not fearsome? Am I not a frenzied beast? Just like what a lofty legacy would expect an uneducated brute from the outskirts to be. As Sunny ran, he gathered the shadows from the shadow lantern around his body, manifesting them into the shape of a towering, four-armed fiend. He wielded the sin of solace in one hand, the cruel sight in another. The other two remained free, to be used to tear the enemies apart with sharp claws or switch to a two-hand grip of the Jade Jian on the fly. A moment later, he circulated his essence and activated the mantle trait of the marble Shuanshu. A fearsome armor of black onyx suddenly encased the tenebrous shadow spawn into an impervious carapace, coming together with a dull clangor. Sunny was not going to use finesse and cunning tricks today. No, what he was going for was maximum carnage, maximum barbarity. The more feral he appeared, the better. God knew he had some pent-up anger to vent. They had already flashed through the ranks of the retreating soldiers that belonged to the crushed companies. He could already see the wolves and the night singers fighting ahead, stubbornly refusing to give ground to the onslaught of abomination. A glimpse of Effie's lustrous steel figure ignited his heart, flooding his body through with strength and vigor. There were, really a lot of nightmare creatures in front of him. Damn. Sunny summoned the dying wish, slotting it into the mantle and activating the underworld armament trait of the onyx armor. Now, for the finishing touch. Finally, he summoned the extraordinary rock, placing it into the mouth of the shadow spawn and activating the sonorous enchantment to make the transferred voice sound as loud as possible. As the firekeepers closed in on the desperate melee, the towering four-armed fiend that moved at the head of Changing Star's force raised his horned head and let out an earth-shattering, chilling, bloodthirsty roar. For a moment it seemed as though the whole battlefield around them was momentarily frozen. Even the nightmare creatures seemed a little taken aback. Cradled in the embrace of shadows, Sunny smiled with satisfaction. Yes, I think that will do the trick. Sunny's life had been pretty complicated as of late, but right now it was very simple. All he had to do was kill, 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 kill. Even the Sin of Solace seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. There was no more hiding, no more caution, and no more trying to undersell his abilities. Well, at least the most obvious and visible of his abilities. Sunny had much more tricks up his sleeve, and in fact, this display of power was meant to misdirect his opponents and draw their attention away from his more insidious talents. However, even that did not matter right now. All that mattered was murder. Dashing through the formation of the wolves and night singers like a lightning made of darkness, Sunny tore into the tide of nightmare creatures. The echo of his deafening roar was still rolling across the battlefield when the Sin of Solace reaped its first life. It passed through the body of a massive abomination, easily rending it into two halves. You have slain a... Your shadow grows. It was a fallen, huh? Sunny had activated the Omen of Dread enchantment of the Jade Sword, just for good measure. The faint remnant of a whisper of Ariel, the demon of dread, lingered on the cursed blade. All beings who witnessed it had no choice but to be stricken by terror. The nightmare creatures seemed to slow down a little. The awakened soldiers behind him trembled too. However, they were also being affected by the dying wish. fear, and inspiration fused together in their hearts to produce savage awe. The soldiers surged forward, their spirits ignited with killing intent. The abominations, meanwhile, were being assaulted both by the feeling of fear and the irresistible desire to rip the dreadful four-armed fiend to shreds above all else. Such a contradiction was enough to drive one mad. Good. Give me madness. Give me insanity. The more, the better. Didn't the sin of Solace feel especially light, sharp, and lethal today? Maybe it was just the effect of his body being augmented by 5 shadows. Full of rapturous malice, Sunny continued to move. His mind was cold, calculating, and full of dark, murderous glee. His shell was brimming with so much power that it seemed as though it would soon burst at the seams. His hands moved faster than his thoughts. Kill! The jade sword flashed through the air, sending an abomination's head flying away in a fountain of blood. The cruel sight pierced the throat of another and ignited with incandescent light, filling the air with a smell of burnt flesh. His tail shot forward, the armored spike on its tip shattering a monstrous abomination's temple. Sunny whipped his tail, throwing the collapsing corpse into the mob of beasts. All of it took a split second. Kill! A monster lunged at him, its maw full of sharp fangs. Sunny caught it with his 2 lower hands, his armored gauntlets scraping against bone, and tore the creature's jaws apart. At the same time, he severed another abomination from top to bottom with the pristine blade of the Sin of Solace. At the same time, he gutted a third one with the silver short sword that was burning with the immolating heat of divine flames. All of you, die. At the same time, Nephis entered the melee. Changing Star was wearing the black armor forged by the smiths of valor, wielding a sword that seemed to be made of pure white flame. Her silver hair flew in the wind like a radiant crown, and on her forehead was a simple band of metal adorned by a single gem, the Dawn Shard. All around them, the memories wielded by the awakened soldiers suddenly grew vastly more powerful. Neph's skin was suffused with a brilliant white glow. She looked like a spirit of pristine flame, and in front of her the nightmare creatures seemed to melt and turn to ash. Her incandescent sword moved with such speed and precision that it was almost invisible. All that could be seen was the carnage left in its wake. Sunny had not seen Nephis fight in a long, long time. He had almost forgotten how beautiful her skill was. But she was an ascended now, and so swordsmanship was not her only tool. As the corpses of the nightmare creatures she had slain caught fire, that fire swelled and moved as if being controlled by an invisible will. The air rippled from the unbearable heat, and the flames surged forward in an immolating wave. A deafening explosion rang, ripping a dozen abominations apart. As Changing Star moved through the mass of them, the fires moved with her like a whirlwind, burning and incinerating the nightmare creatures in her path. Tearing an APC-sized monster limb from limb, Sunny frowned. That won't do. She's stealing my spotlight. At that moment, Jet finally joined them, followed by the firekeepers. The tide of abominations was momentarily pushed back. Neph's voice drowned out the cacophony of battle. Spread out, hold the line, ascended, step forward. The 7 cohorts of the firekeepers separated, reinforcing the faltering line of the wolves and the firekeepers. At the same time, 5 figures stepped forward to become the wave breakers against the flood of abominations. Nephis, Sunny, Effie, Kai, and Jet. What a fearsome quintet. Sunny spared a split second to appreciate the image of them standing against the tide of nightmare creatures, and then threw all unnecessary thoughts out of his mind. His task had only grown harder. Now he had to outdo all these monstrous talents. Commanding the extraordinary rock to let out a harrowing growl, one stolen from the demented, corrupted devil, Myriad Eater no less, he launched himself forward. The Sin of Solace whispered as it severed flesh and bone. The cruel sight sang. Claws, fangs, and spikes rang against the onyx surface of the mantle. The nightmare creatures shrieked, howled, and wailed as they died. The 4-armed fiend had turned into a dark maelstrom as he slaughtered one abomination after another. Sometimes 2, 3, 4 at a time. The weaker monsters fell like autumn leaves in front of his blades and claws. The stronger ones were obliterated in a most cold and ruthless way. There were no ingenious schemes to how Sunny fought, no cunning tricks, just pure, savage, calmly calculated butchery. The soldiers behind him were looking at the rampaging spawn of shadows with awe in their eyes. Sunny did not pay their gazes a lot of attention. However, he did regret not leaving a shadow to keep an eye on Morgan and Seishan. He was a bit curious about their reactions, but only a bit. Killing as many abominations as he could, as fast as he could, was much more important. The radiant changing star, the steel-bodied raised by wolves, the swift and deadly nightingale, the death incarnate, Soul Reaper Jet, and the devil of Antarctica, the most fiendish of them all. The five of them brought the horde of nightmare creatures to a halt. For a while, it was a strange thing to see. The remnants of the Dreamer army were fighting against an overwhelming horde of nightmare creatures, with the members of Changing Star's cohort leading them. It was almost as if they had gathered to reenact the ruinous siege of the Crimson Spire. Of course, not everyone who had participated in that battle was here, but most were. Out of the 100 or so sleepers that had returned from the Forgotten Shore, more than a half chose to follow Cassie and were now fighting for Nephis. A few decided to stay independent, like Sunny or Aiko. A few joined lesser legacy clans, while the second largest group, the surviving handmaidens, followed Seishan into the embrace of the great clan song. The former handmaidens were here on the battlefield too, although not in this exact spot. It's like a morbid reunion. The Firekeepers were fighting like the expert slayers they were. No abomination, no matter how terrifying, could shake their fighting spirit and resolve. Not because they were fearless, but simply because the survivors of the Forgotten Shore had been inoculated against the fear of nightmare creatures by being exposed to too much of it, too early, and with too harrowing results. It was especially clear how out of the norm they were in contrast with the ordinary awakened that comprised the two elite companies, the Wolves and Night Singers. No matter how brave and capable the awakened under the command of Effie and Kai were, they simply could not compare to the unflinching lethality of the eerily calm Firekeepers. And of course, the members of Changing Star's cohort were the deadliest of them. Effie was like a wall of steel. Nothing could move her and nothing could move past her. All the abominations could do was die, either pierced by her spear or broken by her shield. Kai was swift, elusive, and unpredictable. The months of fighting a bitter war against Solvain's zealots in the Nightmare had forged him into a more capable warrior than he was giving himself credit for. The enchanting young man moved like wind among the abominations, cutting them down with his sharp saber. His ivory armor seemed to shine as it reflected Changing Star's light. Nephis herself was like a radiant omen of death. Her ruthless sword seemed inescapable, and where it could not reach, incinerating flames reached instead. Shining like a beacon of light in the dark sea of nightmare creatures, she was without a doubt the heart of the battle, and the guiding star that kept hope alive in the hearts of the struggling soldiers. As long as the immortal flame burned, humanity would not be extinguished. Even those who were indifferent to such sentimental proclamations were compelled to believe it now. Watching the beautiful white radiance of Changing Star's light devour the dark tide of nightmare creatures. There was Jet as well. Although not a part of the former Dreamer army, she was no less deadly than the rest of them. Maybe even more so. There was nothing particularly flashy about how she fought, but nonetheless, the number of dead abominations surrounding her was staggering. The more of them died, the more alive she looked. It was a sight both disturbing and beautiful. And lastly, there was Sunny. In the past, he had perhaps been the most unassuming member of Changing Star's cohort. Every impossible feat he had performed, every improbable victory he had achieved, all of it had happened where no one could bear witness, very much so by design. Today, however, Sunny was at the center of everyone's attention because he was just too savage, brutal, and domineering. The slaughter he was perpetrating could only be described as barbarous. Towering at 3 meters of height, crowned by twisting horns, and clad in fearsome onyx armor. The frenzied four-armed fiend tore through the nightmare creatures like a man possessed by a devil. Or was he a devil possessed by a man? All four of his hands were sleek with blood, his armor was slick with blood. Even his face was covered in blood, because Sunny had used his sharp teeth to bite through an abomination's throat at some point, finding it more convenient than bringing his sword around. He did not know if he was the deadliest of the five masters today, but he was definitely the most eye-catching and frightening. The Sin of Solace laughed. Sunny laughed as well. His laughter escaped from between the fangs of the shadow spawn shell as a ragged breath. Ah, it's really funny. We are all going to die. Indeed, despite how excellent the firekeepers were, and how deadly their leaders were, the situation did not look good. And it was for one simple reason. The Awakened and the Masters were putting on a splendid fight, felling countless abominations and preventing the Horde from pouring into the breach. The Titans were tied up by the Saints, and without them, there was nothing on the battlefield that the five of them could not face. If it were any other group of Ascended, perhaps things would have been different, but they were not just any Masters. They were perhaps the five most powerful Masters alive, not counting monsters like Mordred and Morgan. But there was one big problem with that. The problem was that their essence, as well as the essence of their soldiers, was being slowly depleted, while the tide of abominations was seemingly endless. Only Jet could fight indefinitely, but she alone was not enough to change the scales of this massive battle. Sunny wondered if he should summon Nightmare and Saint. He felt really tempted to, but something was holding him back, slicing through a corrupted demon and emerging from the severed carcass. To thrust the blade of the cruel sight into the chest of a howling abomination, he briefly glanced in the direction where a revolting mountain of flesh was being slowly carved apart by invisible swords. Sunny was pretty sure that together with Neff, he could take down one of these titans. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to do it alone, not without substantial preparations at least. And perhaps Changing Star wouldn't be able to do it alone either, but together they could. All they would have to do, really, was bestow all of their blessings, all of his shadows and all the heat of Neff's flame, onto Saint and send her forth. His taciturn devil was already immensely powerful, and if her strength were augmented 15 times over, even a corrupted titan would perhaps have to retreat. A fallen one would just die. However, it was not the titans Sunny was worried about. It was the Saints. Today, they were fighting nightmare creatures. But one day soon, they would most likely have to fight one or several of the 7 Saints dominating the battlefield. Whispering Blade, Beastmaster, Summer Night, Silent Stalker, Dire Fang, perhaps even Saint Tyrus. There was Mordred too, and Morgan and Seishan. These people were no less frightening than the Titans. Actually, they could be considered more terrifying than the dreaded nightmare creatures. So, Sunny was reluctant to reveal his hand. His life could very well depend on it. Well, without ever slowing his bloody rampage, he started considering his options. If Sunny wanted to do something drastic, he had to do it now, while his reserves of essence were still somewhat substantial. He thought long and hard, as he continued killing one abomination after another, in increasingly wild and ruthless ways, making the soldiers pale in sickened awe. And in the end, Sunny decided to do nothing. Cassie must have a plan. It had not escaped his attention that the blind girl subtly manipulated the events of the battle, making sure that the Firekeepers, the Wolves, and the Night Singers, the 3 units led by the members of Changing Star's cohort, ended up together in this particular spot of the battlefield. If she had put them here, she must have been reasonably certain that they would not be swallowed up by the Horde. As for how they would prevail, Sunny decided that he did not really care. Today, he would care only about one thing: how to kill many, many nightmare creatures, as many of them as possible. Kill, kill, kill. The Sin of Solace laughed, its voice full of gleeful amusement. Yes, right, kill them all. Focusing solely on causing as much devastation as possible, Sunny slaughtered the nightmare creatures. The power of the fully augmented Shadow Fiend shell was staggering. That power was so great, in fact, that getting drunk on it was simply too easy. However, he did not. His savage butchery was just for show, even though Sunny had allowed himself to gleefully dive into the battle frenzy. The core of his mind remained cold and clear. The more abominations he slayed, the more somber that part of his consciousness became. What the hell is Morgan doing? The firekeepers were supposed to hinder the advance of the nightmare creatures until reinforcements were pulled out from other parts of the battlefield to repair the breach in the army's formation. They had done that already, but the reinforcements never arrived. Had another crisis prevented Morgan from sending more companies to replace them, or was something else at play? Sonny did not know, and he had no time to care. He might have made it look as though cutting through numerous abominations was effortless for him, and in fact brought him nothing but vicious joy. But it was really not an easy task. He was strong, fast, and immensely skilled. His armor and weapons were outstanding too. However, there were just too many enemies pressing down on the five masters as their soldiers. The horde of nightmare creatures truly seemed endless. Even if most of these abominable creatures were not strong enough to threaten Sonny and easy to kill, the sheer number of them posed a threat. His task was not just to withstand the flood of monsters, but to cut through it, breaking its momentum, and that was a perilous task. Sonny had to watch his every step and keep the next dozen steps in mind. Otherwise, it would be too easy to end up in a situation where there was no next step to take. Granted, he could carve his way out of many situations that would have doomed a different Ascended. But still, Sonny had to be careful about where he moved and what he did. The others were struggling with the same issue. Kai had it the easiest, since his speed and the ability to fly made maneuvering around the battlefield almost a non-issue. Nephas had some breathing room too, because her flames could clear out the space around her. Sonny, Effie, and Jet were starting to struggle though. Chances were they would have to retreat back into the formation of the Awakened soon. Once that happened, the formation itself would come under much more strain. Not yet though. He was not done playing the role of a Dark Slayer yet. Nestled within the embrace of shadows, Sonny gritted his teeth and continued to fight. This was good, really. He had missed that feeling, the feeling of giving it your all and fighting with your very life on the line. Back in the Antarctic Center, he had always been like a detached observer. He had played the role of a person who was just as desperate and frightened as everyone else around him, but that was a lie. He wasn't. Sonny had just allowed himself to lose himself in the role. In truth, he had rarely been in true danger in the past few months. It had always been the lives of others that he desperately wanted to preserve, not his own. The times when Sonny found himself in mortal danger in Antarctica had been few, and the forces aligned against him back then were too insurmountable to fight. All he could do was escape. Even the winter beast, his own life had not been at risk until the very end. It was the same now. However, Sonny had tricked himself into feeling that it wasn't. And so, he killed the nightmare creatures. He killed as many as there were. He slayed the weaker abominations with ease, almost in passing. His towering figure seemed to move with the vicious, blood-chilling grace of a natural killer. Red mist and howls of agony surrounded him like a dark mantle. The stronger abominations took some time to bring down, but they inevitably fell as well. There were too few beings in Antarctica that could withstand his strength, his skill, and the perfect sharpness of the sin of solace. The only creatures here that could give Sonny pause were the devils, simply because their powers were varied and unpredictable. But by now, there were enough tools in his toolbox to handle most of these threats. It was just a matter of identifying the strengths of the enemy and finding a way to turn that strength into a weakness. Everyone and everything fell under his blade. Slowly, a mound of corpses grew in front of Sonny, forming a natural barrier against the advancing horde. At first, he was pleased by the additional protection the morbid palisade presented. But once the mound grew tall enough, the nightmare creatures started lunging at Sonny from above. That was not ideal. However, Sonny continued to fight. Even when the immovable Effie was pushed back and forced to rejoin the formation, he still remained just where he was, performing his brutal dance of death. Even when relentless Soul Reaper cursed through gritted teeth and retreated, he continued to kill. Even when nimble Kai soared high into the sky, dismissing his sword to summon a bow, he still refused to take a step back. In the end, there were just the two of them left in front of the formation. Sunny and Nephi's. One was like an angel surrounded by white radiance and light, the other like a demon shrouded in darkness and shadows. Both fought with cold, ruthless, unflinching resolve to obliterate the enemy at any cost. It was almost as if they were competing to see who could slay more. Sunny did his damnedest to be the one to win that competition. At some point, fighting an especially powerful abomination, he felt the shadow shell start to come undone. Without hesitation, Sunny dismissed the mantle and summoned back the graceless dusk. Then he allowed the form of the shadow spawn to dissipate and lunged from its crumbling carapace at the enemy. The sin of solace flashed, and at the same time, the scorpion tail of the nightmare creature shot forward. It pierced the impervious silk of his tunic and his stone-like skin as well, plunging deep into his flesh. Grimacing, Sunny beheaded the manticora, then pushed himself off its harrowing sting and used the fully charged dying wish to heal his wounds. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to kill. He had grown weaker without the support of the shadow fiend shell, but also nimbler and much harder to pin down. His jade sword never stopped reaping lives. Now that Sunny was wearing the graceless dusk again, though, there were a few more things he could do. Glancing in the direction where nightmare creatures seemed to disappear into white radiance one after another, without a trace, Sunny hesitated for a moment and then activated the blessing of dusk, and then said in relaxed, leisurely tone, "Hey Neph, how's it going?" There were a few moments of silence. In these moments, Sunny managed to dodge a spiked tentacle, slice through it with his sword, grab the bleeding stump, and toss the slithering creature over his head, impaling it on the horns of a different abomination. Then he sidestepped the charging beast and cut through its legs, causing it to topple to the ground. A third strike of the sin of solace finished both creatures off. That was when Neph's response finally arrived. "It's a bit distracting, to have someone speak in your head all of a sudden." Sunny grinned. The connection the blessing of dusk established was a mental one, so it was not exactly like hearing her voice. Nevertheless, Changing Star's thoughts sounded a bit strained. "You didn't answer my question." Now that Sunny lost the protection of the shadow fiend shell and retracted the mantle back into his skin, he had to be more careful. Receiving direct blows was not out of the question, but it could throw him off balance. He had to use the feather of truth judiciously to account for the difference in mass between him and the opponents. And of course, being struck by anything corrupted could end in disaster. Something flashed from the direction where Nephis was fighting, and a moment later, her voice resounded in his head. "As expected, I guess. But, Sunny, what has gotten into you? You don't seem like yourself today." Ah, so she noticed. His grin widened. A dozen or so meters to his left, the air rippled slightly. A chameleon-like creature was moving there, unseen. If not for the subtle fluctuation of the shadows, he would have never noticed it. The abomination had already moved past Sunny, swiftly approaching the awakened soldiers behind him. Which was not good, since it had enough presence of mind to ignore the pull of the dying wish. The chameleon had to be at least a demon, and a strong one at that. Sunny twisted his torso and tossed the sin of solace into the air. The soldiers were all busy desperately resisting the flood of nightmare creatures, but they could not help but take glances at the spectacularly brutal slaughter that was taking place in front of them. Those who knew Sunny were all surprised and a little startled. Those who did not were chilled to the bone and in awe of his vicious lethality, which was why many people noticed the jade sword seemingly slipping out of his hand. Their eyes widened. The sin of solace spun as it flew away, and then stopped abruptly, floating above ground. A stream of blood suddenly flowed out of thin air, and then a revolting reptilian creature was suddenly there, its chest pierced by the white sword. The creature swayed and fell down. The soldiers paled. The demon was mere steps away from reaching the formation. Before the chameleon could stand up or crawl forward, several spears pierced its flesh, killing it. As for Sunny, he was already busy fighting another abomination. Sin of solace dissipated so that he could summon it back. "Don't seem like myself? Well, I did have many new and exciting experiences in the Antarctic Center, so I was bound to change a little. Don't mind it, though. I'm just performing in front of your sister. And speaking of your sister..." He counted the seconds until the Jade Jian returned, dodging a flurry of blows like a slippery eel. "Is she trying to get rid of you or what? Surely you've noticed that the reinforcements that were supposed to replace us are nowhere to be seen. If this continues, we will have to retreat. Or die. Wait, it's not some sort of stupid test, is it? A true daughter of valor will never surrender to the nightmare creatures or some such crap." Nephis lingered for a moment. "No. I don't know what she is doing. There must be a reason, but it is hard to say. Perhaps it has to do with putting pressure on Seishan to reveal some of what her handmaidens are capable of. Perhaps there's something else." Sunny grimaced. "You're awfully calm considering the situation." He saw her through the gaps between the rushing nightmare creatures. Neph had summoned her helmet, brilliant white radiance shining through the slit of its visor and the seams of the graceful armor. It was as though there was nothing beneath its black steel but pure light. Sunny could not see her face, but he knew how much pain fighting like this, for that long, was causing her. Nephis was most likely approaching her limits too. "Do I seem calm?" He finally felt the slight weight of the sin of solace in his hand. Shifting his stance, Sunny immediately switched from being evasive to being ruthlessly lethal. "Don't you know, you always seem calm." He killed the abomination that was trying to crush him with a stone hammer by severing both of its arms and its head, then added, "Should we go all out?" Each of them was holding something back. They could reveal their full power to save their lives, but it would only save them once. Nephis answered after a long second of silence. "No. Trust in Cassie. If she chose to put us here, there must be a reason." Sunny smiled. Her thinking was very similar to his own, but trusting someone was not easy for him. Trusting Cassie and trusting in Cassie. Those were different things, and neither of them was simple. Well, what the hell is her reason? He would have loved to ponder that question more, but at that moment, a deafening shriek suddenly shook the world. Sunny was rather proud of the battle roar he had produced earlier with the help of the extraordinary rock, but compared to this sky-splitting wail, it seemed like a placid whisper. Looking up, he saw an enormous scaled beast plummeting from a whirlwind of crows, its body wreathed in arcs of searing lightning. One of the rotting wings of the flying horror had been completely torn off, a river of vile miasma flowing from the terrible wound like a waterfall of corruption. It seemed that Sky Tide and Wake of Ruin were the first to overcome their opponent. The problem was, Sunny's eyes widened, that the wounded Titan looked like he was falling, directly on his head. Well, that's new. Sunny had lived through many unthinkable disasters, managing to survive in the most dire and seemingly inescapable situations. The improbable tales of his close brushes with death could probably fill a book. However, he had definitely never had a Titan fall on his head. What the hell is this? The great scaled beast was plummeting to the ground, its body riddled with terrible wounds. One of its 3 long necks was severed, the other hung lifelessly, held by only a few threads of flesh. Of its wings, only one remained. A cloud of vile miasma trailed behind it like a harrowing cloak. The creature was maybe 24 seconds away from crashing into the ground. Sunny froze for a moment, stunned by the frightening visage of the Titan that had been cast down from the skies. He wasn't the only one. Nephis was looking up too, and so were the soldiers. Even the nightmare creatures halted, raising their bestial heads to witness the fall of one of their lords. Not good. Neph was the first to react. Her voice rolled across the battlefield, pulling the awakened out of their shocked inaction. "Pull back, fighting retreat, move if you want to live." At the same time, she sent Sunny a mental message. "Sunny, I am going to stall the horde to cover the retreat. You do as you wish." The meaning of her words was clear. What Neph meant to say was, "Help me." But due to the nature of their bond, she couldn't, because that would be an order. Sunny hesitated. Behind him, every second awakened turned around and dashed back. Those who remained doubled their efforts to resist the flood of abominations, who had already recovered from their momentary passivity. Once the soldiers who fell back ran for a few seconds, they turned around and assembled into a loose line. Then it was the turn of those who had stayed behind to retreat. Like that, alternating between running and fighting, the firekeepers, the wolves, and the night singers started to move away from the perceived impact zone. Of course, such a maneuver was perilous and had the potential to result in many casualties. Every time you turned your back on the enemy in a battle, you were risking your life after all. But with the help of the experienced firekeepers and the three masters who had joined the formation, the soldiers managed to preserve their lives through the hasty retreat. Changing Star, meanwhile, moved forward. The ring of flame that raged around her changed, growing narrower. A few moments later, the fire seemed to be absorbed into her radiant figure. Clad in black armor and wreathed in blinding white flames, Nephis took a second step. Sunny sighed. Do as I wish, huh? What he wished to do today was make a suitable kind of impression, and the impression he was going for was that of someone who would never retreat from a trivial nuisance like a plummeting titan. Opening the gate of the shadow lantern, he called forth all the shadows that were stored inside and sent them forth. In front of Sunny, a wall of shadows suddenly rose from the ground, blocking off a wide swath of the battlefield. The tide of nightmare creatures was momentarily stemmed. At the same time, far to his left, Nephis unleashed her flames. The wrought fire that she had wrapped tightly around her armor and compressed into a furious mass of incinerating white radiance was suddenly devoid of the pressure of her control. It furiously exploded forward. A deafening explosion rang out, and a crudely directed wave of white flame rolled from her staggering figure in a wide fan. It swallowed many ranks of nightmare creatures. Some were torn to tiny pieces and turned to ash, crumbling into nothingness. Some survived, receiving terrible and debilitating burns. Together, Sunny and Nephis had managed to build a temporary dam that blocked the path of the abominations. Half of the dam was the wall of shadows, the other was the wave of flames. Of course, that dam would not last long, and both of them had spent the lion's share of their remaining essence to produce this wide-scale effect. The wall was already cracking, and the wave was already dying down. But it was enough to buy the soldiers time to retreat. And before their dam fully collapsed, the shadow of the falling colossus covered the ground. Crap! Sunny felt the impact of the massive body before his vision registered it. That was because he suddenly found himself flying, the ground disappearing from beneath his feet. As a violent tremor traveled through the battlefield, splitting the ground apart, he hit the dirt and rolled, sensing his skin burn. Sunny could feel a powerful gale assault him with furious force, but he was blinded by the cloud of the vile miasma that had covered everything around. He realized that it was Sky Tide pushing the noxious cloud away from the army's formation. However, Sunny was too deep into the miasma. Even though he had stopped breathing and closed his eyes, he could still feel the deadly poison seep into his skin. Marble shell and blood weave were preventing his flesh from rotting and dissolving. For now. He did not know how long his defenses would last, though. The miasma flowing from within the body of the scaled beast was much more virulent and powerful than any toxin he had encountered before. That's just great. Sunny summoned the essence pearl. As soon as the memory manifested itself, he placed it in his mouth, regaining the ability to breathe without inhaling deadly poison. He still hesitated to open his eyes, though, perceiving the world through the shapes and movements of shadows. The shadows were a mess. It was hard to tell what exactly was going on around him. All he could feel was a sea of nightmare creatures wailing in agony as their bodies were being dissolved by the miasma. It was sort of ingenious, actually. By controlling the wind to blow the cloud away from the human formation, Saint Tyrus was pushing it into the horde of abominations. It did not matter that the Titan had been on their side. The nightmare creatures plunged into the miasma were doomed to be destroyed, just like humans would. The devastation was so thorough that, in this section of the battlefield, the pressure on the defensive line of Awakened had drastically lessened. Nothing would be able to pass through the breach now, so that problem was solved. The problem that remained was that Sunny and Nephis had found themselves within the cloud of miasma. Changing Star could probably burn the poison away with her flames, but he was having a very unpleasant time. Ah, damn it. Escape. I need to escape back to where the firekeepers had retreated. But Sunny was all turned around because of the earthquake from the Titan's fall. Where to go? He gritted his teeth, then ordered two of the shadows to slip off his body and dash away in two different directions. With some luck, one of them would leave the noxious cloud and show him the way. Before that happened, however, crap! Sunny felt a massive shadow lunging at him from somewhere unseen. He blindly slashed with the sin of solace, feeling the jade blade bite into something extremely tough, then sink into something soft. Then something hard crashed into him, and he was sent flying for a second time in the last minute. This time, Sunny fell on a pile of abomination corpses. He felt sharp spikes and scales scrape against the silk of the graceless dusk and rolled down, tracking the movements of the massive shadow. What the hell was it? It didn't seem to have legs or arms, simply floating above the ground. One thing was certain, though. The thing, whatever it was not feeling swell. Its movements were chaotic and resembled convulsions. Even without the deathly miasma and the strike delivered by Sunny, the creature was in a sorry state. He still refused to open his eyes, though. If he did, however, he would have seen a ghastly head swaying above the ground. It was held up by a long neck that arched up and disappeared into the haze of the miasma. The head was covered by tough scales and had the hilt of the sin of solace protruding from a crack in its skull. The head swayed madly, opening its maw, and shot forward in a frenzied desire to swallow Sunny. But before it could, the long neck convulsed one last time, and the demented light slowly disappeared from the frenzied eyes of the creature. The head slammed into the ground a few meters away from him and grew still. As for Sunny, he suddenly heard the voice of the spell whisper into his ears. The spell said, "You have slain a fallen titan, defiled seeker of truth. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory." He froze. What? Then Sunny almost spat out the essence pearl. What just happened? When did he kill a titan? He did no such thing. Sunny's shock was so great that he even forgot about the cloud of miasma eating at his skin for a moment. Slowly, he understood the sequence of what had transpired. The scaled beast had fallen somewhere ahead, inside the horde of abominations. The tremor produced by the impact must have thrown Sunny closer to the titan. The creature had already been on the verge of death when he accidentally stumbled on its last head. That was the massive shadow that had suddenly lunged at him, and he struck it with the sin of solace, delivering the finishing blow through pure chance. Sunny would have laughed if not for the need to keep his mouth shut. He shook his head in disbelief. This is a bit awkward, isn't it? That was the second kill he had stolen from St. Tyrus. Was it her fate to deliver Sunny powerful nightmare creatures to slaughter? First the remnant of the Jade Queen, now the defiled seeker of truth. Well, I'm sure that Skytide is above being petty about such stuff. Plus, she doesn't need to know that it was me. There's a sea of abominations here. Any of them could have delivered that last strike. Nightmare creatures are known to devour their own, after all. Still, that was the second Titan Sunny had killed. If not for the fact that both of the kills were somewhat murky, he would be going around demanding that people call him the Titan Slayer. The sales of the brilliant Emporium would definitely skyrocket if its proprietor had such an illustrious title. He shook his head again, then stood up. First, he had to escape the damned miasma. I must have hit my head when I fell. One of his shadows had just discovered the correct path, but Sunny belatedly realized that he could have just moved in the direction opposite of where the wind was blowing. St. Tyrus was pushing the cloud away from the human formation, after all, so that was where the formation had to be. As he made the first step, the burning sensation gnawing at his skin suddenly disappeared, replaced by searing but pleasant heat. Then Sunny was surrounded by bright light. He opened his eyes at the same moment as a strong hand gripped his shoulder. Nephis was standing by his side, both of them surrounded by a whirlwind of flame. The fire burned away the miasma, creating a pocket of clean, if somewhat thin, air. "Are you all right?" Sunny lingered for a moment, then nodded and smiled crookedly. Better than ever. Hearing her actual voice was unexpectedly nice. "Good. Then let's get out of here. Neff threw a glance at the head of the titan that lay on the ground a few meters away from them. The harrowing maw opened in an eternal silent scream. Then, without saying anything, she pulled Sunny away. He followed. Yes, getting the hell out of here sounds like a great plan. By the time Sunny and Nephis escaped from the noxious cloud, the situation on the battlefield had changed. The wolves, the night singers, and the firekeepers were cut off from the nightmare creatures by the deathly miasma, so they received a few moments of respite. The poison itself, meanwhile, was blown into the depths of the horde by sky tide's winds, wreaking havoc among the abominations. Suddenly, the pressure on the center of the army formation lessened. The fighting on the flanks, however, only grew more furious. Sunny reached the line of soldiers, passed between the forward fighters, and plopped down on the ground, breathing heavily. Nephis was in no better state than him. Worse, actually. The pain of having to use her abilities for so long had taken a toll on her. She lowered herself to the ground near him, staring at the mud with distant eyes. The awakened met their return with wide smiles, faces shining with relief and triumph. Seeing that the two masters were exhausted and needed to catch their breaths, they closed ranks around them and prepared their weapons, watching the hazy wall of swirling miasma with cold focus. If something suddenly lunged at the formation from the poisonous haze, the soldiers were prepared to meet it with sharp blades. Sunny slowly exhaled, returning from the rampant state of battle frenzy. Then he looked up. The fall of one of the titans was a great victory in and of itself. However, it had meaning far beyond the death of a powerful abomination. Much more important was the fact that the death of the winged horror would inevitably cause a cascade of meaningful consequences. In fact, the chain reaction was already beginning. Now that Wake of Ruin and Sky Tide were free, each of them moved to provide support in other spots on the battlefield. The steel-winged bird of prey fell like a sword of heavens, obliterating a vast swath of crawling vines that Summer Night, Dire Fang, and Silent Stalker were fighting against. The vast murder of crows, meanwhile, descended on the horde itself. St. Cor's strongest suit had never been facing a single, overwhelmingly powerful adversary. In the battle against the winged titan, he could only provide support to Tyrus. Now that he was unleashed on a large number of weaker targets, however, Wake of Ruin was finally able to showcase his full, dreadful might. A myriad of crows lunged at the abominations from the dark skies, tearing into them with sharp talons and even sharper beaks. If those were ordinary carrion birds, they would not have been able to do much damage to the monstrous creatures. However, they were not. Each of the crows was a manifestation of a transcendent, and so they easily slaughtered awakened and fallen monstrosities. They assaulted the corrupted abominations too. If one crow was not enough, 10 would gather to riddle the creature with ghastly wounds. If 10 was not enough, 100 would descend on the monster like a hungry cloud. The furious massacre that had taken place was grisly and spectacular, and, just like that, the scales of the battle started to shift. With Wake of Ruin helping lessen the burden of the awakened soldiers, the army formation regained its vigor and even started pushing the horde back. Soon after, a second titan was slain, the forest of vines growing still and brittle. Once the vine creature died, the fate of the remaining 2 titans was sealed. The appalling mountain of flesh and the ghostly apparition were felled in short succession, letting every saint turn their attention to the horde. Even then, the outcome of the battle was not yet decided. The advantage was on the side of the humans, but even with the Transcendents joining the fight against the sea of nightmare creatures. The saints were all tired and spent after their clash with the titans, and the number of abominations was simply too great. There remained truly powerful creatures among them as well. Tyrants, devils, and demons of all kinds. Additionally, nightmare creatures were not humans, or even sane in any definition of the word. An ordinary enemy would have had their morale broken and fled after sustaining terrible losses and watching 4 mighty titans, the driving force of the horde, fall. But abominations knew no retreat. Even while dying, they only wanted to rip the humans apart. Only total annihilation would lead to their defeat. And so, that was what humans did. Guided by Morgan, the army stood its ground and slaughtered the nightmare creatures until there were none left. A sea of abominations turned into a sea of corpses. The ghastly carpet of monstrous bodies covered the plain, stretching far into the distance. Countless crows filled the sky, and the ground had turned into wet sludge after absorbing rivers of blood. The stench of it all was almost unbearable, and yet, it was the most glorious thing Sunny had ever seen. Staring at the grand battlefield, he couldn't quite believe what he saw. The scale of the battle they had just won was simply too unbelievable. Even after witnessing massive sieges in the Antarctica Center, Sunny was unprepared to witness something like this. This time the humans were not defending, stalling for time while the civilians evacuated. This time they had gone on the offensive, venturing into the wilderness to slay the titans and the horde the four creatures had caused to assemble. They even succeeded, despite the fact that the evacuation army had achieved many of its goals in the southern quadrant and continued following the plan. This felt like the first true victory Sunny had witnessed since the start of the chain of nightmares, and he played a substantial role in achieving it. Sunny studied the changed landscape of the plain with a slightly startled expression. Then, a frown slowly appeared on his face. What happens next then? Right now, all 7 saints were gathered in one spot. Soon, they would depart for their siege capitals. Wouldn't that be a perfect opportunity for the great clans to show their fangs? Suddenly grim, Sunny shook his head and turned around, throwing a glance at the tired soldiers around him. One step at a time. The divergence from the norm continued after the fighting was over, as well. Usually, the human forces would be hastily retreating from the site of the battle to escape the converging abominations that had been attracted by the noise and the smell of blood. However, the joint army defiantly stayed in place. A field camp was established, surrounded by hastily constructed fortifications. Teams of salvagers prowled the vast battlefield, retrieving soul shards and dismantling the bodies of the most powerful nightmare creatures for precious materials. It was as if the leaders of the expedition force were not at all concerned by the threat of the migrating hordes. On the contrary, they seemed to welcome the danger. The joint army had been assembled to destroy the Titans and reduce the accumulation of nightmare creatures in the area before the siege capitals could be compromised. Both of these objectives had been achieved, but the saints decided to cull more abominations while they had a chance. No one knew when valor, song, and the government would join forces again. The fighting on the fringes of the camp would most likely continue through the rest of the day and the entire night, with several smaller hordes being ground against the bulwark of the 7 saints and their soldiers. None of that concerned Sunny, though. For now, he could just rest. The firekeepers, the wolves, and the night singers had ended the battle together, so they were assigned the same spot inside the camp. Despite how fierce the fighting had been, casualties were few. None among the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, and a mere handful in the 2 companies led by Effie and Kai. That was mostly thanks to the 5 masters who had shielded the awakened soldiers from the worst of what the Titanic horde had to offer. So the mood inside their section of the camp was more festive than grave. As Sunny walked through the rows of tents toward a supply vehicle where food was being prepared, he received many reactions. Look, it's him. God's almighty. When Master Sunless lured that tyrant to the river, I knew that he was good. But I thought that he was just an extremely competent scout, you know? Who knew that we had such a monster with us this whole time? A monster. More like a devil. Damn, now I know where that nickname comes from. He has to be one of the scariest ascended in the quadrant, right? No, Bumburum, Boku. Oh, in the whole world. Why are you guys so surprised? Master Sunless is from Changing Star's cohort, like our Wolfie. Of course, he's just as crazy as her. I think I'm going to have a dream about him today. I just don't know if it'll be a nightmare or, you know, a different kind of dream. Are you so smitten that you've lost what little brain you used to have, fool? You're an awakened. You don't dream. Ah, yes. What a pity. Relief. Sunny was slightly amused by that last one, but he did not let it show. It seemed that his little performance had worked, at least on these ordinary soldiers. What effect it had on the intended targets, Morgan, Seishan, and by extension the forces of the great clans on the continent, remained to be seen. He got a generous portion of army stew and made his way to the tent, where the other 4 masters were gathered. The atmosphere inside was relaxed, but none of them had dismissed their armor. Even though the situation seemed to be under control and the saints appeared confident in their ability to protect the camp, one could never know what would happen when the spell was involved. So, experienced fighters like them never allowed themselves to completely lower their guards. Kai was absent-mindedly cleaning his face with a wet towel. Nephis was sitting tiredly on a cot. Jet was stretched on another one with a blissful expression on her face. And Effie, of course Effie was wolfing down an unreasonable amount of food. When she saw him, however, she forced herself to pause for a moment. The huntress stared at Sunny with wide eyes. Sunny, what the hell was that? You just... boom, and went berserk. It was actually sort of spectacular. Effie paused for a moment and then added with a glint in her eyes. And since when can you turn into that shadow fiend? Have you transcended? Are you secretly a saint now? No, that can't be right, and can it? He endured the deluge of questions, then coughed. It's just a trick I picked up in the Antarctic Center, a special application of my ascended ability. Effie remained silent for a few moments, then shook her head. You are scary. Let's be friends. Then she added with a grin, oh, and try making that shadow fiend bigger next time. Looking at it made me really want to ride you again. As a strange expression appeared on Jet's face, the huntress started giggling and stuffed a spoonful of stew into her mouth. Sunny shook his head in resignation. Don't mind her, the fiend was actually my body in the nightmare, while that overgrown delinquent was sent into the body of a small child. So I let her ride on my shoulders to save time. In retrospect, that was a huge mistake. Jet smiled at him lazily from her cot. You don't really have to explain, you know. Sunny briefly glanced at Neff and rolled his eyes. I know. I still want to, though. Soul Reaper chuckled. I see. Well, in any case, good job today. As for what Sunny did and the reputation he earned, she looked at Kai, Effie, and Nefis with a shrug. That's just how it goes. In the Antarctic Center, everyone knew how fierce of a fighter he is. Now, people in East Antarctica will know too. Kai lingered for a bit, then said, we all know it as well, of course, more than anyone. It's just that, Sunny, you usually shy away from the spotlight. Seeing you acting out of character is a little strange. Is everything all right? Sunny sent his friend a reassuring smile and nodded. Sure. I shied away from the spotlight because it was convenient, and now I don't. Because it's more convenient, so don't worry. Then he looked at Nephis and raised an eyebrow. And what about you? No comment. She turned her head and studied him for a few moments. Eventually, Nephis looked away and said simply, your swordsmanship has improved. And that was it. Sunny opened his mouth to respond, but then grew silent. A slight frown appeared on his face. With a sigh, he found himself a seat and concentrated on the food. That was because the shadow he had left outside the tent noticed someone heading their way. Black armor, red cape, vermilion eyes that were sharp enough to cut steel. Morgan was coming to pay them a visit. Sunny settled in a corner and stuffed his mouth with stew. A few moments later, the flap of the tent opened, and Morgan walked in, followed closely by Cassie. The Princess of Valor seemed to be in a good mood. Her strange vermilion eyes were lively and vivid, shining with barely contained excitement. It was as though the calamitous battle had invigorated the usually restrained young woman, revealing a glimpse of her true self. Without the habitual mask of composed decorum, Morgan looked younger. Her words echoed Sunny's thoughts. A pleasant and disturbingly familiar smile appeared on her beautiful face, and with a melodious laugh, Morgan said, "That was spectacular, dear sister, venerable masters. You did not disappoint." With that, her lips twisted a little in an expression of wistful regret. She seemed disappointed by the fact that she had not received a chance to participate in the battle personally. Morgan sighed. The whole camp is aflame with the tales of what happened in your corner of the battlefield. Even the feats performed by the saints seem to have taken a backseat to what Changing Star has achieved. Ah, I'm so proud of my talented, capable little sister. Nicely done." She paused for a moment and then added with a smile that seemed a little sharper than before, "Your glory is Clan Valor's glory, of course, so I am very happy right now." Sunny silently chewed his food. Hearing the word glory from a descendant of War God really rubbed him the wrong way, but he didn't let it ruin his appetite. Indeed, she has a good reason to be happy. If the War of the Great Clans was a popularity contest, which it was in a sense, then Valor was currently winning. Not only had Skytide been the first of the Saints to slay her foe, but the potentially catastrophic breach in the defensive formation had also been repaired by Nephis. Was that why Morgan failed to send us reinforcements? To earn her damned clan some glory? Sunny frowned. That was a possibility, but a small one. Anvil's daughter was not someone who would sacrifice strategic benefits to earn a little bit of fame, especially because Clan Valor already had too much of it. So he simply glanced at Morgan and asked, "By the way, what happened to those reinforcements we were supposed to receive?" Not looking particularly guilty or taken aback by his bluntness, she shrugged. "It didn't look like you needed any, so I sent them someplace else." Sunny wanted to rebuke her, but then changed his mind and turned his attention back to the stew. They had indeed managed to hold out by themselves in the end. The perspective of the people directly participating in the bloodshed was, naturally, limited. Morgan, on the other hand, had enjoyed the broad view of the whole battlefield, especially because of Cassie. She must have known that St. Tyrus had been close to defeating the defiled seeker of truth. In fact, Morgan might have been the one to coordinate with Skytide and make sure that the Titan fell in front of the breach, sealing it with the cloud of lethal miasma. So, while it seemed as though the Firekeepers had been left for dead from Sunny's perspective, she really could have had no reason to send reinforcements their way. I'm not sure that I'm buying it. But on the other hand, I'm also not sure that I'm not buying it. His thoughts were interrupted by the fact that Morgan was staring at him intently. Sunny shifted. What?" Her smile grew wider. "My dear sister fought admirably, but I expected nothing less from a daughter of valor. You, however, Master Sunless, you gave me a very, very pleasant surprise. It seems that the reports I've read about you were not nearly detailed enough." She took a step closer and leaned forward, staring at him with something that almost resembled hunger. "To be honest, I never understood what my little sister saw in you. But now, I take it all back. She has a good eye. You fought beautifully, Master Sunless. We really should spar sometime. I have not had a good sparring partner in a long, long time. My dear sister indulged me at first, but now she is always busy." Neff's mouth twitched a little. Sunny, meanwhile, shivered under Morgan's burning gaze. "Right. I forgot. She's a complete battle maniac." He coughed awkwardly. "Sure, why not? A friendly spar sounds like a good idea. Oh, but I mostly fight nightmare creatures, so my habits are a bit rough. So do tell me if I get carried away." Morgan's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. "That won't be a problem. I tend to get carried away myself sometimes. That's why it's hard to find suitable sparring partners. Most people are so brittle, you know." Sunny shrugged. "Can't say that I do." He was definitely not brittle, so there was no reason to be concerned. A spar was just a spar, after all. So why was he suddenly feeling cold? As if he had just gotten himself into a really, really sticky situation. Morgan lingered for a few moments, staring at him with gleaming eyes, then shook her head. "Our spar will have to wait until we return to the siege capital. And about that, sister, might I have a word? There are things we must discuss." Nephis nodded, then rose from her seat and followed Morgan out of the tent. Soon, there were only 5 people inside once again. Cassie stayed behind, sitting quietly in a corner. Sunny finished his stew and asked her in a low tone, "What is that about?" The blind girl hesitated for a moment. "They need to plan a route to the siege capital. The way back is shaping up to be perilous, for a few reasons. He nodded, understanding the underlying message. Then Sunny gave Cassie a complicated look. When things seemed especially dark during the battle, Neff had told him to trust in the blind girl. So what had been Cassie's intent in placing them there? Had she simply known that the firekeepers would not end up stranded in the sea of nightmare creatures? Or had she known more? For example, that Sunny would deliver the fatal blow to the wounded Titan if put in that particular spot of the battlefield. And speaking of the dead Titan, there was a memory that Sunny had yet to take a look at. An ascended memory of the 7th tier. Putting his plate away, Sunny found a cot, stretched his tired body on it, and closed his eyes. Then he dove into the soul sea.